Darling, can we do it again? The low, familiar voice beside Sangqing made her shiver. Before she could react, she heard the man let out a quiet groan. Her eyes, still hazy, opened slightly. Her mind was a blur, unable to think clearly. The man's strong arms held her tightly, which only made her more annoyed. She kicked him in frustration. Before she could speak, the man chuckled softly. I know you like it. Don't rush. Rush. What are you? MMPH. Sangqing didn't get to finish her words before her thoughts were swept away by a wave of confusion. The night passed in restless ups and downs. The next morning, when Sangqing woke up again, her whole body ached, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Lu Qianzi, that scoundrel. Before they got married, he promised to treat her well, but last night he almost wore her out completely. Rubbing her temples in frustration, the memories from last night came flooding back. She hadn't expected that the world she lived in was actually a story called Sweet Military Marriage of the Era. In that story, the male lead was her husband, Lu Qianzi, and the female lead was their neighbor, Jang Mengmeng. And she, Sangqing, was not only a side character, but also the male lead's troublesome ex-wife. Yes, ex-wife. Just thinking about Lu Qianzi divorcing her and marrying another woman made her furious. In the book, she had schemed to marry him but never truly liked him, always finding fault and causing trouble. Meanwhile, the Lu Qianzi in the story was cold and distant. Even after being tricked into marriage, he never touched her and avoided her completely.
Ha! Sangqing sneered.
The man who couldn't wait to pull her into his arms last night. Was that supposed to be the same person? Many things in reality matched the book, except for that man Lu Qianzi. In the story, he was described as cold, obsessive, and gloomy. But in real life, he was clingy and affectionate. Cold and gloomy? Not at all. Sangqing didn't know why she had suddenly become aware of the truth, but she remembered that in the book, no matter how much trouble she caused, her selfish father, stepmother, and stepsister were always behind it, stirring things up. They claimed everything they did was for her own good, but they took over the dowry her mother had given her. After stirring up trouble that led to her divorce from Lu Qianzi, they even worked with traffickers to sell her to a remote mountain village. Just thinking about how, in the original story, they lived happily using her money made Sangqing feel furious. She glanced at the neatly folded clothes placed by the bed. The way they were arranged so perfectly could only mean one thing. Lu Qianzi, that annoying man, must have done it. She got up, put on her shirt and skirt, and walked straight out into the yard. There, she saw two men in military uniforms standing by the gate. Sister-in-law, you're awake? The round-faced young soldier smiled warmly at her. The commander had a task to handle, so he asked us to stay here. If you need anything, just let us know. The other soldier, with a square face and an honest look, came out of the kitchen holding a ceramic bowl. Yes, sister-in-law, have some breakfast first. The commander will be back by noon. Then the two of them quickly got busy in the yard, setting up a table and stools under the grapevine. They placed some egg pancakes and pickled vegetables on the table. Sangqing looked at them and remembered how the original story described these two, Lu Qianzi's trusted men, Sun Dajiang and Li Xiaohe, both skilled and loyal. But looking at them now, she couldn't help thinking, how could anyone call these two top soldiers? She sat down, slowly ate a few bites of the egg pancake, and drank half a bowl of millet porridge before stopping. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at the two men and said, Li Xiaohe, please find two strong women from the neighborhood. I need to go back to my mother's house later, and we'll need their help.
Li Xiaohe blinka.
Do you need them to move things? Dajiang, and I can do it. Sangqing shook her head. There are some things that wouldn't be proper for you two to handle. She spoke calmly and continued eating her breakfast. Li Xiaohe and Sun Dajiang exchanged a glance, remembering their commander's instructions to take good care of her and do whatever she asked. So, without another word, they went to do as she said. By the time Sangqing finished breakfast, Li Xiaohe had already brought back two strong women from the neighborhood. Sangqing's home was in town, and most of the people living in the same alley worked nearby. Even those without jobs would find small ways to help support their families, so the fact that Li Xiaohe could quickly find people to help showed he had some real ability. Sister-in-law, this is Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian. They live in the alley next to ours. Both are from Xiaohe village near our town and are quite strong. Li Xiaohe briefly introduced them to Sangqing, then said with a cheerful smile, "In a bit, these two aunts can help you pack your things." Sangqing nodded, stood up, and walked over to the two women. "I'm going back to my parents' house to get my things. If anyone tries to stop me, don't be polite, just stand your ground. I'll pay each of you 100 yuan afterward." The two women hesitated at first, but when they heard they'd each get 100 yuan, they immediately brightened up. At that time, a worker's monthly salary was just over 90 yuan. Earning 100 in one day was amazing. Only a fool would refuse. "Don't worry, young lady," one said. "With us here, not a single hair on your head will be touched." "That's right. We'll make sure you get all your things back." The other added. Li Xiaohe and Sun Dajiang were both stunned. They never expected that their sister-in-law's trip back home the next day would be to confront her own family. They knew that the commander's delicate wife had lost her mother early, and her father had remarried, bringing a stepmother and a stepsister into the house. Sangqing had always seemed spoiled and pampered, so they thought she had never suffered at home. But seeing her ready to march back and stand up for herself the day after getting married, it was clear she had been treated unfairly before. That wouldn't do. She was their commander's beloved wife. If she got hurt, they'd be in serious trouble. Li Xiaohe and Sun Dajiang exchanged a look, silently agreeing that he should call for backup. With how delicate their sister-in-law looked, two aunts might not be enough to protect her. As soldiers, they couldn't get directly involved in civilian disputes, but if a crowd situation broke out, they could always help maintain order. So, by the time Sangqing arrived at the Sang family home with the two aunts, the group Sun Dajiang had called was already on their way in full force. In front of the Sang family courtyard. "Qingqing, you just got married. Why are you back already? Did Commander Lu treat you badly? Don't worry, your father is here. We won't let anyone bully you." As soon as Chu Lanhua saw Sangqing, she put on the look of a kind stepmother and reached out to take Sangqing's arm, but Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian quickly stopped her. Sangqing sat down on the chair that Li Xiaohe had brought for her, crossed her arms, and looked calmly at the woman in front of her. "Chu Lanhua, I don't want to waste words. Today, you and old Sang should take your lovely daughter and move out of my house."
Sangqing.
"Are you out of your mind? You're the one who got married. Why should we move out?" Sang Yanyan jumped up angrily, almost ready to rush at Sangqing. She had always acted like a queen at home, and now that Sangqing was married, how dare she come back and give orders? Her mother had said that once Sangqing got married, everything valuable in the house would belong to her. Those things would become part of her dowry when she got married. Sangqing glanced at Sang Yanyan and raised her hand slightly. "Aunt Zhao, Aunt Qian." Seeing the two women roll up their sleeves, Sang Yanyan gritted her teeth. "Sangqing, do you still think you're some kind of young lady? If you dare let them hit me, I'll... Before she could finish, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian had already slapped her several times across the face. Realizing Sangqing was serious, Chu Lanhua quickly pulled Sang Yanyan back. Her fake smile disappeared, and she glared coldly at Sangqing. "Sangqing, you brought people here to your family's house to hit others. Aren't you afraid people will talk behind your back?" Sangqing raised her beautiful eyebrows and said coolly, "When did I bring people here to fight? I only came with two aunts to collect the dowry my mother left me. If someone happens to walk into a slap, that's not my fault. You." Sang Yanyan covered her swollen face and tried to rush forward again, but Chu Lanhua held her back. She lowered her voice and whispered to her daughter, "Don't fight her head-on. Your father will be back soon. Go call the elders of the Sang family." Sang Qingshan was on their side. As long as the family elders came, she didn't believe they couldn't deal with this stubborn girl. Even though Sang Yanyan was unwilling, she had no choice but to follow her mother's plan. After all, her mother had once defeated Sangqing's mother. Surely, she could handle Sangqing too. Sang Yanyan gave Sangqing a sharp look and ran out immediately. Li Xiaohe saw this and leaned closer to ask softly, "Sister-in-law." Sang Yanyan ran off. "She's probably going to call people over."
Should we?
Sangqing waved her hand calmly.
No ruse.
"The more people, the easier it'll be to handle." A faint smile curved her lips, making her already beautiful face even harder to refuse. Li Xiaohe quietly stepped back. No matter how many times he saw her, he still couldn't get used to how stunning she was. He really couldn't understand how that old man, Sangqing Shan, could treat her so harshly. Li Xiaohe silently made a note to report everything to their captain later. Humph. Anyone who dared to bully their sister-in-law would have to face their captain's anger. When Sangqing Shan pushed open the gate and stepped into the yard, he suddenly felt a chill down his neck. Seeing Sangqing sitting calmly in the courtyard, his brows furrowed. "Why are you back? Don't tell me Captain Lu sent you home, because you were being difficult again?" He looked her up and down with clear disapproval. "I'm warning you, stop causing trouble for Captain Lu. Even if you come back to your family home, I won't let you stay." He was about to scold her further when Chu Lanhua rushed over, crying, "Qing Shan, I can't take it anymore. Your daughter brought people here while you were gone. She's making it impossible for us to live in peace." Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian, who were watching nearby, couldn't help but whisper to each other. At her age, she still knows how to act sweet in front of a man. I could never pull that off.
Exactly.
No wonder she managed to remarry a factory director. That takes skill.
True.
Otherwise, how could she have pushed out the man's first wife's daughter? The two women gossiped loudly, not bothering to lower their voices, their words hitting Sangqing Shan and Chu Lanhua right in the face. Sangqing Shan's hands, which had been holding Chu Lanhua, stiffened slightly. He coughed awkwardly, his face turning red, and continued to scold Sangqing. "What's wrong with you? Before you got married, you bullied your stepmother and sister. Now that you're married, you still bring people here to cause trouble. Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Sangqing rested her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh, you want to teach me a lesson? You're not qualified." Sangqing Shan's anger flared up at Sangqing's words. Without a word, he grabbed a broom and was about to hit her, but before he could get close, he was slapped twice across the face.
Slap. Slap. Ah.
Sangqing Shan was stunned. Covering his face, he looked in disbelief at Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian, who were standing in front of Sangqing. You two, what are you doing?" "I already said these two aunts came to help me move things. Some people just don't know when to stay out of the way," Sangqing said, tilting her head with a helpless look that nearly made Sangqing Shan explode with anger.
Sangqing.
"I'm your father. This is disrespectful. I'll tell the clan elders and have you expelled from the family." Sangqing rolled her eyes elegantly.
You?
"Do you even deserve to?" Sangqing Shan was speechless with rage and tried to rush forward again, but Chu Lanhua stopped him. "Old Sang, don't argue with Qing because of me. I know she feels upset that I became her stepmother, and I understand, but..." Chu Lanhua looked at Sangqing timidly. "But Qing, you shouldn't treat your father like this."
Sangqing sneered.
"And what does that have to do with you?" Chu Lanhua fell silent. Sangqing Shan trembled with fury, pointing at Sangqing. "Is this how you treat your mother?" "That's your mother," Sangqing said coldly. "My mother is gone. If she wants to be my mother, she can hang her picture on the wall. You. The clan elders are here." Suddenly, Sang Yanyan's voice came from the doorway. A moment later, several elderly men entered, led by her. Many neighbors who had heard the commotion also came in to watch. Sang Yanyan gave Sangqing a proud, mocking look before quickly running to Chu Lanhua's side. Over the years, the clan elders had received plenty of gifts from her father. She didn't believe they would take Sangqing's side against her. Once her father drove Sangqing out of the house, she planned to move into her room. All those beautiful clothes and jewelry from the port city would finally be hers. When Sangqing Shan saw the clan elders arrive, he quickly invited them in. "Elders, thank you for coming. What an unfortunate day for our family. Li Xiaohe noticed that things were turning against Sangqing and instinctively looked toward the door. There stood Sun Da-jung. Good, everyone who needed to be here had arrived. Even if their sister-in-law caused a scene, they now had enough people to handle it. The elders glanced at Sangqing, who stood out in the crowd, their faces full of disapproval. The leading elder struck his cane hard against the ground and said sternly, Sangqing, you just got married, and now you're causing trouble at your parents' home. Don't you know any manners? Sangqing raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. It's exactly because I'm married that I came to make things clear. Otherwise, some people might really think the Sang family has no one left to stand up for it. The elder frowned deeply, confused by her words. Sangqing, what do you mean by that? Sangqing didn't bother to explain further. She reached into her shirt pocket and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper. This is the document Sangqing Shan signed when he married into our Sang family. My mother passed away less than a year later, and he got together with Chu Lanhua. By tradition, that means he married out of the family. So, after my own marriage, what's wrong with me reclaiming our family property? As soon as she finished speaking, the courtyard fell silent. Everyone stared at Sangqing Shan and Sangqing in shock. No one had ever imagined that Sangqing Shan had married into the Sang family. Back then, Sangqing's mother, Sang Wanru, had kept that fact quiet to protect his reputation. That was why, when he remarried, no one said anything. But now that everyone knew he had married into the family and remarried less than a year after his first wife's death, how would they see him? Sangqing Shan's face turned dark with anger.
Sangqing.
You're talking nonsense. Is this what I taught you? He lunged forward, trying to snatch the paper from her hand.
Slap.
You.
Slap. Slap.
Before Sangqing Shan could reach Sangqing, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Qian stepped in front of him. They slapped him hard across the face, the sound echoing even louder than before. Earlier, they had only acted because they were paid to help, but now they were clearly adding a bit of personal feeling to it. Such a man deserves everyone's condemnation. Even Mrs. Qian, who had just raised her hand to hit Sangqing Shan, couldn't help but spit in disgust.
Ugh.
Taking a young girl's things to support another woman, shameless. Exactly. I thought it was the daughter who caused trouble after marriage, but it turns out the ungrateful son-in-law just wanted to take everything for himself. Shameless. Truly shameless. And this kind of person is still a director? Sangqing Shan covered his face, glaring angrily at Sangqing, then quickly turned to the clan elders. Elders, please judge fairly. No matter what, I'm still Sangqing's father. Treating me like this is unfilial. The elders had often received favors from Sangqing Shan, so naturally, they stood on his side. The leading elder cleared his throat. Sangqing, let's not talk about your father marrying into your family first. He not talk about it? Then what should we talk about? About how he withheld my living expenses, or how Sang Yanyan is actually the child he had with another woman behind my mother's back. Sangqing's voice was soft, but her words struck like thunder, shocking everyone present.
Chu Lanhua was the first to panic.
What Sangqing said was true, but this must never spread, otherwise, how could her daughter ever marry in the future? You're lying. There was nothing improper between me and Qing Shan. Chu Lanhua's sharp voice made Sangqing's ears ache. Sangqing frowned slightly, looking at her with clear displeasure. If she hadn't awakened her memories, she would never have known that Chu Lanhua was the woman Sangqing Shan had secretly been seeing, or that Sang Yanyan was actually his biological daughter. No wonder Chu Lanhua had brought that child into their home, and Sangqing Shan treated her so well, better even than his own daughter. So Sang Yanyan was his real daughter all along.
Ha!
Sang Yanyan was only a month younger than her. Sangqing Shan really knew how to pretend. Whether I'm lying or not, a simple test at the hospital will prove it. Sang Yanyan looks so much like Sangqing Shan, there's no way to deny it. Sangqing looked coldly at Chu Lanhua, her expression full of disdain. By right, Sangqing Shan married into the Sang family. Since he was unfaithful first and remarried after my mother's death, he should return everything that belongs to the Sang family. Shan listened to Sangqing calling him a live-in son-in-law and talking about marrying out, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with anger. But right now, he couldn't do anything to her. In front of her stood two fierce old women, and behind her was a young man with a straight posture, clearly a soldier. He had thought that finding someone from the village for Sangqing to marry would settle everything. But somehow, she got involved with that army officer. Now, she not only stayed in town, but even brought people home to challenge him. It made him furious. Shan gritted his teeth. You don't get to decide. Since you're married, you have nothing to do with the Sang family anymore. Then he turned to the clan elders. Elders, say something. You're all respected members of the Sang family. How can you let a young girl talk over you? The elders exchanged glances, then began to speak one after another. Sangqing, since you're married, your mother's side of the family is no longer your concern. There's no need to argue with your father over this. That's right. Parents are never truly wrong. Your mother is gone. Surely you don't want to cut ties with your father too? Our Sang family can't have someone so disrespectful. Being filial means respecting your elders. You should understand that, Sangqing. Sangqing clasped her small hands together, tapping lightly on the back of one, as if watching a play. Her half-smiling eyes looked at the elders in front of her. She waited until they were all out of breath before finally speaking. Are you all done talking? When she saw that they had said enough, she stood up and looked at them coldly. As long as I, Sangqing, am still here, I'm part of the Sang family. Anyone who wants to stand up for Shan, step forward. The rest of you leave now, before things get ugly. You're so stubborn. The leading elder angrily struck his cane on the ground and glared at Sangqing. Sangqing gave a short laugh. Oh, you still know how to use big words at your age? I thought you old men, who act without respect and side with Shan to bully others, didn't even know how to read. You. What about me? You keep talking about being respectful or not. When your father passed away, if you were so devoted, why didn't you go with him? Sangqing pointed at another elder who had just been spitting while arguing and continued. And you always talk about being a good child. Your mother scolds you every day. Why don't you listen to her then? What's wrong? You don't want to. And all of you, old enough but still not wise. Do you know what people outside call you? Old busybodies. Every day you gossip about others like stray dogs. What's wrong? Is your family missing that bit of peace and quiet? Sangqing went on a full verbal attack, leaving those who had wanted to argue back red-faced and speechless. Chu Lanhua, Sangqing, and Sang Yanyan were completely stunned. They never expected the usually gentle Sangqing to have such a sharp tongue. Standing behind her, Li Xiaohe couldn't help but admire her strength. With this kind of verbal battle, their leader would never win against her. It was better to keep her happy and never make her angry. Li Xiaohe looked at the group of elderly men being scolded like children and didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for them. Ahem, sister-in-law, weren't we here to move things today? Seeing Sangqing trying to slip away, Li Xiaohe quickly signaled to Sun Dajiang. In an instant, more than 10 strong men blocked the Sang family's gate. The man at the back even locked the door. Sangqing gave Li Xiaohe a quick glance, then turned to the leading elder. Since you're all here, you can be our witnesses. Today, our Sang family is expelling the live-in son-in-law, Sangqing. He must also return the dowry within 3 days. Pfft. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back a laugh, and soon the whole courtyard was filled with chuckles. After all, a man marrying into his wife's family wasn't unusual, but being called out by his own daughter and asked to return the dowry was quite a sight. Sangqingshan's face turned red with anger. He shouted fiercely at Sangqing, "Don't even think about it. Even if it costs me everything, I will never let you drive me out of the Sang family." Sangqing sighed softly and looked at the elders. "There's no other way. You all heard it yourselves. This is what he asked for." She waved her small hand. "Then go ahead. Teach him a lesson, and after that, report it to the police." A person with no morals deserves to be punished. As his daughter, I'll report him myself. It's the right thing to do. As soon as she finished speaking, the group of strong men at the door rushed forward and started beating Sangqing. Ever since he married Sang Wanru, Sangqing had lived an easy life and had never suffered like this. After just a few punches, he fell to the ground, crying out in pain.
Stop. Please.
Help. He couldn't even form a full sentence, let alone beg properly. Chu Lanhua trembled at the sight.
Sangqing.
He's your father. What if they hurt him too badly? If that happens, he brought it on himself. Sangqing replied coldly. He's done terrible things for years. If we hand him over to the police, do you think you two won't be punished too? Before Chu Lanhua could finish speaking, Sangqing cut her off, her eyes sharp and knowing. Chu Lanhua opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, as if her throat was blocked. Fear filled her heart. Fear that Sangqing really had evidence. Fear that she would expose everything in front of everyone. If that happened, they wouldn't just lose their reputation, they might end up in jail. Thinking this, Chu Lanhua threw herself over Sangqing.
Stop. Please stop.
We agree. Before she could finish, she was also kicked a few times and almost thrown aside. But the brief pause she created gave Sangqing a chance to speak. I agree. Please, no more. He lay on the ground like a broken man, completely humiliated. Hearing his words, the men stopped and stepped back, standing neatly behind Sangqing. Since you've come to your senses, Sangqing said calmly, let the elders set the terms, and we'll sign the agreement peacefully. Sangqing's voice was still soft and sweet, and with her overly beautiful little face, it was easy for anyone to lower their guard around her. Of course, that was only if they ignored the dozen tall, strong men standing behind her. The clan elders were already sweating, deeply regretting getting involved in this mess. But since they were already here, they had no choice but to follow this young woman's orders. The leading elder sat trembling in a chair, holding a pen and carefully writing as instructed. Sangqing glanced at him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said coolly, Elder, Sangqing was expelled from the Sang family for breaking family rules. You know how to write that, right? The elder swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Why, yes, expelled from the Sang family, leaves with nothing, and returns all the wedding gifts, correct? Sangqing nodded, then seemed to remember something. Oh, and the aunts and neighbors I called to help with the move. He'll cover all their expenses.
Sangqing.
Sangqing suddenly sat up from the floor, glaring at her. Aren't you going too far? I can go even further. Believe it or not, Sangqing rolled her eyes. You should be thankful I didn't throw your things straight into the trash. Sangqing almost fainted from anger, clutching his chest and pointing at her with a trembling hand. Qingshan, what's wrong? Chu Lanhua held him, looking at Sangqing with a pained expression. Sangqing, are you trying to drive your father to his grave? Aren't you afraid people will talk behind your back? If anyone's being talked about, it'll be your little family, not me, Sangqing said with a smirk.
Besides,
the one who caused all this is you, the woman who ruined someone else's marriage. After saying that, Sangqing didn't look at them again. She turned to the others and said, everyone move quickly. Take everything inside and outside the house. No way. Chu Lanhua immediately protested when she heard Sangqing wanted to take everything. Taking away her wedding gifts was one thing, but emptying the entire house? What was that supposed to mean? She stood up to stop the movers, but before she could speak, Sangqing said coolly, don't be in such a hurry. You'll have plenty to worry about later. Once everything is moved out, I'm selling this house. You'd better find another place to live soon. Oh, what a disaster. What a disaster. Chu Lanhua, seeing how unreasonable Sangqing was, slapped her thighs and made a scene on the ground, trying to gain sympathy from the onlookers. Unfortunately, everyone they had called was intimidated by Sangqing. The rest were either just watching or were people she had brought herself. So Chu Lanhua's crying was useless. No one spoke up for her. After kicking her legs a few times in frustration, she crawled towards Sangqing again. Qingshan, what should we do? Sangqing was clearly determined to go against them. Staying any longer would only make things worse. Sangqing understood this well. His calculating eyes shifted slightly, and he lowered his voice. Don't act rashly yet. Go ask that person first. Maybe there's still a way to fix this. Hearing that, Chu Lanhua stopped crying. She wiped her face, helped Sangqing up, and was about to leave with Sang Yanyan.
Wait.
Before they could step out of the yard, Sangqing spoke again. You haven't signed the family agreement drafted by the elders. Where do you think you're going? As soon as she finished, Li Xiaohe handed the written document to Sangqing. His expression changed several times before he finally signed it. He angrily threw the paper back. Sangqing, you'll regret this. Don't think that just because you're married, you have someone to rely on. Without your family support, you'll be left with nothing. Watch your mouth. Our commander isn't someone like you. Li Xiaohe immediately retorted. You're insulting a soldier's honor. Sangqing was speechless. He really wanted to curse. Why did every word he said get turned against him? It seemed nothing was going right today. He decided it was better to talk things over with that person first and make a new plan. I won't argue with you now. You'll regret this one day. With that, Sangqing pushed through the crowd and left. Before they could take a few steps, Sangqing stopped them again. Did I say you could leave? What more do you want? Sang Yanyan finally lost her temper. After she and her parents had already been scolded, this Sangqing still wouldn't let them go. How annoying! Sangqing pointed at the document they had just signed. It says here that you're responsible for all the moving costs, 100 each. At that, Sangqing, Chu Lanhua, and Sang Yanyan all cried out at the same time. Why don't you just rob us? Sang Yanyan was so angry, she almost wanted to poke Sangqing's forehead. What was she thinking? 100 each? A worker's monthly salary was only a little over 90. And she dared to ask for 100 per person? Sangqing didn't care. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Over the years, Sangqing had taken plenty of advantage of the Sang family's connections. There was money in the bank, but who knew how much he had secretly kept for himself? Those hidden things couldn't be counted, and she couldn't take them all back anyway. But making him feel the loss a little, she was more than happy to do that. Sangqing glared at her, his eyes full of anger, but with so many people watching, he had no chance to do anything. Fine, I'll pay, he said through gritted teeth. But I don't have that much cash right now. No problem, Sangqing replied calmly. With the elders here as witnesses, the money can be deducted from your salary. After all these years you haven't given a single cent to the family. It's all been my mother's dowry money you've been spending. She didn't spare him any dignity, tearing down his pride in front of everyone. The crowd burst into chatter. Oh my, old Sang's been living quite comfortably, hasn't he? Keeping all his wages for himself? Not just that. Doesn't he have another woman outside to support? He's a live-in son-in-law, remember? It's normal for the wife's family to give him money. Ha 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 ha. Sangqing's face turned red with shame. He spat out, just you wait, and hurried away. With the elders as witnesses, Sangqing wasn't worried he would try to cheat her. She ordered everyone to turn the Sang family's house upside down, not even leaving a pair of chopsticks for Sangqing. She didn't need them herself, but let Sangqing's family benefit? No way. When Sangqing returned home and looked around the yard, her eyes fell on Sun Dajiang and Li Xiaohe. These grains, kitchen tools, and the belongings of the Sang family, see if there's anything you need. Take what you want first and share the rest with others. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. The Sang family had quite a lot of things, pots, bowls, clothes, shoes, many of which were still valuable. Life was better now than before, but many families still had to pass down old clothes from adults to children. 3 years new, 3 years old, and patched for another 3 years. So, naturally, many people were interested in the Sang family's belongings. Sangqing waved her hand and went straight back to her room. She sat on the bed, looking at the boxes piled up around her, frowning deeply. Although she disliked that old man Sangqing, he wasn't completely wrong about one thing. It really was hard for a woman like her to keep all these things safe. In the past, she would have scoffed at the idea, but now that she had awakened and realized she was just a minor character in a story, things were different. That made protecting these belongings even harder. She remembered that in the original story, everything her mother had left her was taken by the Sang family. Even until her death, she never got any of it back. But now, she had reclaimed it all. Did that mean her choices could change her fate? Resting her chin on her hand, Sangqing thought carefully about what would happen next. In the story, after Lu Qiansa met the heroine Jiang Mengmeng, Sangqing treated them differently, often picking on Jiang Mengmeng and making trouble in front of Lu Qiansa. To stop that from happening, there were only two options: stay away from Lu Qiansa or stay away from Jiang Mengmeng. Lu Qiansa was her husband now. Why should she be the one to leave? Unless that man really treated her differently from Jiang Mengmeng, then he'd be in serious trouble. Since that was the case, she might as well follow Lu Qiansa when he went with the army. That way, she could stay far from Jiang Mengmeng and also stop Lu Qiansa from meeting her again. Two problems solved at once. Thinking of this, Sangqing suddenly felt much better. She picked up the small redwood box on the bed. Inside were the pieces of jewelry left to her by Sang Wanru. Sangqing flipped through them casually, then noticed a plain-looking jade pendant lying inside. She paused for a moment, remembering that in the book she had read, the heroine also had a similar pendant of poor quality. In that story, the pendant had absorbed a drop of blood during an argument with Jiang Mengmeng and then revealed a hidden space. Sangqing blinked her beautiful eyes, hesitated briefly, then pricked her fingertip with a needle and smeared a drop of blood on the pendant. Almost instantly, the pendant vanished before her eyes and merged into the space between her brows. Without even entering the space, she could clearly see everything inside. Surrounded by misty clouds was a forest, with a golden river flowing through it. By the river stood a small wooden house. Inside were all kinds of bottles and jars, looking just like an ancient alchemy room. Her gaze swept over the labels and stopped at Wisdom Pill and Strength Pill. The next second, both items appeared in her hands.
Sangqing.
After a brief pause, she swallowed them both. The pills melted instantly in her mouth. Warmth spread through her body, filling her with energy, and her mind became clearer than ever. Things that had once confused her now seemed easy to understand. If she remembered correctly, the book had described the heroine's space exactly like this, hadn't it? A spiritual spring and planting space?
But
didn't the heroine's version only have a small stream? There was no house, and certainly not this vast mountain forest. It was obvious there were many treasures here. Sangqing let out a soft laugh. So the so-called heroine was just someone who relied on luck and took what belonged to others? Without this pendant, how much value did Jiang Mengmeng really have as the main character? Sangqing recalled that in the book, almost all of the heroine's fortunes came from the spiritual spring and the storage ability of the space. Her lips curved into a slow smile. Since she had reclaimed the space, all those opportunities connected to the heroine now belonged to her. Just as she was thinking this, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A tall figure suddenly rushed in and, in the next second, lifted Sangqing from the bed by her arms. Suspended in the air, Sangqing was speechless. "Are you hurt, my dear?" Before Lu Qiansa could finish, Sangqing lightly slapped his forehead with her soft hand. "I'm not hurt."
Put me down,
she said, blushing and struggling a little. But afraid of falling from such a height, she could only glare at him angrily. Seeing that she was fine, Lu Qiansa finally relaxed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he held his wife gently on his lap. "Why didn't you wait for me to come back before going to move your dowry?" He brushed the loose strands of hair from her ear, his voice filled with concern. Lu Qiansa had always been focused on marrying her and had even investigated the Sang family several times, but he had never discovered that they treated her badly. It seemed his men had been careless, missing something so important. Because of that, his wife had suffered, and he hadn't even known. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Qiansa softly kissed Sangqing's cheek, but she quickly covered his mouth and pushed him away. Her bright eyes stared straight at him as she asked seriously, Lu Qiansa, do you dislike me? Lu Qiansa was stunned. Dislike her? Who had been spreading such nonsense? He liked her more than anything. How could he possibly dislike her? When Sangqing saw that he didn't answer, she thought he agreed. Her face darkened. If you really dislike me for being difficult, just say it. We can get a divorce. She huffed. As she tried to get out of his arms, Lu Qiansa held her firmly by the waist, his expression turning serious. He had worked so hard to win her heart. How could he ever let her go? Dear, I don't dislike you, he said softly. You're my wife. You're beautiful and kind. How could I dislike you? If anything, it's you who might dislike me. He turned her around, gently resting her head against his shoulder, and patted her back to comfort her. I must have done something good in my past life to be lucky enough to marry you. I treasure you more than anything. He stroked her hair gently, his touch calm and reassuring. When she only bit his collarbone twice in anger, leaving 2 faint marks, Lu Qiansa finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. He knew his wife well. Aside from loving to look pretty and acting a little spoiled with him, she didn't really have a temper. Even when she bit him, it was more like a cat's playful scratch, and he actually found it endearing. Even if she got upset and went back to her parents' home, the most she would do was pack up everything and drive his father's family out of the house. She was kind. She never truly hurt anyone. Lu Qiansa's sharp black eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking about how strange Sangqing had been acting, he carefully asked, Honey, did someone say something to you? Sangqing had just calmed down, but when she heard that, her anger flared up again. Everyone outside is saying I'm spoiled and bossy, that I make you do everything, and that you must be sick of me. Lu Qiansa almost laughed in disbelief. Yes, his wife was a little spoiled, but bossy? Not at all. And when she asked him to do things, she always showed affection in return. Now that they were married, he felt even luckier. He actually liked being asked to help her. Knowing she was upset, he decided to comfort her in another way. He gently lifted her chin and kissed her softly. The person in his arms was warm and delicate, and he held her close, his rough fingertips brushing lightly against her skin. Memories of their closeness from the night before flashed through his mind, and he felt his heart race again. Every time he was near Sangqing, he couldn't help but feel drawn to her. He was completely captivated by her. After a while, he finally pulled back, his breathing still a little heavy. He whispered near her ear, his voice low and coaxing, Be good, sweetheart. Tell me, who's been talking behind your back, Sangqing's head felt a little dizzy. When she heard Lu Qiansa's question, all she could think of was how, in the original story, the heroine always made her look bad by calling her spoiled. Without thinking, she blurted out, Jiang Mengmeng, that awful woman. Lu Qiansa? Jiang Mengmeng? If he remembered correctly, Sangqing had never even interacted with her before. He had already investigated the families living in the nearby alleys to ensure Sangqing's safety. As for Jiang Mengmeng, he only remembered her because her family had been causing quite a stir lately, arguing over splitting the household and selling marinated food. That woman, Jiang Mengmeng, looked like someone with a lot on her mind. He didn't know when she had met Sangqing, but if she could make his wife want a divorce, she was definitely trouble. The whole Jiang family was difficult. How could anything good come from them? Jiang Mengmeng wanted to break away from her family and live a better life.
Dream on.
Thinking this, Lu Qiansa gently rubbed his nose against Sangqing's neck and said softly, It's all my fault. I won't let anyone speak badly of you again. Let me make it up to you, okay? He leaned closer, his voice low and gentle. Today, I'll take good care of you. Sangqing came back to her senses and tried to push his head away, but he didn't move. She frowned, grabbed his hair, and pulled his head up with some effort. That strength booster didn't seem to work very well. Sangqing glanced at him and said, Since you admit you were wrong, does that mean you'll agree to anything I ask? Except divorce, Lu Qiansa said, his eyes suddenly darkening. His hand around her waist tightened. Sangqing bit his chin lightly and rolled her eyes. I think you're the one who wants a divorce, huh? Seeing her pouty expression, the darkness in his eyes faded, and he smiled slightly, tugging at his collar. All right, you can be mad if you want. No one will see. Sangqing glanced at the faint bite marks and felt a little guilty. Had she really bitten that hard? She pressed her lips together, turned her face away, and muttered, I'm not letting you off that easily. I still have one more request. Lu Qiansa raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Too bad, she wasn't going to tease him anymore. But he quickly composed himself and asked, Then what do you want? Meeting his gaze, Sangqing hesitated for a moment before saying softly, I want to go with the army. She knew that in a few days, Lu Qiansa would be leaving. He had come to Hongqi town for a mission, but after being tricked by her, he filed a report and married her. The higher-ups hadn't given him much time, so he would have to return soon. Lu Qiansa was clearly surprised by Sangqing's words. He was so happy he could hardly contain himself. He wished he could keep her by his side wherever he went. But his wife was delicate and insisted on staying behind. Even though he missed her terribly, he had to grit his teeth and let her stay. He never expected that she would now ask to go with him. His heart was full of excitement, but he tried to stay calm and asked casually, Why did you change your mind? You know that once I apply for you to come with me, there's no turning back. He gently rubbed her fingertips, his eyes fixed on her face, afraid to miss any sign of emotion. Sangqing poked him with her small hand, unhappy. What? You don't want me to go? Do you have someone else in the army? Is that why you're afraid to take me? Lu Qiansa almost laughed at her accusation. You, he said fondly, pinching her cheek. Did you forget? I wanted you to come with me before, but you refused. That's why I'm asking, why the change of heart? Did something happen with your family? If he had known that a fight with her family would make her willing to go with him, he would have done it long ago.
Sangqing blinked nervously.
She couldn't tell him the real reason, that she knew if she stayed in Hongqi town, she would only become a stepping stone for Jiang Mengmeng to get close to him. Since he mentioned her family, she didn't mind adding a little more. In the original story, her family had often spoken badly about her in front of Lu Qiansa. Chu Lanhua said that if I went with you, you'd bully me because my family isn't around. She even said soldiers might hit their wives. Sangqing spoke smoothly, without hesitation. Old Sang said you only married me because I'm pretty, and that once you got tired of me, you'd leave. And Sang Yan. She looked at Lu Qiansa with a hint of sadness and muttered, She's just waiting for you to divorce me, so she can marry you herself. She wasn't wrong. Those were all things written in the book. Lu Qiansa. He had never been this speechless in his life. He thought that after marrying his wife, his position would be secure. He never expected that none of the people around her were trustworthy. He almost lost his place, and he hadn't even realized it. Wife, you're wronging me. I'm a soldier. How could I ever hurt you? If anyone gets hit, it would be me, and I'd let you do it. As he spoke, Lu Qiansa gently placed her small hand on his cheek, showing that she could do whatever she wanted. As for being overly affectionate, he didn't think he would ever get tired of it. Lu Qiansa knew he had always been different from other children. He had a strong sense of possession over what he cared about. What belonged to him could only ever belong to him. Especially someone like Sangqing. Just one look from her bright, gentle eyes could make his heart race uncontrollably. He wished he could keep her close every day until she could only look at him with those soft eyes and call his name sweetly. Just thinking about it sent a pleasant shiver down his spine. Before meeting Sangqing, Lu Qiansa never thought of himself as a kind man. In his world, there was only the battlefield and his missions. Anyone who dared to scheme against him, he would make sure they paid the price. And now someone had dared to target his wife. Since they had the courage to plot, they would have to face his anger. He would make sure they regretted it completely. Then tell me, should I follow you when you're on duty? Sangqing asked again, taking the chance to press him further. Her small hand gripped his collar, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with a clear warning. It was as if she was saying, if he dared to say no, he'd be in trouble. Lu Qianzi couldn't help but laugh softly. He kissed her cheek and said, "Of course, of course. Even if you change your mind, I'll still carry you with me." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he held her even tighter. He knew Sangqing had approached him because of his status and background, but he was also grateful that he had something she valued. So he carefully hid his darker, possessive side, not wanting this delicate girl to see it. She admired his status, so he worked hard to climb higher, wanting to give her the best of everything. He never expected her to love him, but he wanted to make sure she would never choose anyone else. Lu Qianzi lowered his gaze, his voice soft near her ear. Beneath his calm appearance hid a deep, unspoken longing. "Dear, let me take care of you, all right?" His breath brushed against her ear, making Sangqing shiver slightly. She was about to push him away, but then remembered she had just asked him to let her join him in the army. Would rejecting him now make her seem heartless? Sangqing glanced at Lu Qianzi and saw him looking at her with hopeful eyes.
Sangqing.
Dear Lu Qianzi didn't press further, only gently kissed her neck. Sangqing couldn't stand his teasing anymore. She grabbed his collar and bit him lightly in mock anger. Lu Qianzi's eyes lit up. "Dear, are you in the mood again?"
Fine.
Sangqing rolled her eyes. "But if you don't make me happy today, you'll be in trouble." She playfully pinched his waist, but before she could say more, Lu Qianzi suddenly pulled her into his arms, and they both fell onto the bed, laughing. He no longer hid his affection, showering her with warm, playful kisses from head to toe. His strong desire to hold her close made him forget everything else. Sangqing's face turned red as she tried to catch her breath, embarrassed by his enthusiasm. How could he be so bold? She glared at him, but he only chuckled hoarsely. "Dear, stop teasing me, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow."
Sangqing.
Humph, what a shameless man. Always bullying her. Just wait. Once she drinks the spirit spring water, she'll be the one in charge. Then it'll be her turn to tease Lu Qianzi. "What are you thinking about?" His low, dangerous voice sounded above her, startling Sangqing. She instinctively tried to kick him, but Lu Qianzi caught her foot. His handsome eyes held a teasing smile as he looked down at her. "If my wife is distracted at a time like this, it must mean I haven't done well enough. I'll fix that right away." "No, don't." Before Sangqing could finish, Lu Qianzi pulled her close again, leaving her no chance to speak. Just before her mind went blank, one last thought flashed through her head. There was no way she'd be leaving the house today. Meanwhile, the three members of the Sang family, whom Sangqing had sent away, went to stay at a guest house. Sang Qingshan had wanted Sang Yanyan and Chu Lanhua to stay in the dormitory at his factory, but the two women refused. They were afraid of being gossiped about by the workers, so they insisted on going elsewhere. Left with no choice, Sang Qingshan sent them to the guest house. Then he turned back toward the alley, this time heading to another house a few lanes away. He knocked on the door a few times, then quickly stepped aside to hide. When the wooden door opened, Sang Qingshan waved at the person inside before disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Mengmeng frowned as she closed the door, feeling irritated. Since yesterday, she had been uneasy, and just moments ago, a sharp pain in her chest had nearly made her faint. Although she looked fine now, her face was still pale. She looked at Sang Qingshan with displeasure. "Why are you here? Didn't we agree that if I don't come to you, you shouldn't come looking for me?" She had arrived in this world the year she was supposed to take her college entrance exams. 8 years had passed, yet she still hadn't managed to leave the Jang family's small home. Other people who ended up in stories like this started with magical spaces or treasures, but all she got was a useless wealth accumulation system. Back then, she had been only 11 years old, with not even a few coins to her name. How was she supposed to accumulate wealth? Fortunately, she knew the story's plot. She sold information to Sang Qingshan, earning enough to exchange for a system upgrade. That was how she got her current fortune absorption system, which she successfully linked to Sangqing. From then on, whenever she made Sangqing's life harder, the system would take away Sangqing's luck and give it to her instead. Sangqing had been the story's troublesome supporting character anyway, doomed to a bad end. Now that she was being used for Jiang Mingming's benefit, Jiang thought it was only fair, almost like fate rewarding her. Who told her to scheme against the male lead in the original story? She was just taking a little interest, that's all. When Sangqing heard Jiang Mingming's words, his face darkened. Although he had used her help to get many things done in the past, he had also given her plenty of money. Now that he came to her for help, how could she treat him like this? Sangqing frowned and finally said after a long pause, Sangqing somehow found out about me and Chulanhua. Now she's gone to the clan elders and had the three of us thrown out of the family. Great Immortal, do you have any advice?
What?
Jiang Mengmeng couldn't believe her ears. Sangqing was so useless that his own daughter had kicked him out of the house? No wonder she had been feeling unwell. Sangqing's fortune must have grown again. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she looked at Sangqing. No matter what, you're still her father. She's acting so disrespectfully. Didn't the clan elders say anything to her? Sangqing fell silent. They wanted to speak up, but that girl was truly tough. She had gathered many people to support her. Even if the elders wanted to intervene, they didn't dare. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, well, Great Immortal, I married into the Sang family. After she got married, she indeed had the right to manage the household. Sangqing didn't want to admit it, but a man who married into his wife's family and then took another wife would indeed be expelled. He had relied on Sangqing being young and unaware, so he hadn't cared before. Who would have thought that once she found strong backing, she would come straight to confront him? Jiang Mengmeng was furious. Just thinking about Lu Qiansa made her even angrier. She had suppressed Sangqing for so long, waiting for the moment Sangqing would make a mistake and lose her reputation. Then Jiang Mengmeng could not only gain a surge of good fortune but also win Lu Qiansa's favor. But to her surprise, Lu Qiansa not only fell for the trap, but also completely ignored her indirect warning. Was her hint too subtle? Jiang Mengmeng had wanted Lu Qiansa to think she was a kind girl who would never deliberately ruin someone's name. But things turned out the opposite. Now, the two people who had never been close in the original story had actually become a real couple. Jiang Mengmeng gritted her teeth. Since she's so heartless, there's no need for you to treat her as part of the Sang family anymore. Seeing this, Sangqing lowered his voice and asked, Do you have a way to solve this, Miss Jiang? Jiang Mengmeng gave a short laugh. Sangqing only relies on Lu Qiansa now. Once he leaves, won't she be completely at your mercy? In the original story, Sangqing didn't want to follow Lu Qiansa to the army and live a hard life. She only asked him to send his allowance home every month. Lu Qiansa also disliked how Sangqing always acted superior, so he soon returned to the army. When that happened, without Lu Qiansa's protection and with so much money in her hands, she would surely be taken advantage of by others. But our family's reputation has already been ruined by that ungrateful girl. Sangqing said angrily. If it weren't for Sangqing, no one in Hongqi town would even know that he had married into his wife's family. Right now, instead of punishing Sangqing cared more about restoring his reputation. He was still a supervisor at the clothing factory. If his name was ruined, he could forget about ever getting promoted. Jiang Mengmeng frowned at his lack of ambition. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes as if she had thought of something. Sangqing may have damaged your family's reputation, but outsiders don't know who's right or wrong. If her own reputation gets worse now, not only will she lose Lu Qiansa's support, but no one will pay attention to your family's situation anymore. Since she couldn't persuade Lu Qiansa before, she decided to let the Sang family destroy Sangqing instead.
The result would be the same in the end.
Once Sangqing's good fortune was completely gone, Jiang Mengmeng could move on to find another target. Hearing this, Sangqing's eyes lit up. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Jiang. I understand now. That unfilial girl dared to disrespect her own father. He wouldn't show her any mercy anymore. The next morning, Sangqing woke up groggily. The sky was still gray and misty, and a light rain was falling. She glanced at the watch on the table. It was only 9 o'clock. Her whole body ached, just like the day before. Annoyed, She muttered a few complaints about Lu Qiansa in her heart, then took out some spiritual spring water from her space and drank it. In the original story, the spiritual spring water could not only save lives at critical moments, but also restore the body's functions. Drinking it often could even improve one's health, truly a magical gift. She took a few gulps, and the soreness in her body quickly faded. After thinking for a moment, Sangqing drank another cup of the spring water. When all her fatigue was gone, she changed her clothes and stepped out of the room. To her surprise, there was no one at home. She guessed that Lu Qiansa probably thought she wouldn't wake up early after how exhausted she had been yesterday, so he didn't leave anyone to watch the house. That was fine. She could take advantage of the empty house to buy more supplies for the island and store them in her space. Before she awakened her ability, Sangqing really didn't want to follow Lu Qiansa to the military post. The place where he was stationed was an island, and living conditions there were much tougher than in their town. It was said that ships only went to the town once a week to buy supplies, and even fresh water had to be brought in by boat. For someone like her, who needed to bathe every day, that would have been difficult. Fortunately, she had the spiritual spring. With such a large river of it, she could bathe or even swim every day without worry. So now, she just needed to buy as many useful items as possible for life on the island. Thinking this, Sangqing looked at the jeans and long-sleeve shirt placed by the bed and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Fine. Since that troublesome man Lu Qiansa had at least prepared clothes for her in advance, she would remember this favor. And once she recovered fully with the spring water, she would make sure he paid for all the trouble he caused her. After tidying up a bit, Sangqing stored all her valuables in her space, including the money she had taken from the Sang family. Keeping them there was much safer than leaving them at home. Patting her now empty cloth bag, she headed straight to the supply store. She bought many daily necessities: soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, and other essentials. She also picked up her favorite snacks and candies. After putting all the bags into her space, she planned to go to a restaurant to buy some ready-made meals to store as well. Sangqing didn't know how to cook, and once they were on the island, if Lu Qiansa had to go on a mission, she couldn't just go hungry. As for learning to cook, she thought even a dog tied to the stove might learn faster than she could. As soon as Sangqing stepped into the restaurant, a mocking voice called out, "Well, if it isn't the eldest daughter of the Sang family. After driving your own father out, you've got money to eat out now?" Sangqing glanced at the rude man, then at Sang Yanyan sitting at the same table, frowning slightly. She recognized the man, Wang Chong, one of Sang Yanyan's admirers and a worker at the clothing factory. But Sang Yanyan clearly didn't like him. Well, if it isn't Sang Yanyan's loyal follower, what's wrong? Did she forget to put a leash on you before you came out? Sangqing crossed her arms, her delicate face full of disdain, as if she were looking at a stray dog. Wang Chong's face darkened, especially being mocked in front of the woman he liked. Seeing this, Sang Yanyan quickly pretended to calm things down while actually stirring the situation. "Sister, how can you say that about Brother Wang? He was just upset for me after I was forced to leave home." Sangqing gave her a cold look. "If you want to keep a pet at home, that's your business. But letting it run loose in public without a leash just shows you don't know how to behave."
Sister.
"I'm not your sister. You're just the child that old Sangqing Shan had with another woman. You don't deserve to call me that." Sangqing's words cut sharply before Sang Yanyan could say more. Wang Chan couldn't stand seeing the woman he admired being insulted like that. He immediately stepped in front of Sang Yanyan and shouted angrily, "Sangqing, stop talking nonsense, or I'll make you pay." Sangqing looked him up and down calmly and said, "Make me pay?
Please.
Do you really think you can? And even if something happened to me, do you think the person you like wouldn't move on the next day? Besides..." Sangqing looked at the stunned Wang Chong and gave a short laugh. "If you think Sang Yanyan has been wronged, she can go to the police and accuse me of slander. Let's see if she dares." Wang Chong hesitated, then turned to look at Sang Yanyan. Her face turned pale, but she could only pretend to cry pitifully. "You're just making things hard for me, sister. Everyone knows your husband is a commander. She didn't say directly that Sangqing was using her husband's position to bully others, but her words were enough to make people think so. Especially a person who always tried to protect him, no matter what. When he saw his beloved girl crying, he believed everything without question. Sangqing, that's enough. Wang Chong shouted and rushed forward. Sangqing was clearly startled. She reacted instinctively and slapped him. Wang Chong's head tilted to the side, and he fell to the ground. Wang Chong.
Sangqing.
Wow, was that the effect of the strength pill? She hadn't even used her full strength, yet he was knocked down? Sang Yanyan was also surprised. She hadn't seen everything clearly, because Wang Chong had been blocking her view. But since Wang Chong was the one she had called over, she couldn't just stand by. Sang Yanyan quickly ran to help him up and said nervously, "Sister, how could you hit Brother Wang?" Before she could finish, Sangqing slapped her across the face. "You're such a sensible girl, right? Then you won't fight back, will you?"
Slap.
"How could I hit Brother Wang? It should be you instead."
Slap. Slap.
Other people's children try to behave properly, but you act shamelessly, singing and dancing here like you own the place. What? Do you think being the daughter of Sangqing Shan, the factory director, makes you special?
Slap. 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 Slap.
Sangqing's hands were moving so fast they almost sparked. At first, Wang Chong tried to step in to protect Sang Yanyan, but after a few quick slaps from Sangqing, he stood still, not daring to move again. The restaurant guests were stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful girl fight so quickly and decisively. When Sang Yanyan's face was swollen beyond recognition, Sangqing finally stopped. "Sorry for the disturbance, everyone. This is Sang Yanyan, the daughter born out of wedlock to my former stepfather, Sangqing Shan, who is now the director of the Hongqi garment factory. She came here to cause trouble, so I had no choice but to teach her a lesson." Sangqing spoke calmly and openly, without any attempt to hide the truth. The onlookers, who had first felt sorry for Sang Yanyan, now looked at her with disgust. "Well done, young lady. People like her deserve to be taught a lesson." "That's right. How dare she come here to make trouble? I saw her parents behaving badly. Maybe she came to this restaurant for the same reason. Didn't you see she's with a man? Exactly, just look at her. She doesn't seem like a decent person." The noisy gossip in the restaurant made Sang Yanyan so angry that she burst into tears. Because she had been kicked out yesterday and had no money, she agreed to have a meal with Wang Chong at the restaurant. When she saw Sangqing walk in confidently, jealousy filled her heart, and she wanted to teach her a lesson. But Sangqing didn't act as expected. She hit her in public and even exposed the Sang family's private matters for everyone to hear. If Sangqing kept behaving like this, how could she ever get married in the future? She knew that no matter how she tried to explain now, it would be useless. She decided to find her mother and ask her to teach Sangqing a lesson. "You're too much. How could you?" Sang Yanyan cried as she ran out of the restaurant. Sangqing glanced at her leaving figure and noticed that her clothes were different from yesterday's. Yesterday, she had kicked the whole Sang family out without letting them take anything. Yet now they had new clothes. Clearly, Sangqing Shan had quite a bit of hidden money. Yesterday, she had been too busy dealing with Lu Qiansa to check his secret stash. But today, well, this was the perfect time. She would take everything he had. Sangqing remembered that in the original story, Sangqing Shan, besides giving money to Chu Lanhua, kept the rest of his valuables in his dorm room at the clothing factory. Since he was a supervisor, he had a private room. To hide things from Sang Wanru, he had stored quite a lot there. He had been in that position for 7 or 8 years and had taken plenty of benefits from the factory. Sang Wanru didn't care because she wasn't short of money. But just because Sang Wanru didn't care didn't mean Sangqing didn't. Everything Sangqing Shan owned belonged to the Sang family, and he wasn't taking a single thing with him. With that thought, Sangqing packed more than 10 portions of food from the restaurant and went straight to the clothing factory where Sangqing Shan worked. The guard at the gate recognized her from before, so he let her in without asking any questions. So Sangqing easily arrived at the staff dormitory where Shan lived. She came right around work hours, so Shan was definitely not in his room. Ching, are you here to see your father? The dorm manager sitting downstairs greeted her warmly when she saw her. Sangqing had been beautiful since she was a child, and since her father was the director of the clothing factory, many people knew her. She pressed her lips together, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she nodded. Yes, I came to get something from him. The dorm manager, Aunt Lu, immediately became curious when she saw Sangqing's expression. Aunt Lu's job was quite easy. She only needed to check the dorm facilities from time to time, call the repairman, and keep some records. So her favorite pastime was gossiping. Sangqing's pretty face looked full of worry, which made Aunt Lu even more interested. And since it involved the factory director, she was even more eager to know. Aunt Lu, actually, my father and I have already separated our family affairs, Sangqing said after taking a deep breath, as if trying to calm her emotions. I only found out recently that he married into our Sang family, but after I got married, he wanted to take away the dowry my mother left for me. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes turning red as she looked at Aunt Lu. She was already very beautiful, and with tears in her eyes, she looked even more pitiful. Every time he was near Sangqing, he couldn't help but feel drawn to her. He was completely captivated by her. After a while, he finally pulled back, his breathing still a little heavy. He whispered near her ear, his voice low and coaxing, "Be good, sweetheart. Tell me, who's been talking behind your back, Sangqing's head felt a little dizzy. When she heard Lu Qiance's question, all she could think of was how, in the original story, the heroine always made her look bad by calling her spoiled. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Jiang Mengmeng, that awful woman." Lu Qiance? Jiang Mengmeng? If he remembered correctly, Sangqing had never even interacted with her before. He had already investigated the families living in the nearby alleys to ensure Sangqing's safety. As for Jiang Mengmeng, he only remembered her because her family had been causing quite a stir lately, arguing over splitting the household and selling marinated food. That woman, Jiang Mengmeng, looked like someone with a lot on her mind. He didn't know when she had met Sangqing, but if she could make his wife want a divorce, she was definitely trouble. The whole Jiang family was difficult. How could anything good come from them? Jiang Mengmeng wanted to break away from her family and live a better life.
Dream on.
Thinking this, Lu Qianci gently rubbed his nose against Sangqing's neck and said softly, "It's all my fault. I won't let anyone speak badly of you again. Let me make it up to you, okay?" He leaned closer, his voice low and gentle. "Today, I'll take good care of you. Sangqing came back to her senses and tried to push his head away, but he didn't move. She frowned, grabbed his hair, and pulled his head up with some effort. That strength booster didn't seem to work very well. Sangqing glanced at him and said, "Since you admit you were wrong, does that mean you'll agree to anything I ask?" "Except divorce," Lu Qianci said, his eyes suddenly darkening. His hand around her waist tightened. Sangqing bit his chin lightly and rolled her eyes. "I think you're the one who wants a divorce, huh?" Seeing her pouty expression, the darkness in his eyes faded, and he smiled slightly, tugging at his collar. "All right, you can be mad if you want. No one will see." Sangqing glanced at the faint bite marks and felt a little guilty. Had she really bitten that hard? She pressed her lips together, turned her face away, and muttered, "I'm not letting you off that easily. I still have one more request." Lu Qianci raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Too bad, she wasn't going to tease him anymore. But he quickly composed himself and asked, "Then what do you want?" Meeting his gaze, Sangqing hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "I want to go with the army." She knew that in a few days, Lu Qianci would be leaving. He had come to Hongqi town for a mission, but after being tricked by her, he filed a report and married her. The higher-ups hadn't given him much time, so he would have to return soon. Lu Qianci was clearly surprised by Sangqing's words. He was so happy he could hardly contain himself. He wished he could keep her by his side wherever he went. But his wife was delicate and insisted on staying behind. Even though he missed her terribly, he had to grit his teeth and let her stay. He never expected that she would now ask to go with him. His heart was full of excitement, but he tried to stay calm and asked casually, "Why did you change your mind? You know that once I apply for you to come with me, there's no turning back." He gently rubbed her fingertips, his eyes fixed on her face, afraid to miss any sign of emotion. Sangqing poked him with her small hand, unhappy.
What?
You don't want me to go? Do you have someone else in the army? Is that why you're afraid to take me? Lu Qiansa almost laughed at her accusation. You, he said fondly, pinching her cheek. Did you forget? I wanted you to come with me before, but you refused. That's why I'm asking, why the change of heart? Did something happen with your family? If he had known that a fight with her family would make her willing to go with him, he would have done it long ago.
Sangqing blinked nervously.
She couldn't tell him the real reason, that she knew if she stayed in Hongqi town, she would only become a stepping stone for Jiang Mengmeng to get close to him. Since he mentioned her family, she didn't mind adding a little more. In the original story, her family had often spoken badly about her in front of Lu Qiansa. Chu Lanhua said that if I went with you, you'd bully me because my family isn't around. She even said soldiers might hit their wives. Sangqing spoke smoothly, without hesitation. Old Sang said you only married me because I'm pretty, and that once you got tired of me, you'd leave. And Sang Yan. She looked at Lu Qiansa with a hint of sadness and muttered, "She's just waiting for you to divorce me, so she can marry you herself." She wasn't wrong. Those were all things written in the book. Lu Qiansa. He had never been this speechless in his life. He thought that after marrying his wife, his position would be secure. He never expected that none of the people around her were trustworthy. He almost lost his place, and he hadn't even realized it. "Wife, you're wronging me. I'm a soldier. How could I ever hurt you? If anyone gets hit, it would be me, and I'd let you do it." As he spoke, Lu Qiansa gently placed her small hand on his cheek, showing that she could do whatever she wanted. As for being overly affectionate, he didn't think he would ever get tired of it. Lu Qiansa knew he had always been different from other children. He had a strong sense of possession over what he cared about. What belonged to him could only ever belong to him, especially someone like Sangqing. Just one look from her bright, gentle eyes could make his heart race uncontrollably. He wished he could keep her close every day until she could only look at him with those soft eyes and call his name sweetly. Just thinking about it sent a pleasant shiver down his spine. Before meeting Sangqing, Lu Qiansa never thought of himself as a kind man. In his world, there was only the battlefield and his missions. Anyone who dared to scheme against him, he would make sure they paid the price. And now someone had dared to target his wife. Since they had the courage to plot, they would have to face his anger. He would make sure they regretted it completely. "Then tell me, should I follow you when you're on duty?" Sangqing asked again, taking the chance to press him further. Her small hand gripped his collar, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with a clear warning. It was as if she was saying, if he dared to say no, he'd be in trouble. Lu Qiansa couldn't help but laugh softly. He kissed her cheek and said, of course. Even if you change your mind, I'll still carry you with me." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he held her even tighter. He knew Sangqing had approached him because of his status and background, but he was also grateful that he had something she valued. So he carefully hid his darker, possessive side, not wanting this delicate girl to see it. She admired his status, so he worked hard to climb higher, wanting to give her the best of everything. He never expected her to love him, but he wanted to make sure she would never choose anyone else. Lu Qiansa lowered his gaze, his voice soft near her ear. Beneath his calm appearance hid a deep, unspoken longing. "Dear, let me take care of you, all right?" His breath brushed against her ear, making Sangqing shiver slightly. She was about to push him away, but then remembered she had just asked him to let her join him in the army. Would rejecting him now make her seem heartless? Sangqing glanced at Lu Qiansa and saw him looking at her with hopeful eyes.
Sangqing.
Dear Lu Qiansa didn't press further, only gently kissed her neck. Sangqing couldn't stand his teasing anymore. She grabbed his collar and bit him lightly in mock anger. Lu Qiance's eyes lit up. Dear, are you in the mood again?
Fine, fine.
Sangqing rolled her eyes. But if you don't make me happy today, you'll be in trouble. She playfully pinched his waist, but before she could say more, Lu Qianci suddenly pulled her into his arms, and they both fell onto the bed, laughing. He no longer hid his affection, showering her with warm, playful kisses from head to toe. His strong desire to hold her close made him forget everything else. Sangqing's face turned red as she tried to catch her breath, embarrassed by his enthusiasm. How could he be so bold? She glared at him, but he only chuckled hoarsely. Dear, stop teasing me, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow.
Sangqing.
Humph, what a shameless man. Always bullying her. Just wait. Once she drinks the spirit spring water, she'll be the one in charge. Then it'll be her turn to tease Lu Qianci. What are you thinking about? His low, dangerous voice sounded above her, startling Sangqing. She instinctively tried to kick him, but Lu Qianci caught her foot. His handsome eyes held a teasing smile as he looked down at her. If my wife is distracted at a time like this, it must mean I haven't done well enough. I'll fix that right away. No, don't. Before Sangqing could finish, Lu Qianci pulled her close again, leaving her no chance to speak. Just before her mind went blank, one last thought flashed through her head. There was no way she'd be leaving the house today. Meanwhile, the three members of the Sang family, whom Sangqing had sent away, went to stay at a guest house. Sang Qingshan had wanted Sang Yanyan and Chu Lanhua to stay in the dormitory at his factory, but the two women refused. They were afraid of being gossiped about by the workers, so they insisted on going elsewhere. Left with no choice, Sang Qingshan sent them to the guest house. Then he turned back toward the alley, this time heading to another house a few lanes away. He knocked on the door a few times, then quickly stepped aside to hide. When the wooden door opened, Sang Qingshan waved at the person inside before disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Mingming frowned as she closed the door, feeling irritated. Since yesterday, she had been uneasy, and just moments ago, a sharp pain in her chest had nearly made her faint. Although she looked fine now, her face was still pale. She looked at Sang Qingshan with displeasure. Why are you here? Didn't we agree that if I don't come to you, you shouldn't come looking for me? She had arrived in this world the year she was supposed to take her college entrance exams. 8 years had passed, yet she still hadn't managed to leave the Jang family's small home. Other people who ended up in stories like this started with magical spaces or treasures, but all she got was a useless wealth accumulation system. Back then, she had been only 11 years old, with not even a few coins to her name. How was she supposed to accumulate wealth? Fortunately, she knew the story's plot. She sold information to Sang Qingshan, earning enough to exchange for a system upgrade. That was how she got her current fortune absorption system, which she successfully linked to Sangqing. From then on, whenever she made Sangqing's life harder, the system would take away Sangqing's luck and give it to her instead. Sangqing had been the story's troublesome supporting character anyway, doomed to a bad end. Now that she was being used for Jiang Mingming's benefit, Jiang thought it was only fair, almost like fate rewarding her. Who told her to scheme against the male lead in the original story. She was just taking a little interest, that's all. When Sang Qingshan heard Jiang Mingming's words, his face darkened. Although he had used her help to get many things done in the past, he had also given her plenty of money. Now that he came to her for help, how could she treat him like this? Sang Qingshan frowned and finally said after a long pause, Sangqing somehow found out about me and Chu Lanhua. Now she's gone to the clan elders and had the three of us thrown out of the family. Great Immortal, do you have any advice?
What?
Jiang Mingming couldn't believe her ears. Sang Qingshan was so useless that his own daughter had kicked him out of the house? No wonder she had been feeling unwell. Sangqing's fortune must have grown again. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she looked at Sang Qingshan. No matter what, you're still her father. She's acting so disrespectfully. Didn't the clan elders say anything to her? Sang Qingshan fell silent. They wanted to speak up, but that girl was truly tough. She had gathered many people to support her. Even if the elders wanted to intervene, they didn't dare. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, "Well, great immortal, I married into the Sang family." After she got married, she indeed had the right to manage the household. Sangqing didn't want to admit it, but a man who married into his wife's family and then took another wife would indeed be expelled. He had relied on Sangqing being young and unaware, so he hadn't cared before. Who would have thought that once she found strong backing, she would come straight to confront him? Jiang Mengmeng was furious. Just thinking about Lu Qianse made her even angrier. She had suppressed Sangqing for so long, waiting for the moment Sangqing would make a mistake and lose her reputation. Then Jiang Mengmeng could not only gain a surge of good fortune but also win Lu Qianse's favor. But to her surprise, Lu Qianse not only fell for the trap, but also completely ignored her indirect warning. Was her hint too subtle? Jiang Mengmeng had wanted Lu Qianse to think she was a kind girl who would never deliberately ruin someone's name. But things turned out the opposite. Now, the two people who had never been close in the original story had actually become a real couple. Jiang Mengmeng gritted her teeth. Since she's so heartless, there's no need for you to treat her as part of the Sang family anymore. Seeing this, Sangqing lowered his voice and asked, "Do you have a way to solve this, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Mengmeng gave a short laugh. Sangqing only relies on Lu Qianse now. Once he leaves, won't she be completely at your mercy? In the original story, Sangqing didn't want to follow Lu Qianse to the army and live a hard life. She only asked him to send his allowance home every month. Lu Qianse also disliked how Sangqing always acted superior, so he soon returned to the army. When that happened, without Lu Qianse's protection and with so much money in her hands, she would surely be taken advantage of by others. But our family's reputation has already been ruined by that ungrateful girl. Sangqing said angrily. If it weren't for Sangqing, no one in Hongqi town would even know that he had married into his wife's family. Right now, instead of punishing Sangqing cared more about restoring his reputation. He was still a supervisor at the clothing factory. If his name was ruined, he could forget about ever getting promoted. Jiang Mengmeng frowned at his lack of ambition. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes as if she had thought of something. Sangqing may have damaged your family's reputation, but outsiders don't know who's right or wrong. If her own reputation gets worse now, not only will she lose Lu Qianse's support, but no one will pay attention to your family's situation anymore. Since she couldn't persuade Lu Qianse before, she decided to let the Sang family destroy Sangqing instead.
The result would be the same in the end.
Once Sangqing's good fortune was completely gone, Jiang Mengmeng could move on to find another target. Hearing this, Sangqing's eyes lit up. "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Jiang. I understand now. That unfilial girl dared to disrespect her own father. He wouldn't show her any mercy anymore." The next morning, Sangqing woke up groggily. The sky was still gray and misty, and a light rain was falling. She glanced at the watch on the table. It was only 9 o'clock. Her whole body ached, just like the day before. Annoyed, she muttered a few complaints about Lu Qianse in her heart, then took out some spiritual spring water from her space and drank it. In the original story, the spiritual spring water could not only save lives at critical moments, but also restore the body's functions. Drinking it often could even improve one's health, truly a magical gift. She took a few gulps, and the soreness in her body quickly faded. After thinking for a moment, Sangqing drank another cup of the spring water. When all her fatigue was gone, she changed her clothes and stepped out of the room. To her surprise, there was no one at home. She guessed that Lu Qianse probably thought she wouldn't wake up early after how exhausted she had been yesterday, so he didn't leave anyone to watch the house. That was fine. She could take advantage of the empty house to buy more supplies for the island and store them in her space. Before she awakened her ability, Sangqing really didn't want to follow Lu Qianse to the military post. The place where he was stationed was an island, and living conditions there were much tougher than in their town. It was said that ships only went to the town once a week to buy supplies, and even fresh water had to be brought in by boat. For someone like her, who needed to bathe every day, that would have been difficult. Fortunately, she had the spiritual spring. With such a large river of it, she could bathe or even swim every day without worry. So now, she just needed to buy as many useful items as possible for life on the island. Thinking this, Sangqing looked at the jeans and long-sleeve shirt placed by the bed and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Fine. Since that troublesome man Lu Qiansa had at least prepared clothes for her in advance, she would remember this favor. And once she recovered fully with the spring water, she would make sure he paid for all the trouble he caused her. After tidying up a bit, Sangqing stored all her valuables in her space, including the money she had taken from the Sang family. Keeping them there was much safer than leaving them at home. Patting her now empty cloth bag, she headed straight to the supply store. She bought many daily necessities: soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, and other essentials. She also picked up her favorite snacks and candies. After putting all the bags into her space, she planned to go to a restaurant to buy some ready-made meals to store as well. Sangqing didn't know how to cook, and once they were on the island, if Lu Qiansa had to go on a mission, she couldn't just go hungry. As for learning to cook, she thought even a dog tied to the stove might learn faster than she could. As soon as Sangqing stepped into the restaurant, a mocking voice called out, "Well, if it isn't the eldest daughter of the Sang family. After driving your own father out, you've got money to eat out now?" Sangqing glanced at the rude man, then at Sang Yanyan sitting at the same table, frowning slightly. She recognized the man, Wang Chong, one of Sang Yanyan's admirers and a worker at the clothing factory. But Sang Yanyan clearly didn't like him. Well, if it isn't Sang Yanyan's loyal follower, what's wrong? Did she forget to put a leash on you before you came out? Sangqing crossed her arms, her delicate face full of disdain, as if she were looking at a stray dog. Wang Chong's face darkened, especially being mocked in front of the woman he liked. Seeing this, Sang Yanyan quickly pretended to calm things down while actually stirring the situation. "Sister, how can you say that about Brother Wang? He was just upset for me after I was forced to leave home." Sangqing gave her a cold look. "If you want to keep a pet at home, that's your business. But letting it run loose in public without a leash just shows you don't know how to behave."
Sister.
"I'm not your sister. You're just the child that old Sangqing Shan had with another woman. You don't deserve to call me that." Sangqing's words cut sharply before Sang Yanyan could say more. Wang Chan couldn't stand seeing the woman he admired being insulted like that. He immediately stepped in front of Sang Yanyan and shouted angrily, "Sangqing, stop talking nonsense, or I'll make you pay." Sangqing looked him up and down calmly and said, "Make me pay?
Please.
Do you really think you can? And even if something happened to me, do you think the person you like wouldn't move on the next day? Besides." Sangqing looked at the stunned Wang Chong and gave a short laugh. "If you think Sang Yanyan has been wronged, she can go to the police and accuse me of slander. Let's see if she dares." Wang Chong hesitated, then turned to look at Sang Yanyan. Her face turned pale, but she could only pretend to cry pitifully. "You're just making things hard for me, sister. Everyone knows your husband is a commander." She didn't say directly that Sangqing was using her husband's position to bully others, but her words were enough to make people think so. Especially a person who always tried to protect him, no matter what. When he saw his beloved girl crying, he believed everything without question. "Sangqing, that's enough." Wang Chong shouted and rushed forward. Sangqing was clearly startled. She reacted instinctively and slapped him. Wang Chong's head tilted to the side, and he fell to the ground. Wang Chong.
Sangqing.
Wow, was that the effect of the strength pill? She hadn't even used her full strength, yet he was knocked down? Sang Yanyan was also surprised. She hadn't seen everything clearly, because Wang Chong had been blocking her view. But since Wang Chong was the one she had called over, she couldn't just stand by. Sang Yanyan quickly ran to help him up and said nervously, "Sister, how could you hit Brother Wang?" Before she could finish, Sangqing slapped her across the face. "You're such a sensible girl, right? Then you won't fight back, will you?"
Slap.
"How could I hit Brother Wang? It should be you instead."
Slap. Slap.
Other people's children try to behave properly, but you act shamelessly, singing and dancing here like you own the place. What? Do you think being the daughter of Sangqing, the factory director, makes you special?
Slap. 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 Slap.
Sangqing's hands were moving so fast they almost sparked. At first, Wang Chong tried to step in to protect Sang Yanyan, but after a few quick slaps from Sangqing, he stood still, not daring to move again. The restaurant guests were stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful girl fight so quickly and decisively. When Sang Yanyan's face was swollen beyond recognition, Sangqing finally stopped. Sorry for the disturbance, everyone. This is Sang Yanyan, the daughter born out of wedlock to my former stepfather, Sangqing, who is now the director of the Hongqi garment factory. She came here to cause trouble, so I had no choice but to teach her a lesson. Sangqing spoke calmly and openly, without any attempt to hide the truth. The onlookers, who had first felt sorry for Sang Yanyan, now looked at her with disgust. Well done, young lady. People like her deserve to be taught a lesson. That's right. How dare she come here to make trouble? I saw her parents behaving badly. Maybe she came to this restaurant for the same reason. Didn't you see she's with a man? Exactly, just look at her. She doesn't seem like a decent person. The noisy gossip in the restaurant made Sang Yanyan so angry that she burst into tears. Because she had been kicked out yesterday and had no money, she agreed to have a meal with Wang Chong at the restaurant. When she saw Sangqing walk in confidently, jealousy filled her heart, and she wanted to teach her a lesson. But Sangqing didn't act as expected. She hit her in public and even exposed the Sang family's private matters for everyone to hear. If Sangqing kept behaving like this, how could she ever get married in the future? She knew that no matter how she tried to explain now, it would be useless. She decided to find her mother and ask her to teach Sangqing a lesson. You're too much. How could you? Sang Yanyan cried as she ran out of the restaurant. Sangqing glanced at her leaving figure and noticed that her clothes were different from yesterday's. Yesterday, she had kicked the whole Sang family out without letting them take anything. Yet now they had new clothes. Clearly, Sangqing had quite a bit of hidden money. Yesterday, she had been too busy dealing with Lu Qiansa to check his secret stash. But today, well, this was the perfect time. She would take everything he had. Sangqing remembered that in the original story, Sangqing, besides giving money to Chu Lanhua, kept the rest of his valuables in his dorm room at the clothing factory. Since he was a supervisor, he had a private room. To hide things from Sang Wanru, he had stored quite a lot there. He had been in that position for 7 or 8 years and had taken plenty of benefits from the factory. Sang Wanru didn't care because she wasn't short of money. But just because Sang Wanru didn't care didn't mean Sangqing didn't. Everything Sangqing owned belonged to the Sang family, and he wasn't taking a single thing with him. With that thought, Sangqing packed more than 10 portions of food from the restaurant and went straight to the clothing factory where Sangqing worked. The guard at the gate recognized her from before, so he let her in without asking any questions. So Sangqing easily arrived at the staff dormitory where Sangqing lived. She came right around work hours, so Sangqing was definitely not in his room. Qing, are you here to see your father? The dorm manager sitting downstairs greeted her warmly when she saw her. Sangqing had been beautiful since she was a child, and since her father was the director of the clothing factory, many people knew her. She pressed her lips together, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she nodded. Yes, I came to get something from him. The dorm manager, Aunt Lu, immediately became curious when she saw Sangqing's expression. Aunt Lu's job was quite easy. She only needed to check the dorm facilities from time to time, call the repairman, and keep some records. So her favorite pastime was gossiping. Sangqing's pretty face looked full of worry, which made Aunt Lu even more interested. And since it involved the factory director, she was even more eager to know. Aunt Lu, actually, my father and I have already separated our family affairs, Sangqing said after taking a deep breath, as if trying to calm her emotions. I only found out recently that he married into our Sang family, but after I got married, He wanted to take away the dowry my mother left for me. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes turning red as she looked at Aunt Lu. She was already very beautiful, and with tears in her eyes, she looked even more pitiful. Aunt Lu, who had a strong sense of justice, couldn't help but get angry. How could Sangqing do that? It's bad enough that he remarried, but now he wants to take your dowry too? Sangqing quickly grabbed Aunt Lu's hand, looking frightened. Aunt Lu, I can understand him. After all, Sang Yanyan is also his daughter. It's natural for him to care about them. Nonsense. Aunt Lu blurted out, then quickly realized her words might sound too harsh in front of Sangqing. She coughed and corrected herself. Ahem, Qing, what I mean is, you must stand up for yourself. Don't let your father trick you out of what's rightfully yours.
Sangqing nodded seriously.
Okay, Aunt Lu, I understand. She said this, then raised her hand to wipe her small face and said, Aunt Lu, yesterday the elders of the Sang family testified and made us separate our households. Someone sent a message asking me to come here and wait for him to take the bride price he gave my mother. Lu Tsuelian looked at Sangqing's red nose and wished she could hug her to comfort her. She sighed and said, You should go upstairs quickly. If anything happens in the future, remember to tell Auntie. It's hard for a young girl like you to have no family here. Auntie will try to help you. Thank you, Aunt Lu. After saying this, Sangqing went upstairs into the staff dormitory building. She quickly found Sangqingshan's room, and sure enough, the door was locked. But that was okay, her space could remotely take all these things away. Sangqing slightly raised her hand, and everything inside Sangqingshan's room instantly disappeared. She was about to turn and leave when she noticed a corner of the room seemed to have a deliberately made hole. It was square-shaped, clearly made by a person. She waved her hand again, and a wooden box appeared in her space. Sangqing didn't care what was inside. As long as it belonged to Sangqingshan and was taken away, that was enough. After doing this, Sangqing went downstairs directly. Qing, why are you back so soon? Lu Tsuelian looked at Sangqing with some confusion, noticing her empty hands and frowning. Sangqing helplessly shrugged. He's not here, and the door is still locked. I don't know why I was asked to come. Lu Tsuelian already didn't like Sangqingshan, and now hearing Sangqing's words, she started to suspect something.
Qing.
Do you think your dad deliberately tricked you? Sangqing almost wanted to praise Lu Tsuelian for her imagination, but she still looked surprised. No, that can't be. She took away Sangqingshan's things, so she naturally needed a witness to prove she didn't take anything. Unexpectedly, Lu Tsuelian was so caught up in the story that she imagined all sorts of things. Now, she didn't even need to find an excuse to leave. Just as Sangqing was about to leave with an excuse, Sangqingshan unexpectedly appeared in front of them.
Sangqing.
You rebellious girl. He said this and was about to rush over to hit Sangqing, but Lu Tsuelian, holding a broom, stopped him. Director Sang, what are you doing? Note: all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall tone has been simplified for clarity. Qingshan only then noticed there were others in the dormitory building. He had to suppress his anger and glare at Sangqing. He had just arranged for some troublemakers to deal with Sangqing, not expecting her to directly hit Sang Yanyan. If Chu Lanhua hadn't called the factory, he wouldn't have known how bold this rebellious girl had become. He originally planned to go to the factory to confront Sangqing, but as soon as he arrived at the gate, the security guard told him Sangqing was there looking for him. He hurried over in a rush, and then saw Sangqing standing at the door of the dormitory building. Qingshan was furious, so he couldn't pay attention to anyone else. Lu Tsuelian saw Qingshan's fierce expression and could only try to persuade him, saying, Director Sang, Qing is still your daughter. You shouldn't hit or threaten her. Can't you talk nicely? Sangqing stood behind Lu Tsuelian, smirking provocatively. Yeah, what's so hard about talking nicely? Qingshan, what kind of trouble did I get into to have such a rebellious daughter, like Sangqing? Qingshan almost trembled as he pointed at Sangqing and asked, Why did you hit your sister? You're ruining her reputation outside. How did I end up with such a mean daughter? Between them, Lu Tzuelian also looked at Sangqing curiously. Then she heard Sangqing softly say, "We, the elders, separated yesterday. You're not my dad anymore. Qingshan." Hearing Sangqing say such sharp words, Lu Tzuelian almost couldn't hold back her laughter. But because Qingshan was there, she could only force herself to turn away and hide her smile. Qingshan took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Then why did you hit your sister?"
You.
"I don't have a sister," Sangqing said lightly, cutting Qingshan off. If Lu Tzuelian hadn't been there, he might have slapped Sangqing in anger. Seeing Qingshan's changing face, Sangqing felt pretty good and said, "If you're talking about the restaurant matter, you can just ask the owner directly." Sang Yanyan was flirting with a man at the time, and many people saw it. You're talking nonsense." Qingshan's forehead veins bulged as he felt his temper rising. Qingshan shrugged and said, "If you don't believe me, go ask Wang Chong from your factory." It was Sang Yanyan who was with him at the restaurant. He paused and added, "If you really can't, then just agree that they are together. Otherwise, in the future, well, you won't be able to handle it." Lu Tzuelian listened to Sang Qingshan and widened her eyes in shock. She never expected Sang Yanyan's illegitimate daughter to be so bold. At such a young age, not even married, and already so flirtatious outside? Sang Qingshan knew Lu Tzuelian was a big mouth. If Sang Qingshan kept talking nonsense in front of her, everyone at the clothing factory might find out in just a day. He almost lost his temper and pointed at Sang Yanyan, scolding, "Don't think dirty thoughts about others. Look at yourself first." Sang Yanyan shrugged and said, "What did I do? I didn't marry into another family, I haven't been unfaithful, and I haven't had any secret children. Sang Yanyan's situation is definitely not like mine." Sang Qingshan, "Why don't you just give my ID card directly?" Seeing Sang Qingshan about to lose his temper again, Lu Tzuelian quickly said, "Director Sang, since Tingting is here, why don't you return the bride price your family gave her?" Sang Qingshan's face darkened further. "Bride price? I didn't give any bride price." The reason he hadn't torn apart his relationship with Sang's family was because he was afraid Sang Yanyan, this rebellious girl, would cause trouble at the factory. Now, if he threw her out, everyone would find out. How could he still stay in the factory after that? Not to mention climbing higher. Sang Yanyan looked devastated and said, "I knew you were lying when you said you'd return the bride price. I'm going to tell the elders." After saying this, Sang Yanyan covered her face and ran away. Lu Tzuelian watched her run off and gave Sang Qingshan a disapproving look. "Director Sang, you're being a bit too much." "None of your business," Sang Qingshan said, angrily going upstairs. When Sang Manhwa called, she said Sang Yanyan's face was almost ruined by Sang Yanyan's slap. He definitely needed to get some money first to comfort both of them. He also had to buy some tonic for his precious daughter and take her to the hospital. He couldn't let her face leave any scars or lasting effects. Otherwise, how can I find a wealthy and powerful family to marry into in the future? Thinking this, Sang Qingshan walked to the dormitory door, took out his key, and unlocked it. But when he pushed the door open, he was stunned. The room was completely empty, so empty that even mice would be disgusted and leave. He couldn't believe it. He ran inside, looked around, and confirmed his eyes hadn't deceived him. He immediately closed the door. Then, he went to the corner to pry open the loose brick. There were no signs of it being tampered with, which made Sang Qingshan breathe a sigh of relief. But when he took out the brick, he almost fainted on the spot. Nothing was there. There was nothing. Who moved his things? Suddenly, Sang Qingshan's mind flashed with Sang Qing's face. He almost lost his temper and stormed out of the room, then started running downstairs. "Director Sang, what are you doing?" Lu Tzuelian asked casually, but Sang Qingshan shot her a fierce glare. Lu Tzuelian's eyebrows furrowed instantly. Before she could speak, Sang Qingshan questioned loudly, "Did you get my permission?" "Why did Sang Qing go to my dorm to move my things?" Lu Tzuelian. She looked at Sang Qingshan with disgust.
Bah.
"I knew you, old man, had no good intentions. Don't accuse others just because you're the director." Sang Qing didn't take anything when she left, as you saw. When Sangqing came earlier, she said Sangqing Shan asked her to come. She was puzzled why he wasn't there and asked her to come instead. So, he was waiting for her here. Luckily, she asked a few more questions at the time, or she really wouldn't have known how bad Sangqing Shan was. A young girl just came once, and now he's blaming her?
Bah.
What a scoundrel. No way. Sangqing Shan glared at Lu Suelian furiously. Tell me, what did Sangqing give you that made you lie for her? Do you believe I will go to the police and report you now? Lu Suelian was almost amused by Sangqing Shan's shamelessness. Go report. Go report. I'm not afraid of you. You better go report right now. If you don't, you're just a cowardly turtle, you. Sangqing Shan wanted to question Lu Suelian further, but then he saw her holding a basin and pouring dirty water out. Fortunately, Sangqing Shan instinctively dodged, or else that dirty water wouldn't have just ruined his pants and shoes. When he looked up again, he couldn't see Lu Suelian anymore. He clenched his teeth angrily and then turned around, walking out of the factory. Since this rebellious girl Sangqing is determined to ruin everything, he won't hold back anymore. He plans to report her to the police. Even if she is the wife of the team leader, she can't escape the law. Meanwhile, Lu Qianze, who had just finished his work, was hurriedly walking back with Sun Dajiang and Li Xiahe. Before they reached the alley, they heard a woman's voice. Team leader Lu. Lu Qianze frowned slightly, instinctively looked toward the voice, and his expression immediately turned colder. Could it be Jiang Mengmeng?
Ha!
He hadn't even gone to trouble her yet, and she was eager to cause trouble herself. Lu Qianze gave Jiang Mengmeng a cold glance and said calmly, Comrade, what do you want from me? Seeing Lu Qianze's handsome face, Jiang Mengmeng's cheeks flushed at the thought that soon this man would belong to her. She bit her lip and said, Team leader Lu, I'm Jiang Mengmeng. We've met before. As she spoke, she took a few steps forward. I just heard the neighbors say that Sister Sangqing expelled Director Sang. This has caused quite a stir. Could it affect your work? You're a soldier, and Sister Sangqing's actions seem a bit inconsiderate of you. Li Xiahe, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise. Jiang Mengmeng was really brave. Daring to speak ill of their sister-in-law in front of their team leader, tisk, some people are going to be in trouble soon. They went out this morning, but it was specifically for Jiang's family. Is Jiang Mengmeng planning to make money and then split the family? The old Jiang family members look down on the small amount Jiang Mengmeng is earning now, but if she gets expelled for stealing from the factory, can she still keep her dignity? And she has the nerve to try to persuade their sister-in-law to divorce the team leader? From now on, she won't be able to relax. Lu Qianze shot Jiang Mengmeng a cold look. My wife's mother only had her, and she doesn't like to acknowledge a sister, especially when she openly insults her sister. His voice was even colder than his expression, which immediately made Jiang Mengmeng feel a bad premonition. She thought that Sangqing had been too much in the alley yesterday, so now that Lu Qianze knew, she came to him to gain his favor. She wanted Lu Qianze to see the difference between her and Sangqing, the spoiled young lady. When the time comes, Lu Qianze would surely have a deep impression of her. She didn't expect Lu Qianze to side with Sangqing. But then she thought, Lu Qianze is the male lead, and he is now Sangqing's nominal husband. Protecting his wife is a virtue of the male lead. After he divorces Sangqing and marries her, he will also protect her. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng felt a lot more at ease. However, to prevent Lu Qianze from having a bad impression of her, she still needed to change his initial view. Captain Lu, I didn't mean that. I just care about, Jiang Mengmeng said as she walked toward Lu Qianze. But before she reached him, she tripped on her left foot and fell toward him. For a moment, Jiang Mengmeng was panicked, but seeing it was Lu Qianze, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Is this the attraction between the main characters? Even though they are not married yet, the story is already starting to bring them together. Just as Jiang Mengmeng was thinking about how to gracefully fall into Lu Qianze's arms, he suddenly took a step back, precisely avoiding her fall. Jiang Mengmeng didn't expect him to dodge and ended up falling flat on the ground, wincing in pain. She angrily grabbed Lu Qianze's pant leg, looking resentful. Captain Liu, why did you dodge? Lu Qianzi's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked calmly, did you just want to fall into my arms? Jiang Mingming blushed at once. Oh, Captain Liu, I just didn't mean to. She hadn't finished her words when she saw Lu Qianzi step back again, pulling his pant leg out of her hand. He looked at Sun Dajiang and said coldly, take this woman who shamelessly flirted with me to the police station and tell your wife I was harassed on the street. I'll be home a bit later, Sun Dajiang. Li Xiahe. Although their squad leader's actions were really quite bad. But who asked Jiang Mengmeng to tease someone she shouldn't? Why did she have to go and tease their lively leader? Lu Qianzi was famous in their unit for taking on dangerous missions without fear, being tough on himself and even tougher on enemies. Truly a fearless leader. Trying to scheme against him? That's just wishful thinking. Now, she's facing the consequences. Jiang Mengmeng couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Lu Qianzi in disbelief, her eyes wide. Lu, squad leader, are you joking? Lu Qianzi didn't even bother to look at her. Wait until you get to the police station, then see if I'm joking. He slightly lifted his chin and said to Sun Dajiang, arrest her. Take her to the police station now. Seeing this, Jiang Mengmeng ignored her aching body from the fall. She got up and tried to run, but was immediately caught by Sun Dajiang.
Ah!
That hurts so much. Jiang Mengmeng struggled. Let me go. Sun Dajiang looked at her coldly. Comrade, you'd better cooperate or you might get hurt. Jiang Mengmeng was speechless. Why should I cooperate? I'm just a young girl who's not married. How am I being a troublemaker? Li Xiahe, standing nearby and enjoying the scene, said, you're just relying on our squad leader being a soldier, so he doesn't dare do anything to you. That's why you're acting like this. He glanced at Lu Qianzi and continued, did you really not intentionally fall on our squad leader? If you didn't fall, then you pulled down his pants. We all saw it. I didn't mean to. Jiang Mengmeng really couldn't explain herself, no matter how many words she used. She had thought her interactions with Lu Qianzi were just a fun part of the story, but now it seemed like a serious problem. In this era, being caught for troublemaking was a serious crime. If she admitted to it, she might not die, but she'd definitely suffer. People like you, I've seen many. Even murderers say it wasn't intentional, Li Xiahe told Sun Dajiang. Dajiang, help the squad leader take her to the police. I'll go tell my wife so she doesn't worry. Sun Dajiang nodded without hesitation. With firm grip, he grabbed Jiang Mengmeng and headed toward the police station. Jiang Mengmeng originally wanted to struggle and ask Sun Dajiang and the others to let her go. But when she saw the curious looks from people on the roadside, she became a bit scared. If this matter didn't blow up too much, she might still have a chance to turn things around. However, if the neighbors found out, even if she was fine, they would gossip about her. So Jiang Mengmeng simply covered her face and resignedly followed Sun Dajiang and the others to the police station. Since they didn't have solid evidence, she probably wouldn't get into serious trouble. Hopefully. Feeling discouraged, Jiang Mengmeng was taken to the police station by Lu Qianzi and others. On the way, she kept replaying everything that happened and finally concluded, it must be because Sangqing recovered some of her luck that she was so unlucky. This cursed luck system, because she had only exchanged for a basic system, couldn't check the progress of her plundering. Even the luck she gained and the items she could exchange were very few, otherwise, she wouldn't have only exchanged for a recipe for marinated pig intestines. She hadn't earned much money yet, and now she was exhausted just from the effort. She had seen in historical novels that the female protagonists made their fortune by selling pig intestines, but for her, it didn't seem as valuable anymore. Not to mention how difficult it was to process pig intestines, and the smell was so disgusting it made her nauseous. And she had to use fine flour to prepare the intestines. If she hadn't only exchanged the pig intestine recipe from the system, she would have quit long ago. What made her angrier was that this recipe only worked for marinating pig intestines. If she tried to marinate other things, they would still have that pig smell. The more Jiang Mengmeng thought about it, the angrier she got, and then she looked up and saw Sangqing Shan rushing toward the police station in a hurry. Director Sang, she called out excitedly, completely forgetting her previous instructions to him. She told him to act casually outside. But Jiang Mengmeng was now too worried about her safety to care. She just hoped she could leave the police station safely. Sangqing was stopped by someone and looked surprised. When he looked closer, he saw Jiang Mengmeng being held by Lu Qianz's men, walking toward the police station. And the person in front of her was his nominal son-in-law, Lu Qianza. Sangqing frowned and adopted a more authoritative tone. "Xiao Lu, what's going on?" He was speaking and pointed to Jiang Mengmeng behind him. Then Lu Qianche looked at him and asked back, "Director Singh knows her?" Sangqing was slightly surprised and quickly explained, "We're neighbors, so it's normal to know each other. But we're not very close." Lu Qianche nodded seriously, with a calm expression. "Since you're not close, it's better for Director Sang to stay out of this matter." Sangqingshan's face changed slightly. He was already angry, and now he was even more furious. "Lu Qianche, don't think that just because you're the team leader, you can do whatever you want. I tell you, I won't let this go if Sangqing goes to my factory's dormitory to move things." Lu Qianche's eyebrows moved slightly. "She went to your factory dorm to move things?" That was her style, but she didn't ask him to help or call Sun Dajiang and Li Xiaohua. While Lu Qianche was thinking, Sangqing continued angrily, "Of course. She cleared out everything from my dorm. You'd better make her return everything. Otherwise, I won't forgive her." Jiang Mengmeng, standing nearby, saw this and thought her chance had come. She immediately joined in to persuade Lu Qianche. "Captain Lu, you should listen to Director Sang. Sister Sangqing. Cough, cough, if Sangqing keeps being so stubborn, she'll definitely cause trouble for you." Lu Qianche ignored Jiang Mengmeng and asked again, "Did you see her do it?"
Who was she with?
When his wife went to collect debts, he wasn't there. His wife was working hard alone again. Isn't it enough that she went alone? Do you want more people to go with her? Sangqing said this with anger and frustration. But Lu Qianche looked at him strangely and then said firmly, "It wasn't her who took the things." This made Sangqing even more angry. "If it wasn't her, then who was it? You didn't go yourself. How do you know it wasn't her?" Lu Qianche glanced at Sangqing calmly and said slowly, "Based on what I know, she's a delicate young lady who can't even carry a basin of water at home. She didn't do this." Sangqing opened his mouth, about to argue, but then he froze in place. His mind spun in circles inside his head, and strangely, he thought Lu Qianze was right. Sangqing's personality was naturally spoiled, raised with love by Sang Wanru, and later doted on by her grandparents. Even after Sang Wanru passed away, to protect his reputation outside, she was never made to do any work. He had once thought about using Sangqing's pretty, slightly exaggerated face to help change his future, but he never expected her to fall for Lu Qianze, the soldier. Sangqing only knew that he was a company commander on an island, and nothing else. He couldn't even come up with a plan. Jiang Mengmeng saw Sangqing about to be led around by Lu Qianze and quickly warned, maybe she brought someone with her, but Sang director didn't notice. Sangqing immediately snapped out of it. "Yes. That's right. It must be." Finally, Lu Qianze's gaze fell on Jiang Mengmeng. But the way he looked at her, it didn't seem like he was looking at a living person. Jiang Mengmeng felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively shrank back. "Since you're so good at guessing, why not try to guess how long you'll be sentenced if you go to the police station?" Lu Qianze's voice was cold and sharp, making Sangqing shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered that when he asked Lu Qianze earlier, he hadn't told his men why Jiang Mengmeng was being detained. This woman was his guiding light. If she was taken, who would help him when he needed it? Thinking this, Sangqing spoke again. "Xiao Lu, this Jiang comrade isn't a bad person. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between you." Lu Qianze sneered. "Misunderstanding? This woman openly behaved badly on the street. Do you think that's a misunderstanding, Director Sang?" Sangqing didn't expect Jiang Mengmeng to be so bold. He opened his mouth, stammering, "No, that can't be." Lu Qianze ignored Sangqing expression and added, "This is right in front of me. She might be doing even more behind my back. Maybe I haven't seen it all." Sangqing Jiang Mengmeng. Why did their words sound so familiar? Silent beside them, Sun Dajiang sighed quietly. Why do you keep provoking him for no reason? Don't they know their team leader is like a wife with a brain? For now, talking about his wife, if he doesn't come back, he won't be their team leader anymore. He hasn't shaken their confidence yet, but now they are starting to hold back their anger. Meanwhile, Sangqing went to another street after leaving the clothing factory and bought a lot of skincare products. She heard that on the island, the sun and wind are harsh, and she doesn't want to ruin her beautiful face. Sangqing Shan has stolen quite a bit of money over the years. She once counted and found it was about 10,000 yuan. No wonder, after her mother passed away, Sangqing Shan became more confident when speaking. It turns out that this is his real strength. Indeed, a bad man with money only becomes worse with more money. So, she helped Manhwa and her daughter solve this problem. She really is a good person. A couple should share joys and hardships together. Otherwise, how can their love be strong? As for her, she doesn't need to pretend her relationship with Lu Qianza is perfect. She just wants to enjoy her life. Before she married, she was the young lady of the Sang family. It doesn't make sense to suffer after marriage. What is she after? Is it just the fun of foraging for wild vegetables with others? Isn't that different? Sangqing thought about the things she just received from her space. Suddenly, she remembered that the book she read described in detail how the heroine obtained a large sum of money and supplies by chance. If she remembers correctly, it was during the crackdown on the black market when the black market boss hid some supplies and money. But that boss was just a single person, and those items naturally belonged to no one. Although Sangqing didn't understand how a black market boss could have so much money and supplies, now they are hers. The heroine wanted to steal her man, so she would take her chance. Let's see who can outsmart whom. Sangqing followed a quiet little path. Before she reached halfway, she saw a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit lying on the ground. She looked around and saw no one nearby, then carefully approached. This person. She thought he looked familiar. Sangqing didn't care who he was anymore. Seeing that he was still alive, she hurriedly took a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space and poured it into his mouth. He's such a big guy. She couldn't lift him. Now, she could only try her luck and hope that the spiritual spring water would save his life. Fortunately, after drinking the spiritual spring water, the other person's complexion improved significantly, and Sangqing felt relieved. Just as she was about to put the water bottle back into her space, the person slowly opened his eyes. You. Sangqing raised her elegant eyebrows slightly and said, Comrade, you just fainted.
How do you feel now?
Do you need me to call someone for help? She crouched nearby, observing his condition, unsure of what to do at first. Then she saw him wave his hand and slowly sit up. Thank you, young comrade. My name is Zhang. I was just about to go to the Hongqi Town Public Security Bureau, but I suddenly fainted for no reason. Sangqing looked at his gray hair and was stunned. Zhang? She had been thinking how familiar this person looked. He was the new factory director transferred from another city to their Hongqi Town clothing factory. She knew because, in the original story, this factory director died on his first day in Hongqi Town. He was only discovered 2 days after his death, and his belongings and valuables were missing, so it was investigated as a criminal case. This incident even made the newspapers, and clues were collected from all over. Later, they caught the suspect and found out that Zhang died of an illness. The case caused a big stir, and no new factory director was appointed for a while, so Sangqing's old boss, Sangqing Shan, got promoted to deputy director and even had the authority of a factory director. Later, Sangqing Shan naturally became the factory director. He lived a lively life, and after the heroine's family split, he even recognized her as his adopted daughter. He became a stepping stone and backup fund for her later career.
Ha!
Sangqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was that Sangqing Shan's money? No, it was all her mother's dowry. Jiang Mengmeng was shameless. Even if she was just taking advantage, she shouldn't have grabbed her sheep to fleece, right? What? She doesn't need her money or space, and she can't be the heroine without stealing her man. Sangqing looked at Zhang, who was saved by her beautiful peach blossom eyes curling into a smile. Perfect, I also need to go to the Public Security Bureau. Should I take you there, or first send you to the hospital? Zhang waved his hand and said, no need. Comrade, please just take me to the Public Security Bureau. He originally didn't want to trouble this young comrade to go to the police station, but since he thought about her fainting unexpectedly, he was worried that if Sangqing left and he fainted again, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, this young comrade was also headed to the police station, so it was convenient. He also wanted to take the opportunity to ask about this helpful young comrade and see if there was anything he could do to thank her. Given what just happened, if no one saw it, he might be left with no explanation. This felt like saving a life, after all. While thinking this, Zhang got up from the ground. He brushed off the dust on himself and followed Sangqing toward the police station. Comrade, I didn't get a chance to ask your name earlier. Would you mind telling me? Zhang hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke slowly. Although he had been a factory director for many years, this was the first time he actively inquired about a young girl's name.
Sangqing nodded.
Sure, my name is Sangqing. I live in Hongqi Alley, Hongqi Town. I used to live with the Sang family, but after I got married, I separated from my unkind father. Now I live somewhere else. She accidentally saved Director Zhou, so helping her with some eye drops at her workplace isn't too much, right? Zhang didn't expect this young girl to be so talkative and secretly let out a breath of relief. Comrade Sangqing, I don't know if there's anything I can do to help you. If there is, just tell me. Unexpectedly, Sangqing waved her hand. No need, comrade. I see you just came to our Hongqi town, right? It's better if you don't get involved in my matters. Even the police can't handle it. As soon as Sangqing said this, Zhang's eyebrows furrowed. If even the police couldn't handle it, how much hardship must this young girl have endured? Thinking this, Zhang's brow furrowed even more. Although I might not be able to help much if I speak up, maybe I can think of a way. Sangqing looked at Zhang, seeming to be persuaded by his words. She hesitated for a moment but lowered her voice and whispered, my father is the director of Hongqi Clothing Factory. He has a lot of power. Today, he even said he might find a chance to teach me a lesson. Who knows when he might just send me to the police station for no good reason. Sangqing was so confident because she guessed that Sangqing Shan would soon discover the surprise she had prepared for him. If he realized it was her doing, he would definitely go to the police to report her. As for the account books and evidence he had hidden, he probably thought that even if she got them, she wouldn't understand them. Right now, she planned to win over Director Zhou. When she eventually faced Sangqing Shan, this factory director might actually be able to help her. When Zhang heard the words Red Flag Garment Factory, his expression darkened. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, then, why would your father treat you like that? He looked at the young woman in front of him, delicate and gentle, clearly not someone used to hardship. She must have been pampered at home before. Zhang couldn't understand how things had gotten so bad between them. Sangqing sighed helplessly and said, my father married into my mother's family. A year after my mother passed away, he remarried. He wanted to take the dowry my mother left me and give it to his new wife and daughter. Zhang was speechless. That was truly shameless. Oh, and the funniest part, Sangqing added quietly, that new wife's daughter is actually his own child. Zhang was stunned. That wasn't just shameless, it was completely immoral. Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but ask, so, did you give him the dowry your mother left you? Sangqing shook her head.
No.
I asked the village elders to witness it and expelled my father from the family. Am I impressive or what? As she said this, her eyes sparkled with a playful charm. These things could easily be verified, so there was no need for her to hide the truth and lower Zhang's opinion of her. She still needed him to help her deal with her unkind father, completely and decisively. Zhang was instantly charmed by her. Indeed, having a daughter was wonderful, unlike his own mischievous sons who only gave him headaches. Yes, very impressive, he praised sincerely, just as he was about to reveal his identity to Sangqing. But before he could speak, a harsh, angry voice suddenly rang out.
Sangqing.
You ungrateful girl. How dare you show your face here? Sangqing heard the noise and immediately hid behind Zhang. Zhang also noticed Sangqing's action and looked up toward the source of the sound. He saw a middle-aged man standing angrily in the police yard, almost bouncing with impatience as he rushed over. This must be the scoundrel father Sangqing mentioned. He coldly looked at Sangqing Shan and stepped in front of him, saying, "Comrade, you'd better not be so impulsive. If you have something to say, let's talk calmly." Talk calmly? What's there to talk about? Look at what she's done. She went to my staff dorm and stole everything from me. Sangqing Shan couldn't see Sangqing and could only shout at Zhang. At that moment, Lu Qianche strode out with a grim face. He sent someone to find Sangqing, but the person came back saying she couldn't be found. How could his big wife just disappear? When Lu Qianche reached the yard, he saw Sangqing hiding behind Zhang. He almost hurried over and grabbed her wrist. He was about to pull her over when someone blocked him again. "Comrade, please show some respect." Lu Qianche. Respect? What respect? That's my wife. Sangqing also recognized the visitor and quickly said, "Comrade Zhou, this is my husband, Lu Qianche. He's not like that bad person over there." Zhang finally relaxed and looked at Lu Qianche's unhappy face, saying, "Sorry, Comrade Lu, I didn't know you were Sang's husband. I thought you were working with him." Lu Qianche silently pulled Sangqing into his arms and then said calmly, "It's okay. Thank you for protecting my wife just now." Zhang wanted to say something else but was interrupted directly by Sangqing Shan. "Stop confusing things. I warn you, if Sangqing doesn't hand over everything from my side of the dorm today, I'll have her locked up." Sangqing Shan glared fiercely at Sangqing, as if he would pounce on her if she didn't admit to it. But Sangqing wasn't afraid of him. Not only did she have Director Zhou backing her, but her husband, the team leader, was also here. If the team is like this, it's hard to believe she could get hurt. Sangqing Jiao tilted her cute little face and muttered unhappily, "I don't even know what you're talking about. The stuff in the dorm? When I went to your dorm, your door was still locked. How could I take your things? Besides, what did you even lose?" Sangqing Shan was almost furious. "Lose what? I lost everything. The whole dorm was emptied by you. Don't you know that?" Sangqing shrugged. "I only went upstairs for a few minutes. How could I empty your room? You're lying, but you should make sense. You. Sangqing Shan was so angry, he almost staggered. He thought about Lu Tsuelian at the dorm door, who was also on Sangqing Jiao's side. Even if he found someone to testify, he wouldn't have the advantage. But then he remembered Jiang Mengmeng telling him that he could become deputy factory director this month. As long as he kept working hard, the factory director would be within his reach. Then he could just fire Lu Tsuelian and make her oppose him? Humph. Thinking this way, Sangqing Shan's mood calmed down a lot. He looked at Sangqing Jiao coldly and said clearly, "Do you want proof? In the clothing factory, I am the one in charge. If I say you took something, then you took it. I advise you to spit it out quietly, or I'll make you regret it." Sangqing Jiao. She almost clapped for Sangqing Shan right then. He said it well. The more he talks, the better. In front of Director Zhou, he claimed the factory was under his control. TSK. It seems Sangqing Shan's position as director won't last long. Lu Qiansa listened to Sangqing Shan, and his face darkened immediately. He was about to step forward but was pulled back by Sangqing Jiao. Lu Qiansa looked at her with confusion and raised his eyebrows in doubt. His wife usually couldn't stand any grievance, but now she was holding him back from stepping up to support her? Just as Lu Qiansa was puzzled, Zhou Zhang's stern voice suddenly rang out. "I really didn't know that the Hongqi clothing factory is now run by you, the director. Where do you put me, the newly appointed factory manager?" Zhou Zhang had never sounded so speechless before. A clothing factory being controlled by just a director? Does this factory have a future? Sangqing Shan was also visibly stunned, looking at Zhou Zhang with disbelief. You're the new factory manager? How is that possible? Why is that impossible? I am Zhou Zhang, the new director assigned to Hongqi Clothing Factory. Today, I am officially here in Hongqi town to take over this factory. After saying this, he looked at Sangqing and said, if I weren't here to handle official procedures, I wouldn't have known there's such a big figure like you inside Hongqi clothing factory. Hearing Zhou Zheng speak so confidently, Sangqing suddenly felt a bit nervous. But he quickly suppressed his fear and looked at Zhou Zheng with a last bit of hope. What proof do you have? Zhou Zheng didn't bother to waste words. He took out an official document from his briefcase. Is this enough proof?
Sangqing.
He was completely resigned now. Offending his superior, what chance does he have for promotion in the future? Let alone becoming deputy director or director someday. But then, thinking about what Jiang Mengmeng had told him before, he suddenly felt a little more confident. He quickly forced a flattering smile and said to Zhou Zheng, Director Zhou, this is all a misunderstanding. If I had known you were the director earlier, knowing I'm the director, you wouldn't act so arrogantly in front of me? Zhou Zheng interrupted with a cold snort before Sangqing finished. I think Director Sang's thoughts are not correct. You should stay home and reflect on yourself for a few days. When you're ready, you can return to work. Director. Sangqing didn't expect that just a few words would get him suspended for self-reflection by the new director.
Why?
He had contributed to the clothing factory, even if not with great achievements, at least with hard work. Why should a newcomer like him be suspended just because the director said so? Is it because he's the director? He refused to accept this. Sangqing's neck stiffened, and he spoke again. Director Zhou, I disagree with your decision. This is just a family matter. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Zhou Zheng was almost laughed at by Sangqing's shamelessness. On the way here with Sangqing, he thought the young girl might dislike her father so much that she spoke badly of Sangqing. But now, it's clear she didn't say enough. He's not just unworthy, he's shameless. Always watching the scene nearby, Sangqing listened to Sangqing shamelessly blaming the matter on family issues. She naturally agreed right away. Zhou Zheng frowned, seeming a bit confused by Sangqing's actions. Although Sangqing is indeed the young girl's biological father, he clearly isn't a good person. Could it be that the girl is feeling pity and doesn't want her father to be suspended? Zhou Zheng thought about advising her a few more words, but then he heard her next words. Sangqing's job was bought with my mother's money. Now that he has remarried, doesn't that mean the job has nothing to do with him anymore? Sangqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Zheng, full of hope. She had been planning to make a big move against Sangqing, but his actions were mostly morally wrong. To take him down, she needed connections. But now it seems she has those connections. Zhou Zheng almost laughed when he saw her looking at him like that. He cleared his throat and then raised his hand to hide the slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. TSK, this girl really has a temper with him. Cough cough. You're right. Director Sang also said this is your family matter. Since that's the case, I'll make the decision. This job will be returned to your Sang family. Zhou Zheng completely ignored Sangqing's pale face and turned to add two more words. Director Sang, everything is done according to your wishes. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Sangqing's forehead veins throbbed violently. I don't care what you say. I am still the director of the clothing factory. To hand it over to a young girl with no experience. Oh, Director Sang, no. Now you should be called Comrade Sang, Sangqing said with a smile, leaning on Lu Qianzi, clearly enjoying the lively scene. How could I want that director position? I only want this job. The director should be someone capable, she said. After saying this, she turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Factory Director Zhou, please help me transfer this job to someone who needs it more. As for the director position, I believe you will find someone more suitable when the time comes, right? She winked at Zhou Zheng as she said this. After all, Zhou Zheng was her lifesaver. He couldn't refuse to help her with this small favor. Zhou Zheng was almost amused by this young girl. She really is unpredictable. When she acts, she surprises everyone. Not only did she take down Sangqing's work, but she also managed to turn his work into money. It's a pity she doesn't want to work at the clothing factory. Otherwise, he might have trained her a bit. He sighed regretfully, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at Sangqing. Comrade Sang, How did you end up working at the clothing factory? I will investigate this. If it's true, you'd better prepare to hand over your responsibilities soon. Sangqing collapsed onto the ground. It's over, completely over. Looking at Sangqing's miserable state, Sangqing turned her attention to Lu Qianza beside her. Why are you at the police station today? Did he call you here? She thought Sangqing found out her things were missing from her dorm and came to find Lu Qianza because of that. But Lu Qianza shook his head, looking a bit wronged as he said, I came to the police station because someone named Jiang Mengmeng blocked me in the alley. She even behaved badly toward me. Sangqing's face immediately scrunched up. Where is she? How dare she mess with her man? She's really fed up with life. Lu Qianza leaned his head on Sangqing's shoulder. Don't worry, wife. I didn't let her get away with it. I told Jiang to take her to the police station. He said this with a hopeful look, as if waiting for her to praise him. Sangqing. In the original story, the male lead sent the female lead to the police station because she was acting inappropriately toward him. What kind of magical plot is this? Is this right? Sangqing was starting to doubt. Could Jiang Mengmeng really be the heroine? Or maybe. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Qianza, and she pursed her lips. Could Lu Qianza be a fake male lead? But who cares? As long as it's not her unlucky self. Thinking this, Sangqing immediately looked at Lu Qianza with bright, sparkling eyes and asked, Has she been convicted now? Can I go see the show? Lu Qianza raised his eyebrows slightly, planning to continue pretending to be pitiful and make his wife feel sorry for him. But seeing her determined look, he decided to wait until tonight to act again. After all, it's not very convenient outside. Lu Qianza nodded and said, As a family member of the victim, it's okay to learn about the situation. Sangqing was satisfied and followed Lu Qianza to the police station office. Zhou Zheng stood nearby, looking surprised. Since he first saw Lu Qianza, he felt a sense of pressure from this man. But interestingly, after seeing Sangqing, he immediately relaxed his aura. It seems this young lady's husband really cares about her and is a good man. He had thought that since the young lady was so unfortunate, he could help a little. If her husband wasn't a good person, as the factory director, he could still support her because of his role as her savior. Now it looks like this man is quite decent. Zhou Zheng thought this, and then followed inside. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a woman crying with tears and snot all over her face, throwing herself at Lu Qianza's feet. Captain Lu, the previous matter was really just a misunderstanding. I promise I won't do it again. Please, since we're from the same neighborhood, please have mercy and let me go. Jiang Mengmeng was crying pitifully. I'm just a young girl. If I'm accused of being a troublemaker, my life will be ruined. Boo-hoo. Her crying seemed to move some of the police nearby, who all looked at Lu Qianza with sympathy. But his attention was entirely on Sangqing, and he didn't seem to hear what Jiang Mengmeng was saying. Cough, cough. Zhou Zheng coughed at the right moment, breaking the strange atmosphere in the office. Comrades in the police, hello. I am Zhou Zheng, the new factory director at Hongqi Clothing Factory. That's impossible. Before Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Jiang Mengmeng, who had been crying on the ground, suddenly screamed. Her voice was very sharp, startling everyone around. Even Sangqing's attention was immediately drawn to Jiang Mengmeng.
Impossible?
Is it impossible that he's not the factory director? Or that he's not still alive? Hearing this, Jiang Mengmeng's eyes widened even more. She instinctively stepped back, then realized what she was saying. Why are you talking nonsense? I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Mengmeng seemed to think her words were too abrupt, so she fainted while speaking. Sun Chong. Lu Qianza also seemed to sense something from Sun Chong's words. He gave the police chief a look and then said, although she hasn't been convicted yet, to prevent her from escaping while receiving treatment, it's better to send more people. The police chief was surprised again. But since Lu Qianza, who is known as a strict enforcer, spoke, even if he wanted to let her go, he wouldn't dare now. Captain Lu, don't worry. Before the matter is settled, she definitely won't escape. After that, the police chief waved his hand, and someone took Jiang Mengmeng to the hospital. Sun Chong then greeted Zhou Zheng. exchanged contact information, and left the police station. On the way back, Sun Chong's brow was almost furrowed into a knot. At first, she didn't think much when she heard Jiang Mengmeng was acting inappropriately toward Lu Qianze. In the original story, Jiang Mengmeng comforted Lu Qianze when he was having conflicts with her, which suggested she might also have feelings for him. But she acted earlier than her. However, why did Jiang Mengmeng know about Zhou Zheng's death? Could it be that, as the heroine of this story with some special abilities, she knew everything? Sun Chong didn't understand. The original story didn't mention how Jiang Mengmeng knew. And in the original story, Jiang Mengmeng was aware of the chaos in Lu Qianze's life, which is why she took the initiative to comfort him. Since they were seen together during that time, she started targeting Jiang Mengmeng fiercely, which gradually made Lu Qianze develop feelings for her through handling their conflicts. Thinking of this, Sun Chong's brow furrowed even more. She glared at Lu Qianze and said, "Humph. Scumbag, Lu Qianze." His mind spun quickly, but he couldn't understand why Sun Chong was calling him that. As they approached home, Lu Qianze simply lifted Sun Chong onto his shoulder and pushed the door open, heading into the main house. He held her close and sat down on a chair. "Darling, if you're angry, you can hit or scold me. Just don't get upset to the point of hurting yourself, okay?" Lu Qianze pressed Sun Chong's hand against his chest. Then in the next moment, he reached to unbutton his collar with one hand. Sun Chong was so frightened, she hurriedly covered his collar with her hand. "No need. I'm not angry." She also knows that none of the events in the original story actually happened. Currently, Lu Qianze is very obedient to her. There is no need for her to punish him by changing the story from the original book. However, many things in the original story did happen, such as most of the events before her awakening following the original plot. Lu Qianze saw Sangqing finish speaking and fell silent. He quickly expressed his loyalty, saying, "Wife, don't worry. My body and my heart belong to you alone. I am very pure. That woman only grabbed my pants, and today I will throw away these pants." Hearing this, Sangqing looked up at Lu Qianze. His focused gaze always made her feel safe, as if this man's heart was entirely hers, unable to hold anything else. "I'm not angry with you. I just find Jiang Mengmeng a little strange." Sangqing thought for a moment and decided to tell Lu Qianze what she had just thought of. Since he is the main character, maybe he can think of more things than she did. "Director Zhou only went to the police station with me because he fainted on a small road. If I hadn't saved him, he might." Sangqing carefully chose her words, because in the original story, Director Zhou indeed died on that small road. But Lu Qianze didn't know this, so she could only speak in a speculative tone. Seeing that Lu Qianze was just looking at her without interrupting, she continued, "At the police station just now, Jiang Mengmeng heard Director Zhou's name and seemed very shocked. It didn't seem like she was surprised that he was the director, but more like she was surprised that he was still alive." Sangqing worried that Lu Qianze might think she was overthinking, so she added, "Jiang Mengmeng was at the police station and hadn't seen Director Zhou before, so she probably didn't hear about him either, right?" Lu Qianze's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he also noticed Jiang Mengmeng's unusual behavior. But he didn't show it earlier because he was worried about scaring Sangqing. He didn't expect his wife to be so sharp, able to analyze so many things. Lu Qianze gently squeezed Sangqing's small hand. The soft, boneless feeling made his whole body feel a little numb. His eyes darkened slightly, and he slowly said, "Jiang Mengmeng is indeed very strange. She might be the mastermind behind harming Director Zhou, or she might have some special abilities. There are indeed many powerful people in the mystical realm in this world." But just now, Jiang Mengmeng's shocked expression clearly showed she didn't know about Zhou Zheng's death. Knowing about Zhou Zheng's death is definitely worth thinking about. She might be a spy secretly killing useful people for the country. Or perhaps she is possessed by some spirit or involved in supernatural phenomena. Lu Qianze remembered when he investigated Sangqing Shan before, he found that Sangqing Shan and Jiang Mengmeng had occasional contact. And Sangqing Shan was the one giving Jiang Mengmeng money. He even suspected that Jiang Mengmeng might be Sangqing illegitimate daughter. Since he had a criminal record, he didn't pay much attention. Now it seems Jiang Mengmeng might have been targeting his wife for a long time. He needs to find someone to investigate Jiang Mengmeng more carefully. Sang, hearing the words, special ability, frowned slightly with suspicion. She reached out her arm and wrapped it around Lu Qianzi's neck, pulling him down. Lu Qianzi, you can only belong to me. If you ever change your mind, I will make you regret it, Sang spoke very seriously. Almost as soon as she finished, Lu Qianzi sensed her unusualness. His wife usually teases him and says things like she wants to look good for him, but she has never acted like this before. Lu Qianzi put one arm around Sang, making her sit on his lap, and held her single hand up to his eye level. Darling, is there something you're hiding from me? His voice was calm, but full of certainty. His deep eyes looked at Sang, making her feel like she couldn't find a reason to lie. Sang pursed her lips, looked up at Lu Qianzi, then bit his chin. Lu Qianzi didn't dodge. He gently patted her back, patiently waiting. After a moment, Sang relaxed and buried her head in his neck. Her voice muffled. Lu Qianzi, I dreamed that after we got married, you bullied me. You not only supported another woman but also divorced me to marry her. You think I'm naive and always cause trouble, Lu Qianzi. Is this really about me? Is she crazy? Such a delicate, charming wife, and she wants to divorce me to marry someone else? Lu Qianzi really wanted to say that Sangqing was overthinking. He would never allow her to divorce him, not even if she wanted to. She could only be his in this life. But seeing how serious Sangqing looked, he felt that what she said might be more than just a dream. His wife was usually delicate and sweet, with a proud personality like a cat, and she wouldn't normally do anything big or crazy. Thinking back, the fact that she had someone drive Sangqing out of the house probably had something to do with this so-called dream. Lu Qianzi gently patted Sangqing's back and comforted her. Do you remember which woman I was involved with in your dream? I promise that if I hear that name again, I'll turn around and walk away. I won't even look at her, okay? Sangqing blinked her long eyelashes at Lu Qianzi and softly said 3 words, Jiang Mengmeng. Lu Qianzi. Great. Things just got even stranger. He kept wondering why his adorable wife, who was usually proud and as beautiful as a little flower, suddenly doubted her own charm. It turned out the problem was with this woman named Jiang Mengmeng. It seemed he hadn't investigated enough. He strongly suspected that Jiang Mengmeng was hiding some secret she didn't want others to know. If that was the case, then the situation was different. Thinking this, Lu Qianzi turned his head and kissed Sangqing's cheek, saying, Wife, I suspect that Jiang Mengmeng might be a spy. You must stay away from her, okay? She might just be trying to get close to you to gather military intelligence.
Sangqing?
Is that true? Isn't she the heroine? Would the heroine do something that harms the country? While Sangqing was confused, she heard Lu Qianzi continue, I will report this immediately. If those strange things about Jiang Mengmeng are real, a special investigation team will handle it personally.
Sangqing.
Can she say he's really the hero? All these tricks could easily send the heroine away. Sangqing looked at Lu Qianzi again and again. Don't you feel a little bit guilty? After all, they were the original story's main characters. Even if the story collapsed, it shouldn't be so extreme. Is it that Jiang Mengmeng's timing to get close to Lu Qianzi was wrong? Or has she awakened, so she is not as overbearing with Lu Qianzi as in the original story? Sangqing only thought for a moment before automatically denying it. Being overbearing is impossible. What belongs to her belongs to her. Her married man is no exception. As she was thinking about what might be wrong, Lu Qianzi suddenly cupped her small face and said seriously, Wife, the only woman I can't bear to hurt is you. It will always be that way. He liked Sangqing's confident and assertive attitude and preferred her firm choice. Sangqing blushed from his words and unconsciously tilted her face to the side. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and immediately jumped down from Lu Qianzi. Then she pulled him toward the bedroom. Before Lu Qianzi could react, she pushed him onto the bed. Lu Qianzi. Sangqing rolled up her sleeves and, taking the chance while pouring water, poured spiritual spring water into a cup. She looked up and drank it proudly, then flopped onto the bed, smiling happily. Humph. Today, I will show you how powerful I am. Sangqing reached out to tug at Lu Qian's collar. Wife, are you trying to? Before he could finish his sentence, Sangqing's small mouth covered his.
Sure.
No talking. Whoever begs first today is the little dog. She was fully prepared today and was determined to outdo Lu Qianza to see who is truly the master of this home. Then her small hand moved along the unbuttoned buttons on his chest. Lu Qianza's throat moved violently, and his eyes slightly reddened from her excitement. He thought he had been rough on his wife these past few days and wanted to stop today, let her rest. But he didn't expect her to be so proactive. Then what is he holding back for? He must give his best and take good care of his wife. After a long while, the proud little man finally realized something was wrong. Lu, Sangqing, unable to bear it, grabbed the mandarin duck pillow behind her head, her beautiful hair damp with water. She felt like she couldn't go on anymore. The feeling of being at the top of comfort made her want to lean close to the man, yet also want to stay away from him. Lu Qianche looked at the person who was lost in thought because of him with love in his eyes, and he couldn't let go of her. He couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her brow and the corner of her eye. His nose lightly brushed her neck, smelling her addictive scent, and Lu Qianche felt himself going crazy with desire. In a regular hospital ward, Jiang Mengmeng slowly opened her eyes. Thinking about everything at the police station, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. This was all wrong. Zhou Zheng should be dead, so how could he appear at the police station? Jiang Mengmeng remembered that Zhou Zheng appeared with Sangqing. Could Sangqing also have been reborn? That's why she broke off her relationship with Sangqing Shan and then went to save Zhou Zheng? It was as if she suddenly understood everything. She clenched her fists tightly and felt even more hatred for Sangqing. It was all because of Sangqing. Because Sangqing did those things to increase her luck, she was so unlucky with her system. If it weren't for Sangqing, Lu Qianche wouldn't have been affected by luck and sent her to the police station. She wouldn't have pretended to be unconscious to stay in the hospital after almost being accused of misconduct.
No.
She absolutely couldn't just wait and see. Since Sangqing might also have been reborn, she needed to get that space jade pendant as soon as possible. She had previously tried to steal the jade from Sang Yanyan, hoping to trick it from her, but Sang Yanyan didn't even know about the jade pendant at that time. So she had to give up for now. Maybe only when the right time comes will the jade appear. Now that Sangqing was married to Lu Qianche, her role was officially starting, and the most important jade pendant should have appeared too. Jiang Mengmeng was thinking about how to find Sang Yanyan again when she heard a noise at the door of the ward. She immediately closed her eyes and saw a shadow sneaking into the room in the darkness. Who are you? The person entering was clearly startled. If she hadn't covered her mouth, she might have screamed. Sang Yanyan looked at Jiang Mengmeng with displeasure but, recalling Sangqing Shan's instructions, could only hide her expression. Her voice was very soft, so quiet that even in a silent room, you had to listen carefully to understand what she was saying. After saying this, she took off the silk scarf covering her face and walked closer to the hospital bed. Jiang Mengmeng finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that Sangqing Shan was still on her side, so leaving now was only a matter of time. But just as she was about to relax, Sang Yanyan's next words almost made her choke. My dad got suspended because of that shameless woman, Sangqing. He might even lose his job. So, my dad asked me to see if you have any ideas? Sang Yanyan looked reluctant as she stood there. She had never liked Jiang Mengmeng, especially because she always looked at them as if she was a divine being above the mortal world. If it weren't for her father supporting her, she wouldn't want to be around her. Thinking that Jiang Mengmeng was caught trying to flirt with Lu Qianche at the police station made her dislike her even more. She thought Jiang Mengmeng was so sophisticated, yet she wanted to steal her man. One Sangqing is enough. Since she has that face, men are usually interested for a few days anyway. But what does Jiang Mengmeng have? With her big, fake smile, she still wanted to steal her man? Humph. Jiang Mingming's mind was a bit blank. What could she possibly do? She just wanted Qingshan to get her out of the police station. She knew that if she asked now, Qingshan would definitely abandon her. No, she had to save herself. She took a deep breath.
Let me think.
She remembered the plot from the original story. Maybe at this point, she could really find someone to help her. Soon, Jiang Mengmeng thought of something. She beckoned to Sang Yanyan and said, "Go find something for me." Sang Yanyan frowned, seeming to doubt Jiang Mengmeng's words, but seeing her determined look, she could only do as she was told. "You better be sure your plan works, or my dad won't forgive you." Before leaving, Sang Yanyan threw a harsh remark, which made Jiang Mengmeng feel very annoyed. If she hadn't fallen from grace, how could she be bullied by these trash? Just wait and see. Waiting for her to go out again and get the special power, she wants to make everyone who bullies her regret it. Night falls, and darkness deepens. The night breeze blows gently, and soon light rain begins to fall outside the window. Lu Qianche looks at the person sleeping peacefully on the bed, and unconsciously, she snuggles closer into his arms. His already satisfied face shows a little more smile. He hums a soft tune quietly, gently caressing her back with his hand. Only when her furrowed brows relax does he kiss her soft face. Just now, he was really reckless. Seeing her whimper and shed tears, he couldn't help but want to tease her. If their wedding night was reserved because it was her first time, he kept his strength. But today, he truly enjoyed himself. He never expected that his delicate, gentle wife could keep up with his stamina. Thinking about how she wished to overpower him and become the boss before sleeping, a smile appeared on Lu Qianche's face. His wife is both adorable and delicious. His fingertips brushed her small face, then he couldn't resist holding her in his arms. He truly loved the feeling of being able to touch her freely and was even more obsessed with every inch of her warmth. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, there was a rhythmic knocking on the door. The sound was not loud, but enough for Lu Qianche to hear. This is their secret signal with Sun Dajiang and Li Xia. It seems they have found out the result. Lu Qianche cast a loving glance at Sangqing, wrapped her tightly in a blanket, then put on his clothes and opened the courtyard door. Since Sangqing was sleeping inside, the three of them went directly to the room on the west side. "What's the situation at the hospital now?" he asked straightforwardly as soon as he entered. His voice was cold and icy, even colder than the night wind. He was completely different from the man who had been in front of Sangqing before. Li Xia was the first to report that Jiang Mengmeng woke up in the hospital. She kept saying she felt uncomfortable here and there, sometimes dizzy, sometimes nauseous. It's quite troublesome. Jiang Mengmeng's trouble with her misconduct wouldn't keep her locked up for long, since there was no solid evidence. Their team leader only wanted to deal with her because she deliberately fell on him and disgusted him. Now, she's pretending to be sick. Lu Qianche sneered softly. Since she wants to pretend to be sick, you should have the doctor give her some good medicine and injections, so her illness doesn't go untreated. Li Xia immediately understood what Lu Qianche meant and nodded repeatedly. Should we tell the Jang family about her being in the hospital? If the Jang family found out Jiang Mengmeng was hospitalized, they would definitely be worried about the medical bills. Even if they had to drag her home, how could they leave her in the hospital to cause trouble? Lu Qianche's dark eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. There's no need to tell them so early. Later, we can have the police send someone to the Jiang family and have them come to the police station to get her back. Yes, 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 Li Xia agreed 3 times, finally feeling relieved. He truly dared to imagine escaping completely from their leader. Their leader was a man who thought 5 steps ahead. TSK. Sun Dajiang saw Li Xia finish reporting and then continued, "Leader, you kept asking me to watch the people from the Sang family. I found out that Sang Qingshan sent Sang Yanyan to the hospital, and afterward, the Sang family went to see the director." He paused here. I don't know exactly what they discussed, but it definitely has something to do with Jiang Mengmeng. He even suspected that Jiang Mengmeng might have found a new supporter. But when he investigated, he found no connection between Jiang Mengmeng and the director. Neither Sangqing nor the director had any contact. The whole situation felt very disconnected in the network of relationships, which made Sun Dajiang quite confused. Lu Qianche and Sun Dajiang had worked together for a long time, so they communicated naturally and with understanding. After Sun Dajiang finished speaking, Lu Qianche realized that Jiang Mengmeng might be trying to find a way to clear herself. He didn't expect this matter to trap Jiang Mengmeng for long, but he was surprised that she would use her connections to do so. Lu Qianche was silent for a moment before continuing. Send people to keep watching the Sang family, and Jiang Mengmeng. I suspect she might be a hidden spy. Yes, leader. Both replied in unison, then Lu Qianche spoke again. And after Jiang Mengmeng leaves the police station, remember to tell the Jiang family about her powerful backing. This way, in the future, the Jiang family would be willing to pay the police to free someone. However, Jiang Mengmeng thinks it will be very difficult for her to leave the Jiang family in this lifetime. By the way, Captain, our mission here is almost complete. We might be leaving in the next few days. As for my sister-in-law, Li Xiahe suddenly remembered something and quietly reminded Lu Qianze. Their sister-in-law is a delicate little flower. Whether the team leader directly returns to the island, leaving Sangqing behind, or they go back together, they need to think of a way to settle her. Otherwise, with her fragile nature, not only the team leader but even they themselves are a bit worried. After all, Sangqing is their leader's beloved. If she gets hurt or bumped into trouble, TSK. Hearing Li Xiahe mention Sangqing, Lu Qianze's expression softened quite a bit. She will go back with us. I've already reported this to the military. As for the Sang family's house here, find someone trustworthy to watch over it. Don't let some careless people sneak in and do anything. His wife has many belongings, and it's impossible to move everything to the island. But if they leave these things behind and let others take advantage, his delicate wife would definitely be furious. Clearly, Sun Dajiang and Li Xiahe are both very happy with this outcome. If their sister-in-law goes to the island, they can still take care of her a bit. Here, surrounded by wolves, they're worried that after their leader leaves, these people might retaliate against their sister-in-law. Then I'll have the brothers pick up the house you requested earlier, Captain, Sun Dajiang suggested, thinking about the situation on the island. Li Xiahe nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain. You really should tidy up that house. Since your sister-in-law is so particular, she probably needs quite a few things. Lu Qianze raised his eyebrows. I already arranged for that when I filed the report. You two should go buy supplies to bring to the island. Understood, Captain. We'll handle it. Lu Qianze briefly went over other matters. After they left, he returned to the room where Sangqing was. He looked at the well-behaved person sleeping with a blanket and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her, then lifted the blanket and slipped inside. Lu Qianche held the person in his arms, gently massaging her slender waist with his large hand to help ease her discomfort. I must say, his wife's waist is really thin. He could wrap his hand around it easily, soft beyond belief. On a late summer evening, the weather was starting to get a bit cool. Sangqing, feeling sleepy, moved closer to the heat source. The moment their skin touched, Lu Qianche froze. Seeing how easily he got excited just from a gentle touch, Lu Qianche himself found it funny. He helplessly pulled his hand away, rubbing his thumb lightly on her pretty shoulder, then slowly said, Wife, I've given you some rest time just now.
If you still want more,
I guess I have to go along with it. Sangqing, already sleepy, didn't realize yet how much her unconscious actions had caused a big stir. When she regained a bit of awareness, she felt the whole roof was gently swaying. A hot breath brushed against her neck, then slowly traced past her ear. Then came Lu Qianche's deep, tempting voice that made her feel a tingling sensation deep inside. Tomorrow, can we rest for one more day? Sangqing was already exhausted. Facing this shameless man, she could only cling to his neck and bite his shoulder hard. Almost instantly, she felt Lu Qianche start to play mischievously again. Wife is so cute no matter where she is. She's always so lovable.
Sangqing.
Night fell, and the moonlight was bright. The corridor of the guest house was dimly lit. Sangqing went up to the third floor, walked to room 306, opened the door, then patted his clothes and stepped inside. Back already? Chu Lanhua immediately stood up when she heard the noise at the door. She looked at Sangqing Shan with obvious nervousness, then lowered her voice and asked, "How did it go? Did it work?" Before, she and Sang Yanyan had arranged for Sangqing to stay at the guest house, hoping Sangqing Shan could get close to her and then take back the house and belongings. But who knew Sangqing, that little brat, could be so ruthless? She even disowned her own father. His words immediately made Chu Lanhua's eyes light up. Really? It seems Jiang Mengmeng really has some skill, even managing to connect with the director. The director of their Hongqi Town Hospital is said to be very influential. If she can connect with the director, then the Sang family will also have a chance to rise soon. If Jiang Mengmeng is really so capable, how could she be sent to the police station, sitting on the bench? Sang Yanyan rolled her eyes at Jiang Mengmeng's proud attitude. Only her parents believe Jiang Mengmeng is some kind of great master. They don't believe she's a real expert. Why would she stay in the Jiang family, working like a servant? The happy couple, lost in their joy, didn't pay much attention to Sang Yanyan's words. Chu Lanhua even reached out and poked Sang Yanyan's forehead. What do you know? There are many talented people who were defeated in the past. Nowadays, people don't understand these tricks. Many things Jiang Mengmeng told Sangqing Shan before have come true. If they weren't convinced she was always right, why would they believe her so easily? Sangqing Shan nodded along. If Jiang Mengmeng can get out, our family will have hope. When he first heard Jiang Mengmeng was caught, his heart sank. That woman had just boasted last month that he would become deputy factory director this month. If she's in trouble now. He frowned tightly, not daring to think further. He had been hoping for the deputy director position for so long. It absolutely couldn't be wasted. Chu Lanhua thought they had almost sorted out their big issues, but suddenly remembered there was one thing she hadn't done yet. She turned to Sangqing Shan and asked, "Hubby, you said before you wanted to deal with Sangqing's daughter. How is that going?" She remembered Jiang Mengmeng said that as long as Sangqing's reputation was ruined, it would be very easy for them to turn things around. Chu Lanhua couldn't wait to see Sangqing fall from her high horse. She wanted to see how she would act when that happened. Sangqing Shan, feeling annoyed, furrowed his brows. "We found someone, but that girl always has people around her. We haven't had a chance to strike yet. Is it just because she has a soldier boyfriend supporting her?" Chu Lanhua spat. "Once Lu Qianche goes back to the army, let's see how long she can keep acting tough." Sang Yanyan, listening to her parents' words, suddenly flashed a cruel look in her eyes. "Dad, Mom, I have an idea. How about we find a way to distract Lu Qianze and then lure Sangqing out? That should work." Chu Lanhua's eyes lit up, and the wrinkles on her face eased. "That's a good idea." No. Before Chu Lanhua could finish, Sangqing Shan immediately interrupted her. Chu Lanhua's face darkened, and she looked at Sangqing Shan with some displeasure. "Boss, are you regretting this? Do you think Sangqing is your daughter, so you can't bear to do anything?" Sangqing Shan didn't hesitate and said directly, "Impossible. When she made me lose my job, she didn't think I was her father. I won't be soft on her. Then why?" Chu Lanhua looked at Sangqing Shan with more suspicion in her eyes.
Sangqing Shan sighed el plesli.
"I just don't want this to come back to us. Don't forget, her man is a captain in the army, not an ordinary person. The people he hired to deal with Sangqing are all using fake identities. If Chu Lanhua sends someone to lure Sangqing out, and they get caught and find out it was us, all our plans would be for nothing." Chu Lanhua thought for a moment and realized this made sense. Sangqing's man is in the military. If they catch the people we sent, it will be us who suffer. So, what do? We can't just wait for Lu Qianze to leave before acting, she said angrily, gnashing her teeth. She wished she could have Sangqing dead right now. She couldn't wait any longer. Who knows when Lu Qianze will return to the army? Maybe before he even gets back, Sangqing will have spent all their money. "Isn't it simple?" Sang Yanyan said nonchalantly, lifting her chin. "Didn't Sangqing offend Wang Chong? I can find a way to get Wang Chong to step in. No one will be able to trace it back to us. Wang Chong knows a lot of street people. Even if he's caught, it would just be a personal grudge. It has nothing to do with us. Chu Lanhua immediately smiled happily and patted Sang Yanyan. Good idea. My daughter is so clever. Soon, the people they sent and Wang Chang's people will be mixed together, and Sangqing will suffer. Sangqing Shan also thought this plan was good. Let's do it this way. This rebellious girl embarrassed him in front of so many people, causing him to lose his job. She deserves this punishment. The next day, Sangqing naturally woke up late again. But unlike the previous days, this morning, Lu Qianza was beside her when she woke up. Seeing her groggy, fuzzy-headed self sit up, Lu Qianza couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle her hair. Get up and eat something first. Later, I'll take you to buy some clothes and other things. We need to prepare for the upcoming move. Hearing Lu Qianza's voice, Sangqing immediately became alert. She remembered the black market supplies she hadn't yet collected yesterday and looked at Lu Qianza with a hesitant expression. She hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "Do I have to go with you?" Lu Qianza was slightly surprised, his eyes darkening a little, his voice steady. "Wife, are you regretting it? Do you not want to go with the army?" He had worked hard to get her, and he definitely couldn't lose her again. Without much thought, Sangqing shook her head. "No way. I definitely want to go with you." But she bit her lip and finally found a good reason. You were busy yesterday and I was really tired, okay?" Lu Qianza paused. He knew it was his fault, but he cherished his wife so much. If it weren't for worrying about her health, he would want to spend the whole day with her. But clearly, she was hiding something from him. Even if he kept asking, he probably wouldn't get an answer. So, he decided to go along with her for now and see what she wanted to do. Thinking this, Lu Qianza sat back beside Sangqing and took her small hand in his. "If you're too tired, just rest at home and don't run around, okay?" Sangqing's eyes flickered with hesitation for a moment, but she still replied, "I understand." She wouldn't stay at home. There was too much valuable stuff in the black market, and she definitely wouldn't miss out on it. Seeing her response, Lu Qianza silently sighed. "When you're rested and want to go out, come find me at the supply store. Do you understand?" Sangqing then smiled softly and nodded. Yes, I remember. Captain Lu." Her voice was gentle and sweet, which made Lu Qianche feel completely calm. Forget it. She was his chosen wife, and he would spoil her. He decided to leave the task of buying supplies to the Jang and Xiaohe. As for his wife, he would go with her himself. Lu Qianche helplessly rubbed her head, then changed into his clothes and pretended to leave. Sangqing naturally didn't want to waste time. She quickly tidied up, changed into comfortable jeans and a casual shirt, and was about to go out. But before she reached the door, she heard a hurried knocking. Confused, Sangqing looked outside from the main hall and saw a thin, scruffy man sneaking around, looking around nervously. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by others nearby. Older sister-in-law. Opened the door quickly, seeing no movement inside the yard. The man called out loudly and then knocked on the gate. Seeing this, Sangqing went over and opened the door. The man hurriedly said, "Older sister-in-law, something's wrong. Brother Lu was injured while on a mission in the northern forest and bled a lot. Come quickly, Sangqing." Not to mention whether Lu Qianche could reach the small woods in the north in time. In the original story, Lu Qianche, known as the Soldier King, had no real rivals. The only time he was injured was during a period when his feelings for Jiang Mengmeng, the so-called heroine, were stagnant, to make the hero realize his feelings for her. The injured hero was cared for by the heroine and gradually accepted her. Sangqing's eyebrows slightly lifted, feeling that there was a strong sense of dissonance between this hero in the story and Lu Qianche. Older sister-in-law? If you don't go now, you might not see Brother Lu's last moments. The man saw Sangqing hesitating and hurriedly urged her again. Only then did Sangqing come back to herself, look at the thin man, and ask softly, "Oh, you just said he was injured while on a mission in the north." Her voice was gentle and easy to relax others. Seeing her reaction, the thin man repeated what he had already planned. "In the small woods over in the north. Let's hurry over now, or it'll be too late." Hearing this, Sangqing's eyes lit up slightly. The small woods in the north. That was the place where the black market boss stored supplies. Truly, when someone is sleepy, they are given a pillow. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since I took back the dowry my mother gave me, my luck has improved significantly. Sangqing's beautiful eyes curved into a smile as she beckoned to the man standing at the door. Big brother, why don't you come in and wait for a while? I need to change my clothes before we go together. She turned sideways to clear the way, her cheerful and friendly look making the man at the door stare at her in admiration. By the time he snapped out of it, she had already stepped into the yard. Older sister.
Ah, Ban.
Sangqing swung a stool and hit him on the back. Taking advantage of his pain, she quickly turned around and pressed her knee firmly into his lower back. She grabbed his hair, took a pill from her pocket, and forced it into his mouth. Then she threw him aside. She was holding a pain relief pill from her space, which causes unbearable pain when taken. Pain so intense it feels worse than death. When Sangqing saw this pill, she was curious about how painful it would be. Now, looking at the man in front of her, she couldn't help but gasp. I can give you a temporary painkiller, but you have to help me with something. Once it's done, I'll give you the antidote. How about it? The man didn't expect that a delicate woman like Sangqing could be so formidable. He was in so much pain he was sweating all over. He wouldn't hesitate to agree to her condition, even if she asked for 100 favors. His eyes wouldn't blink.
I
agree. The man, trembling and exhausted, finally managed to speak. Seeing this, Sangqing took a pill from her pocket and threw it in front of him. Eat this, then wait here. After saying that, she returned to her room. When she reappeared, she was holding a set of clothes. The small, thin man had finished the medicine and was slumped on the ground, looking dehydrated. Sangqing glanced at him coldly before speaking. Put on these 2 pieces of clothing, and then wear this straw hat. The small man looked at the clothes thrown to him and froze.
These
are women's clothes, Sangqing sneered.
What?
Don't want to wear them. These clothes probably belong to Sang Yanyan. When she brought them from her dorm at the clothing factory, she was a bit surprised to see that Sangqing Shan still had women's clothes. But looking at the style, they seem to be for a young girl, so they are likely hers. The small, thin man looked at Sangqing, and then at the clothes. He thought they belonged to Sangqing and blushed all over. Wear them. I'll wear them now. Sangqing didn't notice anything unusual and continued, since your people want me to go, you should pretend to be me and go there.
Can you do that?
The small, thin man was stunned for a moment, then nodded again. He quickly put on 2 pieces of clothing, even leaving his pants on, just wearing the top. Sangqing looked at his outfit and felt it was a bit uncomfortable to watch. She frowned and said, when we get to the foot of Beishan Mountain, take off the pants from your skirt. It looks really annoying. Okay, sure. The small, thin man had never worn a long skirt before. Now he was wearing pants and fidgeted nervously. Not to mention, he would have to take them off later. Seeing him hesitating, Sangqing glared at him in annoyance. I'll be watching you the whole time. You better do as I say, or... The small, thin man immediately nodded repeatedly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll do exactly as you say. Hearing this, Sangqing nodded in satisfaction and signaled him to go. Then the small, thin man put on a straw hat and sneaked away again. Sangqing watched him from afar until he was far enough, then quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, Lu Qianche, who had witnessed everything, looked grim. His dark eyes were emotionless and hollow, frightening in their emptiness. If he hadn't seen that the man's clothes weren't his wife's, he would have already destroyed him. Lu Qianche was confused. His wife clearly saw that the other person was trying to trick her, so why did she still go to the small woods on Beishan Mountain? He paused for only 2 seconds in thought before following again. No matter what she planned to do, his main concern was her safety. On a hot summer day, the wind carried a noticeable heat. On the hillside of the small woods at Beishan Mountain, a few troublemakers in floral shirts and bell-bottom pants sat under a crooked tree halfway up the hill. Darn it! Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't anyone come yet? A boy with crooked teeth sat nearby, muttering irritably. How much time has passed since they agreed on the plan? The scar-faced leader glared at him. Hurry up. Don't you want to make money? Seeing the leader angry, the boy quickly smiled and flattered him. Of course, Brother Dao. I was just joking. Suddenly, he saw a thin figure walking slowly up the mountain from the foot of the hill. His eyes lit up and he said, Brother Dao, look. Is that the woman from the Sang family? Everyone looked in the boy's direction and saw a small figure wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and a floral dress, walking slowly along the winding mountain path. Her steps looked stiff and a bit strange. But a group of excited men didn't notice this. Quick. Hide. When that girl from the Sang family comes up, follow the plan. The scar-faced man hurriedly ordered his men. Monkey, take 2 people and shout from that slope over there. The rest of you stay here and block her. He licked his dry lips and grinned lewdly. When we lure her here, we'll show everyone in town what kind of girl she is. They were so focused on the girl climbing the mountain that they didn't notice someone watching from afar. Sangqing was hiding behind a big tree, having seen the group of people on the slope. She thought that if the Sang family was planning to trick her, they wouldn't just be bullying her openly. They probably had a backup plan. So she waited quietly behind the tree, listening to the noise approaching from a distance. She recognized immediately that these were the town's biggest gossipers. Seeing their excited expressions, she guessed they had been told in advance. The others probably heard there was some excitement and joined in spontaneously. Sangqing silently blended into the group and followed them to the small grove on the hillside. When they arrived, she heard a lewd voice from the scar-faced man, deliberately loud, saying, Wow, the girl from the Sang family is really something. TSK, so soft and tender, feels so good to touch. The women nearby immediately looked over, stretching their necks to see. Sangqing also looked over and saw a few stylish men surrounding a figure wearing a floral dress and a straw hat. They were pushing and shoving each other in a rude way. The hem of the dress was torn, revealing inappropriate pants underneath. The crowd immediately became noisy. Oh my, what are they doing in broad daylight? A sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out, and Sangqing heard someone start to set the tone. Isn't that Miss Sang from the Sang family? Such bad manners. She's fooling around with those second-rate guys. The women nearby looked at each other uncertainly, watching the scene from afar. Could it be that some second-rate guy is bullying her? Some older women in the crowd expressed their concern. Then the sharp voice spoke again. If she's being bullied, why doesn't she call for help? I think she's just being disrespectful. Sangqing slightly raised her eyebrows, understanding their way of thinking. She covered half her face with a silk scarf around her neck and deliberately lowered her voice to speak to a nearby woman. That dress. It looks so much like Sang Yanyan's, doesn't it? The woman next to her immediately caught the attention. What? It's Sang Yanyan's? They had only heard that the girl was from the Sang family, but one was a biological daughter and the other a stepdaughter. So their first thought was that the girl in the dress was Sangqing. Now hearing someone say it was Sang Yanyan, most people's attention was drawn to that. Seeing this, Sangqing spoke more firmly. Of course. That dress was specially bought from the city of Hushong by someone from Director Sang. It's the only one in Hongqi town. I saw Sang Yanyan wear it several times to show off. Another woman squinted and looked closely, then suddenly clapped her thigh. Aw, I knew that pattern looked familiar. At the market last week, Sang Yanyan was wearing the same one. She's really proud of it. Li Auntie saw that the people around weren't criticizing Sangqing as she expected, so she hurriedly pushed forward in anger. How do you know it's not Sangqing? Sang Yanyan is such a good girl. Don't ruin her reputation. Sangqing was about to speak when she heard another woman nearby speak again. A good girl? Can a good girl be flirting in a restaurant? I heard that Sang Yanyan's mother is a troublemaker, and her daughter is the biological daughter of Director Sang. TSK.
Ha.
Her mother is just a troublemaker. What good could she be? Sangqing silently covered her mouth with a silk scarf, feeling secretly pleased. Sure enough, these women are good at talking. The more they talk, the better. Aunt Li was overwhelmed by several people and couldn't keep her balance. She suddenly shouted, Does anyone know if Sangqing deliberately wore Sang Yanyan's clothes to confuse everyone? Really? Sangqing stood nearby, sarcastic. Aunt Li, you have such sharp eyes. You can tell from so far away that it's Sangqing. Her words immediately caught the attention of a few women watching the scene. Yeah, old Li, why are you acting so strange today? Exactly. Could it be that you took some benefit from someone and are deliberately ruining the young girl's reputation? I think so. Her son still works at the clothing factory, and I heard he's involved with that Sang Yanyan. Stop talking nonsense. Aunt Li seemed to be hit where it hurt and immediately started to get angry. She even grabbed Sangqing, who had just pointed out her mistakes, and said harshly, I think you're the one who took money from Sang and is deliberately damaging Sang Yanyan's reputation. Sangqing. Seeing that Sangqing didn't reply, Aunt Li thought she had found the key point. She continued arrogantly. Everyone over there said the girl's surname is Sang. How can you be so sure she's not Sangqing? Sangqing looked at Aunt Li's confident expression and burst out laughing. She casually pulled off the scarf on her face, revealing her clear, beautiful face. I'm just standing here. How can I prove anything? Aunt Li's eyes suddenly became flustered. How are you here? Sangqing pretended to be puzzled. Aunt Li, that's strange.
Could it be?
You already knew about this?
Oh.
I see now. You're in cahoots with them. Her words caused an immediate uproar. I knew she was acting so eager just now. Turns out she was hiding something. Speak. Did you take money from the Sang family? Are you deliberately framing the young girl? Exactly. I think you're really heartless. Aunt Li refused to accept this unfair treatment and immediately argued. It's not me. Don't talk nonsense. I came with you all. If I have a problem, then surely you all do too. Her words made the surrounding women feel a bit nervous. They liked to join in the fun, but that didn't mean they wanted trouble. Seeing this, Sangqing quickly spoke up to encourage them. Aunties, don't be scared by her. I think she's probably colluding with some troublemakers. Maybe she's even a hidden enemy trying to ruin our town's good name. You're talking nonsense. Aunt Li really wanted to go and slap Sangqing. Was she just collecting some money to say bad things about Sangqing outside? And now, she's being blamed for everything? Sangqing sneered. If you're not an enemy, why are you encouraging the women to come here with you? If you're not an enemy, why are you threatening others? If you're not an enemy, what are you so panicked about? See. You can't even answer now. Sangqing didn't give Aunt Li a chance to speak. She raised her arm again and called out, Aunties, this is a good chance to make a contribution. Let's catch her and take her to the police station. We can't let someone like her escape. Yes. Catch her, down with the troublemaker. Take her to the police station. The angry women surged forward, grabbing Aunt Li, who was trying to run away. They scolded and pushed her toward the police station. Sangqing watched the crowd leave, then smiled with satisfaction. Even if Aunt Li wasn't an enemy, she was definitely involved in this matter. She was a good comrade, and sending Aunt Li to the police station saved the officers a trip. Seeing everyone had left, Sangqing quickly wrapped her scarf again and quietly slipped into the dense little woods nearby. No one noticed that the group of troublemakers who had been causing trouble not far from the woods had completely fallen silent. They were all lying stiffly on the ground, their hands and feet tied, and their mouths stuffed with dirty socks. Lu Qianche looked at the troublemakers with a cold, unyielding gaze filled with deep hostility. They dared to scheme against his precious one, truly fearless. If not for worrying that Sangqing might get lost in the woods, Lu Qianche would definitely make them suffer greatly. He glanced at a few people, then turned and followed behind. But before he could catch up to Sangqing, Lu Qianche quickly sensed another suspicious group of people sneaking after her into the woods. His eyes suddenly sharpened, then silently disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Soon, muffled sounds of hitting came from the woods, then everything fell silent again. Lu Qianche dragged them all to a large hunting pit and tied them up before continuing to follow. Sangqing, ahead, was unaware of the danger behind her. She wandered among the trees, stopping now and then until she reached a vine-covered cliff. She pushed aside the thick green vines and quickly found a hidden cave entrance. Without hesitation, she bent down and slipped inside. Lu Qianche quietly approached the cave entrance and looked inside. The cave was dimly lit, but he could see piles of wooden boxes and cloth bags, which looked like valuable supplies. He wondered what Sangqing was doing there, then saw something that made his pupils shrink. Sangqing stood in front of the supplies. With a gentle wave of her hand, everything stacked there instantly disappeared without a trace. All that was left was an empty cave. Now Lu Qianche believed that his wife alone had cleared out the Qingshan Lodge. But how did she do it? Just a wave of her hand, and everything was gone? If it wasn't magic, then it must be supernatural power. Lu Qianche was shocked, but a stronger worry quickly overwhelmed him. His wife was hiding such a big secret. If someone found out, he could only imagine what she might face. This thought made his heart tighten and caused a deep ache. He absolutely could not let Sangqing reveal her special ability. He had to find a way to give her some cover. In case one day her little mind, which wasn't very sharp, got her into trouble and she was discovered. He needed to think of a foolproof plan to protect her. At 2 p.m., Hongqi Town Guest House. Sang family 3 anxiously waited in the room for news. They arranged for someone to go there at noon, but so far, no news has reached the town. Could it be that the little troublemaker, Sangqing, has hidden again? Chu Lanhua has been pacing around the room for a long time. Sang Yanyan, feeling dizzy, said, "Mom, please stop walking. My head is spinning." Recently, because of Sangqing's actions, she has been criticized when she goes out. Otherwise, she wouldn't stay at the guest house.
Chu Lanhua erklärte Sang Yanyan.
Do you think I want this? It's been so long, and no news has come. Of course, I'm worried, especially since her eyelids keep twitching, as if something bad is happening. Since nothing has happened yet, how can she not worry? Shang Qingshan sat quietly smoking, his brows tightly furrowed, surrounded by smoke. Why are you so anxious? If she really was harmed, she would have hidden by now. No news is the best news. Sang Yanyan sat on the bed edge, pouting. Even if there's no news from Sangqing, Wang Chang or someone else should have some information. It can't be that. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the guest house door. All 3 in the room were startled, but they quickly opened the door. "You all." Shang Qingshan looked at the men outside in uniform, and his heart sank. But Sang Yanyan didn't seem to realize this. She spoke quickly, seeing the police outside. "Comrades in the police, has something happened to Sangqing?" The lead officer's eyes sharpened. He didn't answer but asked back, "Are you Sang Yanyan?" His voice was cold and hard, like ice hitting the ground, making the room feel even colder. Sang Yanyan felt a shiver, but nodded honestly. "Yes, I am." In the next second, the police officer waved his hand mercilessly. "Arrest her." 2 young officers immediately stepped forward from behind him, grabbing Sang Yanyan's arms tightly on both sides. The sharp pain made her scream. "Ah, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" Chu Lanhua was also startled. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing the lead officer's arm and urgently said, "Comrade police. You must be mistaken. Yanyan is usually the best-behaved girl. She wouldn't even step on an ant. How could she possibly break the law?" Sang Qingshan also supported her, saying, Yes, comrade police, our Yanyan has always been a good girl. The neighbors all say she's sensible and obedient." The police officer frowned and shook off Chu Lanhua's hand. "Wang Chang has already confessed everything. It was your daughter, Sang Yanyan, who encouraged him to find someone to kidnap Sangqing and tried to ruin her reputation. The evidence is clear." This statement stunned the Sang family of 3. Wasn't it said that Wang Chang wouldn't betray her? Hearing this, Sang Yanyan's face turned pale instantly. She shouted back, "He's lying. I just said that in anger." He took it seriously. "Wang Chang acted on his own. It has nothing to do with me." She felt scared and angry at the same time. Wang Chang, that useless person, had already sold her out so quickly. Just saying that. The police sneered. Whether it was just words or not, come with us to the station and explain everything. Take her away. I won't go.
Mom. Dad.
Help me. I won't go to the police station. Sang Yan desperately backed away, tears and snot covering her face. Chu Lanhua rushed forward again, trying to stop the police. You can't take her. My Yan can't go to such a place. You're risking her life. Seeing Chu Lanhua stubbornly refuse to cooperate, the police warned sharply. If you block us again, you'll be taken too. Sangqing Shan hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Chu Lanhua, growling, Stop causing trouble. Isn't it already chaotic enough? Chu Lanhua wanted to say more but was pulled back by Sangqing Shan. She could only watch helplessly as Sang Yan was taken away from the guest house, crying out loud. Yan, my daughter. Chu Lanhua looked at the empty room and collapsed to the ground, crying so hard she could hardly breathe. Suddenly, it was as if she remembered something important. She grabbed Sangqing Shan's pant leg tightly. Head of the family. It must be that dead girl Sangqing who caused trouble. That's why the police are after Yan. She's trying to drag us all down with her. Go find her quickly. Plead with her to write a letter of understanding. It's just a family matter. As soon as she agrees, Yan will be fine. Please, you can't just watch Yan get into trouble. Boo-hoo. Sangqing Shan furrowed his brows as he listened to Chu Lanhua. In the end, he clenched his teeth and agreed. Fine. I will go find her now. Qinghua heard Sangqing Shan relax and immediately got up from the ground. Master, I will go with you. Sangqing Shan looked at her briefly, but didn't say anything. The couple then left the guest house one after the other. Just as they reached the street corner, they saw a familiar figure. Sangqing. Chu Lanhua called out to the person, then quickly rushed over and stopped her. Sangqing frowned and looked at Sangqing Shan and Chu Lanhua, her eyes full of dislike. She came to the street to find Lu Qianza, not to cause trouble with them. Sangqing Shan was slightly hurt by her look and said annoyed, Qing girl, since you're here, go with Dad to the police station and tell them clearly, they've caught the wrong person. Your sister didn't mean any harm. This isn't her fault. Sangqing looked coldly at Sangqing, a faint sarcastic smile on her lips. Yan encouraged Wang Chong to find trouble with the hooligans to ruin my reputation. Is that not bad intention? Sangqing Shan was used to being challenged by Sangqing and accepted it as part of it. He suppressed his anger and said, Isn't this also nothing? Things will pass. Can you really just watch your sister go into the police station? Sangqing sneered, Why can't I? Since you think everything will pass once she comes out, then just wait patiently. She was about to turn and leave, but was stopped again by Chu Lanhua. You can't go. If you leave, what will happen to Yan? Chu Lanhua glared fiercely at Sangqing, as if she would fight to the end if she dared to leave. Sangqing rolled her eyes. What can she do? Whatever the verdict, that's how it will be. Sangqing Shan's forehead veins bulged with anger. You're so unfilial. She's your sister. Don't you know what family harmony means? Sir, Sangqing suddenly raised her voice, full of clear disdain and sarcasm. I remember we already cut ties, signed and sealed. Please move aside. After all, good dogs don't block the way. All of Sangqing Shan's reason was shattered by the word dog. He raised his hand, ready to slap Sangqing hard. Qingqian was about to dodge, but suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist. In the next moment, she was pulled onto a strong chest. Looking again, Qing Shan was kicked away by Lu Qianso. Qing Shan was rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Nearby, Chu Lanhua was so frightened she quickly crawled over to check on him. They didn't notice Lu Qianso's face darkening like he was about to lose his temper. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Lu Qianso looked at Qingqian, his eyes returning to normal. He carefully checked her, relieved to see not a single piece of dirt on her clothes. Although he had been following her all along, he still felt slow to react when he saw Qing Shan attack him. Qingqian looked at Lu Qianso's furrowed brows and smiled brightly. I'm fine. Today, she received a large amount of supplies and felt very happy. Seeing the embarrassed state of the Qing family made her even more pleased. Chu Lanhua couldn't stand Qingqian's proud look. She sat by the roadside, pounding her thighs and crying loudly. Oh no! The soldier is hitting people. This is unfair. Her voice was loud and shrill, attracting the attention of passers-by. Seeing this, Chu Lanhua started crying even more sadly. Qing Qian, you ungrateful traitor. Just because your husband is in the army, you're hitting your father. You're pushing our family to the brink. I can't go on. Boo-hoo. The people around watching the scene didn't understand what was happening. But seeing the situation, they all started to feel angry. TSK, this girl looks decent, but her heart is so cold. Exactly. Even if there are conflicts between father and daughter, violence is wrong. If this gets out, her husband in the army will lose face too. No matter the reason, hitting elders is wrong. This girl is so immature. Qing Qian looked at Chu Lanhua, who was throwing a tantrum, and Qing Shan, with a darkened face. A cold smile flashed in her eyes. But soon, she quickly lowered her head, pretending to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, tears shimmering, looking very pitiful. Sniff, sniff. My biological father thinks I won't go clear my name from the false accusations and wants to hit me. My stepmother also wants to stop me from reporting to the police. Do they only want me to die? Sniff, sniff. After saying this, she hugged Lu Qianza and cried even more sadly. Sangqing's voice was just loud enough for people nearby to hear clearly. She was already beautiful, and when she cried, she looked even more fragile and in need of care. Lu Qianza was surprised by her crying. He stiffened and wanted to comfort her properly, but he noticed she had not shed a single tear except for a few damp eyelashes. She even hid her face in his chest to avoid being seen. Lu Qianza's heart relaxed a little. His large hand naturally wrapped around her slim waist, holding her closer and protecting her in his arms, playing along with her act. Now, the onlookers, who had been standing on the moral high ground, suddenly fell silent. Once they realized what was happening, they started shouting at the irresponsible parents. Oh my, such a father. Helping a stepdaughter hurt the original wife's daughter? His heart is so biased. Listen to how pitiful that girl sounds. Trying to ruin her innocence? That stepmother and the illegitimate daughter are so mean.
Bah.
Scoundrels. They should be thrown into a pig pen. Someone from the crowd started throwing rotten leaves and small stones at Sangqing Shan and Chu Lanhua.
Hey.
Who's throwing at me? Stop throwing.
Stop.
What do you all know? Chu Lanhua yelled angrily as she dodged, while Sangqing Shan awkwardly covered his face with his hands. The scene quickly became chaotic. Hiding in Lu Qianza's arms, Sangqing listened to the commotion outside, feeling his steady heartbeat through his chest, and almost couldn't help but laugh. She quickly buried her face deeper to avoid being seen. Lu Qianza, noticing her unusual behavior, looked down at her trembling head. His usually cold eyes showed a hint of indulgence. He raised his large hand, gently pressed it on her back of her head, and guided her small, restless head back to his chest. Then he softly patted her back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Qianza's voice was deep and reassuring, lingering near her ear. Sangqing looked up at him with confusion, then seemed to remember something. She took a ledger from her arms and handed it to Lu Qianza. This is evidence of Sangqing Shan's corruption. I give it to you. Please avenge me. Lu Qianza is very capable. This thing is best used by him. If he can send that disgusting father and daughter away early, she can have peace. As for where the stuff came from, Lu Qianza can surely find a good excuse, right? Her pretty face looked at him eagerly, her beautiful eyes full of hope and trust. Lu Qianza opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Listening to her natural demand, the little ripple of feelings he had because she approached him suddenly turned into a faint sense of helpless acceptance. His young wife trusted him a lot. She gave him such dangerous things without hesitation or even a reason. It seems he needs to quickly find a way to make the source of this item seem reasonable. He absolutely cannot let her get into any trouble because of these things. Lu Qianza quickly put the account book into his arms, then turned to the couple surrounded by the crowd and said, Sangqing Shan, Don't rush to leave. Let's go to the police station together and explain clearly. You tried to find someone to ruin your daughter's reputation. He knew well that two groups of people wanted to target his wife. He had already taken care of those people, tying them up and leaving them in the small woods. Now they should all be at the police station. Sangqing naturally wouldn't escape. This made Sangqing's heart sink suddenly. He forced himself to stay calm and looked at Lu Qianza, trying to speak loudly enough to cover his rising panic. You're lying. You're slandering me. That's outright slander. I, Sangqing, am honest and upright. How could I do such a despicable thing? Lu Qianza's lips curled slightly, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Instead, it made his presence seem even more intimidating. He took a half step forward. His tall figure created a sense of pressure that made Sangqing instinctively step back and avoid eye contact. Slandering? Lu Qianza's voice was calm but carried a sharp, mocking tone. The two groups of people you hired, besides the street thugs connected to Wang Chong, there are also some outsiders who have been running around. They're all in the police station now, explaining everything clearly. Tell me, am I slandering you, Sang Master? He emphasized the last three words heavily, as if mocking Sangqing for pretending to be innocent. No, that's impossible. Sangqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Lu Qianza in disbelief. He couldn't have found so much so quickly. Sun Qingshan didn't stop Sang Yanyan from finding Wang Chong earlier to confuse the situation. He thought that if the thugs Wang Chong found were caught, the people he hired could blend in with Wang Chong's men. Even if they were caught, he wouldn't be blamed for the charges. He planned to make Sangqing suffer a little, then rescue her to control her feelings. He didn't expect that before he even started, everything would be exposed. How could Lu Luqian know so much? This man is too scary. Thinking that both groups had been caught, Sangqing's mind was buzzing, and all his excuses sounded weak and powerless. He was finished. A huge wave of fear took over him. Sangqing's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The crowd watching immediately gasped.
Wow.
Is this true? The father is trying to hurt his own daughter. Two groups. He's really trying to ruin someone. Monster. Worse than an animal. Just now he was pretending to be pitiful, but it turns out he's the most dangerous. Take him to the police. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a father. The angry shouts grew louder, and more rotten vegetables and dirt were thrown at Sangqing, who was sitting on the ground. Beside him, Chulanhua was so scared she shrank back and didn't dare to speak. Someone shouted, "Take him to see the police." A few young men, full of energy, rushed forward to grab Sangqing. Lu Qianza looked down, glanced at Sangqing, who had just deliberately lowered his voice to shout, "Take him to see the police," and sighed helplessly. His precious wife really liked making trouble. He looked up at the crowd, who were full of righteous anger, and saw some grass ropes being brought over, tying him up tightly. They were pushing him toward the police station. Lu Qianza then asked softly, "Do you want to go to the police station or go home first?" Sangqing peeked out her head and smiled sweetly, saying, "I'm the victim. Of course I want to go to the police station and have them give me justice." Yes, the victim. "Then we'll follow too," Lu Qianza said, gently tucking her hair behind her ear with a teasing tone. For a moment, only falling rotten vegetable leaves and the completely ignored Chu Lanhua remained on the street. She watched helplessly as her husband was pushed away by angry people, her mind a tangled mess. What should she do? Her husband and daughter had just gone into the police station. How could she have a good life now? Chu Lanhua sat in place for a while, then suddenly remembered someone. Yes, Jiang Mengmeng. She must have a way. When she was at the police station before, she managed to find a way out. So, she could definitely find a way to get Sangqing and Sang Yanyan out too. Thinking of this, Chu Lanhua felt like she was clutching at a last straw. Without hesitation, she crawled up from the ground and staggered toward the hospital. Hospital, room 303. Jiang Mengmeng. When Chu Lanhua arrived at the hospital room, she was in a mess, with leaves still stuck to her clothes. She suddenly pushed open Jiang Mingming's door, startling her. Jiang Mingming frowned as she looked at the disheveled Chu Lanhua, feeling a bad premonition. Auntie Lanhua? How come? Comrade Jiang, please help our family. They took my husband away and my poor Yan Yan.
Boo-hoo.
Chu Lanhua threw herself onto the bed, clutching Jiang Mingming's arm tightly, crying very sadly. Jiang Mingming was stunned. She had only been in the hospital for a day or two, and Sang's family had already involved the police? Her brows furrowed deeply. Why did they take him? Sang Qingshan was understandable. He had worked at Hongqi clothing factory for many years and made quite a bit of money. Even if he was caught, it was his bad luck. But how did Sang Yanyan end up in the police station? Hearing this, Chu Lanhua cried even harder. The police said Yanyan encouraged Wang Chang to kidnap Sangqing, and they said our family was trying to harm Sangqing. What should we do? Jiang Mingming. She suddenly remembered that she had previously advised Sang Qingshan to ruin Sang Qing's reputation. She never expected Sang Qingshan to be so useless. He could mess up such a small matter. Jiang Mingming looked at Chu Lanhua with disgust in her eyes. It seemed the Sang family was hopeless and beyond saving. She pretended to sigh helplessly and said, Auntie, it's not that I don't want to help, but kidnapping and harming others are serious matters. They were directly taken away by the police. This is a bit difficult to handle. Hearing this, Chu Lanhua's face changed. Jiang Mingming, it was you who encouraged our family to give Sangqing a lesson and ruin her reputation. That was your idea. If they can't come out, don't expect to stay out of trouble. Jiang Mingming's face instantly darkened. She wished she could immediately scold this useless fool to death. How dare she threaten her? If they hadn't messed things up, would there be so many problems? But she can't afford to fall out with Chu Lanhua now. She still has to wait in the hospital for the director to get her out. If any more trouble happens at this moment, it will be hard for her to leave the police station. Jiang Mingming took a deep breath, forcing down the anger boiling inside her. She forced a comforting smile. Auntie Lanhua, don't worry. I care about them. I was just stating the facts. We're still thinking of ways. Chu Lanhua's brows furrowed tightly, staring at Jiang Mingming as if trying to see if her words were true. Seeing that Chu Lanhua didn't speak, Jiang Mingming paused and asked again. Since Director Sang and Sang Yanyan have been caught, what is the situation with Sangqing? If Sangqing has lost her innocence, Lu Qianzi definitely won't want her anymore. In that case, Sang Qingshan and Sang Yanyan have done a good deed. It's not impossible to rescue them. While Jiang Mingming was thinking, Chu Lanhua's face darkened. That brat is fine. She wasn't hurt at all. But she just won't let go of our family, Jiang Mingming. Sang Qingshan and Sang Yanyan are really useless. They couldn't even handle Sangqing alone? She took a deep breath, suppressing her impatience, and comforted herself. They haven't caused any big trouble. To put it simply, it's just a family matter. Chu Lanhua wiped her tears with her hand, angrily saying, the problem is if Sangqing doesn't want to cooperate. She hates us now and won't give up easily. If she refuses to cooperate, then she can only accept the punishment. Jiang Mingming squinted her eyes, a hint of coldness in her gaze. In the story, Sangqing is a villainous supporting character. It's easy to find faults with her. She paused briefly before looking at Chu Lanhua and asked, have you noticed anything strange about Sangqing lately? Or has anything unusual happened to her? Strange? Chu Lanhua was momentarily stunned, trying to recall amidst her confusion. Suddenly, it was as if she remembered something. She lowered her voice and said, yes. A few days ago, our boss said that someone had cleared out the things in the dormitory at the factory. Whether valuable or not even a stool leg was left. Jiang Mingming's eyes immediately lit up. Did Sangqing do this? Chu Lanhua nodded first, then shook her head. We suspect it was her, but the strange thing is, she was there, and no one saw her move anything out. So many things just disappeared, as if into thin air. Disappeared into thin air. Jiang Mingming kept her expression calm, but her mind was storming. It's space. Sangqing actually has a space. How is that possible? That space should belong to her. She is the heroine of this story, and that space jade pendant is her special power. How could Sangqing take it? Sangqing is just a supporting character.
How dare she?
Unless Sangqing has been reborn, then everything makes sense. Otherwise, why would she suddenly target the Sang family, even driving her own father out? Darn it! After rebirth, Sangqing managed to take her space jade pendant first. She is so angry. Thinking of this possibility, Jang Mengmeng almost bit through her silver tooth. She had carefully planned everything, thinking she was in control. But she didn't expect her greatest opportunity to have already slipped away. Comrade Jiang, do you know something? Chulanhua couldn't help but ask when she saw Jiang Mengmeng's face turn even darker and more terrifying. Jiang Mengmeng almost immediately snapped back to herself. Seeing Chulanhua's puzzled look, she forced a small smile and said, I don't know much about Sangqing, but I do know how to save Director Sang and Sang Yanyan. Really? Chulanhua's spirits lifted instantly. She eagerly grabbed Jiang Mengmeng's hand and said, Comrade Jiang, what do you plan to do? Do you need me to find someone for you? If she remembered correctly, last time Jiang Mengmeng had asked Sangqing Shan to find the director, which allowed her to stay safely in the hospital. Now, who is Jiang Mengmeng planning to ask her to find this time? Jiang Mengmeng slightly smiled and said, Manhwa auntie, I need to go out now, so I need you to stay in the hospital and cover for me. Chulanhua was surprised. Stay here? No, what's the use of me staying? Listen to me. Jiang Mengmeng interrupted her, her tone firm and unquestionable. Change into my clothes and lie on my bed. You don't need to do anything extra. The person I need to find this time, I have to do it myself. If you go, it might cause trouble. She had previously planned to absorb Sangqing's luck and let her slowly destroy herself. Unexpectedly, Sangqing had stolen her space. She couldn't just sit and wait. Since Sangqing took her things, she wouldn't let her have an easy time. She didn't believe that a person from a different world, who had read books, could outdo a reborn local. Chulanhua looked somewhat reluctant. Is this really okay? What if we're discovered? If it's not okay, then just wait for Sangqing Shan and Sang Yanyan to serve their time in prison. Jiang Mengmeng immediately turned cold. Only if I go out can I have a chance to rescue them. You choose. Shaken by her intense gaze, Chulanhua thought of her husband and daughter, and finally nodded with difficulty. All right, I trust you. Comrade Jiang, you must save them all. Jiang Mengmeng no longer said anything. She quickly took off her hospital gown and changed into Chulanhua's clothes. Seeing Chulanhua lying on the bed, looking anxious and scared, Jiang Mengmeng frowned in disgust. Don't worry. With the director backing me up, they won't come to trouble this ward. Hearing this, Chulanhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her calm, Jiang Mengmeng took a silk scarf, covered her face completely, and left the ward. She had to act quickly to deal with Sangqing, this unpredictable factor. Whether it was the male lead or the space, she had to take them back. Night fell, and the sky darkened. Lu Qianche had just received the results from the police station and headed straight to his and Sangqing's small home. She had been exhausted from the night before and had also been busy in the small woods during the day. After finishing her statement at the police station this afternoon, she was so tired that she fell asleep. Lu Qianze arranged for Sun Dajiang and Li Xiaohua to protect her while he went to handle the Sang family's matters. Now that everything was settled, it was certain that Sangqing Shan and Sang Yanyan would go to jail. He was planning to bring the news back, so his wife could reward him well. Captain Lu, as Lu Qianze was walking, he suddenly heard a woman's voice calling him. Clearly, he had no good feelings toward this woman's voice. As expected, Jiang Mengmeng quickly stepped out from the shadow of the wall, and Lu Qianze's face grew even more grim. Captain Lu, long time no see. Jiang Mengmeng had carefully fixed her hair and clothes, and she tried to put on what she thought was her most gentle and charming expression as she looked at Lu Qianze. Lu Qianze stopped in his tracks, his dark eyes sweeping over Jiang Mengmeng's face. Is there something? His gaze was cold, without a hint of warmth, as if he was looking at something unimportant and lifeless. If I remember correctly, You should be in the police station's jail right now, not here. Jiang Mengmeng felt her heart tighten under his stare, worried that he might order someone to take her back again. So she hurriedly spoke. Captain Liu, I came to save you. You can't be with Sangqing. She will get you killed. Hearing this, Lu Qianza's eyes darkened instantly. Nonsense. His wife would get him killed?
Ha!
What a joke. I'm not talking nonsense. Jiang Mengmeng quickly took a step forward, her tone firm. Sangqing is strange. She has a space where she can create things out of nothing, and she can make things disappear into thin air. Lu Qianza's heart suddenly tightened, but his expression remained calm. He just looked sharply at Jiang Mengmeng, as if examining whether her words were true. How could she know that Sangqing could make things disappear? Since he first saw Sangqing, he had kept someone following her. He didn't know exactly how Sangqing gained that ability to make things vanish, but he was sure it had happened in the past few days. So, how did Jiang Mengmeng know about it? She even directly named that ability, so. Who exactly was this woman? Lu Qianza remained silent, neither admitting nor denying. All of this seemed to shake Lu Qianza's focus on the main issue, in Jiang Mengmeng's eyes. Jiang Mengmeng suddenly felt proud, thinking she had finally found the key. She continued to add, It seems Sangqing didn't tell you. Captain Liu, I won't hide it from you. I have the ability to see the future. I came specifically to save you, to prevent her from harming you. You have the ability to see the future? Lu Qianza's dark eyes narrowed, and his cold gaze swept over Jiang Mengmeng. His voice remained steady, with no sign of emotion. Jiang Mengmeng. No, isn't his main concern whether Sangqing wants to hurt him? But it doesn't matter. As long as Lu Qianza believes what she says is true, it doesn't matter where the real focus is. Trust her, and it's the same as believing Sangqing will harm him. Then, he will naturally stay away from Sangqing. Jiang Mengmeng took a deep breath. Yes, I saw that Sangqing was reborn. So, in this life, she will try to hurt you because of what happened last time. Look at how she's revengeful now. It's a clear example. Lu Qianza's eyebrows lifted slightly. If Jiang Mengmeng's words were true, then in his past life, he also married Sangqing. No wonder his eyes are so bright when he looks at his wife. But Jiang Mengmeng said Sangqing would harm him? Could it be that he treated her badly in his past life? Thinking of this, Lu Qianza's brows furrowed again. Did Sangqing's family bully her last time? Jiang Mengmeng's lips twitched. Where is it that Sangqing's family bullied her? She married into the family after her wedding, but her personality remained bad. She was always causing trouble. After the divorce, she married an old widower from the East Alley. She was so upset that she jumped into the river. It has nothing to do with Sangqing's family, Lu Qianza, the old, ugly widower from the East Alley, who even beat his wife to death. That's all? And it has nothing to do with her? Lu Qianza remembered Sangqing's attitude toward the Sang family suddenly changing, and her saying she dreamed he was mean to her. It turns out that wasn't a dream, but her real experience in that life. Lu Qianza felt as if a cold hand was gripping his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. His precious wife had suffered so much in her past life. In the end, she took her own life by jumping into the river. How desperate she must have been to think of ending her life in such a painful way. She was a girl who loved beauty and cleanliness very much. Just thinking about that scene made Lu Qianza feel like his whole body was freezing. He also indirectly caused her such a tragic ending. He truly felt he deserved to die 1,000 times. Even if his wife wanted to kill him now, he would think she was justified. Lu Qianza's face turned cold and frightening. He stared fixedly at Jiang Mengmeng. You just said I divorced Sangqing? Why, he wanted to know why he had divorced his wife in his past life. Had his mind been eaten away? Jiang Mengmeng saw that Lu Qianza finally focused on the main point, so she hesitated a little before speaking. It's because she misunderstood that I had something with you. She kept making trouble for no reason, and in the end, it even delayed your important task. You couldn't stand it anymore, so you divorced her. Lu Qianza. He had a misunderstanding with his wife over such a thing? No? Was he really sick in his past life? His wife caused trouble, and he still hadn't dealt with that woman? Seeing that Lu Qianzi hadn't spoken for a while, Jiang Mengmeng thought he was shocked by what she just said. She continued, "Captain Lu, believe me, she's back now for revenge. Not just against the Sang family, but also targeting you, her husband from the past life." Lu Qianzi suppressed his rising anger and asked hoarsely, "Why does she think I have something with you?" He was eager to know how foolish he had been in his past life to let another woman cause his precious one so much suffering. Seeing that he believed her, Jiang Mengmeng felt even more proud. She pretended to look helpless and aggrieved. "What else? She's spoiled and suspicious." She said this while deliberately wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "She always jumps to conclusions without understanding the facts, causing trouble for me and making things difficult for you. She didn't know anything about what happened in her past life. She was just a character from a book she had read. But it didn't matter. Besides Sangqing, was there anyone else who had been reborn? As long as she blamed everything on Sangqing, everything would be fine." With her words just now, Lu Qianzi must now harbor resentment against Sangqing. Listening to her flimsy excuses, Lu Qianzi found it both absurd and laughable. For such a thing, his wife became suspicious and paranoid? And jumping to conclusions? In her past life, she thought these things were just her unreasonable fuss? And because of that, he divorced her? He really is terrible. In this life, even if Sangqing stabbed him with a knife, it would be the sins he committed in his previous life. Lu Qianzi looked up, and the momentary hesitation he had shown earlier disappeared instantly. His eyes turned cold again, even more filled with disdain. "Since everything is because of you, and she misunderstood, you'd better stay away from me in the future. The farther, the better. I hope I never see you again in this life." Jiang Mengmeng's face instantly stiffened. She looked at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Captain Lu, what do you mean? Sangqing is the one who will harm you. I came to save you." Jiang Mengmeng was almost furious. Does this man have a problem with his mind? She already told him that Sangqing was reborn to take revenge. Not only was he not afraid, but he also told her to stay away from him. Shouldn't he believe her and immediately get rid of that wicked woman Sangqing? Lu Qianzi was too tired to argue with her. "Jiang Mengmeng, you escaped from the hospital, right? If the police find out you faked illness to avoid questioning, do you think you can still come out?" Jiang Mengmeng was frightened by the ruthless look in his eyes and took a step back. Her face turned pale. "Lu Qianzi, you can't treat me like this. She is his heroine. He may not love or care for her, but why does he always want to send her to jail?" "Try it," Lu Qianzi said calmly, but with an undeniable threat. Jiang Mengmeng trembled with anger, but dared not confront him directly. She bit her lip hard, glared at Lu Qianzi fiercely, and finally dared not say anything more. She turned around and left in a flustered state. Lu Qianzi didn't report her to the police immediately, which showed he still cared about her subconsciously. At least, he believed that Sangqing was reborn. He just didn't know what to do for now, so he let her go. It's okay. They are destined to be the main characters. She can wait. Even if the hero is confused by Sangqing, this wicked female supporting character, once she gets the space and exposes Sangqing's true face, he will definitely return to her as the heroine. Lu Qianzi watched her hurried escape, his eyes cold as ice. He had already found out that the hospital seemed to want to use mental health issues to clear Jiang Mengmeng of blame. So, he didn't send her straight to the police station. If she is judged to be mentally ill, then everything she says in the future, whether about precognition, rebirth, or space, will be dismissed as the ramblings of a mad person, and no one will believe her anymore. No one will bother or hurt his little wife because of her. This approach is more effective than simply arresting her. The night was deep and quiet in the alley, with only occasional distant dog barks. Lu Qianzi pushed open the door and stepped inside, feeling a cool breeze. As soon as he entered, he saw Sangqing sleeping at the table. She probably was waiting for him but couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell asleep. Her hair looked freshly washed and still a bit damp. It was spread out on the table, making her small, fair face look even more delicate and beautiful. Lu Qiansa crouched beside Sangqing, watching her restless sleep, and thought about what Jiang Mengmeng had just said. She said that his wife's past life was filled with suffering. She couldn't bear his kindness to others and divorced him, then was forced by her family to marry someone else and ended her life by jumping into a river. Just thinking about these things made Lu Qiansa feel a sharp pain in his chest, almost unable to breathe. A strong sense of fear and deep pity overwhelmed him, almost drowning him. As for Jiang Mingming's wild stories about his wife causing trouble, he didn't pay them any mind. Lu Qiansa took a deep breath, forcing down the anger in his eyes, and gently picked Sangqing up from the chair. His movements were very tender, but holding her light body and feeling her soft touch gave him a real sense of peace. At least, at this moment, his wife was still in his arms and unharmed. Sangqing, still asleep, sensed the familiar scent and instinctively rubbed her face against his chest, like a lazy kitten. Her eyelashes fluttered, and without even opening her eyes, she mumbled, "You're back. How's things with Sangqing Shan?" Her voice was soft and sweet, making people's hearts melt. Especially seeing her delicate, fragile look, Lu Qiansa loved her even more. He gently patted her back with his big hand and softly carried her to the bed in the inner room. But she held him tightly, with no intention of letting go. Lu Qianche could only sit on the bed patiently holding her.
Yes.
Most of the issues are almost resolved. The evidence against Sangqing Shan for corruption and bribery is solid. The police have already filed a case, and he will definitely go to jail. Lu Qianche paused, speaking with almost a vow-like seriousness. He won't be able to bully you anymore in the future. He looked at Sangqing, who was obediently in his arms, and seemed to think of something, adding, "The case of Sang Yanyan encouraging Wang Chong to kidnap you is also settled. With Wang Chong's testimony, she can't escape. Their father and daughter don't stand a chance if they try to hurt his precious one." Sangqing listened drowsily, giving a soft, as if she wasn't surprised by the outcome. Lu Qianche looked at her gentle and harmless appearance, thinking about the pain she might have endured alone, and his heart tightened again. "Darling, no matter what happens in the future, tell me, okay?" He couldn't help but lean down and carefully kiss her forehead. He wanted to be her support. Sangqing felt the warm touch on her forehead, with a slight ticklish sensation. She instinctively tilted her head, then opened her small mouth and gently bit his chin, not too hard, not too soft. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the faint tooth mark on Lu Qianche's chin, and muttered in dissatisfaction. "Lu Qianche, stop joking. I feel ticklish." This playful little action, like a cat scratching, lightly stirred Lu Qianche's deep feelings, igniting a surge of intense emotion and a nearly mad desire to possess her. His eyes suddenly darkened, filled with overwhelming affection and a nearly obsessive possessiveness. Lu Qianche no longer wanted just a light kiss. He desperately wanted to feel Sangqing's warmth, to have her fully accept him, both physically and emotionally. He wanted everything. Lu Qianche lowered his head, kissing her forehead, eyelids, and nose, finally pressing his lips firmly on her soft, rosy mouth. Their breaths intertwined, full of lingering tenderness. Sangqing was a little breathless from his sudden passion. She bit Lu Qianche in dissatisfaction, but he kissed her even more intensely. Sangqing didn't understand what strange new hobby this dog-like man had discovered. She was just being kissed so fiercely that she almost suffocated. He seemed to know her limits and always stopped just before she could fully breathe again. When she caught her breath, he started kissing her again. After a long while, Sangqing finally had a chance to speak. "Lu Qianza, what's wrong with you today? I'm so tired and weak. I can't do this anymore." She looked at Lu Qianza with a sad expression, her beautiful eyes misty and dreamy, gazing at the dangerous man above her, softly complaining. Sangqing reached out with her slender arms and instinctively wrapped them around his waist. This dependent gesture made Lu Qianza's throat tighten, and the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. His lips lightly brushed her earlobe, his voice hoarse and low. "I don't want you to be tired today." Lu Qianza's warm hand supported her side, and he gently nuzzled her neck, showing a vulnerable side. Wife, I just want to make you happy today, okay? His warm breath touched her delicate skin, causing her to tremble slightly. Sangqing was a bit confused by his straightforward words, her cheeks flushing with a cute blush.
You.
What are you saying? She started to speak, but Lu Qianzi sealed her lips again. What happened next was completely beyond Sangqing's imagination. She thought he was just using the excuse of wanting her to be happy to do something to her. But unexpectedly, Lu Qianzi was truly trying to make her happy. Sangqing never thought that things could be like this. Lu Qianzi. Sangqing's pretty feet became a little uncontrollable. She pouted and tried to push him away, but it didn't work. She wanted to push him back, but his strong fingers gently held her tiny hand tightly. Wife, let me treat you well. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Trust me. Lu Qianzi was completely immersed in this sensory play, feeling her lively presence in his arms, listening to her soft murmurs. The intense pain and emptiness from her past life seemed to finally ease a little. Sangqing didn't know where Lu Qianzi learned this strange stuff, and she didn't give him any chance to respond. She could only weakly lean on Lu Qianzi's strong shoulder, letting her fingertips leave tiny marks on his shoulder. Sangqing felt as if her soul was being touched in that moment. Lu Qianzi looked up at her, gazing at her delicate, pinkish skin and her beautiful face, which looked like a flower thoroughly soaked by rain. He couldn't help but hold her tightly again, as if he wanted to merge her into his bones and blood. Whether her previous life was real or not, in this life he would protect her well. At the same time, Jang, full of anger, returned to the hospital ward. Before she could steady herself, Chu Lanhua immediately climbed out of bed and asked anxiously, Comrade Jang, how are my family members, Yan and Yan? Have you found a way to rescue them? Jang suppressed her dislike for Chu Lanhua and replied impatiently, Yes, the police have already handled it. They can't come back yet. I've asked someone to watch over them. You can go back and wait for news. Chu Lanhua was suspicious, but seeing Jang unhappy face, she didn't dare ask more. Fortunately, the police station was not far from her home, so she could check for updates from time to time. If Jang really had someone handle it, her husband and daughter should be out soon. Chu Lanhua believed Jang probably wouldn't lie to her, since they were now in the same boat. After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Lanhua left the ward. Jang dismissed Chu Lanhua and sat on the bed, feeling irritated. Lu Qianzi was now completely confused by Sangqing. He probably wouldn't divorce Sangqing anytime soon. If Sangqing was reborn, she would surely control her temper, and maybe she would even turn against Lu Qianzi. She couldn't just sit and wait. Since things weren't working with Lu Qianzi, she had to find another way. Jiang, the heroine of this story, couldn't use the original plot's opportunities, so she decided to create her own. She desperately recalled the original story. At the point when Sangqing and Lu Qianzi got married, was there anything she could use? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. That's right. At this time, a prominent scientist secretly arrived in Hongqi town. It was said that he came to discuss a key academic problem with another scholar who was living in seclusion at the town's bookstore. She couldn't remember exactly what it was, but with her knowledge from the future, could she casually mention a few advanced ideas or directions to attract the attention of these old scholars? If she could gain the favor of these important figures, she would also receive good luck. However, compared to directly suppressing Sangqing, the luck she gained was very little. But being connected to such high-level people and gaining their favor and resources would be a big help. Then she could better suppress Sangqing and show her the difference between them. By then, Lu Qianzi would also realize who is truly more helpful to his career. What's the use of Sangqing being pretty? In this era, to live well, intelligence is still the most important. Deciding this, Jang relaxed and lay back on the hospital bed to sleep again. Early the next morning, she carefully dressed up. During the nurse's rounds, she quietly slipped out of the hospital. Then she went early to the old bookstore in town to wait. The bookstore was dimly lit, filled with the smell of old paper and ink. Jiang pretended to browse the shelves, but her eyes kept flicking toward the door, feeling both excited and anxious. Just then, there was noise from the supply and marketing cooperative across the shop. She instinctively looked over, her eyes suddenly sharp as if poisoned. She saw Sangqing holding Lu Qian's arm, buying a bunch of things at the cooperative. The man who was usually cold as ice to her was now slightly turning his head, listening carefully to Sangqing. His expression was half stern, but he showed patience and indulgence she had never seen before. Lu Qianza was already carrying quite a few things, new clothes, canned food, snacks, already. From afar, their voices came from inside the cooperative. Lu Qianza, I want that fabric and that shirt. Okay, sure. And I want new sheets when I get to the army. I heard it's hard to buy things on the island, so we need to buy more. All right, everything my wife wants.
What?
Is Sangqing going to the island? Could she be going with the army? Jiang Mengmeng clenched her fists tightly, staring from afar, hardly believing her ears. If Sangqing went with the army, how could she be proud enough to suppress her and absorb good luck? So, doesn't that mean she, the female lead, is practically non-existent? Jiang Mengmeng's cold, dark eyes fixed on Sangqing, full of resentment. No, this can't happen. At that moment, she saw Sangqing telling Lu Qianza to buy soda. Lu Qianza naturally put the things he was holding on the ground and then whispered a few words to Sangqing before leaving the supply store. Good opportunity. Jiang Mengmeng almost didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the supply store, heading straight for Sangqing standing at the door.
Sangqing.
Are you really planning to go with Captain Lu to follow the army? She asked, scanning Sangqing from head to toe. She thought, what a good pawn, but instead of quietly helping her, she wants to go beyond her as the female lead. She's overestimating herself. Sangqing's beautiful eyebrows slightly lifted as she looked at Jiang Mengmeng standing on the steps. She rolled her eyes and replied dismissively, none of your business. Jiang Mengmeng's words caught in her throat, almost making her choke. She glared fiercely at Sangqing, knowing she wouldn't change her mind. So, she could only think of ways to sow discord between Sangqing and Lu Qianza. Sangqing, this woman, is big-breasted but brainless. If she can make her and Lu Qianza fall out, it doesn't matter whether she's following the army or not. She'll have the upper hand. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng felt proud. You don't know, do you? Actually, Captain Lu doesn't want you to follow the army. It's just that you're so persistent that he has no choice. Sangqing thought about Lu Qianza's reaction when he heard she wanted to follow the army, then looked at Jiang Mengmeng and couldn't help but sneer. Really? What does it matter? As long as I can follow the army, that's enough. Thinking of how Jiang Mengmeng always pretended to help her while secretly trying to undermine her in the original story, Sangqing felt a wave of disgust. She clearly wanted to charming a married man but still pretended to be virtuous. How disgusting. Thinking this, Sangqing couldn't help but feel a bit sickened by Jiang Mengmeng. She smiled warmly and said, this is just like when I married Lu Qianza. As soon as I register the marriage, he's mine. Isn't that infuriating? When Jiang Mengmeng heard this, her fake mask instantly shattered. Sangqing, don't get too cocky. You won't be this lucky forever. Sangqing slightly lifted her chin and looked at Jiang Mengmeng with disdain. There's nothing I can do. I'm just this lucky now. What can you do about it? Jiang Mengmeng was so angry at her attitude that her chest felt tight. Lu Qianza married you only because you tricked him. Someone like him, how could he truly like someone who only pretends to be good but is actually just a troublemaker? He'll see your true colors sooner or later, get tired of you, and dislike you. Just wait. You'll be kicked out. Smack. After a sharp sound, Sangqing slapped Jiang Mengmeng hard across the face. Her strength was so great that half of Jiang Mengmeng's face instantly turned red and swollen, and 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Sangqing looked at her pig-like face with satisfaction, her beautiful eyes full of pride. TSK, no wonder she's called a big hitter. Her slap sounded so crisp, bright, and pleasing.
Sangqing.
You. How am I? You used to be like a fly buzzing around my man, trying to flirt but failing. You even got caught by the police for being a troublemaker. How come you were released so quickly? Before Jiang Mengmeng could finish speaking, Sangqing shot back with a single sentence. Jiang Mengmeng immediately felt guilty. You don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Sangqing didn't bother giving her any face. Seeing her like this, she became even more reckless. TSK. Looks like someone in the police station is helping you out? Jiang Mengmeng, I didn't expect your connections to be so strong. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Mengmeng covered her face, feeling both ashamed and angry. She sensed the contemptuous looks from the people around her, and her whole body trembled with rage. She originally wanted to argue more with Sangqing, but then thought about needing to stay at the bookstore to watch the big boss. She couldn't continue to argue here with Sangqing. If she disturbed those two big bosses, it would ruin her image and be a big loss. Jiang Mengmeng could only glare fiercely at Sangqing, throw out a, just you wait, comma, and then, in a rush, stormed out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Sangqing watched Jiang Mengmeng hurriedly leave, feeling that something was a bit strange. Especially since Lu Qiansa hadn't come back yet and she ran away? That didn't make sense. Sangqing looked in the direction Jiang Mengmeng had fled, which seemed to be toward the bookstore. The bookstore wasn't far from the supply and marketing cooperative, so Sangqing quietly followed her. As soon as she arrived at the bookstore, she immediately spotted Jiang Mengmeng pretending to read a book between the shelves. Her suspicious and sneaky look made it clear she was up to no good. Sangqing casually found a corner seat and picked up a piece of scrap paper from the table to hide her face. But strangely, the complex formulas on the paper caught her attention. She was just glancing casually, but oddly, she understood the strange symbols that looked like doodles to others. She even faintly sensed that some parts of the derivation seemed a bit awkward. Instinctively, she picked up a pencil and gently made some marks in the areas that fell off, trying to fix them. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengmeng anxiously waited for a long time but saw no sign of the important person she was expecting. Thinking about Sangqing about to leave with the army, and recalling the recent backlash of her luck, she felt more anxious than ever. She couldn't wait any longer. Once Sangqing left, her chances would be gone. She had to seize this opportunity. Jiang Mengmeng clenched her teeth and slowly called out mentally, "System, exchange for items." Soon, the system interface appeared in her mind. She looked at the items available for exchange, and then at her only 100 luck points, feeling distressed. She had planned to wait until Sangqing and Lu Qiansa's wedding failed, then directly absorb the luck points. But they ended up getting married instead. She thought it might be due to plot restrictions, so she waited for Lu Qiansa to grow tired of Sangqing. But now, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see Lu Qiansa disliking Sangqing. Plus, with Sangqing possibly reborn, her situation became even more difficult. Now, she could only take a gamble. All her luck points were exchanged for a short-lived lucky charm. It could increase her chances of success for her current goal. Although not guaranteed, given her current situation, it should be enough. After exchanging for the lucky charm, Jiang Mengmeng immediately stuck it on herself. The moment she did, she felt a slight lightness around her. Almost simultaneously, Sangqing, sitting in the corner, suddenly felt a strange suffocation in her chest, and the old paper smell in the bookstore became somewhat unbearable. She decided to stand up and go outside for some fresh air. Just after Sangqing left the bookstore, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit hurried inside and headed straight to the corner where Sangqing had just sat. When he picked up the modified draft paper on the table, he was first angry, but when he saw the changes clearly, his hands trembled slightly.
Who
made these changes? Amazing! Truly brilliant! This idea, Jiang Mengmeng, who had been watching nearby, immediately felt her heart race when she saw the man's demeanor and reaction. It must be him. He is definitely the top researcher she has been waiting for. Her lucky charm, which she exchanged so many points for, finally worked. Jiang Mengmeng quickly tidied her clothes and walked over briskly, speaking softly. "Comrade, is there a problem you're facing?" She forced a polite and humble smile. The middle-aged man excitedly looked up, holding the draft paper in his hand, and asked eagerly, "Comrade, did you make these changes?" Jiang Mengmeng looked at his excited expression and felt the warm flow from her still-present lucky charm. She nodded immediately. "Yes, just call me Jiang Mengmeng. I wrote this draft casually earlier. I didn't realize it still had an owner. Sorry if I caused any trouble." "Trouble? Not at all." The middle-aged man eagerly grabbed Jiang Mengmeng's hand, with such force that she was startled. "Comrade, you've helped us solve a huge problem. Someone as talented as you should consider working at our research institute." Jiang Mengmeng was overjoyed, almost unable to hide her smile. But she still had to maintain a humble look. "That might be too hasty. I just wrote it casually. I'm worried that if I really go to the research institute, I might not be familiar with the work." "It's okay. Once you go, you can start with some minor tasks. Just based on what you just changed, you'll be able to stand firm in the institute." The middle-aged man said this, then pushed his glasses up his nose and added, "By the way, my name is Kong Chunsheng, director of H City Research Institute. I'll write you a recommendation letter later, and you can go directly to work at the Research Institute in Hongqi Town. Then, I'll gratefully accept." "Thank you, Director Kong." Jiang Mengmeng slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, then quietly let out a sigh of relief. As expected from a lucky charm, it was so easy for her to get a good job. It was a position at a research institute. Jiang Mengmeng felt her main character aura shining brightly again. She thought that since the lucky charm could bring her good luck, maybe if she asked for a little more, it could help her even further? Thinking this, she pretended to look a bit discouraged and lowered her head. "Director Kong, I've been thinking I might not be able to work at the research institute after all." Kong Chunsheng looked at Jiang Mengmeng with confusion and asked, "Why is that? Are you worried about the pay at the research institute?" Jiang Mengmeng immediately shook her head. "No, Director Kong, I really like studying these things. It's just that recently I accidentally fell and bumped into a soldier. He thought I was being inappropriate and took me to the police station." Her voice choked up a little as she spoke. "It's my fault. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have been misunderstood. I feel sorry for your trust in me, Director Kong." "Boo-hoo." Kong Chunsheng looked at Jiang Mengmeng, tears streaming down her face, and his expression stiffened. Being accused of misconduct was indeed a tricky situation at this time. But this young colleague was so capable that it would be a loss for the country if she went to prison. It was better to keep her around and let her contribute. After thinking for a moment, Kong Chunsheng decided to speak up. "For this kind of small misunderstanding, I'll help you talk to the police station and sort it out. You can go ahead and work at the research institute without worry." "Really?" Jiang Mengmeng immediately showed a grateful expression as she looked at Kong Chunsheng. She almost had to bite her arm behind her back to stop herself from laughing out loud. She had only wanted to see if she could get this big boss to help her, but unexpectedly, he had solved it directly. Kong Chunsheng took a piece of paper from the desk, wrote down his contact information, and handed it to Jiang Mengmeng. "Go back and wait for the news. This is my contact info. You can start working at the Research Institute in 3 days." Jiang Mengmeng nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Director Kong. I will work hard." She touched the note with the phone number in her pocket, feeling a warm rush in her heart.
Great.
Not only was the misconduct crisis resolved, but she also gained the support of a powerful person. Once she established herself at the Research Institute, she began to suggest all those advanced ideas from future times. By then, various awards and honors would surely follow. She didn't believe she couldn't handle Sangqing then. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng confidently returned to the Jang family. However, her good mood vanished instantly when she saw a familiar figure at her doorstep. Grandma Jiang sat with a stern face at the door. When she saw Jiang Mengmeng, she immediately stood up with her hands on her hips. "You little brat, you still know how to come back." Her thin, triangular eyes were full of impatience. Grandma Jiang had heard that Jiang Mengmeng was taken by the police, but she didn't take it seriously. Recently, all the workers in the family had lost their jobs, and she heard Jiang Mengmeng had found a powerful supporter, so powerful that even the team leader couldn't do anything to her. Naturally, she started to think about her neglected granddaughter again. Grandma Jiang specifically went to the alley to ask around. She heard Jiang Mengmeng was now living in a hospital, so she hurried over. But she found nothing. Her anger was high, and she didn't expect to see Jiang Mengmeng returning just then. A look of disdain flashed in Jiang Mengmeng's eyes, but seeing many people around, she had to pretend to be obedient and asked politely, "Grandma, why are you here at our house? Jia Dong is getting married, and the bride's family wants 500 yuan in bride price. How much money do you have? Give it to me." Grandma Jiang's voice was sharp and harsh, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. Jiang Mingming's good mood was instantly ruined. "Grandma, I have no money. I don't even have a job now. Where would I get money? No money. Didn't you make a lot selling pig intestines before?" Grandma Jiang suddenly raised her voice. "Are you unwilling to help Jia Dong? I don't care. You're his sister. If you don't help, who will?" Grandma Jiang suddenly sat on the ground, slapping the floor and throwing a tantrum. "If you don't give me the money today, I will die right here in front of you. Let everyone see what a disobedient, unfilial wolf you are." As she yelled and threw a tantrum, she quickly attracted many neighbors nearby. At this moment, Jiang Mengmeng just happened to see Sangqing and Lu Qianxie returning with some things. Jiang Mengmeng didn't want Lu Qianxie to see her vulnerable side, but Sangqing clearly came to watch the show and even leaned on Lu Qianxie's arm. Lu Qianxie, being a soldier, had a handsome face and a commanding presence. Just standing there, he felt very noticeable. Jiang Mengmeng felt annoyed by Sangqing's gaze and wanted to push the door and go home. But Grandma Jiang didn't give her that chance. When she saw Jiang Mengmeng trying to run, she immediately grabbed her dress. "Jiang Mengmeng, where are you going? I tell you, if you don't give me the money today, don't think about going anywhere." Jiang Mengmeng looked at her dress being tightly held and knew she couldn't escape today. She immediately put on a weak and helpless look, with tears in her eyes, and begged Grandma Jiang, "Grandma, please don't do this. I really don't have any money." While speaking, she secretly observed Lu Qianxie's reaction with the corner of her eye. Grandma Jiang clearly didn't buy it. She pointed at Jiang Mingming's nose and scolded, "Are you lying? You previously flirted with that so-called leader and got caught by the police. Yet you came out unscathed. Do you have connections? Go ask your backer for money. Otherwise, I won't leave." Her loud voice made several nearby families peek through their doors to watch. The onlookers started gossiping. "Grandma Jiang is really unreasonable, grabbing a young girl just to get money. Poor Mengmeng, having such a grandmother. Did you hear? Mengmeng has a big supporter now. Even the leader doesn't take her seriously. No wonder Grandma Jiang is chasing her for money." Hearing these comments, Jiang Mingming's brow furrowed even deeper. She looked at Sangqing, who was happily watching the scene, and a wicked fire rose inside her.
Sangqing.
Comrade. Jiang Mengmeng started to speak, but immediately met Lu Qianxie's threatening gaze. She almost instinctively changed her way of addressing him, but she still didn't give up on involving Sangqing. "Comrade Sang, I heard you just separated from Director Sang. You should still have some money. Can you lend me some for an emergency? I promise to pay you back later." She deliberately spoke vaguely, but everyone could easily remember what Sangqing had recently done. First, she drove her biological father, Sangqing Shan, out of the house and took all the money from the family. She even made Sangqing Shan return the dowry money. No one knows exactly how much money she has, but everyone in the alley now knows that Sangqing has money. When Grandma Jiang heard this, her dull eyes suddenly brightened. She almost immediately turned her attention to Sangqing, spitting as she spoke. "Yes. Sang family's girl, you're just a young girl, holding so much money, which isn't safe. It's better to lend it to us first for emergencies. We're neighbors after all." Lu Qianxie's eyebrows furrowed instantly, and his gaze toward Grandma Jiang became sharper. He didn't speak, but the cold aura around him felt like an invisible pressure, making Grandma Jiang's arrogance shrink by half. Sangqing was originally watching the show calmly, not expecting the fire to burn so quickly to her own side. She felt the man's arm muscles tense suddenly and gently patted him to signal him to stay calm. Performing a scene in front of so many people, Jiang Mengmeng really has a big appetite for drama. If she isn't made to suffer a bit, She might really think she's easy to bully. While everyone's attention was on the argument, no one noticed Sangqing's fingers subtly move. She used the space to her advantage, mentally locking all the items inside the Jang family's house. Then she instantly moved everything into her space. As long as the items are on her territory, finding what she wants becomes very easy. Grandma Jang and the Jang family's eldest live in the East Room, while Jiang Mengmeng lives with the second family in the West Room. Now, all the savings of the Jang family are in her space. She moved her mind again and placed all the money into a small cloth bag, then restored everything back to normal. Finally, she quietly transferred the money-filled cloth bag into Jiang Mengmeng's pocket. After finishing all this, Sangqing looked up at Jiang Mengmeng. The situation seemed complicated, but in her space, it only took a moment. So, besides Lu Qianche noticing that Sangqing was stunned for 2 seconds, no one else paid attention to her unusual behavior. Comrade Jiang, if your family is really in such difficulty, it's understandable to ask everyone for help.
But
You clearly have money yourself and refuse to give it to Grandma Jiang. Isn't that a bit wrong? Sangqing leaned against Lu Qianze, her voice soft and innocent. Jiang Mengmeng was stunned and instinctively argued, "What are you talking about? I don't have that much money. If you don't want to lend, you don't have to slander me like this." To prove her innocence, she reached into her pocket.
see.
My pocket is just... Her words suddenly stopped. Because as she reached into her pocket, a small cloth bag filled with money slipped out and fell to the ground with a loud thud. That thick stack of bills, at a quick glance, looked to be worth at least a few hundred yuan. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Mengmeng looked at the money on the ground, her mind buzzing. She immediately realized Sangqing was behind this. She quickly looked up, her eyes full of resentment, staring directly at Sangqing. This wicked girl. When did she? Jiang Mengmeng picked up the small cloth bag and quickly counted inside. To her surprise, there were actually 800 or 900 yuan. She had thought Sangqing found her 600 yuan, but the amount didn't match. It seemed Sangqing, this foolish girl, deliberately set her up and put the money in her pocket. Well, only a stupid and malicious supporting character would do such a thing.
But what could she do about it?
She hadn't really lost anything. Grandma Jiang didn't care about any of this. She saw the money, and her eyes lit up. She didn't care who the money belonged to. She immediately rushed over and snatched it away. Good. You little brat. Hiding so much money and still dare to lie that you have none. Grandma, you can't take this money. I need it for my business. Jiang Mengmeng screamed, pretending to try to get it back, but during her struggle with Grandma Jiang, she, accidentally, slipped and fell to the ground. She immediately started crying, tears streaming down her face. Grandma, please don't take it. That's my livelihood, but Grandma Jiang didn't bother to listen. She tightly clutched the money and glared at her fiercely. What's yours and mine? It's all the Jiang family's. After saying that, worried she might try to take it back again, she pushed the door and went home. Wife. Lu Qianze keenly sensed something unusual about the person beside him and softly called out with a questioning tone. Sangqing saw this, secretly tugged at Lu Qianze's hand, and whispered, "Come with me first, I'll tell you later." Her voice was soft and a little playful. Lu Qianze was very fond of her, so he nodded without hesitation, protecting Sangqing as they moved through the crowd and quietly left. Seeing the argumentants leave, the others also dispersed. Jiang Mengmeng finally stopped crying, climbed up from the ground, and brushed the dust off her clothes. There were still tears on her face, but her eyes had changed, even showing a hint of pride. Although she had caused a fuss with Grandma Jiang, losing a few hundred yuan to Sangqing's foolishness wasn't too bad. Jiang Mengmeng pushed open the door and hurried back to her room. She closed the door and eagerly reached for the cabinet where she kept her money. It was empty.
Impossible.
Her heart raced, and she searched all possible places where she might have hidden her money. Drawers, cabinets, under pillows. All were empty, without exception. Jiang Mengmeng shouted in disbelief. My money. That darn Sangqing. It must be her. Suddenly, she knocked over a porcelain cup on the table, and the loud crash made her even more furious. Jerk. Jerk. It must be her stealing my money. I will kill her. Ah. Jang Mengmeng wildly threw everything she could reach, cursing non-stop. While she was venting and smashing things, Sangqing was standing silently outside the small courtyard window, holding Lu Qian's hand. She listened to the crashing sounds and Jiang Mingming's frantic shouting. A sly and satisfied smile appeared on her face. Humph! Trying to scheme against her? This time, she was in big trouble. Sangqing proudly lifted her chin, blinked at him, and silently mouthed, "Let's go." Lu Qianse nodded, looking at her delicate and charming appearance. A trace of indulgence flashed in his eyes. He reached out and held her soft hand, letting her pull him as they left this place of trouble. As for Jiang Mingming's accusations about his wife, he would settle that with her properly. After a moment, Jiang Mingming finally stopped, looking at the mess on the ground, her eyes dark with anger. Sangqing can secretly steal her money using her space ability, so she will likely use the space and spiritual spring to further take her opportunities. Thinking of this, Jiang Mengmeng trembled with anger.
But soon she understood.
Sangqing wants to take her chances, so she must use the space and spiritual spring. Sangqing, being inexperienced, doesn't know much about medical skills. She can wait until Sangqing uses the spiritual spring and then expose her. At that time, everyone will see her true nature. At this moment, Sangqing and Lu Qianze have already returned home. Lu Qianze organized the things he just bought. Although he knows Sangqing has many items in her space, he needs to pretend to be surprised and not show too much. Otherwise, if his wife suddenly pulls out things she never bought on the island, he won't be able to help her explain. Sangqing sat nearby, watching the man fold clothes one by one, resting her chin on her hands and looking at him eagerly. "Is there any news about the military assignment?" Lu Qianze looked at her pretty and obedient face, and his usually cold expression softened unconsciously. "Yes, the report has been approved. The staff quarters were allocated earlier, and I've already arranged for someone to clean it. We'll take the train the day after tomorrow, and then transfer to a boat at the port." A boat? Sangqing's eyes lit up immediately. "When we get to the island, will we see lots of beautiful fish and shells? Is the sea water blue?" Although Sangqing has awakened, she has never experienced the ocean in either the original story or her current life. She is naturally curious. Lu Qianze saw her full of pure anticipation, with no worries about the unfamiliar environment, and his heart softened completely. This was the first time he clearly felt that Sangqing truly wanted to follow him to the military base. This realization was like a warm current, instantly soothing some of his obsessive and uneasy feelings deep inside. His heart warmed, and he couldn't help but reach out to hold her tightly. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth, delicate cheek, speaking softly with a smile. "Yes, there are many pretty little fish and shells. I'll take you to see the sea when we get there." Just then, the door was knocked loudly with a knock, knock, knock. Lu Qianze frowned slightly, then released Sangqing, and got up to open the door. Outside the door, Sun, who had just returned, said, "Commander, there's a telegram from the post office. It says your father has urgent matters to discuss with you, and wants you to send him a reply." "Lu Xingli has urgent matters to discuss with him?" "I understand," Lu Qianze said quietly, with no change in his expression. Sang, standing nearby, felt a sudden jolt in her heart upon hearing this news. In the original story, Lu's father called Lu Qianze this time because of his stepson, Wu Jianwei. Wu Jianwei made a mistake and was about to be demoted, so Lu's father used his connections to transfer him to a remote place at the same level. This call was to ask Lu Qianzu, his half-brother, to take care of his stepson. Later, Lu's father and his new wife would come to the island together. They not only used Lu Qianze's allowance openly, but also occupied his family housing. In the original story, her malicious ex-wife did not go with the army. Lu Qianze was focused on his career and didn't bother about his allowance or the family house. Later, after the heroine Jiang Mengmeng and Lu Qianze got together, They believed in family harmony and let the family do as they pleased. But now, since she was the one accompanying the army, she absolutely couldn't let this happen. Lu Qian's allowance was hers, and the family house was also hers. If anyone dared to touch her Sang's belongings, it would be like shining a light in a toilet, asking for death. Sang immediately stepped forward, holding Lu Qian's arm softly, and asked, "Since it's a call for Dad, can I go with you?" Lu Qian looked back at her, hesitated slightly, and then softly reminded her, "Wife, I don't get along well with him. He might not speak nicely." Since her stepmother came into the family, he hadn't even had a father. For many years, he had been serving in the army on the island, almost cut off from his family, and he didn't know what Lu Xingli wanted to talk to him about now. It probably wasn't out of conscience that he suddenly wanted to make amends to his son, right? Lu Qian thought this and couldn't help but laugh at himself. If Lu Xingli, that old man, had a conscience, he wouldn't let that mother and son do whatever they pleased. Sang had never seen Lu Qian like this before. He looked quite pitiful. In the original story, Lu Qian's father was also difficult to get along with. Since marrying his new wife, he has become even more narrow-minded. If Lu Qianche hadn't joined the army and been away from their family of 3, he might have suffered even more hardships. Thinking this, Sangqing slightly raised her small chin, acting as if she didn't care, and said, "I'm not afraid. If he dares to say anything bad about you, I will scold him." Sangqing reached out and pulled Lu Qianche, speaking fiercely. "You are my man, and you married into our Sang family. The Lu family has nothing to do with us anymore. He has no right to boss us around." This reason made Lu Qianche pause in surprise. Then he smiled. "All right, then I will rely on my wife to protect me." The two of them went to the post office to make a call. As soon as the call was connected, Lu's father's voice came through. He didn't even bother with a simple greeting and went straight to the point. "Qianche, your brother Jianwei has some work changes. He's being transferred to your island. He's young and inexperienced, so as his older brother, you need to look out for him and help him settle in quickly." Hearing this, Lu Qianche couldn't help but sneer. It seemed the other side was also a bit embarrassed, and he shouted sternly, "What? You're no longer under my command? Is that it? I'm married now and need to take care of my wife. I don't have time to manage outsiders." Lu Qianche replied coldly, without hesitation. Lu Xingli had ignored him for so many years, and now he called only because of his stepbrother. It was truly ridiculous. There was a moment of silence on the line. Then Lu's father's roar came through the receiver. "What? You got married? Didn't you think to tell the family first?" Lu Qianche moved the receiver slightly away, but responded in a calm, indifferent tone, "Telling you now is the same. So, are you planning to prepare bride price and a house for me?" Lu's father choked for a moment, then immediately shouted again, "Lu Qianche, what's your attitude? I'm your father. You're so unfilial." Hearing this, Sangqing immediately exploded. She was confident in her own skills, and no one could get any benefit from her. She snatched the receiver from Lu Qianche's hand and shouted into the phone, "You're so filial, so filial. The most filial. You're pretending to be so filial. You don't care for your own son, but you're raising someone else's. Just wait for someone else's son to take care of you." Sangqing's voice was soft, but her words were sharp enough to make anyone furious. The other end of the phone went completely silent, clearly stunned by her sudden outburst. After a few seconds, a trembling voice came through, full of anger. "You. Who are you? Lu Qianza. Is this the woman you chose to marry? So rude. A woman like her will never be welcome in the Lu family." "Well, that's perfect." Sangqing rolled her eyes, but spoke even more sweetly. "Your son married into my family, so he's no longer part of the Lu family. If you can, don't ever come to our house again, old man." You. Father Lu was so angry, he could barely speak. Sangqing didn't give him a chance to respond and continued firmly, "If you have nothing else to say, go find your other son, and stay away from my husband. Our family is allergic to foolish people." With that, she hung up the phone with a crisp click. Sun Dajang, standing nearby, was completely stunned. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Sangqing. No wonder she was their sister-in-law. What a way with words. Amazing. Before, every time their captain got a call from home, his mood would turn gloomy for the whole day. But now, looking at him, there was nothing in his eyes except affection for his wife.
Gloomy?
Not anymore. As long as their sister-in-law spoke fast and sharp enough, gloom didn't stand a chance. After hanging up, Sangqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and cleared her throat. Did I go too far just now? Thinking about how she had called him an old man and a fool, she realized it wasn't just too far. But really, who told him to act so self-righteous? Her short temper just couldn't hold back. Lu Qiansa lowered his head slightly, the coldness he had shown earlier melting into affection. Not at all. You handled it perfectly. He thought it was great. She had managed to make his father furious and speechless. He had worried that Sangqing might suffer when dealing with his father, but seeing his fiery little wife now, he felt completely at ease. Lu Qiansa, if your dad gets so mad that he comes to the island to argue with me, you'd better stand in front of me. Sangqing thought about the upcoming story and gently tugged on his sleeve. It was her fault she caused the trouble, but she wouldn't take the blame. Lu Qianche turned his head and gave Sangqing a quick look, promising, "Don't worry, he won't hit you. With me here, no one can hurt you." He paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something and added, "And he probably won't come to the island. That's not certain." Sangqing muttered softly. For his stepson, Lu Xingli, that old man was very willing. Lu Qianche's eyes flickered slightly. When Jiang Mengmeng said Sangqing was reborn, and considering Sangqing's confident tone just now, his expression darkened. It seems he needs to find out what Wu Jianwei has really done, and whether his good father truly plans to come to the island. If things are really as Sangqing said, he must be prepared for everything. It's unreasonable for his wife to be on his territory and still risk being bullied by others. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone call, Lu's father was trembling with anger, clutching the receiver tightly. His face, already full of wrinkles, turned a dark purple with rage. After a long moment, he suddenly slammed the receiver down onto the phone.
Bang!
The loud noise echoed through the room. This is outrageous. Outrageous. This beast has truly gone against the heavens. He dared to hang up on me. Lu's father couldn't help but curse loudly, but then he realized the other side couldn't hear him, which made him even angrier. That uneducated, rude woman. Rude woman. Lu's father felt a throbbing pain in his temples, and his vision blurred. Seeing this, Wu Jianwei quickly stepped forward to support him. "Dad, calm down. Don't get so angry, or you'll hurt yourself. Brother Qianche. He probably didn't mean to upset you. Maybe he's just confused for a moment." He pretended to look worried as he patted Lu's father's back and continued, "No matter what, he's still your son. How could he do such unfilial things?" Wu Jianwei's words seemed to comfort, but in fact, they were like adding oil to a fire, making Lu's father's anger flare even more.
"So?
I don't have such a heartless, ungrateful son." Lu's father's anger grew stronger as he spoke. "I worked hard to raise him, to support him in eating and dressing. He is now the team leader, and with his confidence growing, he dares to speak to me like this." Wu Jianwei quickly felt a hint of pride in his eyes. He knew the old man wouldn't like Lu Qiansa's stubborn attitude. Even if he is the old man's biological son, so what? Isn't he just a stepchild who says whatever he wants? Thinking of this, Wu Jianwei's lips curled slightly. Then he quickly pretended to look sad and sympathetic. He sighed and spoke with just the right amount of concern. "Dad, don't say that. Brother Qiansa might just have misunderstood me. It's not personal against you. If he's against you, then he's against me. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is?" Lu's father snorted coldly. "Stop defending him." Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Wu Jianwei seized the moment and said, "Dad, since Brother Qiansa hates me so much now, and he's the team leader if I go to the island, I'm afraid I won't have an easy time. I don't mind, but I'm worried about you, and Mom worrying about me." Lu's father suddenly slammed the table. He dares. Even if he's the team leader, he's still my son. I don't believe he would really go against us. Dad, be careful not to hurt your hand. Wu Jianwei reached out to hold Lu's father's hand.
I really don't mind.
Even if Brother Qianse wants to vent his anger on me, it's okay, as long as you're not angry. Lu's father looked at Wu Jianwei's concern and immediately made up his mind. Don't worry, Jianwei. I won't let you suffer. Mom, and I will go to the island with you. I want to see, if I'm there, he won't dare do anything to you. Wu Jianwei's heart was bursting with happiness, but he forced himself to hide his emotions and whispered, Dad, you and Mom are both getting old. I really don't want you to go with me. He knew the old man was playing his usual game, pretending to be pitiful and obedient, so he would be completely favored. The more he said he didn't want to go, the more the old man would spoil him. It never failed. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lu's father became even more enthusiastic. Jianwei, you're too kind-hearted, always thinking of others. I'll call Uncle Zhang right now. He can still help us over there. Dad, thank you. You're so good to me. Wu Jianwei hugged Lu's father gratefully, but inside, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Lu Qianse, oh Lu Qianse, so what if you're the team leader? You are the one who cares for me the most. When we arrived at the island, with an old friend backing us up, this deputy battalion commander still enjoyed the same treatment as the team leader. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and casually mentioned, Dad, was that sister-in-law on the phone just now Qianse's wife? Since he's getting married, shouldn't we show some support? Like giving a bride price or something? Bribe money? Humph. Father Lu snorted coldly, full of disdain. She sounds like an ill-mannered woman. She can't be from a good family. It's probably some village girl from a remote corner who used some tricks to marry Lu Qianse. He married her directly, just to make her angry. Father Lu got angrier the more he thought about it. That kind of woman doesn't deserve to enter the Lu family. When we get to the island, I'll make sure Lu Qianse divorces her. Wu Jianwei was practically ready to celebrate with fireworks inside. But he pretended to show some disagreement and said politely, Dad, we shouldn't break up a marriage just like that. What if Qianse and his wife really love each other? Forcing them apart might not be a good idea. Father Lu waved his hand dismissively. I think he's just deliberately choosing a woman to embarrass me. He's never said much all these years, but isn't it because I, as his father, didn't take care of him? When we get to the island, I'll make sure they divorce. Seeing how firm Father Lu was, Wu Jianwei felt even more reassured. Dad, let's wait until we get to the island to talk to Qianse. Don't be angry. Come, have some water to cool off. He turned to pour water for Father Lu, but a slight smile played on his lips. He knew Father Lu's temper well. The more stubborn Qianse was, the more he would cause trouble. Soon, Qianse wouldn't be able to stand Father Lu's persistence and would divorce her. If Qianse's personal life had issues, he wanted to see how she would still get promoted. By then, all the old man's resources and connections would be his. Wu Jianwei felt proud inside and became even more attentive in serving Father Lu. Father Lu looked at his obedient and sensible stepson and thought about his rebellious biological son, feeling cold inside. He took the teacup, sighed heavily, and became more determined to go to the island and properly discipline Lu Qianse. 3 days later, Sangqing followed Lu Qianse onto the train heading back to the island. In the sleeper car, Lu Qianse finished tidying up the lower bunk and then started to peel an apple for Sangqing. Even on the train, he couldn't let his little wife feel wronged. Sangqing sat close to Lu Qianse and looked curiously out the window. But after a short while, her gaze shifted to an elderly man on the opposite lower bunk. He was well-mannered, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking like a scholarly old man. She saw him leaning over a small table, writing and drawing in a thick open notebook. Soon, the paper in front of him was filled with complex circuit diagrams and physics symbols. As she watched, she noticed him occasionally writing and calculating, his brow furrowing more and more, as if stuck on a difficult problem. She was a bit curious and glanced more closely. The feeling of being in a library came to her again. When she saw the old man start drawing again, she couldn't help but speak. "Old grandpa, your drawing is wrong." In the past, Sangqing wouldn't have dared to say this. But now, after taking the wisdom pill, she knew it had made her smarter. Many things she couldn't understand before now seemed very simple. It was like the old man's intense thinking about his circuit. She saw it as no different from 1 is equal to 2. If someone kept thinking about what 1 equals and still got it wrong, that would be hard to accept. The old man looked up when he heard her. Seeing a pretty, bright girl in front of him, he smiled kindly. His gaze towards Sangqing was full of paternal affection. "Oh, little girl, are you interested in physics?" Sangqing honestly shook her head. "Not interested, but I think your circuit looks a bit awkward." "It shouldn't be drawn like that." Lu Qianzi gently took her small hand and nodded politely to the old man. "Sorry, my wife is a bit curious. If I offended you, I apologize on her behalf." Since they've been together for a while, he didn't know if she was interested in physics, but based on his understanding of her, she would never pretend to understand something she didn't. The person across from them looked impressive, and he was worried Sangqing might be in danger, so he had to cover for her. Sangqing clearly misunderstood Lu Qianzi's intention and muttered in dissatisfaction. He just drew it wrong. Her voice was soft, but it made the middle-aged man sitting outside the old man frown. He had a serious face, and his words carried a faint hint of anger. "Comrade, if you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. This is old Zhou, our Jing." Before the middle-aged man could finish, old Zhou waved his hand to stop him. He pushed up his glasses, and instead of getting angry, his eyes became serious. "Young girl, keep talking. Where do you think it feels off?" "To be honest, when I drew this part, I also felt something was wrong, but I didn't know what." Seeing that old Zhou's attitude was much better than the middle-aged man's, Sangqing pointed to a spot on the drawing with her small hand. "Here, the coupling method of this component needs to be adjusted, and the feedback loop here should be changed." She took an idle pencil from the table and casually sketched a few simple lines on the blank page of her notebook. Although it wasn't a formal diagram, it clearly showed a trend of movement. "Do you think this is more reasonable? This way, it should form a more stable dynamic magnetic field, making it easier to observe the dynamic hysteresis loop directly." Old Zhou was first stunned, then suddenly leaned in, staring intently at Sangqing's casual sketches. Quickly, he grabbed his pen and eagerly started calculating on a nearby scrap of paper. After a moment, old Zhou looked at what he had derived, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. It turns out the problem I've been stuck on for half a month is right here." The middle-aged man next to him saw old Zhou's excited reaction and swallowed his words back. His eyes also showed surprise when looking at Sangqing. He hadn't expected that this young girl, at such a young age, had such a high level of understanding in physics. Indeed, old Zhou's sharp eye was impressive. He could see at a glance that the girl was different. If it were him, he might have missed this entirely. That would truly be a loss for their scientific community. Sangqing watched old Zhou, who was so excited, but she acted as if nothing was happening, continuing to enjoy her apple. Lu Qianzi looked at Sangqing with some helplessness. When he saw a bit of juice on her lips, he took out a clean handkerchief and helped her wipe it off. Then he carefully took her hand that had touched the pencil and wiped each fingertip thoroughly. After a while, old Zhou finally looked up. He looked at Sangqing with bright eyes. "Young lady, you are truly a genius. Heroes are born young, and the ancients were right." Old Zhou excitedly held his pen tightly, his voice a little tense. "My name is Zhou Wenyuan. I work at the Beijing Research Institute. You have amazing intuition and talent in physics. If you're willing, I can recommend you directly to the best research institute in Beijing to become a senior researcher. I have several students who are directors, and you can choose any place you like." Hearing this, Sangqing immediately leaned close to Lu Qianzi and shook her head to refuse. "Thank you, old Zhou, but I won't go. I just want to follow my husband to the army, and I really have no interest in doing research." She only thought that the drawing wasn't smooth, so she casually made some changes. She really doesn't like doing research. If she had to spend every day in a lab, how could she wear pretty clothes? Old Zhou looked at Sangqing with regret. With her talent, if she was willing to dedicate herself to research, it would be a great contribution to the country. But he couldn't force her. He looked at Sangqing with some disappointment, then glanced at Lu Qianze, who was beside her with an impressive presence. He then asked, "Comrade, do you mind sharing a bit about your situation?" Lu Qianze put his arm around Sangqing's shoulder and answered calmly and politely, "Old Zhou, we are going to Qingyao Island. I am the commander of the 37th Regiment on the island. This is my wife, Sangqing. Commander Lu, young and talented, with good judgment," Old Zhou sincerely praised. His gaze returned to Sangqing. "It's your good fortune to marry such a smart wife." Hearing this, Sangqing smiled happily, clearly pleased. Seeing this, Old Zhou's mind became more active. He took out a few documents from his briefcase, his attitude sincere. "Miss Sang, since we've met by chance, could you help me look over these documents? Just to give me some guidance." With nothing else to do, Sangqing was happy to pass the time. She took the documents from Old Zhou and quickly started reading. Soon, she was making notes and sketches on the papers. Old Zhou didn't stop her, just quietly watched her do all this. "This parameter has some issues. In real use, there might be errors. Also, this model ignores edge effects and isn't very accurate. And here, this diagram is also drawn incorrectly. It should be like this." She just casually mentioned a few things, but it made Zhou Wenyuan more and more amazed. His eyes on Sangqing changed from admiration to full respect. "A genius. Truly a genius. Comrade Sang, you helped us so much this time. I must report your contribution to my superiors. Reward you for your work. When the time comes, I'll have them present you with a banner." A banner? Sangqing blinked, thinking about Jiang Mengmeng, who had met many important people through the spiritual spring and might come to trouble her. She couldn't help but look at Zhou Wenyuan and ask, "If I have this banner, does that mean no one can bully me easily?" Zhou Wenyuan immediately patted his chest to promise, "Of course. If you're willing to accept me as your mentor, no one will dare to bother you anymore." He looked at Sangqing with hopeful eyes, his old face slightly flushed. He really wanted to keep Sangqing, this talented girl. Even if it meant losing face, he was willing. Sangqing looked at Zhou Wenyuan's gray hair and couldn't help but frown. She didn't want to take a disciple at such an old age. But then she thought, if she accepted Zhou Wenyuan as a disciple, wouldn't she gain a powerful backing? If Jiang Mengmeng ever wanted to trouble her in the future, she'd have to think twice. Thinking this way, it didn't seem so bad. Sangqing pressed her lips together, as if she had made a decision. "All right. But I won't join any research institute." Old Zhou immediately beamed with joy. "Of course. At most, we'll just let you observe, like before." He seemed afraid Sangqing might change her mind, so he quickly took a small box wrapped in red cloth from his briefcase. "Teacher Sang, please take this. Consider it a meeting gift. A formal apprenticeship gift. When you get to the island, I'll make it up to you." Sangqing opened the small box with curiosity and saw a shining first-class merit medal inside. She gently touched the medal with her fingertips, then nodded. "All right, I accept this apprenticeship gift. All right. The train continued moving forward, but Sangqing had already leaned on Lu Qianze's shoulder and fallen asleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered occasionally even while sleeping, making her look very cute. Lu Qianze carefully moved slightly, gently supporting her small head to keep her steady on the bed. After covering her with a thin blanket, his gaze returned to Zhou Wenyuan. "Old Zhou, may I speak with you privately?" His calm eyes made it hard to see what he was really thinking. Zhou Wenyuan slightly raised his eyebrows, glanced at the sleeping Sangqing, and seemed to understand something. He nodded gently, put down his pen, and followed Lu Qianze out of the carriage one after the other. The middle-aged man who was with Zhou Wenyuan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Zhou Wenyuan with a look. He could only stay where he was. Lu Qianze and Zhou Wenyuan went to the connecting part of the carriage. The space there was narrow, and apart from the howling wind outside, no one else was around. Lu Qianze didn't speak immediately. Instead, he subtly looked around at the environment, then slowly said, "Old Zhou, Although I am just a soldier and don't understand advanced physics, I can tell that your identity is not ordinary. Zhou Wenyuan hadn't expected him to figure that out, so he straightforwardly said, Captain Liu, you can speak directly if you have something to say. Lu Qianzi blinked slightly, then glanced at the middle-aged man standing far at the carriage door, who seemed relaxed but was always paying attention
to what was happening here.
The person sitting by the window in the next carriage should also be a comrade responsible for protecting your safety, right? Seeing Zhou Wenyuan look surprised, Lu Qianzi continued, the person in the same carriage as you is probably also from the military, so your identity is not just related to the research institute. Hearing his confident words, Zhou Wenyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Captain Liu, you have good judgment. But you brought me out alone. This isn't just a talk with me, is it? Lu Qianzi nodded. My wife is just a family member accompanying the army. She's simple-minded and pointed out some issues in your plans without hesitation. That might be good for you, but it might not be good for her. His words weren't very explicit, but Zhou Wenyuan immediately understood what Lu Qianzi meant. Qingzhan Sang's abilities are too amazing. If word gets out, it will surely attract unnecessary attention. It could even be life-threatening. Old Zhou's joyful expression faded as he realized how much trouble he almost caused for Qingzhan Sang. He was only thinking about gaining more talented people for the country, but he forgot that, at this time, they are surrounded by enemies. If some spies find out about Qingzhan Sang's abilities, she will be in real danger. At this moment, Lu Qianzi's reminder made Zhou Wenyuan break out in a fine sweat on his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe his brow and said with self-blame, It's my old mistake. Being too excited and reckless, he was so happy about discovering a treasure that he forgot the danger of revealing it. Now, everything is in chaos, with many different forces mixed together. Foreign enemies are also watching closely. His way of showing extreme importance to her publicly is actually pushing her into danger. He is putting her at risk. Lu Qianzi saw that Zhou Wenyuan understood and spoke more gently. Old Zhou, I kindly ask you to keep everything that happened in the carriage a secret. If possible, I want her name to be classified as top secret to limit the number of people who know. Of course. That's necessary. Old Zhou nodded repeatedly. Captain Liu, your reminder is very timely. Don't worry, I will arrange the confidentiality agreement immediately, and it will be of the highest standard, he added, fearing Lu Qianzi might doubt him. I will personally handle Sister Sang's information to ensure only the most trusted few know about her. Thank you, Old Zhou, Lu Qianzi said, feeling relieved. He thought having a space in her hands was already complicated enough, but he never expected her to have such achievements in scientific research. Fortunately, the person he met, Zhou Wenyuan, is quite reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to just draw and write on the side. Zhou Wenyuan paused thoughtfully, as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, aren't you going to Bluebird Island? I know Commander Chen from your island troop. I can ask him to handle Qingzhan Sang's situation. He suggested that, under the pretext of caring for the family of a special talent, they could send 2 capable female guards to protect her. However, the young girl is simple-minded. On the surface, she helps her family with daily life as a cover, but secretly, she is responsible for protecting her safety. Zhou Wenyuan thought for a moment and simply shared his plan with Lu Qianzi. Hearing his thoughtful arrangement, Lu Qianzi's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He solemnly saluted Zhou Lao with a proper military gesture. Thank you, Zhou Lao. Zhou Wenyuan waved his hands repeatedly. No, I should thank you. Otherwise, I might make a mistake. He looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but admire that he became a squad leader at such a young age, with top-notch vision and ability. Zhou Wenyuan patted Lu Qianzi's shoulder. Captain Liu, Sister Sang is a treasure of the country. I will never allow her to be harmed in any way. If you need anything in the future, you can always contact Commander Chen. Yes, thank you, Zhou Lao. With Zhou Wenyuan's promise, Lu Qianzi felt more at ease. Having extra protection for his wife was always good. Now that she was in contact with those people above, if anyone found out other clues later, it would add an extra layer of security. By the way, Captain Liu, your accent doesn't sound like someone from the island. where his sister Sang originally from, Zhou Wenyuan casually asked about her background. Then he listened as Lu Qianzi replied, "My wife's hometown is Hongqi Town. She came to the island with me as part of the military." Hongqi Town, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Wenyuan's eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Hongqi Town is truly a place full of talented people. To be honest, I have a student who recently went there. He told me he found a promising young girl. His student rarely praised others, but his tone at that moment sounded quite satisfied with the girl. It seemed she was also very perceptive and had great potential for development. Thinking this, Zhou Wenyuan turned to Lu Qianzi and said, "Maybe in the future, they can exchange ideas. My student also told me that the girl he took in is quite young too." Lu Qianzi felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling in his heart. When did Hongqi Town become so full of talented people? Especially the young girl from Hongqi Town, which made him feel even more uneasy. Although old Zhou's students may not necessarily be Jiang Mengmeng, this coincidence naturally made him alert. He remained calm on his face but politely refused. "Old Zhou, my wife is a bit careless. Future matters depend on her own wishes." When Yuan Zhou was a very important person, he immediately sensed something from Lu Qianzi's words. His almost protective attitude towards Sangqing made even this old man feel impressed. When Yuan Zhou understood this and smiled, "Of course. Everything depends on teacher Sang's own decision. We won't force her." The two casually exchanged a few words and then returned to their car. At the same time, at the entrance of Hongqi Town Research Institute, Jiang Mengmeng walked out holding a file bag. From today, she was officially part of the Research Institute. Thanks to Kong Chuanxing's instructions, she was assigned a relaxed position right after arriving. She could tell that because of Kong Chuanxing, everyone was very polite to her. This new identity gave her a chance to slowly build connections and resources. This way, she could leave the Jiang family faster. Jiang Mengmeng proudly lifted her chin, ready to celebrate her bright future, but suddenly froze on the busy main street. Because of that quick glance, she saw her uncle Jiang Taizhu and Aunt Wang Kaifeng, who rarely went out. So many people on the street, yet she happened to make eye contact with them. Darn it! Why am I so unlucky? At this moment, Jiang Mengmeng ignored everything else and immediately turned to leave. "Jiang Mengmeng!" Jiang Taizhu shouted loudly and hurried over, grabbing her arm. "Why are you coming out of here? I heard this is a very impressive research institute. Did you get a job here?" Wang Kaifeng also approached, her eyes shining brightly. "Meng girl, is it the big shot behind you who arranged this job? You're able to get into such a place." Jiang Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat, secretly thinking this was bad. She was most afraid of being caught by the blood-sucking Jiang family members. If they found out she had a proper, decent job, wouldn't they become even more aggressive? She forced a stiff smile on her face and turned to look at the two of them. "Uncle, Aunt, you must have misunderstood. I am just here to deliver some braised food to the people inside and earn a little pocket money." "Deliver braised food? Are you joking?" Wang Kaifeng rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Delivering braised food? Do you think you're dressing up for that? And what are you holding in your hand?" As she spoke, Wang Kaifeng reached out to grab what Jiang Mengmeng was holding, but Jiang Mengmeng quickly dodged away. Although she couldn't read, she knew that the things in the paper bag were definitely good stuff. Jiang Mengmeng looked at Wang Kaifeng with suspicion and hugged her file bag tighter. "Uncle, I really am just here to deliver things. Please don't make things difficult for me." "Mengmeng, now that you're doing well, have you forgotten your roots? Don't forget. After your parents passed away, I've been the one supporting you," Jiang Taizhu said angrily, glaring at Jiang Mengmeng. "Hurry up and find a job inside for your uncle. Even just guarding the door is fine. And for your aunt, I can go in and sweep the floor too." Jiang Mengmeng felt a surge of anger rising inside her. Ever since she used up all her luck points, even drinking cold water felt uncomfortable. Why did she have to run into these troublemakers today? She tried to stay calm and reason with them. "Uncle, Aunt, what kind of place is this research institute? It's not something I can just arrange easily. I really don't have that ability." "Not capable? You're not capable? You managed to come out of the police station completely intact. Before Jiang Mengmeng could finish her sentence, a sharper voice suddenly cut in. Jiang Mengmeng's scalp tingled, and she looked toward the voice. She saw Chu Lanhua, looking exhausted and worn out. Oh no! Jiang Mengmeng thought to herself that this was bad. She wanted to leave immediately, but she was still held tightly by Jiang Taizhu and couldn't escape. Jiang Mengmeng, you heartless, wicked girl. You promised me you'd rescue my husband and daughter. But what did you do? I checked and you didn't go at all. Chu Lanhua grabbed Jiang Mengmeng's hair roughly. You found someone important to protect you, and the case was closed. Do you think everything's fine now? I tell you, Jiang Mengmeng, I won't give up on you. Jiang Mengmeng winced in pain as Chu Lanhua pulled her hair. She wanted to fight back, but Chu Lanhua slapped her again. Hey? Why are you hitting people randomly? Next to them, Jiang Taizhu and Wang Kaifeng saw what was happening and also started to fight with Chu Lanhua. Jiang Mengmeng was surrounded by them. She couldn't run away and was hit with many confusing punches and kicks. The noise gave Jiang Mengmeng a headache. She couldn't hide or escape, so she decided to pretend to faint by closing her eyes. However, her fainting did not bring peace. Instead, Chu Lanhua grabbed her and slapped her face twice, saying, "Now she's fainting. I think she's just pretending." Wang Kaifeng saw this and pushed Chu Lanhua away. Are you crazy? You knocked our girl out. You have to pay for it. I don't see why I should pay. Jiang Mengmeng owes me. Chu Lanhua was also a bit nervous. She was angry just now, but now that Jiang Mengmeng was fainting, she was scared she might also be taken to the police station. Jiang Mengmeng had someone backing her, but Chu Lanhua did not. After thinking for a moment, Chu Lanhua left a message, "Let Jiang Mengmeng wait for me," then ran away. What do we do now? Wang Kaifeng looked after Chu Lanhua running away and then at Jiang Mengmeng on the ground, looking disgusted. Jiang Taizhu frowned. Quick, press on her nose. Maybe she can be saved. Wang Kaifeng heard this and immediately pressed hard on Jiang Mengmeng's nose. Jiang Mengmeng was in pain and almost shouted, but she had to endure it. Jiang Taizhu looked at Jiang Mengmeng, whose nose was about to be pressed too hard, but she showed no reaction. He hesitated and said, "Maybe we should take her to the hospital." Why go to the hospital? It's a waste of money. Wang Kaifeng thought about spending money on this brat and felt pain in her heart. Jiang Taizhu kicked Wang Kaifeng. Hurry up and treat her, so she can go find the person behind her to help us. If something happens to her, who do we turn to? Wang Kaifeng, unwilling as she was, could only accept it and carry Jiang Mengmeng toward the hospital. Night fell. The moon shone brightly over the island, and stars were sparse. When Sangqing and Lu Qianche arrived at the island, it was already dark. So, Sangqing didn't see many other military family members on the island and returned to her and Lu Qianche's military residence. The house was a 3-room apartment with a small yard. She remembered from the original story that Mr. Lu, taking advantage of Wu Jianwei's neighboring house, directly moved into Lu Qian's house. Now she lives in this small courtyard, and Mr. Lu and his family of 3 can't hope to move in. Humph. Sangqing wiped her still slightly damp hair and slowly walked into the bedroom. Then she saw Lu Qianze still packing his luggage. He was turned away from Sangqing, crouching beside the wardrobe, placing a dress for her. His beautiful shoulder lines were faintly visible under his thin tank top. Sangqing narrowed her pretty peach blossom eyes, then quickly ran over and jumped onto Lu Qianze's back. If she hadn't recognized his familiar scent first, Lu Qianze almost instinctively would have thrown her off. Lu Qianze, are you tired? Sangqing wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, hanging on him, her cute face mischievously glancing at him. She had just taken a shower and drank spiritual spring water, so she felt completely refreshed. Thinking about how Lu Qianze had been busy all day, she was sure he must be exhausted. If she made a move now, her chances of success would definitely increase. Thinking this, Sangqing twisted slightly on his back. Lu Qianze, tell me, are you really tired? After her shower, she carried a faint fragrance, her soft body pressed against his back. Lu Qianza instinctively reached back to support her, his palm touching her smooth thigh beneath her sleepwear. The warm, delicate feeling contrasted sharply with the coolness still lingering on him, making his Adam's apple unconsciously bob. His wife really does want to drive him crazy. But Sangqing was getting bolder, burying her face in his neck, opening her small mouth, and gently biting the tense skin there with her white teeth. This slight prick of pain, like a tiny spark falling into dry wood, instantly ignited the suppressed fire in Lu Qianza. He took a deep breath, and his large hand lightly patted her soft buttocks, his voice hoarse with helpless affection. "Stop messing around. You've been on a train and boat all day. You're exhausted." Lu Qianza tried to keep her calm. If he wasn't worried about her tiring journey, he would love to indulge in something special in their own house. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a cold shower early in the morning. Chang Qian, however, seemed to ignore everything. Her soft lips brushed against his sensitive ear, gently nibbling on the clear outline of his ear cartilage. Warm breath drifted into his ear canal, and her soft, playful voice said, "You're the one tired, not me. I'm full of energy. Today, I want to be a brave mountain climber." As she spoke, she skillfully slid down from his back, turned to face him, and took the initiative to kiss his lips. This kiss was unorganized but passionate, like a blazing fire. Her clumsy yet eager kissing seemed to want to ignite him completely. The string of self-control in Lu Qianza's mind, called restraint, completely broke under her unreserved affection. He no longer cared about the fatigue from the journey. Instead, he took control, fiercely capturing her soft, fragrant lips. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature rose sharply, and the air was filled with intense desire. He suddenly lifted her horizontally and took a few steps to the bed, causing the soft mattress to sink deeply. Under the dim light, her delicate skin was exposed to the cool air, flickering with the shadows, swaying gently. At first, Sangqing was like a small beast with sharp claws, fighting back fiercely. But gradually, under Lu Qianza's strong pursuit, even the most stubborn little beast could only whimper in defeat. In her hazy consciousness, Sangqing mumbled, I drank the spiritual spring. But I still can't beat you." Lu Qianza leaned slightly closer to her, hearing her unconscious murmurs, and suddenly understood why she was unusually brave tonight. Her adorable desire to win or lose made it hard for him not to indulge her. He smiled softly and, with a quick move, wrapped his arms around her waist, flipping their positions. He lay on the soft pillow, holding her small face against his chest, speaking in a tone of just the right amount of tiredness. "Wife, you're right. Sitting in the car all day really is tiring." Sure enough, hearing this, Sangqing, who had already become relaxed, suddenly brightened her eyes. She struggled to sit up, looking like a victorious little flower, her damp eyes full of indescribable sparkle, saying, "See, I told you I have way more energy than you. I won this time." Lu Qianza's eyes were filled with deep love. He smoothly agreed, "Yes, I lost. I didn't expect my wife to be so strong. You're truly the most amazing girl in the world." This generous praise made Sangqing feel very happy. Her usually confused mind warmed up, and she didn't bother to hide it. Suddenly, a glass of water appeared in her hand, and she handed it to Lu Qianza. "Of course. Since you've worked so hard, please have some water." Lu Qianza's eyes flickered slightly, but he pretended not to notice. He took the glass naturally. "You're so thoughtful, wife. You even prepared water for me in advance." Sangqing realized she had revealed her feelings a bit too openly. She felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't have time to think. She quickly reached out and poured the water into his mouth. "Drink quickly." "Why are you talking so much?" The spring water went down smoothly, and a gentle but powerful warm current spread through his body, driving away all tiredness. Even old pains seemed to be soothed, and Lu Qianza felt full of endless energy. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper, darker expression. It seemed his wife had given him something extraordinary to drink. Lu Qianza couldn't help but kiss Sangqing's small face. Her lively expression and sparkling eyes made her look like a lovely little wife. He only felt that the desire, which had been slightly suppressed by the spring water, was now surging back even more fiercely. "Wife, I think I've rested enough," he said in a deep, frightening voice, and reached out to pull her back into his arms. His kiss fell again, more intense and irresistible than before.
Ugh. Wait.
Sangqing hadn't finished speaking when she was swept into the storm he had stirred up. This time, with the help of the spring water, Lu Qianze was even more energetic and tireless. It wasn't until Sangqing was too exhausted to move her fingers and curled up weakly in his arms that he finally stopped. Before falling asleep, she mumbled in a daze, "Wait for me. After I drink the water,
We'll
fight again." Seeing her adorable look, even in sleep, as if she still wanted to win back the city, Lu Qianze couldn't help but smile. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, his eyes full of longing after satisfaction. The salty wind from the island blew through the gauze window into the room. Lu Qianze was about to get up and close it when he heard a soft knock on the door. He put on his clothes and went to open the door. Outside stood the tired and dusty Li Xiahe. "Captain, the matter you asked Da Jiang to look into has some progress," Li Xiahe said happily. "Da Jiang's mother sprained her ankle, so he asked me to come and report to you." Lu Qianze nodded, turned to let him in, and casually closed the courtyard door. "Come in, let's talk inside." They sat on the woven chairs in the main room. Li Xiahe immediately began reporting. "Captain, it's confirmed now. Your father," that side, "has already prepared the report. He will follow Wu Jianwei to our island with the troops. The procedures are underway, probably in the next week or two." Lu Qianze showed no particular expression, just lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of a chair. He paused for a moment, then looked up at Li Xiahe again. "What exactly went wrong with Wu Jianwei? Have you found out?" Since Lu Xingli managed to get him sent to such a remote island, Wu Jianwei must have done something serious. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have let him suffer on this island. When Li Xiahe mentioned Wu Jianwei, a look of dislike appeared on his face. "It's clear now. He has issues with his personal conduct." Just thinking about Wu Jianwei made him roll his eyes. "He's supposed to be a soldier, but he's terrible at it. He talks weird and sarcastic. I don't understand what women see in someone like him." Li Xiahe couldn't help but complain whenever he mentioned Wu Jianwei. Soon Lu Qianze understood the full story. Wu Jianwei was very close to a female soldier named Wang Wan from the communications unit. She was married and worked in the logistics department. Someone reported this, and it caused a bad impact. Originally, he was going to be demoted, but Lu's father intervened, using many connections to smooth things over. Now, instead of a demotion, he was transferred to their unit. Li Xiahe paused and added, "I also heard that Wang Wan has divorced her husband. I don't know if Wu Jianwei will marry her or not." Lu Qianze sneered coldly. "Wu Jianwei won't marry her. His mother treats him like the apple of her eye, hoping he will carry on the family name. She wouldn't allow him to marry a woman with a questionable past. Moreover, Wu Jianwei was probably just playing around with her. He agreed to move obediently, mainly using Mr. Lu as a shield to start fresh somewhere else. He probably thought that in the new place, no one would know about his shady past. The reason he came to the island was simply to keep stirring trouble between him and Lu Xingli, trying to climb higher by stepping on him." Lu Qianze couldn't help but sneer coldly. Wu Jianwei's plan was really clever. The transfer was already decided. He couldn't change that. But in other ways, Lu Qianze narrowed his sharp eyes and asked calmly but with a hint of danger, "Have they arranged where they will live?" He spoke in a steady tone, yet there was a threat behind it. Li Xiahe nodded and said, "I heard they'll be next door to your house. That small 2-bedroom apartment." Lu Qianze almost laughed out of frustration. That small apartment is for 3 people. With Lu Xingli's temper, he'd probably take over his house for his good stepson, right? Move them further away. "It's best if I can't see their family of 3, Lu Qianze said coldly, his face darkening. Seeing this, Li Xiahe quickly responded, "At the very back of the family compound on the mountainside, there's an empty yard, 3 rooms. Big enough for their family of 3. He chuckled softly and added, but it's far from the camp and the service center, so they'll have to walk 20 minutes back and forth. Lu Qiansa nodded, satisfied with the plan. Just arrange it there. The house was big enough, and the area was quiet. Even if they wanted to find an excuse, they wouldn't have a chance. There weren't many houses on the island, and they could choose whether to live there or not. Li Xiahe understood immediately and replied, "Yes, Commander. I understand." Lu Qiansa paused thoughtfully and then said, "Also, find a way to let the girl soldier named Wang Hua know about Wu Jianwei's transfer to us. Don't let their lovers be separated without a reason or a direction to work toward. It wouldn't be good to leave them apart without hope." Wu Jianwei wanted to cut ties? Not that easy. Li Xiahe was momentarily stunned, but then quickly reacted. His eyebrows lifted with excitement. "Commander, don't worry. I'll make sure it's done properly." Getting back at that troublemaker Wu Jianwei was exactly what he wanted. After reporting everything, Li Xiahe hurriedly left. Lu Qiansa sat alone in the main hall for a moment, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Lu Xingli and his family really were coming to the island to stay with the troops. All of this really happened just as Sangqing said. Lu Qianche stood up silently and walked toward the bedroom. He pushed open the door and looked at Sangqing lying on the bamboo mat bed with a serious expression. Lu Qianche remembered what Jiang Mengmeng had said before about Sangqing's past life. It all seemed to be true. His wife might really have been reborn. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sure that Lu Xingli and others would come to the island to follow the army. As Lu Qianche thought this, a sharp pain spread through his heart. If Sangqing was reborn, how much suffering had his precious one endured in her past life that he didn't know about? How many people had bullied her? And he himself might have been one of the wrongdoers? This thought almost made him suffocate. He couldn't imagine that this delicate, spoiled little girl in his arms had suffered so much. He bent down gently, carefully holding her in his arms along with the thin blanket. His arms tightened slowly, and his chin rested lightly on her hair. He closed his eyes.
"Wife.
I promise, in this life, no one will ever hurt you again, whether it was the strange Jiang Mengmeng or her biased father who was about to follow Wu Jianwei to the island with the army. He would clear away anyone who threatened her in advance. He wouldn't give anyone a chance to threaten her, not even himself." The next day, at Hongqi Town Hospital, Jiang Mengmeng lay on the hospital bed, carefully opening her eyes just a slit. When she saw that the room was empty, she finally opened her eyes fully. Yesterday, Zhang Taizhu and Wang Kaifeng took turns in the ward. She had no chance to run. Now that they were gone, she had to leave the hospital quickly. She couldn't stay in Hongqi Town any longer, or she would be dragged down by these bloodsuckers sooner or later. Jiang Mengmeng clenched her teeth, quietly slipped off the bed, and ran out. Fortunately, Kong Chunsheng had left her contact information when he left angrily. She went straight to the post office and had someone make a call. Soon, the call was answered, and Jiang Mengmeng hurriedly spoke. "Hello? Director Kong? This is Jiang Mengmeng." She lowered her voice, deliberately adding a nasal tone, and said sadly, "Sorry, Director Kong, I didn't mean to bother you at this time. I really can't go on anymore." "What's wrong? Take your time," Kong Chunsheng said calmly, without any blame in his tone. Jiang Mengmeng's voice choked with tears as she said, word by word, "My family. They found out I work at the research institute somehow. Today they blocked the entrance, forced me to arrange a job for them, and even took me to the hospital." She couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. Kong Chunsheng was silent for a moment, then spoke angrily. "This really happened? Don't worry, work is not a game. I will ask someone to talk to your family and tell them not to interfere with your work." Jiang Mengmeng quickly stopped him, saying, "It's useless. They won't listen. They might even think I've climbed too high and refuse to take care of my family. They might even hurt me." Her words sounded very pitiful. "I've never had a good life since I was young. My family made me do all the dirty and tiring work. I worked hard, running a small business to earn some money, but my grandmother took it all to marry my cousin." Jiang Mengmeng played the victim and cried with tears streaming down her face. In their eyes, "I am just something they can control, Her situation easily stirred a protective feeling, especially for Kong Chunqing, who already wanted to help her grow. Your family situation is indeed.
Sigh.
What do you want to do? How do you want me to help? Kong Chunqing's voice came again, making Jiang Mengmeng feel secretly happy. She knew this was her chance. Jiang Mengmeng pinched her thigh hard to make her crying sound more real, and said, I don't want to stay here anymore. Director, I am willing to go to a more remote and difficult place to continue my research. As long as I leave Hongqi town, anywhere is fine. Please help me transfer away. Transfer? Kong Chunqing hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure right now where there might be a better position. Hearing this, Jiang Mengmeng immediately spoke eagerly. I heard that Qingmiao Island needs construction? There was a girl from our alley who went there with the military. I wonder if it's possible there. The person on the other end of the phone fell silent again, as if considering whether the idea was possible. After a few seconds, Kong Chunqing spoke again. There is no research institute on Qingmiao Island, but Qingshui Town, which supplies and supports the island, has an observation station under the Marine Resources Bureau. There are some research tasks there, but the conditions are much tougher than those at Hongqi Town. Jiang Mengmeng is not a military family member, nor a soldier, so she can't go to the island. But arranging for her to stay in a nearby town that supplies the island is possible. Hearing this, Jiang Mengmeng immediately became eager. If I can leave here, I want to go there. No matter how hard or tiring, I don't mind. Sangqing is on that island. She had been thinking about how to get close to Sangqing after she joined the military. Now, it's like finding something after searching everywhere. Easy to get. Kong Chunqing seemed moved by her hardworking attitude. Since you are determined, I will arrange it. The transfer order and procedures will take a few days. You can prepare during this time. Yes. Thank you, Director. I really appreciate it. After hanging up, Jiang Mengmeng let out a long breath. There is finally some hope for her transfer, but she couldn't help but think that Sangqing is probably happily spending time with Lu Qianza right now. Jealousy gnawed at her like a poisonous snake inside her. Why is she here working so hard, while Sangqing is peacefully enjoying everything? If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have used up all her luck points, and she wouldn't be so unlucky. No, she can't let her have a good time. Jiang Mengmeng narrowed her eyes and suddenly remembered that, in the original story, Lu Qianza's father would soon go to Qingmiao Island to join the military because of his stepson. This was a perfect opportunity to give Sangqing a warning. She quickly picked up the phone again, relying on her memory of the original story, and dialed the number of the military district's family compound where Lu's father lived. After a few rings, the call was answered and a stern voice came through. Hello, who is this? Jiang Mengmeng politely responded. Hello, is this Uncle Lu? I am a friend of Captain Lu Qianza. The person on the other end was her future father-in-law, so she wanted to leave a good impression. But as soon as he heard Lu Qianza's name, his tone immediately turned cold. Lu Qianza? He's not here. If you want to find him, call his unit. No, Uncle, you've misunderstood, Jiang Mengmeng quickly explained. I came specifically to see you. There are some things about Captain Lu that I just can't stand, and I don't want him to be deceived any longer, so I took the liberty of disturbing you. Father Lu looked a bit confused and asked, Deceived? What exactly is going on? Please tell me clearly. Jiang Mengmeng felt secretly pleased. It seemed that Father Lu still cares a lot about Lu Qianza. In the original story, although their father-son relationship was bad, Father Lu still cared about his only son, right? They are both men and care about their pride, I understand. After she marries Lu Qianza, she will definitely work hard to fix their relationship. But for now, she needs Father Lu to teach Sangqing a lesson. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng shared her prepared speech. Uncle, you might not know, but Captain Lu is married, and he didn't do it willingly. Sangqing used some underhanded tricks. She paused, as if finding it hard to say. I happened to find out about this before, and I warned Captain Lu. Unfortunately, he still fell for it, so he was forced to marry Sangqing. What? Father Lu's voice suddenly rose sharply. Lu Qianza, that scoundrel. He's really going downhill. Hearing Father Lu's angry tone, Jiang Mengmeng continued to add fuel to the fire. Uncle, Don't be angry yet. I'm telling you this just so you can persuade Captain Liu. Father Liu scoffed coldly. Persuade?
Ha.
I'll persuade that brat, but he has to listen. But Sangqing's father was just arrested for bribery and is serving time. With such a family background, I really worry she might drag Brother Qianzi down with her. Seeing that Father Liu wasn't convinced, Jiang Mengmeng threw in another harsh detail. This time, Father Liu exploded on the spot. A woman from that kind of family doesn't deserve to enter my Liu family? This is simply outrageous. Hearing Father Liu's obvious disgust, Jiang Mengmeng's heart filled with joy. She quickly seized the moment and continued to smear Sangqing. That's not all. Sangqing is also involved in shady dealings, pretending to be a doctor to deceive people. Many are too afraid to speak out because of Captain Liu's reputation. Good, very good. Liu Qianzi really married a troublemaker. Father Liu couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. When he goes to the island, he must divorce that rebellious son and troublemaker. Jiang Mengmeng sensed the moment was right and quickly changed the subject. Uncle, please don't be angry with Captain Liu. He's also a victim, tricked by that woman. Liu's father clearly didn't buy it. He's a victim? I think he's quite happy about it. He can't wait for that woman to make me angry. How could that be? Actually, Captain Liu has always respected you as a father. He often told me he wants to be a great soldier like you. Jiang Mengmeng comforted Liu's father and also subtly praised him. Captain Liu is just a bit misled by that unfilial girl, Sangqing. This seemingly comforting but actually flattering remark hit Liu's father's soft spot perfectly. His tone softened considerably, even sounding pleased. Oh? Has he really said that? Absolutely. Jiang Mengmeng replied confidently. Uncle, in his heart, you are always a role model. Liu's father's anger noticeably eased. I understand. Thank you for thinking of him and telling me this. What's your name? Jiang Mengmeng felt a surge of joy inside. She tried to sound polite and replied, Uncle, you're too kind. My name is Jiang Mengmeng. I've always admired heroes like you. Captain Liu is lucky to have you as his goal. Hearing this, Liu's father felt very pleased, and his tone became unexpectedly gentle. Jiang Mengmeng, a nice name. If there's a chance, you're welcome to visit our home. Thank you, Uncle. I won't bother you any longer. Jiang Mengmeng politely said goodbye. After hanging up, a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Mengmeng's face. She was eager to see how arrogant Sangqing would be once Liu's father arrived on the island. Liu Qianzi and Liu's father are father and son. He definitely wouldn't oppose Liu's father for Sangqing. When Sangqing loses her protection, all her luck will belong to her. The next day, Sangqing woke up to the sun already high in the sky. Liu Qianzi had left early to report to his unit, so he could return to the army. Sangqing still remembered what he said when he left, something about political commissar's wife or similar, but she couldn't recall the details. She sat up, her mind still filled with yesterday's messy thoughts. She felt completely exhausted. She took another sip of spiritual spring water, then slowly got dressed, washed up, and got ready for the day. Last night was her first time in this courtyard, so she was still unfamiliar with many places. Fortunately, Liu Qianzi was reliable, and most of the furniture in the house was arranged like it was when she was at the Sang family's home. Plus, Liu Qianzi had already prepared various things for her in advance, so she didn't feel out of place. For breakfast, Liu Qianzi brought meat buns from the military cafeteria and a small bowl of millet porridge. When she woke up, the food was warm on the small stove, just at the right temperature. She wondered whether she should go out for a walk later. After all, it was her first time on this island, and everything was new to her. While she was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the courtyard. She responded, "Come in," and a modestly dressed middle-aged woman with gentle features entered. Comrade sang, "I am Fong Chua, the wife of the political officer. You can call me Sister Fong. Commander Liu asked me to help you get familiar with the environment. The men are busy in the army now and can't attend to you for the moment." Fong Chua's cheerful voice made Sang feel a little more at ease. She immediately stood up and waved her over. "Sister Fong, please sit down. I'm still eating.
Would you like to join me?"
Sister Fong didn't hesitate and sat next to her. No, I've already eaten at home. You can enjoy your meal. We can go for a walk later, no rush. Before coming here, her husband had told her about Sang. He said Sang was a precious talent from above, a rare person that Commander Chen from Jing City was specifically asked to take care of and protect. She had thought that Lu would find a wife who was probably a bookish girl with glasses. But when she saw her, she realized she was a stunning beauty. TSK. No wonder Lu couldn't find a match despite so many people trying on the island. Her standards were so high that she managed to find someone like her. Looking at Sang's pretty face and soft, gentle manner while eating, Fong Chua thought she was even more adorable than her own children. Even if her husband hadn't instructed her to take special care of Sang, she felt she had to protect this delicate young girl well. Be careful when you go out next time. The young men on the island look like wolves and tigers. When they see such a beautiful girl, they can't help but stare. Fortunately, their team has discipline, or else Commander Sang might have to worry about her safety. Sangqing feels a bit uncomfortable being watched so closely by Fong Chua. But thinking about Fong Chua's character in the original story, she still has a good impression of her. Although Fong Chua is the wife of the political commissar, she was a soldier before. After leaving the army, she followed the commissar and is now the head of the Women's Federation on the island. She is a very kind and caring older sister type, but in the original story, Fong Chua felt that since Lu Qianza hadn't divorced, Jiang Mengmeng kept trying to get close to him. She was a bit dismissive of Jiang Mengmeng. Later, she couldn't stand Jiang Mengmeng's overly friendly attitude toward men and her picky behavior around women, which led to conflicts. She was once a minor character in the story, scolded by her husband, the political commissar, and lost her job at the Women's Federation. In the end, she was sent back to her hometown in the countryside. Both she and Fong Chua are essentially minor characters, but Sangqing liked her straightforward personality. Miss Fong, is there a place on the island to buy things? Sangqing finished her last bite of food, wiped her mouth, and asked. Fong Chua nodded. Yes, there is. But the selection isn't large. If you want to buy something, you can tell the general store in advance. When they go to Qingshui town next time, they'll bring it back for you. Sangqing nodded, somewhat satisfied with this. She knew that Qingshui town was the supply town for their island. Although the town is a bit remote, it has all the necessary supplies. The only downside is that ships only come once every 3 days unless there's a special situation. Fong Chua saw that Sangqing finished her meal and spoke again. Sister will take you around to get familiar with the environment. If you have any questions, just ask me. They left the small courtyard and walked along the island's path, one after the other. To protect herself from the sun, Sangqing wore a straw hat. Even by the seaside, it was still quite hot. Especially the sea breeze blowing from the ocean kept trying to blow her hat off. Fong Chua turned to look at Sangqing. Her light yellow floral dress was tightly wrapped around her body by the wind, and her slim waist was outlined perfectly. She couldn't help but smile and say, the wind on this island is a bit reckless. It never seems to take a break all year round. Fong Chua's voice was loud and clear. Even though they were a little apart, Sangqing could hear her easily. Although she knew Fong Chua was talking about the sea breeze, she suddenly thought of something unpleasant. Sangqing raised her arm and squinted at the sparkling sea in the distance. The bright sunlight made her squint. Big Sister Fong, last night I heard a buzzing sound besides the wind. It was a bit stuffy. That's our island's generator. Fong Chua turned her head and pointed to the very center of the island. That's the power station. The hotter it gets, the louder it runs. Sangqing nodded and continued walking with Fong Chua. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, Big Sister Fong, can the electrical appliances on our island work normally? It was so hot that if she couldn't use a fan at night, she would be too hot to sleep. Fong Chua looked at Sangqing's face and couldn't bear to hide the truth. Our island's power supply isn't very stable. The generator sometimes breaks down. When it's better, it still goes out 3 or 5 times a month. When the power will come back depends on when the electrician repairs it. Sangqing suddenly stopped and frowned. 3 or 5 power outages a month. And she still had to wait for the electrician to fix it. She felt terrible just thinking about it. Not to mention no fan at night. How hard would it be to sleep in the summer? And with this situation, even if she bought a refrigerator, it wouldn't work properly. Seeing her stunned look, Fong Chua couldn't help but smile and patted her hand gently. Silly girl, everyone has gone through this. When it's hot, we can only wave a hand fan. After she finished speaking, she looked at the sun and said, "Let's hurry to the grocery store. Look at your face. So tender it's almost dripping water. If the sea breeze roughens it up, Captain Lu will be heartbroken." Sangqing shook her head and slightly furrowed her delicate brows. "Big Sister Fong, let's not go to the grocery store. Can we first check the power station to see how things are?" Fong Chua was surprised. The power station? Why do you want to go there? It was dirty and messy there, full of rough people. "Let's go take a look." Sangqing gently shook her arm, acting a bit spoiled. Fong Chua looked at her insistence. Although she was full of doubts, she finally agreed. Her husband said this was a rare talent the higher-ups valued. Maybe it could help the island get some power equipment. Okay, I'll take you now. But once we get to the power station, you must be careful and stay safe." Sangqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll listen to Sister Fong." The two of them arrived at the metal shed of the power station, one after the other. Inside the small workshop, the smell of oil and rust filled the air. An old ceiling fan spun weakly overhead, making squeaking noises but not bringing much coolness. Sangqing tiptoed carefully, avoiding the dark oil stains on the ground, her eyes unconsciously fixed on the buzzing diesel generator. The old station master, Master Wang, was squatting on the ground repairing another diesel generator. When he looked up, he saw Sangqing in her floral dress standing next to the engine. Master Wang seemed to be seeing such a pretty girl for the first time. His anger quickly eased a lot. Fong Chua quickly spoke up. "Old Wang, this is Captain Lu's wife. I brought her here to get familiar with our island situation. It's just right that she's here with you." Master Wang nodded and looked at Sangqing. "Young comrade, the power station isn't a shop. You can look, but don't touch anything, understand?" Sangqing nodded, then watched as Master Wang squatted down again to work on the generator. "Master Wang, what's the situation with this generator? Did a part break?" Sangqing asked casually, standing nearby. Master Wang didn't look up and replied, "I'm not sure. I took apart all the parts inside, but I didn't see anything broken. Yet it suddenly started smoking." Master Wang was also feeling frustrated. In this hot weather, working on the generator at the power station, but still unable to find the cause. Sangqing tilted her head and asked, "Could it be that the stator water circuit is blocked?" This was a water-cooled generator, so such a problem was possible. Master Wang frowned and said, "It can't be," but his hands had already carefully opened the generator. In the next second, he found the problem. A broken filter screen was blocking the system. Master Wang looked at Sangqing with more admiration. "Young comrade, you understand generators too?" Sangqing shook her head. "Not really, but I know some basic principles of electricity generation." She paused and then asked, "Master Wang, can we use wind power here?" Master Wang paused his ear-cleaning motion. Wind power? Generating electricity? He seemed confused about how these two words could go together. "Young comrade, wind is just wind. How can it generate electricity?" "Electricity is produced by the generator burning fuel," Sangqing pouted, knowing he probably hadn't heard of the idea of using wind to generate power. She had seen it in the newspaper before. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but after taking the enlightenment pill, everything she had seen before she now understood completely. Sangqing thought it might be hard to convince Master Wang with just the principles, so she had to try a different approach. She looked around and saw an old, broken fan in the corner of the room. "Master Wang, do you still use this fan?" Master Wang shook his head.
He sighed.
"All right, young comrade, you tell me what to do, and I'll help." Next, Fong Chua watched as Sangqing directed Master Wang, making him turn in circles. Soon, under Sangqing's guidance, a simple modified device was placed by the window. Master Wang looked at the assembled thing with confusion. "This fan blade is just sitting here. Even if we connect it to power, it won't turn." Unexpectedly, Sangqing shook her head and aimed the fan blade toward the strong sea breeze. The blades quickly started spinning vigorously in the wind. Sangqing picked up a light bulb connected to some wires. The moment the wires touched the fan, the bulb suddenly lit up with a dim but steady glow. "It's on." Fong Chua was the first to react. How did it light up without a generator? Master Wang's eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at the glowing bulb. "It's really on. This is amazing. This is unbelievable." He didn't fully understand the science behind it, but he realized this must be the wind power Sangqing had just mentioned. Excited, Master Wang circled the device several times. "You're incredible, young lady. How did you come up with this? If we build a bigger one and place it where the wind is stronger, we could solve the island's electricity problem."
Sangqing nodded.
"The wind by the sea is several times stronger than here. If we replace the blades with metal ones, it could generate enough power to light up half the street." Fong Chua grew excited too. Exactly. If there's one thing our island is plenty of, it's wind. She had only made a casual comment earlier, but Sangqing had actually turned it into a real idea. No wonder the higher-ups valued her so much. She truly was a genius. In just a short time, the island's electricity problem might finally be solved. Sangqing was truly a treasure. "That's right," Master Wang said eagerly. "Wind doesn't cost a thing, but diesel does. 1 pound costs 80 cents. This machine burns 20 pounds a day. That's 48 yuan a month. Over a year, we could save a lot of money." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "We can use parts from old fishing boats for materials. I'll have Xiao Li check the warehouse for metal sheets. Let's start right away." Hearing that, Sangqing's face brightened. "That means we can use electric fans at night soon. Maybe we can even buy a refrigerator." Fong Chua couldn't help but laugh. Sangqing didn't seem to realize how amazing her invention was. She was only thinking about using a fan at night. She really was still a child at heart. With a sigh, Fong Chua linked arms with her and asked, "Shall we still go to the general store?" "Of course. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the island." Having solved her biggest worry, Sangqing felt much lighter and happier. Soon, she and Fong Chua left together. At noon, in the political office of the military headquarters, Commander Chen handed the documents sent from the capital to Commissar Wang. He originally wanted Commander Wang to visit the battalion commander's office, but when he heard that Fong Chua had gone to find Sangqing, he decided to listen for news along the way. "This is a confidential document sent from Beijing. It's very important to ensure Comrade Sangqing's safety." Commander Chen initially thought Sangqing was Zhou Wenyuan's student, which is why he valued him so much. But today, after receiving the document, he realized that Sangqing was actually Zhou Wenyuan's teacher. Indeed, ambition is not measured by age. Without ambition, even 100 years is empty. Commander Wang looked at Commander Chen's eyes, his eyebrows twitching slightly, then opened the confidential file. Just as he was about to read it carefully, the office door suddenly knocked. Almost immediately, Commander Wang quickly covered the document and looked toward the door. The person entering was Fong Chua. "What's wrong?" Commander Wang looked at Fong Chua with some surprise. "Aren't you with Comrade Seng? How come? Are things not going well between you two?" His words made his brow furrow involuntarily. He knew his wife's personality well. If this little Sang was too difficult to handle.
Bah, bah, bah.
"What nonsense are you talking? Comrade Sang is very good." Fong Chua couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I just wanted to come tell you some good news." Commander Wang didn't care about Fong Chua's good news right now. He just wanted to know where the little treasure from Beijing had gone. He waved his hand. "Good news later." "Comrade Sang, where did you send him?" Fong Chua looked at Commander Wang with a bit of helplessness, then finally sighed. "Just now, Comrade Sang said he was going to find Battalion Commander Liu, so I took him to his office." Hearing this, Commander Wang finally relaxed. Next to them, Commander Chen looked at the couple and couldn't help but ask, "The good news just now is..." "Oh, look at my brain. When our old Wang changed the subject, I forgot." Fong Chua couldn't help but slap her forehead, then vividly recounted what happened at the power supply station. You guys didn't see it. Comrade Sang just gave 3 commands, and in no time, he fixed that broken fan, and the light came on. Master Wang from the power station was almost stunned. Commander Wang suddenly stood up, looking at Commander Chen with shock, his eyes almost shining. Wind power. Old Chen. Wind turbines. Commander Chen also looked very excited. The biggest problem on their island is the lack of electricity. Power outages happen from time to time. Not only is it hard to do work, but even living steadily can be difficult sometimes. Now that they have a wind turbine, these problems are no longer an issue. Commissioner Wang took a few steps and suddenly seemed to remember something. This is a talent sent from heaven. Old Chen, how about sending Comrade Xiao Sang to work at the power station? She can focus on studying wind power. Before Commissioner Wang could finish his excitement, Commander Chen immediately rejected his idea. No way, absolutely not. Commissioner Wang looked at Commander Chen in confusion. Isn't this decision related to her expertise? Wouldn't it be good for both our island and Comrade Sangqing? Commander Chen sighed, patted Wang on the shoulder, and said, Jing City said that Comrade Xiao Sang should be treated like a precious treasure. She doesn't even want to work at the research institute there, let alone go to the power station. Zhou Wenyuan said that this girl is delicate and likes to follow her instincts. If she's happy, a quick idea might save them 10 years of trouble. They must not restrict her with strict rules or work tasks. If her enthusiasm is dampened, Zhou Wenyuan, that old guy, will fight him to the end. Fong Chua saw this and quickly added, speaking in her defense, I think the commander is right. Xiao Sang is just messing around today because she's hot and wants to use a fan. Sending such a delicate girl to the power station. What about your conscience? Hearing this, Commander Chen became even more convinced of his previous idea. This girl does things based on her interests. If she's given a strict task, she'll be unhappy and quit. Who can persuade her? Comrade Fong Chua is right. How can we let Xiao Sang do such hard work? Commander Chen nodded in agreement. As long as she uses her brain at critical moments and gives some guidance, she can do the work of others for a year or more. Wind power generation is still mostly theoretical for many experts in the country. But she managed to demonstrate it directly with a broken fan. Such a national treasure must be well cared for and pampered. Commissioner Wang looked at Commander Chen's firm attitude and Fong Chua's protective behavior with some helplessness and sighed. Okay, I'm the bad guy. He wasn't doing it just to be difficult. It was for the good of the island. Commissioner Wang pursed his lips, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to Fong Chua and asked, No, wife, why are you so protective of Captain Lu's wife this time? Comrade Xiao Sang is both beautiful and talented, like a fairy. Who wouldn't want to protect her? Fong Chua looked at Wang with some annoyance. It's just that you always want Xiao Sang to do all the work, Commissioner Wang. Meanwhile, Sangqing had already reached the usual training area where Lu Qianza and the others practiced. From afar, she saw Lu Qianza standing under an eucalyptus tree, talking to someone nearby. He stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, looking strong and energetic. Sangqing instinctively moved closer to Lu Qianza, but she was noticed by the soldiers resting in the shade. A group of young, energetic soldiers' eyes all focused on her at once. Her pale yellow dress fluttered in the sea breeze, making her skin look even more delicate and beautiful.
Gulp.
Someone was so captivated that they swallowed loudly.
Wow.
Whose family member is she? She looks like a fairy straight out of a painting. Not sure if she has a boyfriend. I should ask around later. 2 soldiers carrying training equipment approached, staring at Sangqing without paying attention to where they were going. They bumped into each other with a loud bang, scattering their gear everywhere. That caught Lu Qianza's attention. When he saw what caused the accident, his face immediately darkened. Sangqing saw Lu Qianza looking over and quickly waved her hand at him. Lu Qianza. She naturally walked over to him and habitually grabbed his sleeve. Come back to the office with me. His voice was calm, and he directly took her small hand that was holding his sleeve. The soldiers under the shade, who had been cooling off, all gasped in surprise. Oh my God! Is that his wife? When did Captain Liu get married? Why does his wife look different from the people around me? No wonder the captain used to be so picky. If I saw someone like her, I wouldn't want anyone else either. The captain's self-control. Amazing. If my wife looked like that, I would have been circling around her all day. How could I stay so calm? Liu Qiansa paused, holding Sangqing's hand, then turned his head and lifted his eyelids. His cold gaze swept over the soldiers still resting in the shade like a whip. Almost instantly, the area under the trees became silent. Very energetic? He said calmly, without any emotion. Everyone is. 10 laps around the track with weight. Suddenly, the soldiers started crying out in protest, but they looked miserable and dared not complain. They quickly began running. Seeing this, Liu Qiansa gently tightened his grip on Sangqing's wrist, then took her to the office at the end of the corridor. Today, Sister Qiuyue and I went to the grocery store. They had many things that aren't available inland. Sangqing eagerly shared as soon as she entered, her voice light and cheerful. She didn't notice Liu Qiansa's face darkening like a brewing storm. This was Sangqing's first time in Liu Qiansa's office. Naturally, she looked around curiously. When she reached the desk, she heard a soft click behind her. It was the sound of the door lock closing. Sangqing didn't hear what Liu Qiansa did next. She instinctively turned around, and her view spun wildly. Liu Qiansa's strong arm wrapped around her waist, easily lifting her up and placing her on the large desk. Before she could scream in surprise, his shadow cast over her, and he pressed a familiar scented kiss firmly on her lips. This wasn't gentle affection like usual, but a passionate, possessive bite. Sangqing tried to step back uncomfortably, but his big hand held her slim waist tightly, preventing her from moving. She tilted her head back slightly, unable to support herself, forced to endure this almost punishing kiss. Sangqing felt dizzy from the kiss, her mind a mess like a pot of glue boiling over. Only when she felt a slight prick on her lips did she start to push him away, whimpering. Liu Qiansa finally pulled back a little, his forehead pressed against hers, heavy breathing falling on her flushed face. Feeling the softness in his arms, the dark depths of Liu Qiansa's eyes calmed slightly. Sangqing took a long moment to catch her breath. She gritted her teeth and said, "Liu Qiansa, how dare you be so mean to me? You're doomed." Her small hand suddenly shot up, grabbing Liu Qiansa's collar and pulling hard. The man cooperatively leaned forward, even deliberately turning his neck to make it easier for her to bite. Ow. Feeling the pressure on her lips, Liu Qianche took a gentle breath. It wasn't hard, but enough to make his heart itch. Liu Qianche slightly squinted, and his Adam's apple moved up and down unconsciously. He wanted her again. If possible, it would be best in his private office. Liu Qianche lowered his head, gently brushing his lips against Sangqing's neck, his canine teeth feeling a little itchy. Sangqing slowly released her hold on his neck, looking at the clear bite mark, and proudly lifted her chin. "Next time, dare you kiss so hard again?" Her voice was playful, and her eyes had a hint of blush from the kiss. Liu Qianche's eyes drooped slightly, his gaze lingering on her swollen lips as if it were real, deep and unfathomable. "It was a bit hard," he said calmly, but inside he was thinking next time he would dare again. He loved her adorable look so much, he could never get enough of kissing her. And how could he change? Liu Qianche gently kissed her lips in reassurance before lifting her from the table. He sat in a chair, holding her like a child in his arms. "Sweetheart." "Ching-ching," Liu Qianche softly called her a few times, his voice low and husky. His stern jaw pressed against her slender shoulder, rubbing gently. Smelling her soft, fragrant hair, Liu Qianche couldn't help but kiss her sensitive neck again. Sangqing felt itchy from his touch, curling up in his arms and shrinking her neck. She had now fully adapted to Liu Qianche's clingy nature, so she just moved slightly and found a comfortable position to settle in. Unable to resist her obedient look, Liu Qianche kissed her eye corner and said, "My father might come to the island soon. If I'm not here, just ignore him." His tone was emotionless, but Sangqing knew Lu Qianche was probably unhappy. Although he was her biological father, he came to the military camp for his stepson. Anyone would find that hard to accept. Sangqing blinked her watery eyes and turned to look at Lu Qianche. "When you're here, can I scold him?" Lu Qianche was slightly stunned, looking at her playful expression. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Then, "That's not something I can control." His clearly defined fingers gently touched her cheek, and his thumb brushed her lips, which were still red from his kiss. His voice was deep but full of gentle indulgence. "I just want to make sure my wife isn't bullied." Sangqing squinted happily, like a well-loved cat, and leaned in to give him a quick kiss on his chin. "That's more like it." Lu Qian couldn't help but smile softly, holding her close and enjoying her intoxicating scent. 3 days later, the supply ship returned to the island. Wu Jianwei and his family also arrived by boat. After settling their belongings in the designated family quarters, they hurried to visit Commander Chen's house. The old-fashioned ceiling fan in the living room slowly turned, stirring the hot tea on the table. Lu's family sat politely on a woven sofa. "Commander Chen, we arrived in such a hurry, so we didn't bring anything special. Please accept these as a small gift," said Lu's father, placing 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea on the table. Judging by the labels, they were probably quite expensive. Commander Chen usually didn't accept gifts like these, but since they were introduced by an old friend, he didn't want to hurt their feelings. He thought he could return the favor later. Mrs. Hong Mei, Commander Chen's wife, saw this and quickly smiled. "Comrade Lu is too polite. We're neighbors, after all." She then looked at the 2 people beside Lu's father. Her gaze finally settled on Wu Jianwei. "This is Jianwei, who's been assigned here. He looks quite capable." Wu Jianwei immediately smiled and said, "Auntie Hong Mei, you're too kind. Before coming here, my dad told me that Commander Chen is a hero in battle, and you, Auntie Hong Mei, are very good at managing the household." He deliberately praised them to earn their favor. But Hong Mei only slightly tugged at her mouth and nodded without saying more. Wu Jianwei looked a bit unsure and glanced at Lu's father, who gently shook his head. He could only nod and sit quietly beside them. Lu's father looked pleased and continued, "Commander Chen, Jianwei is a straightforward boy. In the future, on the island, we'll need you to help him improve." Major Chen only sipped his tea, his gaze briefly lingering on Wu Jianwei's overly eager face, then shifting to Mr. Lu. He smiled vaguely but said nothing. Wu Jianwei's flattery was too obvious, making him uncomfortable. At that moment, the curtain in the next room moved, and Chening, his daughter, came out carrying a tray of fruit. She wore a popular floral dress and had her hair in 2 braids, looking very pretty. Wu Jianwei's eyes lit up instantly, and when he saw Chening approaching, he stood up and took the fruit tray. This must be Sister Chening. Such grace, clearly a true heir of Major Chen and Aunt Hongmei. He stared at Chening with intense admiration, his eyes full of eagerness. Chening felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. She placed the tray on the table and replied vaguely, "You all can eat the fruit." Then she went straight back inside. Major Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. His many years in the military made him very perceptive. He noticed Wu Jianwei's overly direct gaze toward Chening, which made him very displeased. How dare Wu Jianwei have such thoughts about his daughter right in front of him? Wu Jianwei probably wasn't a good person even in the mainland. No wonder he was transferred to this remote island, likely causing trouble outside, and now they wanted to keep peace here. Major Chen remembered that old Jang had introduced him to Wu Jianwei, and his brow furrowed again. Old Jang really was pushing all sorts of people his way. He slammed his teacup onto the table with a loud clack, and the atmosphere in the living room froze for a moment. Although he didn't say anything directly, his face darkened. Hong Mei saw this and quickly changed the subject gently. "Comrade Lu is visiting the island this time? I heard he brought his wife along." On the island, their family's most favored person was Lu Qianza. If only Lu Xinli could talk more about his own son, maybe their relationship with old Chen could improve. But Mr. Lu didn't realize that Hong Mei was giving him a way out. Instead, he started complaining. That unfilial son of mine doesn't think much of me. He didn't even tell me when he got married. Father Lu said this and then turned to look at Wu Jianwei, patting his shoulder. I came with Jianwei. He has ambition and wants to succeed in this tough place. As a father, I naturally support him. Commander Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Wu Jianwei's thin arms and legs. It's not like he's here to work hard and make achievements. He wondered if Wu Jianwei had hardly trained when he was inland. Thinking of Father Lu before he retired, he had been a company commander at the military headquarters. It wouldn't be hard to find some connections to help this stepson. But Commander Chen didn't expect Father Lu's words to be so exaggerated. Commander Lu is married? Chening, who had been in the inner room, suddenly jumped out when she heard this. When did that happen? If he's married, what about Sister Ying? Commander Chen. Hongmei. Big people's matters, you kids shouldn't ask so much. Hongmei looked at her daughter, who seemed a bit clueless, and signaled her to go back to her room. Although Chening was a bit reluctant, seeing the different expressions of the strangers sitting in the living room, she could only pout and go back to her room. Father Lu was clearly very interested in this sudden news. He tentatively asked, what is Sister Ying's situation? How is she related to Lu Qiansa? Before he finished, Commander Chen interrupted him directly. Sister Ying has nothing to do with Commander Lu. They are just talking nonsense. Does he not know what kind of person Lu Qiansa is? His own daughter is being used as a pawn, sold, and losing money for others. Wu Jianwei, standing nearby, understood what was happening. He thought that Commander Chen had a very good impression of Lu Qiansa. If that's the case, then it would be difficult for him to get promoted on the island in the future. Thinking this, Wu Jianwei gently tugged at Father Lu and said cautiously, Dad, Brother Qiansa already has a wife. He definitely wouldn't mess around with other women. Even if he's trying to annoy you, he wouldn't ruin his reputation, right? Father Lu sneered coldly. What good reputation does he have? He hasn't really done anything. How can the women be so sure he's like that? But, no buts. Father Lu interrupted Wu Jianwei softly, then looked back at Commander Chen. Commander, my biological son is a reckless person. If he does anything against the rules, you can punish him as you see fit. I won't say a word. Commander Chen. He frowned and instinctively looked at Father Lu and Wu Jianwei. If Father Lu and Wu Jianwei didn't look so much alike, he might even suspect Wu Jianwei was Father Lu's illegitimate son. He sighed lightly and said, Captain Lu has always been good about his conduct. Besides, he came back with his wife, a girl named Sangqing. Just as Commander Chen was about to praise Sangqing, Father Lu angrily interrupted, Don't mention Sangqing. Commander Chen, you all have been fooled by that woman. Listening to him, Commander Chen felt a headache but signaled him to continue. Now Father Lu found someone to vent to, and he started talking nonstop. That woman's father is a bad person. He was caught for corruption and bribery and is still in prison. She herself isn't a good person either. To cut ties, she disowned her own father. She's unfilial. I heard she's also involved in stealing and sneaking around. What's worse, she even pretends to be a healer and scams people. I don't know how many she's tricked. Father Lu looked sharply at Commander Chen and said, In my opinion, someone with such bad character shouldn't stay on the island. She should be kicked out immediately. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Commander Chen slammed the table, making the teacup clatter loudly. He stood up abruptly, pointing at Father Lu's nose and shouting, Shut up. You shut your mouth. You old fool, not knowing who to trust and confusing right and wrong. That's your problem. This is my territory, and I won't let you decide. He really wanted Sangqing to stay on the island. But now, just because of a few words, he wanted to send her away? Even if he threw the entire Lu family into the sea to feed the fish, he wouldn't send Sangqing away. Father Lu was completely stunned, not understanding why Commander Chen suddenly got so angry. He was both surprised and angry inside. He wanted to say something, but then he saw Commander Chen pick up something from the ground and throw it into his arms. Take your stuff, bring your obedient son, and get out. Don't ever say someone introduced you. I'm ashamed to know such a person. Father Lu's face turned pale and then red. Under Commander Chen's intimidating gaze, he dared not speak further and could only leave in disgrace with his family. As Father Lu and his family left, Hong Mei came over. Old Chen, why are you so angry? After all, they were introduced by Old Wang. Isn't that a bit harsh? Commander Chen was still angry. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Old Wang introduced them, so what? If I don't like someone, I tell them to leave, Hong Mei sighed. She thought about how Father Lu kept mentioning his stepson as if he was just for show. She felt a bit sad. Some people really push down their own children for others' kids. Father Lu is really confused. At this moment, Chening, who had been listening nearby, finally spoke up. She stepped forward carefully. Dad, you heard what happened. Captain Lu's wife is a liar. What if she tricks people on our island in the future? Also, Father Lu said she pretends to be a doctor to deceive others. She actually graduated from a medical school. Isn't that enough to judge her? Commander Chen immediately realized his daughter was about to cause trouble. He sternly said, Chening, I warn you, don't cause trouble. Comrade Sangqing is not someone you can mess with. Be good. Chening felt wronged by his harsh words. I just want to get to know her. It's not a big deal. After saying that, she angrily turned around and ran back to her room, slamming the door loudly. Commander Chen looked at his daughter's back, sighed helplessly, and told Hong Mei, keep an eye on Ying. She's simple-minded and easy to be used by others. I'm worried she'll cause trouble for Comrade Sangqing. Hong Mei nodded gently. Don't worry, you don't really know your daughter. She's stubborn. Sometimes, no matter what others say, she needs to see for herself. If she doesn't hit a wall once, she won't wake up. Letting her meet Comrade Sangqing might not be a bad idea. Commander Chen thought for a moment. Then you better have someone watch her closely. We can't let anything happen to the treasures at the Beijing Research Institute. Hong Mei still smiled gently and said, don't worry. I already told the commissar's wife. Anyone who causes trouble for Comrade Sang will get a slap from me. Commander Chen? No, this probably doesn't include his daughter, right? Commander Chen silently looked at Hong Mei and then at her unchanged smile. Very good. Including her is unavoidable. He silently sighed and could only hope his daughter would get fewer scoldings. For 3 days, Sangqing was getting used to life on the island. During the day, when Lu Qianza went to the army, Fong Chua would come to visit her. They would chat about family matters or get to know the neighbors. Because of the island's terrain, the houses weren't close together. When Fong Chua arrived, Sangqing was sitting on a stone bench in the yard, leisurely eating roasted peanuts. The island supplies were limited, so Lu Qianza often made her snacks in different ways. Ching, I brought you some rice candy. Try it, Fong Chua said, placing a small cloth bag on the table. It's new from the grocery store. Sangqing's eyes immediately lit up, and she took a piece of rice candy to eat. The crispy texture made her eyes curve into a crescent moon. Fong sister, my dear Fong sister, I don't know what I would do without you. She spoke while hugging Fong Chua's arm, very clingy. Fong Chua was about 10 years older than Sangqing. She married early, and her children were already teenagers. So, in her eyes, Sangqing was not much different from her own daughter. Now, with her sweet words, Fong Chua was even happier than ever. Suddenly, just as Sangqing wanted to say something, the big gate outside the yard was knocked. Is my sister-in-law at home? A soldier in uniform called out from outside. The old master of Captain Lu's family asked me to deliver a message. He has gone to the island with the army. Please, Captain and sister-in-law, find time to visit him. Hearing this, Sangqing smiled gently and said, Thank you, comrade. Sorry to trouble you for coming so far to deliver the message. The soldier was so surprised by Sangqing's smile that he was stunned. It took a long time before he finally came to his senses. No, sister-in-law, I should do this. Next to him, Fong Chua was already used to it. She cleared her throat and said, All right, after reporting the news, you should go back quickly. The soldier nodded repeatedly, then blushed and ran away. Fong Chua watched the soldier run off and couldn't help but smile. She then asked, Qingqing, the old master of Captain Lu's family just arrived on the island and sent someone to call you. He's probably waiting for you. Since Captain Lu isn't here, maybe I can go with you first. No, Sangqing said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear softly. She picked up her teacup and took a sip of cold tea, showing no intention of moving. Fong Chua shifted slightly and frowned a little. Is that okay? After all, he's Captain Lu's father. They had just gotten married, and she hoped no disagreements would come from this. Sangqing put down her teacup and sighed gently. Fong Jia, my husband has been on the island for a long time now. Have you ever seen his father come here? He's now following his beloved stepson, and his heart is already leaning that way. Following his stepson? My goodness. Fong Chua instinctively covered her mouth, surprised to learn there was more to the story.
Sangqing nodded.
When my mother-in-law passed away, the soil on her grave wasn't even dry yet, and he was eager to marry someone new. How old was my husband then? His stepbrother, brought by his stepmother, ate plain rice and white flour, and my husband couldn't even get a bowl of hot soup. She wasn't lying. Lu Qianza hadn't told her everything, but the story was like that in the records. Lu Qianza had been harmed many times as a child by those two heartless step-siblings. In winter, he slept in the kitchen, shivering under torn cotton quilts. He couldn't enjoy good food at home and was often blamed unfairly. That woman and her son kept tormenting my husband. And what about his father? Blind and deaf. Only trusting those two, he would beat his own son for minor faults, making him bedridden for days. Fong Chua gasped in shock. Such a father exists? That's truly foolish. Not just foolish, Sangqing sneered softly. Now he's taking advantage of my husband being away to come here. He probably thinks my family has no one to stand up for me and wants to bully me, an orphan girl. He dares. Fong Chua suddenly stood up. Qingqing, don't worry. From today on, I am your family. I will stand up for you against anyone with a bad heart who dares to bully you. The lady of the camp commander had personally told her that if anyone dared to upset Sangqing, she should not hold back. Just give them a slap. She would support her if anything happened. She wanted to see how arrogant Lu Tuanzhang's family could be. Seeing her angry and righteous look, Sangqing's lips curled into a gentle smile.
Good.
From now on, I will rely on my sister to protect me. She slowly stood up, patted her dress, and then walked toward a corner of the yard where some broken objects were piled. Fong sister, come help me hold this. Fong Chua only then noticed that Sangqing seemed to be working on something complicated. Thinking of what her husband had said earlier, she immediately became eager to help. Qingqing, what are you doing? Sangqing squatted down and fiddled with the object in her hands. It's too hot on the island. I want to take a bath every day, but the water might not be enough. So I thought about treating seawater simply to see if it can be used for daily bathing. Fong Chua's eyes lit up even more. Oh my goodness. If you really manage to do this, you'll be a hero on our island. No one will dare to say a bad word about you anymore. Besides the water stored by the sun, the rest of the water on the island comes from ship supplies. Everyone is very frugal with water, so daily baths are impossible. Just wiping with water is good enough. If Sangqing can find a way to produce fresh water, life on the island will be much easier. Even just a small basin of fresh water each day would be wonderful. Thinking of her husband's instructions, Fong Chua looked at Sangqing with even more enthusiasm. Qingqing, what do you need to do? I have plenty of strength. Sangqing was amused by Fong Chua and pointed to a piece of wood nearby. This needs to be cut, so I'll trouble Fong's sister. Don't worry, leave it to me. Any job that needs strength, I'll do it. You just focus on the technique and command. Fong Chua said this and started working according to Sangqing's instructions. Soon, the yard was filled with the sounds of clanging and banging. On the island in the evening, the heat had not fully gone away. The Wu family, living on the west side of the island, was feeling very anxious. What's the time? The sun is almost setting. Why haven't they come yet? Father Lu looked very upset, with a restless expression almost spilling out. He had been forced out of his house by Commander Chen this morning and didn't feel like going out to explore the island. Lu Xingli was even less willing to go look for his rebellious son. Since they were on the island, didn't this disobedient son know to come home? Wu Jianwei glanced at his mother, Li Li, and gave her a look to suggest she should try to persuade him. Ever since they left Commander Chen's house, Lu Xingli had been acting strange. His nose wasn't his nose. His face wasn't his face. Now that he had been transferred to the island, he wanted to make a name for himself here, and he needed support from the local leaders. He thought he could let Lu Xingli take the lead and earn some credit on the island, but he didn't expect that this old man had offended the commander, which led to them being kicked out. Wu Jianwei really wanted to scold this old man harshly, but thinking that he might still need him in the future, he held back. Seeing this, Li Li quickly poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Lu Xingli. Old Lu, calm down and have some water. Qian's position is different now. He's in charge of such a big group. It's normal that he might be busy and can't come. Can't come? Doesn't he know to tell me? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass me? Just made a squad leader, and he doesn't even recognize his own father. Lu Xingli gritted his teeth angrily, feeling disrespected by a younger person, which made him very irritable. Li Li, seeing this, skillfully added fuel to the fire. Old Lu, we should understand the kids. Being an officer has its difficulties. After all, he's a squad leader, not just an ordinary person like us. Understanding? Who's going to understand me after waiting half the day? Lu Xingli snorted coldly, his face looking even worse. And Sangqing, when the man isn't home, can't she come over first? Doesn't she know any rules? Truly uneducated. Seeing Lu Xingli getting more and more angry, Wu Jianwei took the opportunity to step forward and comfort him. Dad, please don't say that. It hurts us children to see you upset. His voice was gentle, and he looked especially obedient, which eased Lu Xingli's mood a little. Next, Wu Jianwei's words made his anger, which had been suppressed, flare up again. Big brother probably didn't mean to ignore you. He's just returned to the island as a team leader, and he's busy with work. That's normal. You're his father. He wouldn't really forget about you, right? Lu Xingli looked at his stepson, who appeared so considerate and understanding. Compared to his biological son, who still hadn't visited, his anger suddenly grew stronger. He stood up suddenly and shouted, Understanding? I understand him. But who understands me? Look at Jianwei. And look at him. He probably won't show up until his father passes away. Li Li lowered her eyes, a faint downward curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, then quickly returning to her gentle expression. She walked over to Lu Xingli, pretending to pat his back to comfort him, and spoke softly. Old Lu, you can't say that. Jianwei is sensible, but Kais. Well, maybe he's just stubborn. He's not as caring as Jianwei. Dad, should I go to the older brother's house to see how things are? Dad, you're upset here, and it hurts me like needles in my heart. He looked at Lu Xingli and continued, For Dad, I can take some hardship. As long as you're happy, I don't mind. See. Lu Xingli was clearly moved and pointed at Wu Jianwei, saying to Li Li, This is my son Lu Xingli. He knows how to care for his father. Unlike that scoundrel, who married and forgot his parents, an ungrateful wolf. He became more angry as he spoke, almost wanting to go and teach Lu Qiansa a lesson himself. Li Li patted Lu Xingli's arm and said, Old Lu, I don't feel comfortable letting Jianwei go alone. The brothers don't have a very close relationship, and Jianwei is young. If he says the wrong thing, Kai's quick temper might make things worse and cause more trouble. She watched Lu Xingli's face carefully and continued softly, Maybe I should go with him. As an elder, I can watch over him and help talk things out. Lu Xingli looked at Li Li, who was so dedicated to the family. Thinking about his son's cold face and his defiance, his anger completely took over. He irritably waved his hand and said, Fine. You two go and talk to him properly. Tell him if he doesn't come today, he shouldn't recognize me as his father anymore. Li Li glanced at Wu Jianwei. The two exchanged looks, seeming quite satisfied with the outcome. As long as Lu Xingli's heart leans toward their side, Lu Qiansa won't be able to cause any trouble. In the army, a strong sense of filial piety can suppress Lu Qiansa completely. Li Li and Wu Jianwei walked for a while, one after the other, until they reached outside Lu Qiansa's house. Through the low fence, they saw a woman in a gray shirt, rolling up her sleeves and busy working in the yard, with her back facing them. She was surrounded by a mess of various things, including some electrical equipment, but they didn't know what she was doing. Li Li paused, looking up and down at the woman's figure, which was not slim but rather sturdy. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, full of mockery. "Hey, Jianwei, look at this. This is your big brother's carefully chosen bride, hiding her away and not showing her to us." Her voice was just loud enough for the people inside the yard to hear. Fong Chua was helping Sangqing reinforce something nearby. When she heard this sharp voice, she frowned and turned to look. Seeing two unfamiliar faces at the door, Fong Chua immediately became alert. Especially when she saw the disdain on the middle-aged woman's face, she felt annoyed. "Who are you? What are you whispering about at someone else's door?" Li Li ignored Fong Chua and walked into the yard, continuing with a sarcastic tone. "I thought Lu Qiansa found some kind of fairy. Turns out, she's just a simple, honest person." She deliberately emphasized the word, simple, with a look of contempt in her eyes that she didn't bother to hide. "Isn't Lu Qiansa quite capable? Why does he keep choosing such a person? Forget about her looks. She even looks much older. TSK. Lu Qiansa must have been tricked, right? Married an older woman? That's really something to celebrate." Seeing their judging looks, Fong Chua's temper flared. "Do you believe it or not? If you don't tell us who you are now, I'll have the patrol soldiers on the island arrest you immediately." Li Li shot Fong Chua a disdainful look, then adopted an elder's tone and said, "Who are we? I am Lu Qiansa's mother, your mother-in-law. This is his younger brother Jianwei. Why don't you invite us in quickly?" When Fong Chua heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and her anger flared up inside her.
Wow.
Is this the stepmother with a sweet face and a bitter heart that Qingqing girl mentioned? And the oily, powdery stepson? Wow, she really means it. At first, she thought maybe it was an exaggeration when Sangqing talked about it, but now she sees it's even worse than she imagined. She crossed her hands on her hips and pointed unceremoniously at the door. "Bah! Who are these stray cats and dogs pretending to be elders? Get out of here. Don't dirty my place." Li Li was stunned by this sudden scolding. She had been with Lu Xinli for so many years. Although her husband was a lifelong battalion commander, she was still respected as the wife of a respected officer. Even when Lu Qiansa was around before, she had never been scolded like this. But now, seeing this little troublemaker, she was directly insulted. Her face immediately turned red, and her voice became sharp. I am your mother-in-law.
How dare you talk to me like that?"
Believe it or not, I'll go out and tell everyone on the island that Lu Qiansa married a disrespectful daughter-in-law. By then, she could be drowned in her own spittle. Let's see how she still stands her ground on the island. Humph. This little troublemaker, who has no family backing her up, still wants to boss her around?
Dream on.
Who's your mother-in-law? Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice came from the doorway of the main hall. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a pretty young girl, a bit overly delicate, carrying a plate of sliced watermelon. She wore a light blue floral dress, which made her fair skin and beautiful face stand out even more. Sangqing stepped into the sunlight. Her small face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, so charming that even women couldn't help but like her. Wu Jianwei's breath caught when he saw Sangqing, and his eyes widened in amazement. He had never seen such a beautiful woman, like a movie star straight out of a magazine. Absolutely stunning. Wu Jianwei instinctively took a step forward, smiling confidently and looking at Sangqing. "Comrade, please don't misunderstand. We're not bad people. We are Lu Qiansa's family. I am his younger brother, Wu Jianwei, and this is my mother." He tried to bypass Fong Chua blocking his way and get closer to Sangqing. You're the neighbor of this house, right? I advise you to stay away from that woman just now." He looked at Fong Chua with a meaningful expression and lowered his voice. She has a fiery and rude personality, and she's very uncultured. Plus, her family background isn't good. Her father is still in prison. If you associate with someone like her, it could ruin your reputation. Listening to his heartfelt words, Sangqing slowly curled her lips into a cold smile. She gently put down the fruit tray and spoke slowly. Actually, the fiery and rude person you're talking about is me, Sangqing. Her voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. What? Wu Jianwei couldn't believe his ears. He simply couldn't accept that Lu Qianche married such a beautiful woman. Why does he have such good luck? No, impossible. A strong feeling of jealousy and frustration surged in his heart, and he spoke without thinking.
You. How can you be Sangqing?
You must have been tricked. Lu Qianche has a bad temper, and he often gets angry and hits people. A delicate girl like you with him, you're going to get hurt. You. Slap. Before he finished, a crisp, loud slap landed on Wu Jianwei's face. She had already drunk the spiritual spring water and was strengthened by a powerful pill. With one slap, Wu Jianwei's tooth was knocked out. My man, it's not your place to talk nonsense here. Wu Jianwei covered his now swollen half-face, stunned. He never expected Sangqing to hit him, let alone hit so hard that he was completely stunned. Shameless. How dare you hit my son? Lily screamed, like a cat with its tail stepped on, claws bared, and lunged at Sangqing. I must tear your face apart today. Lily was furious and didn't care about her image anymore. She reached out her nails and tried to scratch Sangqing's face. Before she could touch her, Fong Chua grabbed her wrist and quickly slapped her.
Slap. Slap.
2 louder slaps landed on Lily's face. She was struck so hard that her eyes spun, and she staggered back several steps. Breaking into our island's home and even hitting people? I think you really have gone too far. Fong Chua stood in front of Sangqing like a protective mother hen, eager to tear apart those 2 troublesome kids. They were the island's precious treasures, and just as the machine to turn seawater into fresh water was about to be finished, these 2 annoying little things appeared. How could she not be angry? She was furious that they even thought of harming their island's treasures. She didn't care if her slap was heavy or not. Lily was hit so hard her ears buzzed, and her face burned with pain. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. Forget her image. She cried out loudly and charged at Fong Chua. How dare you hit me? I won't stand for this. Fong Chua was a skilled worker on the island, and she was also a retired soldier. Dealing with someone like Lily was easy for her. She didn't even need to use much skill. She simply punched Lily a few times with her strength and then kicked her to the ground.
Mom.
Wu Jianwei saw this and immediately rushed forward to help Lily up. He had just regained his composure, planning to turn the situation around, but after seeing Fong Chua's fighting skills, he knew he was no match. You all. Just wait. I'm going to find the political officer to settle this. I don't believe there's no law on this island. Wu Jianwei hurriedly pulled the crying Lily away from the small yard. Watching their disappearing figures, Sangqing couldn't help but give Fong Chua a thumbs up. Sister Fong, you're like the Greek goddess of slaps. Fong Chua chuckled. What goddess? With those 2 moves, I've got enough to stretch my muscles. Sangqing also smiled, but when she thought about what Li and Wu Jianwei said before leaving, her brow furrowed. Sister Fong, they said they're going to find the political officer. Let them go. Fong Chua waved her hand dismissively, even showing a bit of a playful look. The political officer is my man. If they go, that's perfect. I want to see what kind of story these villains will spin when they complain first. Besides, today's matter, no matter how you look at it, was their fault. Fong Chua handed the watermelon on the stone table to Sangqing. Here, Ching, let's eat some watermelon to cool off first, then we'll go see the show. Okay. After eating and drinking enough, the 2 headed together toward the political officer's office. As they reached the door of the office, they heard a woman's loud, uneven crying coming from inside. Those who didn't know might think someone was being harmed. Fong Chua pouted at Sangqing before pushing the door open. They saw Lily sitting on the ground, looking messy with disheveled hair and a slap mark on her face from Fong Chua. She was hitting the floor with her hand, crying loudly with tears and snot, saying, "This is unfair. My daughter-in-law hit me. Is there no law on this island anymore? Comrade political officer, please help me." Her once tidy clothes were now covered in dust, making her look very disheveled. Commander Wang stood behind his desk, frowning deeply as he looked at Li rolling on the ground, clearly annoyed. Li's sharp eyes immediately spotted Sangqing entering and quickly looked like she found a target. "It's her. Commander, it's her who hit me. She's just a young girl, daring to hit me, her mother-in-law. She's going to be struck down by heaven." The commander ignored her accusations and first looked at Sangqing. He quickly walked around the desk to stand in front of Sangqing, examining her carefully. "Little Sang, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Fong Chua, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and said, "With me here, how could Sister Qing suffer any loss?" Hearing this, Commander Wang finally relaxed a little. "That's good, no injuries." Li saw that Commander Wang's attention was completely elsewhere, and her crying stopped abruptly. The commander then turned to his wife, his tone returning to normal calm. "Chua, what exactly happened?" Fong Chua opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Li on the ground lost her patience. She quickly got up, ignoring the dust on her clothes, and shouted sharply, "Why should I ask her? I'm the victim." "Commander, you can't believe her. Stop arguing." Fong Chua, annoyed by her shouting, stepped forward and slapped her again. "The commander is asking questions. Do you have a say?" "Stay quiet." Li was silenced by her fierce attitude and didn't dare to shout anymore, only glaring at her fiercely. Fong Chua snorted coldly and turned to Commander Wang. "This mother and son didn't even greet us, and just barged into Sister Qing's house. They started pointing fingers and making sarcastic remarks as soon as they entered, thinking I'm Little Sang." She pointed at Wu Jianwei, who was trying to hide his presence nearby. "When Xiaoqing comes out of the house, that Wu Jianwei's eyes will go wide, and he'll try to get close and touch her, even saying rude things. I didn't." "You're slandering me." Wu Jianwei refused to let Fong Chua speak badly about him in front of the political officer. His chance for promotion on the island depended heavily on the political officer, besides Commander Chen. He definitely couldn't leave a bad impression on the political officer. Fong Chua snorted coldly. "You mother and son are really something. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have rushed to attack Sister Qing. She's so delicate. Today she might get hurt." "What?" Commander Wang's face instantly darkened when he heard this. He suddenly turned to look at Wu Jianwei. "It's only your first day on the island, and you dare to touch the military personnel's family? Do you still have any discipline?" Wu Jianwei was startled by the sudden stern tone from Commander Wang. He didn't expect Fong Chua to speak with such authority, and the commander almost believed her without hesitation. He quickly thought of a way to explain, showing a look of grievance and lowering his head slightly. "Commander, you've misunderstood. We just saw that my older brother and sister-in-law hadn't come over, so we were worried they might be in trouble, so we came to check on them." While speaking, Wu Jianwei secretly watched the commander's expression. Seeing that the commander didn't speak, he continued pitifully, "As soon as we entered, these rough women started hitting me and my mother without reason. We're new here and don't know the island's rules, but being hit like this, it's really unfair." He said this and slightly turned his face to show the commander the bruises on his face. Commander Wang's mouth twitched. Looking at him, who was tall and strong but pretending to be weak and delicate, he felt annoyed. His acting was so poor. Did he really think he was clueless? When Li heard Wu Jianwei say this, she immediately played along, tears welling up in her eyes. "Yes, Commander. Look at Jianwei's face. It's all from Sangqing. She hit him. That must have hurt so much." Commander Wang followed her finger and looked at Wu Jianwei. His face grew even darker. Now Li and Wu Jianwei couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that Commander Wang believed their words. Next, it was Sangqing's turn to have bad luck. But in the next second, Commander Wang's words completely stunned Li and Wu Jianwei. "Comrade Sangqing, is your hand okay? Do you need our island doctor to check it? This was the island's precious treasure. Whether it was her brain or her hand, they were all national assets. Any damage would be serious. Sangqing was slightly stunned, then quickly waved her hand. My hand is fine, but... She glanced at Wu Jianwei and said lightly, his face is a bit thick, which made my palm tingle. Wu Jianwei. Li, Commander Wang, hearing this, not only didn't blame her, but looked serious and caring. Look, if you meet someone unkind again who tries to bother you, don't fight back yourself. You're so slim. What if you hurt yourself? At that time, not only would Beijing question you, but probably Commander Chen wouldn't let you go either. Li and Wu Jianwei froze completely. They couldn't believe their ears. Had the commissar's mind been blown by the sea breeze? Was his favoritism without any limit? Commissar Yu. Enough. Wu Jianwei wanted to say more but was cut off by Commander Wang. You, a strong man, being hit by a female comrade, and still have the nerve to complain? Look at Comrade Sangqing. Her hand turned red, but she didn't say anything. Wu Jianwei. Is that true? Seeing his dissatisfied expression, Commander Wang's face darkened again. Wu Jianwei. Immediately go back and write a self-criticism. Reflect on your words and actions. Before Wu Jianwei could react, Commander Wang turned to Li, who looked confused, with a cold voice. As for you, entering a military family's residence without permission, slandering and hitting a military family member, this is very serious. You are fined 1,000 yuan for emotional damages to Comrade Sangqing. 1,000 yuan. Li, like a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly flared up, her voice sharp and loud. Why should I pay her? I was the one who was hit. She was about to lie down on the ground, but Wu Jianwei quickly pulled her back. He tightly covered Li's mouth, forcing her to stop crying loudly. Wu Jianwei's face was pale, and cold sweat was running down his forehead. If he still couldn't see that he was in trouble at this point, he would be a fool. Commissar Wang was showing obvious favoritism towards Sangqing. He wouldn't listen to what they said, and if they kept arguing, the punishment would only get worse. Wu Jianwei half-dragged and half-urged Li to leave, lowering his voice as he said urgently, Mom, stop talking. Let's go home first. We'll talk to Dad and come back. Right now, the only hope was to bring out Father Lu. Maybe there was still a chance. Commissar Wang, the amount of compensation is a bit much. My mom and I don't have that much money. We'll go back and talk to our family. He spoke quickly before Wang Commissar could reply, then pulled Li and ran out. The office door slammed shut with a loud bang. Commissar Wang rubbed his temples in frustration. It seemed that Lu Qiance's stepmother and younger brother were not easy to deal with. Luckily, her wife had previously been with Sangqing, or who knew how badly they would have bullied the treasures on the island. Thinking this, Wang Commissar looked at Sangqing with a gentle smile again. Xiao Sang, are you okay? In the future, if anything happens like this, just let Sister Fong handle it. Don't get involved, understand? I understand, Commissar Wang. I will stay away from them in the future, Sangqing answered cheerfully. After all, even if she didn't go out of her way to provoke the Lu family, they wouldn't let her go easily. In the original story, the heroine was obedient to them, but that was after 5 years of being worn down. TSK. She didn't have that much kindness to waste on them. In Sangqing's view, the Lu family was just too comfortable, so they kept looking for trouble. Once she found a chance to store all the money and grain from the Lu family in her space, she wanted to see if they still had the energy to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Li and Wu Jianwei, full of anger, returned to their home. As soon as they reached the door, Li wanted to go in and complain to Father Lu, but Wu Jianwei stopped her. Li was confused when she heard him deliberately raise his voice, saying, Mom, don't stop me. I have to tell Dad about this. I can't let you suffer unfairly. Li quickly understood what Wu Jianwei wanted to do. She immediately put her hand on Wu Jianwei's arm, pretending to be limping and being supported. Jianwei, don't be impulsive. No matter what, she's still your father's daughter-in-law. They played this scene for a while, until the door suddenly opened. It was Lu's father, Lu Xingli, who was waiting at home. He looked at the two people who entered looking disheveled and frowned. What's going on? Where is that troublemaker? Why are only you two back? Lily immediately seemed to find her confidence and hugged Lu Xingli, crying. Old Lu. Boo-hoo, I shouldn't have come to the island with Janwei. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be in this difficult situation. Boo-hoo, seeing Lily crying so hard, Lu Xingli naturally looked at Wu Jianwei. He saw the slap marks on Wu Jianwei's face, and his expression darkened. Jianwei, tell me, what really happened? Wu Jianwei bit his lip, seeming hesitant, then told the truth. Mom and I went to my older brother's house. We just talked about why we came, and his wife not only refused to see you but also hid us. He deliberately hid the fact that Fong Chua had started the fight and that they had provoked first. They really are going too far. I'll go find their boss right now, Lu Xingli said, about to rush out the door, but Lily stopped him. Old Lu, don't go. We already talked to Commander Wang, but who knows? Commander Wang doesn't see things clearly. He just favors Sangqing. Not only did he make Jianwei write a self-criticism, but he also made us pay Sangqing 1,000 yuan for emotional damages. Lu Xingli couldn't understand what Lily was saying. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. You say the commander favors her? Why? Lily's eyes flickered, as if she had discovered something important. We don't know either. The way Commander Wang looks at Sangqing. It's so caring, like he's worried about her. He even asked if her hand was hurt. Wu Jianwei immediately understood what Lily meant. He also added fuel to the fire. Maybe my older brother is busy with work all the time, and the commander usually helps take care of his wife. If he can ask for 1,000 yuan for emotional damages, who knows how many benefits the wife might secretly give him. Their back and forth made Lu Xingli's face look even worse. Although he didn't like his son Lu Qianze, he couldn't accept someone cheating on him. Lu Xingli clenched his teeth. Our Lu family doesn't have such shameless daughters-in-law. I will go and ask that rebellious son what kind of trouble he's gotten into. In a fit of anger, Lu Xingli took Wu Jianwei and stormed out, heading straight to Lu Qianze's house to confront him. However, just as they reached a quiet alley, two agile figures suddenly appeared from the side. In the blink of an eye, they accurately threw bags over their heads.
Who are you?
What do you want? Lu Xingli's vision went dark, and he almost instinctively started to warn. I'm a military family member, you. Before he finished, fists like raindrops pounded on their bags, hitting Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei. It was clear the attackers aimed for places that hurt but wouldn't cause serious harm. Lu Xingli winced in pain, grimacing, while Wu Jianwei let out a loud, pig-like squeal. After hitting them like this until they looked like dead dogs, the attackers stopped and quickly left without hesitation. Lu Xingli desperately tore off the bag on his head, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. He had never suffered such a loss before. It must be that rebellious son. He gritted his teeth and changed his mind. We're going to the political commissar's office now. I want to ask Commander Wang if his soldiers treat military family members like this. Ignoring Wu Jianwei's wails, he stormed toward the commissar's office with fiery anger. When Lu Xingli arrived at the office door of Commander Wang, he saw Lu Qianze there too. Lu Qianze. He pushed the door open with a loud bang, slamming it shut. Old grudges and new anger flooded his mind. Lu Xingli pointed at Lu Qianze's nose and shouted loudly, Lu Qianze, you beast! How dare you get others to beat your father? You're so disobedient. May thunder strike you. Lu Qianze turned around, his face cold and expressionless. He simply glanced at Lu Xingli briefly and then looked away, as if he was someone unimportant. Now Lu Qianze became even more angry and rushed forward, wanting to teach Lu Qianze a lesson. Commander Wang saw this and immediately stood up to block in front of Lu Xingli. He looked serious and said in a firm voice, Comrade,
Please stay calm.
let's talk nicely. No need to shout or fight. This is the army. Talk nicely? How can I talk nicely? Lu Xingli angrily pointed at the bruise on his face. Look at this. This is what your soldiers did. I just stepped out and got beaten up with a bag over my head. Who else could it be but them? He glared fiercely at Lu Qianze, wishing he could swallow him whole. Commander Wang frowned and looked at Lu Xingli with a complicated expression. Comrade Lu Xingli, please watch your words. Captain Lu has been reporting to me the whole time since earlier. He hasn't left. How could he have hurt you? Lu Xingli didn't realize this and instead raised his voice. He's the captain. If he wants his soldiers to do this, it's easy for him. Does he need to do it himself? Commander Wang was speechless at Lu Xingli. Earlier, his wife had told him that Lu Qian's father was a careless man. He thought she was just being biased. Now, it was clear that Lu Xingli was really confused. He had accused his own son without understanding the situation. What kind of father was he? Commander Wang looked at Lu Xingli with disapproval and asked in a serious tone, "Since you are so sure, do you have real evidence?" That one sentence made Lu Xingli speechless. When he was beaten, he didn't see who the attacker was. He had no evidence at all. Seeing his expression, Commander Wang knew he had no proof. He secretly sighed in relief and then spoke more sternly. "Comrade Lu Xingli, you said Captain Lu ordered someone to do this? Did you see exactly who was involved? They were wearing bags over their heads." "How could I not see clearly?" Lu Xingli frowned in dissatisfaction but still argued. "Besides, how many people are on this small island? Check who was not in the army at that time. That will make it clear." Commander Wang felt like a scholar facing a soldier. No matter how much he argued, he couldn't make sense of it. He took a deep breath and patiently explained that time was during the break, when most soldiers were free to do as they pleased, so it's hard to investigate. Maybe that's why they chose this time to act. On the island, Lu Qianza is truly a top soldier and no one under him doesn't admire him. If they knew that Lu Qianza's father treated their top soldiers so badly, it's possible they would have taken action against him. Fortunately, these young guys are somewhat clever and didn't fight in deadly ways. Otherwise, how could Lu Xingli still have the strength to talk big here? Commissioner Wang, although suspicious, prefers to protect his soldiers more than outsiders like Lu Xingli. Seeing that Wang Commissioner had no intention of helping him solve the problem, Lu Xingli lost his temper instantly. "Cannot investigate? I think you're just covering for them," he shouted without thinking. "You protected that little troublemaker Sangqing before, and now you're protecting Lu Qianza. Commissioner Wang, are you getting something in return for protecting them?" Wang Commissioner's veins on his forehead throbbed. "Old comrade, you're slandering. I have the right to hold you accountable," he shouted at the door. "Come here. Take this old comrade out. Ban him from entering the military headquarters in the future, soon." The guards at the door came in and grabbed Lu Xingli's arm, trying to escort him out. Lu Xingli was even angrier. "Let go of me. I want to see the battalion commander. I was introduced by a friend of the battalion commander. Just wait and see. I don't think the battalion commander will let you bully people like this." He threatened Wang Commissioner and struggled to stay. At that moment, the office door was pushed open again. It was Sangqing and Fong Chua. They had originally left the military headquarters, but Fong Chua suddenly remembered she left her keys in Wang Commissioner's office, so Sangqing went back with her. Just as they reached the door, they heard Lu Xingli loudly insulting and slandering Sangqing and Wang Commissioner. Fong Chua was the first to get angry. She quickly stepped forward, pointed at Lu Xingli's nose, and started scolding. "Darn you, old fool. Your heart is so dirty. With your mouth, you're just spreading rumors. Aren't you afraid of your tongue rotting?" Lu Xingli was furious, being scolded by a woman pointing at his nose, which made him even angrier. He glared fiercely at Fong Chua and snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are, you shrew? None of your business here. Go away. Stop meddling." "Shrew? Meddling?" Fong Chua was so angry she laughed, raising her voice. "You bully my man and expect me not to care? That's not right at all." Lu Xingli was stunned. He instinctively thought Fong Chua was talking about Lu Qianza. Seeing her fiery attitude, his contempt deepened. He thought about what kind of wife Lu Qianza could find. Turns out she was a rough woman with no looks or education. Lu Xingli immediately put on a superior attitude, sneering. "So it's you. Humph. With your shrewish way of yelling and causing trouble, you'll never set foot in my family. I will never admit you as my daughter-in-law." As soon as he said that, the office fell into a strange silence. Fong Chua was speechless, twitching her lips. No wonder this old fool and his stepson were so alike, both blind to what was good. You blind old fool. I am Commissar Wang's wife, Fong Chua, director of the women's department on the island. Who the hell do you think you are, calling me your daughter-in-law? Ugly as you are, you sure think you're handsome. Her words were quick and harsh, and her expressions as she looked at Lu Xingli were full of insults. Look at your pointed face. Full of bad intentions. If I were your daughter-in-law, I'd kick you into the sewer and drown you, so I wouldn't have to deal with your trouble. Sangqing stood nearby, watching Fong Chua scold Lu Xingli so fiercely she was covered in blood. She gently patted her back to help her calm down, worried she might upset such a good sister. Fong Chua waved her hand, still feeling she hadn't vented enough. But now Sangqing was still there, and she was worried she might scare the young girl again later. So Fong Chua raised her hand and held Sangqing, telling her, "Qingqing, you're too soft-hearted. For someone like this shameless old man, you shouldn't give him a good face. The more you let him get away with it, the more he'll push his luck." Lu Xingli was already stunned by Fong Chua's scolding, but now he was starting to realize what had happened. Realizing he had made a huge mistake, his face turned red and then pale. But there was no way he would apologize. Lu Xingli almost immediately became angry and turned his anger towards Sangqing. Seeing her overly beautiful face, Lu Xingli found a new target and spoke harshly. "Humph. So you're the wife of this rebellious son, looking all glamorous and restless. You probably don't know how many men you've been sneaking around with behind my son's back." Lu Xingli. Before Lu Xingli could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Qian's cold voice. He didn't want to waste words on this biological father, but now he had directly approached his wife, which was unacceptable. He had finally brought his wife back home, and he cherished her deeply. How dare Lu Xingli say such unpleasant words to her? Lu Qian stepped in front of Sangqing, looking coldly at Lu Xingli. "Qingqing is my wife. She has nothing to do with your Lu family. You better watch your words and actions." Lu Xingli's face turned red, and he was even more furious at Lu Qian's defiance. "Fine. Lu Qian, so I think you feel you're so confident now that you can oppose me, your father. As long as you keep your surname, you'll—" Hey, what are you talking about?" Sangqing deliberately interrupted him, smirking as she looked at Lu Xingli's angry face. She raised her chin proudly. "Lu Qian may have the Lu surname, but he is already married into our Sang family. He's no longer connected to your Lu family." Lu Xingli's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Lu Qianso, waiting for his response. Lu Qianso nodded without hesitation. "That's right. I have married into the Sang family. I am no longer related to your Lu family. If he could, he wouldn't even want to keep the Lu surname." He found it disgusting. "You. What about you? When you talk about others, shouldn't you first look at yourself?" Sangqing raised an eyebrow deliberately, mimicking Lu Xingli's earlier mocking tone with a sneer. "Look at what you're wearing at your age. Opening your collar so wide. Are you trying to charming someone? Without looking glamorous and restless, you probably don't know how many people you've been sneaking around with behind people's backs." Now, after some modifications, it was used on him. Lu Xingli was so angry he was trembling. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, "You're so unfilial." Sangqing rolled her eyes in annoyance. "What are you joking about? With your kind of behavior, immoral and unruly, you'll never enter the Sang family. I will never admit to having a father-in-law like you." Hearing Sangqing's words, Fong Chua couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Well said, Sister Qing. Someone like him, who always acts so flirtatiously, shouldn't be allowed to come here, huh?" Commissioner Wang couldn't hold back his laughter. He quickly clenched his fists and covered his mouth. Even Lu Qianche, who always looked cold and serious, had a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xingli's face instantly turned from pale blue to a dark purple. Being publicly humiliated by a younger person was a huge shame. "I'll beat you, you sharp-tongued little brat." Lu Xingli's eyes turned red as he raised his hand to slap Sangqing's delicate cheek. Sangqing was startled and, almost instinctively, kicked out at Lu Xingli. What she didn't know was that, at the same time, Wang Commissioner, Fong Chua, and Lu Qianche all moved to intervene. Suddenly, fists and kicks were all aimed at Lu Xingli. Their strength and angles varied, and Lu Xingli felt pain in his legs, hips, knees, and face all at once. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. He stared with wide eyes, trembling fingers pointing at the 4 people who had attacked him. He couldn't breathe properly, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Wang Commissioner looked at Lu Xingli lying stiffly on the ground, feeling a bit annoyed. He rubbed his pounding temples and said, "Guard. Take him away." 2 young soldiers responded quickly and carefully carried the unconscious Lu Xingli. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Commissioner seemed to remember something. "Wait, take him to the island clinic first and have the doctor check him. If something serious happened, it would be their fault." After the guards took him away, the office was temporarily quiet again. But Lu Qianche spoke first. "Commissioner, you've seen my father's condition. If we leave him on the island, I'm worried he might do something even more crazy." When he said this, his sharp eyes were filled with a deep, unbreakable gloom. Commissioner Wang clearly understood that Lu Xingli's current state didn't seem like someone who could get along well with Sangqing. If he were to act like an elder and secretly pressure Sangqing while Lu Qiansa was away, it would be disastrous. "Captain Lu, don't worry. I will handle this matter first. The old man's temper on the island is indeed a risk, especially for comrade Sangqing's safety." When Commissioner Wang said this, he noticed Sangqing looking at him with a confused gaze. He quickly changed his words. "I mean, it could affect your relationship as a couple and also the unity of the team. I will report this and arrange for him to return to his hometown as soon as possible." Sangqing, Lu Qiansa, Fong Chua. In the island clinic, the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Lu Xingli slowly woke up, feeling a dull pain where he had been kicked. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li sitting by the bed, wiping tears with a handkerchief. "Cough, cough." Lu Xingli coughed, and Li immediately rushed to the bedside. "Old Lu, you're finally awake. You scared me to death," sob sob. Li said this, then pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. Lu Xingli looked at Li with annoyance and asked coldly, "Where is that troublemaker?" "Huh? Qiansa?" He didn't come over." Li was startled by Lu Xingli's gaze and almost blurted out the truth instinctively. Lu Xingli's face darkened even more. He slowly sat up from the bed, his eyes becoming more hostile. "This troublemaker." Troublemaker. Seeing Lu Xingli pounding his chest and stomping, Li dared not continue to embellish the story in front of him. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, took an envelope out of her pocket. "Old Lu, just now, a young soldier came over and gave me an envelope. He said the commissar asked me to give it to you. I didn't dare to look at it. At that time, she received the notice while taking care of Wu Jianwei in the clinic." He watched as Lu Xingli was carried in by 2 soldiers, their attitude completely disrespectful. She knew right away that this was not going to be a good situation. So, she didn't dare to look inside the envelope to see what was written. Lu Xingli, hearing this, finally focused on the envelope that Li was holding. He struggled a bit to take the envelope, opened it, and glanced at the letter inside. He almost fainted from anger on the spot. Li secretly peeked at the letter and was stunned when she saw the large words, "Notice of repatriation of Comrade Lu Xingli," and the bright red official stamp below. "Old Lu." This. Before Li could finish her sentence, Lu Xingli suddenly tore the letter into pieces like he was going crazy. "What kind of nonsense dares to send me back? I'm going to find him and talk to him right now. I want to see how powerful Commander Wang really is. Can he really do whatever he wants?" Lu Xingli said this and suddenly threw off the thin blanket, ready to get out of bed. Seeing this, Li quickly held him back. "Old Lu, don't be impulsive. You just woke up, your health is the most important. And what's the point of going to see the commander now? Commander Wang clearly favors Lu Qiansu and Sangqing. Even if he told the truth, Commander Wang probably wouldn't change his mind. He might even say that their family is causing trouble and come up with some charges against them." Lu Xingli didn't care much. He had already retired. But his son wasn't retired. His son still needed to serve on the island. If this matter wasn't handled carefully, his son's future career could be ruined. Lu Xingli suddenly stopped struggling, but his anger burned even hotter inside. However, Li Li's words made him realize that even if he caused a big fuss with Commander Wang, it wouldn't solve the problem. He needed to think of another way. Li Li kept a close eye on Lu Xingli's face. Seeing him calm down a bit, she cautiously said, "Old Lu, you might need to go to Lu Xingli's superior officer. After all, we were introduced by the brigade commander's friend. If Commander Wang ignores the situation and insists on sending you back, isn't that like insulting the brigade commander?" She paused and added, "But if things get too complicated, it might affect Qian's reputation, right? After all, Commander Wang is also showing favoritism toward Qian. Bad influence," Lu Xingli sneered. "He doesn't even recognize me as his father anymore. Why should I care? Now he only has that little troublemaker in his eyes. If he gets punished, he deserves it. He brought it on himself." At this moment, Lu Xingli was angry, full of thoughts about how he was wronged at Commander Wang's place. He didn't care about how this might affect Lu Qiansa. He even hoped Lu Qiansa would get into trouble because of it. "I'm going to find the battalion commander now. I want to see if Commander Wang can really do whatever he wants," Lu Xingli said angrily, standing stiffly. Li Li lowered her head, hiding a quick, triumphant smile. "Should we go find the battalion commander now? Last time, he was furious about something, and maybe this time he won't see us." Lu Xingli paused, then quickly thought it over. "Last time, the battalion commander was probably angry because I said some harsh words about that rebellious kid. But now, it's the kid who was at fault first. I don't believe the battalion commander would protect him. And there's Sangqing too." This time, he not only wanted to ask Commander Chen to settle things, but also to kick Sangqing off the island. Meanwhile, Sangqing had already returned to the island's residence with Lu Qiansa. As soon as she entered, she collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. Thinking about what Lu Xingli said before fainting, she rolled herself up and sat up again. "Lu Qiansa, if your dad wakes up, do you think he'll go straight to the battalion commander to complain?" Sangqing crossed her arms and sat on the sofa, looking conflicted. Lu Xingli had already threatened to complain to the battalion commander. If that commander was careless, what if he punished Lu Qiansa again? Lu Qiansa looked at her cute, worried face and couldn't help but reach out to pinch her soft cheek. Then he knelt on one knee beside Sangqing, looking her in the eyes. "Don't worry. Even if he goes to the battalion commander, the commander won't take his side. His wife had just arrived on the island and already solved the water shortage and power outage. If it weren't for her safety, Commander Chen would probably be so proud he'd announce her achievements to the whole world." At this point, Lu Xingli going to complain about Sangqing to the battalion commander was basically asking for trouble. He might even manage to get rid of those two annoying couples. Then only Wu Jianwei would be left.
Ha!
Let's make sure this young man truly feels the brotherhood on the island. "Really?" Sangqing squinted skeptically, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Qiansa, as if trying to see if he was joking. Lu Qiansa. Although he didn't want to admit it, Sangqing's sudden closeness made the dark feelings in his eyes stir. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he felt her fingertips resting on his neck. Now Lu Qiansa didn't dare to move at all. He slightly lifted his chin, making it easier for Sangqing's fingers to gently stroke the lines from his neck upward. Seeing that Lu Qiansa didn't respond, Sangqing bit his chin in annoyance. "Why don't you answer me, Lu Qiansa?" He sighed helplessly. No matter when, his wife could always use the most innocent tone to do the most teasing things. Lu Qiansa reached out and held Sangqing's small hand, still feeling her touch, and softly said, "Wife, I promise the captain will never take sides with Lu Xingli. Trust me." Sangqing blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at her small hand in Lu Qiansa's grip. "What if the captain sides with Lu Xingli? What will you do?" Lu Qiansa's eyelashes fluttered slightly.
Then,
"Wife, what do you want to do?" Sangqing watched him quietly, her lovely eyes sparkling. "Are you saying that whatever I ask for, you'll agree?" Lu Qiansa nodded without hesitation. Then Sangqing's eyes suddenly brightened. Then I want to be up there, at that time, Lu Qianzi. He thought Sangqing might ask for something extraordinary. He never expected it to be this. He looked at her with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Wife, even if the captain doesn't side with Lu Xingli, you can still do that. Lu Qianzi didn't have any special hobbies. As long as his wife liked it, he was fine with anything. He liked taking care of his wife. Sangqing raised her beautiful eyebrows and, with a tug of her small hand, pulled Lu Qianzi onto the sofa. She turned around and straddled his lap. A real man should keep his promises. Lu Qianzi's lips curled into a slight smile, and his gaze at Sangqing carried a hint of danger. Since you don't trust me much, I've decided to work harder to earn your trust. As he spoke, he wrapped his large hand around Sangqing's slender waist and pressed her into his arms. What do you think? Sangqing clearly understood his hidden meaning. She looked at the darkening sky outside, then turned to look at Lu Qianzi. She suddenly hugged his head and turned her face to bite gently on his ear. Then you'd better try your best, Lu Qianzi. Very well, now she's provoking him. If he doesn't put in his full effort soon, he really would be letting his wife down with those words. Lu Qianzi held Sangqing's waist with one hand and stood up directly from the sofa. Sangqing was startled, hanging onto Lu Qianzi completely. She didn't even bend her waist, just held onto him with one arm and walked straight into the bedroom. Her soft, white waist lay on the bright red bedsheets, which were glaringly eye-catching. Lu Qianzi couldn't help but be overwhelmed by her. Just as he was about to place his hand on her slim waist, Sangqing's small hand pressed his face. Lu Qianzi, you're not keeping your promises. Lu Qianzi paused slightly, then seemed to remember something. He reluctantly stepped back, raised both hands, and slowly got up, then finally fell backward onto the bed. Sangqing, while she was confused, she saw Lu Qianzi pat himself and say, "Come on, wife. Now it's your turn to take the lead." Sangqing immediately felt happy. Without much thought, she leaned in close to him, then reached out and tore open Lu Qianzi's shirt. Looking at his well-defined abs and waistline, she suddenly felt quite satisfied. But then she thought, she's such a beautiful girl. Why couldn't her partner be the main character? Now she not only wanted to sleep with him, but she also wanted to do it in different ways. Humph! Sangqing was lost in her wild thoughts, her mind full of playful ideas, but her hands kept moving. Her fingertips lightly traced circles on his waist and stomach. Lu Qianzi couldn't help but hold her delicate, white waist and gently pinched her as if urging her. Sangqing finally snapped out of her thoughts, looking into his focused eyes. His eyelids were slightly red, and a deep emotion flickered in his gaze, something she had never seen before. She suddenly had a bold idea. Her small hand showed no intention of stopping, her fingertips touching the hot skin, feeling the increasing warmth little by little. It was hot and dangerous. Wife. Lu Qianzi's voice was noticeably trembling, his tone deep and husky. Sangqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile. She slowly leaned down, the warm, damp air falling on Lu Qianzi's neck. Are you going to refuse me, Lu Qianzi? Is he crazy? If he refuses this kind of happiness, he must be having a very good life lately to be so ungrateful. Everything I have is yours. What's wrong with playing a little? Her charming little face said it was only natural, and Lu Qianzi didn't even have a chance to argue. He took a deep breath, unable to resist raising his arm to cover his slightly reddened eyes, then spoke in a husky voice. Wife, I mean if you want to play with me, you can go all the way. Sangqing. Did she unlock some incredible trait of his? Night fell, and a light rain started on the island, with a cool breeze blowing. Lu Xingli sat in the living room of Commander Chen's house, looking very annoyed. He had come over earlier in the evening, but Commander Chen seemed to be busy with something and couldn't come back soon. So, he had to stay in the living room, waiting for Commander Chen to return. Lu Xingli didn't want to go back, but he was worried that before he could come over tomorrow, that rebellious son might have someone send him off the island. He used to think Lu Qianzi wouldn't dare, but now that he saw his son marry someone, he completely changed. He had become a traitor. He would never forgive him. Unless he divorced that little troublemaker and then knelt before him to admit his mistake, he wouldn't accept this son anymore. Thinking this, Lu Xingli suddenly heard some noisy sounds at the door. He immediately stood up from the sofa and looked toward the door. Sure enough, the next moment, the person pushing the door open was Commander Chen. Today, he had just confirmed that Sangqing's small wind-powered device that turns seawater into fresh water was completely feasible. On their island, ships only come once every 3 days to nearby towns, and the fresh water they bring is barely enough to drink. Their daily water supply mainly depends on rainfall storage or distillation methods. But there are many people on the island, and they can't share the fresh water properly. Now, with the combination of Sangqing and the wind turbine, not only can they generate electricity, but they can also produce a lot of fresh water. They will have good days on the island in the future. Commander Chen was thinking this, smiling as he returned, until he saw the mess at home. He frowned, and his happy expression immediately faded. Comrade Lu Xingli, what are you doing here again? His voice was flat, with no obvious emotion, but from his expression when he entered, Lu Xingli guessed he was in a good mood. So Lu Xingli directly got to the point and started complaining. Commander, I don't want to bother you, but I just arrived on the island yesterday, and my rebellious son has already conspired with Commander Wang to send me back. He looked serious and said, I want to report that Commander Wang is accepting bribes. And he's deliberately suppressing the families of soldiers who just arrived on the island. Commander Chen's brow twitched. You said Commander Wang is accepting bribes? Who is giving him the bribe? Sangqing and Lu Qiansa, Lu Xingli blurted out without thinking. If they didn't bribe him, why would he favor a newcomer like that little troublemaker? Hearing this, Commander Chen's face darkened considerably. Lu Xingli thought his words had an effect and became more enthusiastic. Commander, I also suspect that Commander Wang and Sangqing have an improper relationship. Children, when you have free time, click on some free little gifts for Xia Xia. Love you all. Commander Chen was almost amused by Lu Xingli's words. An old comrade, just making up stories to slander a young girl's innocence? What about his face? Commander Chen looked at Lu Xingli with a cold expression. You just said Commander Wang wants to do what to you? Lu Xingli thought Commander Chen agreed with him, so he immediately replied, he actually wants the troops to send me back. Do you think Commander Wang is too much? I strongly request you to discipline him. Commander Chen snorted coldly. Since Commander Wang already said he wants to send you back, just wait patiently. If there's nothing else today, go back early and pack your things. Lu Xingli. No, did I hear that right? Why does Commander Chen understand every word he says, but when all the words are put together, he can't understand what he's talking about? Commander Chen, what do you mean? Isn't this matter going to be investigated further? Previously, Lu Xingli caused trouble with Commissar Wang because he thought Wang was introduced to him by the commander's friend and had backing. But now, even Commander Chen agrees to send him back. How can he stay? His arrogance disappeared instantly, and he looked anxiously at Commander Chen. Well, what about Commissar Wang? I know exactly who Commissar Wang is. If you lie and slander someone's reputation, especially a soldier, you could go to jail. Commander Chen's sharp words silenced Lu Xingli completely. He shot a quick glance at him, showing no patience. You just arrived on the island today and already caused such a big mess. We can't keep someone like you here. You'd better leave soon. Lu Xingli got angry and pleaded, Commander Chen, no, I didn't mean to slander Commissar Wang. I was just angry at my rebellious son, and spoke without thinking. Please, for Captain Jang's sake, forgive me this time. Hearing the mention of Captain Jang, Commander Chen got even angrier. You still have the nerve to mention Captain Jang? If I had known your family was like this, I wouldn't have protected him. Now, he not only wants to send Lu Xingli away, but also plans to call and scold that confused old Jang. What kind of people have I gotten involved with? He waved his hand at Lu Xingli. All right, stop arguing. The punishment from the army won't change. You'd better go pack your things quickly. Lu Xingli wanted to say something, but seeing Commander Chen's furious look, he backed down. He left in shame. Meanwhile, Li, who had been waiting under the nearby eaves, saw Lu Xingli come out and hurried over. Seeing his dejected look, Lily secretly thought things looked bad, but she still tried to comfort him. Old Lu, how did it go? Lu Xingli looked at Lily with empty eyes. Commander Chen said the punishment stays. I should go pack my things. He didn't tell anyone about how Commander Chen scolded him. He still had some pride. Lily pursed her lips, seeming surprised that Commander Chen didn't show respect to her friend. She thought for a moment and then said, Old Lu, if you leave, what will happen to Jianwei? Maybe we should go find Qian Se? Commander Wang is so kind to him. If he asks for help, I won't go beg that rebellious son of mine. Lu Xingli gritted his teeth angrily. If it weren't for Lu Qianse, he wouldn't be so humiliated. Now, asking Lu Qianse for help, he couldn't do it. Even if he had to meet Lu Qianse, it should be the rebellious son himself bowing and apologizing. Seeing Lu Xingli's fierce expression, Li Li's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Her son came to the island where Lu Qianse was just to suck up to him. With Lu Xingli around, it would be easy to make Lu Qianse give in. If he wanted the troops to respect him, he had to be obedient to Lu Xingli. Later, Wu Jianwei wanted to succeed on the island. Just making Lu Xingli ask Lu Qianse for trouble a few times would be enough. But if Lu Xingli was sent back home, their plan would fall apart. No, it was impossible. Li quickly grabbed Lu Xingli to comfort him. Old Lu, what are you thinking? No matter what, Lu Qianse is your son. No matter what, he has to respect you. And he might even do small favors for you, right? Lu Xingli paused, feeling that she might be right. He was Lu Qianse's father. Fathers don't admit they are wrong to their sons. And if it weren't for that little troublemaker he married, he wouldn't have lost such a big person. All this was Lu Qianse's fault. But as long as he could fix the problem of being sent back, he might forgive him. Lu Xingli thought this, tidied his wet clothes, and said, Let's go to their house now. He turned to leave, but Li stopped him again. Lu Xingli was a bit annoyed. What do you want? His eyebrows furrowed deeply as he looked at Li with displeasure. Old Lu, isn't that for your own good? Li sighed. I asked around, and the boat only comes every 3 days. So, even if Commander Wang wants to send you back, we still have some time. There's no rush. Lu Xingli finally relaxed and looked less worried than before. Seeing this, Li continued, Old Lu, I know you're upset with Qianse, but for Jianwei's sake, please be patient. After all, we will rely on Jianwei when we grow old. Although Lu Xingli was a bit annoyed, he thought about Lu Qianse's reckless nature and knew he couldn't count on him in the future. Now, he could only depend on his younger son. He took a deep breath and finally nodded. Li finally felt relieved. The next day, Sangqing woke up and found the sky still gray. It wasn't because she woke up early but because it was cloudy. Sangqing staggered out of bed and, as usual, drank a cup of spiritual spring water before her mind slowly booted up. Yesterday, she thought she had pushed Lu Qianse to his limit, expecting him to give up. But she didn't expect that she only acted boldly for a short while. The rest of the time, just thinking about it made her mind want to block it out. She wondered if Lu Qianse had somehow opened his energy channels because his service attitude was unbelievably good. She admitted that she was a bit obsessed with Lu Qianse's good looks yesterday. Completely captivated. Yes, literally, she was obsessed with his beauty and couldn't get free. Who could understand that yesterday, Lu Qianse was so careless and energetic?
Sigh.
It's all debts. Sangqing patted her little head, planning to shake out all the useless thoughts inside. But as she looked up, she saw Lu Qianse entering the room. Sangqing. Wait, why isn't this person in the military? She suddenly remembered and reached out to pull the fallen blanket, her small face puffed up with anger as she looked at Lu Qianse, as if he were some kind of rogue. Lu Qianse was amused by her little expression. He closed the door and locked it casually. Seeing this, Sangqing hugged the blanket and hurriedly backed into the corner. Lu Qianse. He looked at her helplessly and stretched out his arms. Be good. I prepared breakfast for you. Get up and get dressed quickly. These past 2 days, Sangqing's initiative had allowed him to enjoy a luxurious meal. Spring water nourished Sangqing even more, making him feel refreshed and happy. Of course, he was no longer in such a hurry. Sangqing squinted his beautiful peach blossom eyes, looked at Lu Qianze with some disbelief, and then slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Lu Qianze couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out and directly hugged her along with the blanket. I haven't dressed yet. Sangqing struggled a little like a small kitten inside the blanket, then Lu Qianze gave her a few gentle kisses on her face. Sangqing, no, she couldn't be dirty early in the morning. She lay in Lu Qianze's arms, feeling hopeless, and completely calmed down. Lu Qianze was really charmed by her cuteness. He held her and sat on a stool, helping her get dressed and wash up. Afterward, he gently kissed her little face again. Breakfast has millet porridge and your favorite steamed buns. Do you want to eat outside or should I bring it in? Lu Qianze's voice was full of affection. Sangqing decisively shook her head. No, my face doesn't smell good at all. A fairy wouldn't eat without perfume. Lu Qianze's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at the skincare products beside Sangqing. His eyes darkened a little. Are you sure you want me to help you apply it? Sangqing didn't speak. She simply raised her little face. Lu Qianze restrained himself, closing his eyes briefly. No, he shouldn't think such inappropriate thoughts. He took a deep breath and carefully applied the skincare product on Sangqing's small face. His rough fingertips almost left red marks on her fair skin. Suddenly, Lu Qianze felt his throat go dry. His eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly didn't want her to go out to eat. Maybe it would be better to sit on the bed and feed her bite by bite. Thinking this, Lu Qianze leaned down slowly, eager to taste his fragrant wife again.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Suddenly, knocking on the door interrupted the romantic atmosphere in the room. Lu Qianze's eyebrows twitched subtly. He patted the person in his arms and said, "Stay in the room. I'll go see what's going on." Don't. Sangqing immediately hugged Lu Qianze's neck, without thinking. Before she could finish her words, the door was knocked again. This time, the knocking was much louder than before. Lu Qianze, open the door for me. The courtyard gate was kicked loudly, and the voice belonging to Lu Xingli came through the door. Lu Qianze sighed softly. It seems I don't need to go outside to know what's happening. He paid no attention to the people outside the yard and instead looked at Sangqing. So, wife, do you want to have breakfast inside the room or go out? Of course, we should go out to eat. Sangqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. There's good food and entertainment. We don't get many chances like this. Lu Qianze looked at Sangqing with a helpless smile, pinched her nose gently, and said, "You're so naughty." Although he said this, he still followed Sangqing's suggestion and carried her to the bench in the yard. Lu Xingli. Outside the yard, Lu Xingli stood there, glaring fiercely as he saw Lu Qianze come out of the house. He stared hard at both Lu Qianze and Sangqing. At first, he thought they weren't home because he didn't see them. If he had kicked down the gate then, he was worried that his rebellious son might use the opportunity to claim they lost something and cause trouble. Now that he saw Lu Qianze, he didn't hesitate. He kicked open the wooden door and then entered with Li. Lu Qianze caught the movement from the corner of his eye, his expression darkening for a moment. Then he picked up a small steamed bun from the table and placed it on Sangqing's plate. "Eat your breakfast first, then watch the show," he whispered to Sangqing, still ignoring the two people entering. Lu Xingli's face darkened further. His voice rose another level. "Lu Qianze, did you hear me? Go and tell Commander Chen to revoke the order to send us back. Do you hear me?" Lu Qianze slowly put down his chopsticks, looked up at Lu Xingli, and said calmly, "I am just a squad leader. I have no authority to interfere with the battalion commander's decisions." His voice was steady, without any emotion, and his gaze at Lu Xingli was cold, as if he was looking at a stranger who didn't matter. "Not authorized? I think you just don't want to care. I am your father. How can you just watch me be driven away and let your brother suffer too? Don't you have any conscience?" Lu Xingli was almost furious, shouting loudly at Lu Qianze. Sangqing's delicate eyebrows furrowed immediately. "If I remember correctly, you came here today to beg my man, right? Is this how you show your gratitude?" She really couldn't stand Lu Xingli's self-righteous attitude. Some people seem like decent folks, but in reality, they are just animals hiding behind human skin. He hasn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, yet he still wants to enjoy the rights of being one. Even though she knew the original story, she still felt uncomfortable with Lu Xingli. No, this animal. Lu Qianche's usually calm black eyes flickered slightly when Sangqing said, "My man." Lu Xingli also seemed to notice. He thought that Lu Qianche had always admired him since childhood and probably wanted his approval as a father. As long as he could settle the issue of deportation with Commander Chen today and give Sangqing a good scolding, he could forgive him this time. Thinking this, Lu Xingli raised his chin slightly, almost looking down his nose at people. "I tell you, Lu Qianche, you'd better go to Commander Chen right now to solve this problem, or I will never forgive you." Sangqing's bite on her bun suddenly lost its flavor. Good grief, how can this person be more disgusting than greasy food? She looked at the small steamed bun with disgust, and then glared at Lu Xingli with even more contempt. "Can you be any more disgusting? Did your brain get washed with dirt when your mother gave birth to you? Is that why you keep spitting out such gross things to disgust others?" Sangqing's words completely enraged Lu Xingli. His forehead veins bulged as he pointed at her nose and shouted, "You uneducated little brat. Do I look like I care if you curse at me?" "Exactly. I was just cursing. You uneducated old thing born from a worthless woman." Sangqing didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, and she shot back immediately. Lu Xingli was stunned by the insult. Seeing he couldn't match her, he turned and started yelling at Lu Qianche. "Lu Qianche, you ungrateful traitor. How dare you let your wife curse at me? If I had known you were such a thing, I should have drowned you in a urine bucket back then. So, I wouldn't have to be angry now." Lu Qianche listened to these vicious curses, but not a muscle on his face twitched. He had been immune to this so-called father for a long time. Since he was a child, being repeatedly cursed by him, he had already stopped seeing him as a father. But that didn't matter. It didn't mean Sangqing felt the same. She firmly grabbed Lu Qiance's hand and angrily glared at Lu Xingli. "Your mother gave birth to you, a blind and heartless old man. Why didn't she drown you in a bucket? So you wouldn't run wild on the island. I tell you, Lu Qianze is now part of our Sang family. If you dare to curse him again, you'll regret it." Lu Xingli really wanted to curse a few more words, but thinking about Commissar Wang's favoritism towards Sangqing, he closed his mouth again. He clenched his teeth and changed his words. "Fine, fine, you're all so impressive." Lu Qianze had never seen Lu Xingli suddenly stop cursing him before. Sure enough, his wife was more powerful. Lu Qianze thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Xingli with a cold expression. "Even if you curse until your throat bleeds, it won't change the fact that you're being sent back. You might as well save your energy and think about how to find another way for your useless stepson. After all, without your support, he won't know how he'll be treated. You dare." Lu Xingli trembled with anger, his finger trembling as he was about to curse Lu Qianze again. Smack! A teacup was thrown directly at Lu Xingli's feet, startling him. Sangqing's pretty face lifted, her voice bright and sharp. "Old Deng, are you done yet? I just said, if you dare to curse him again, you'll regret it." Li Li, who had followed Lu Xingli inside, quickly reached out and pulled him, then whispered, "Old Lu, this is more important." She had thought that after Lu Xingli arrived, he would have the upper hand. Maybe Lu Qianze would even apologize to them. Who knew that Lu Xingli not only failed to gain the upper hand, but was also scolded harshly by Sangqing. She didn't dare to argue with this woman anymore. Her face was still swollen from the beating. Lu Xingli's brows furrowed again and again, finally biting his teeth and looking at Lu Qianze. "Just tell me, how can I go find Commander Chen to cancel the deportation?" He couldn't curse anymore now, only glaring at Lu Qianze with clenched teeth and gritted anger. Lu Qianze was about to speak when Sangqing stopped him. Her small hand naturally rested on his tense arm, but her gaze was on Lu Xingli as she said, "It's possible, but you have to cut ties with my man." From now on, you go your way, he goes his, and never cross paths again. Sangqing remembered that in the original story, Lu Qianze was always tormented by his family. Even after the heroine, Jiang Mengmeng, married into their family, Lu Qianze was the one who endured everything quietly. By the end of the book, she never saw Lu Qianze show any feelings toward the Lu family. Instead, the heroine used her role as a caring daughter-in-law to establish her position in the family. It was then that Sangqing realized the story seemed to end with Lu Qianze and her adopting a 5-year-old child. The book only mentioned that Lu Qianze loved this daughter very much. She couldn't remember how he felt about the heroine. While Sangqing was carefully recalling the details of the story, Lu Xingli's voice suddenly rang out. Cutting ties? Don't even think about it. That's impossible. Although he didn't like Lu Qianze, he was his only blood relative. If his son was disobedient, a few spankings would do. Ending the relationship was absolutely out of the question. Sangqing nonchalantly curled her lips and playfully played with Lu Qianze's fingers. She casually replied, "Disagree? Then you'd better go back quickly and wait to be sent away." Lu Xingli's face darkened with anger. He instinctively raised his hand again, but Sangqing spoke first. "I warn you, old man. Keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, do you believe I'll have your whole family kicked out of the island?" Sangqing was just bluffing. She knew she probably didn't have the ability to do that. But Lu Qianze was the hero of the story. The hero always had some special connections or abilities, right? With a little effort, it wouldn't be impossible to clear out this troublesome family. Seeing her confident tone and the expressionless but deeply observant son beside her, Lu Xingli felt a bit uneasy. This woman was close to the political officer, who was trusted by the brigade commander. She might really pull something off. After all, he had only argued with her a few times, and she could get the political officer to send him away. If he really made a move, she might cause some trouble again. He forced himself to maintain his composure, turning his anger toward Lu Qianze as if he was the real culprit. "Are you just going to watch this outsider bully your own father?
Huh?
Where's your filial piety? Has it been eaten by dogs?" Lu Qianze's face, usually indifferent, finally showed a hint of emotion. He slightly raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Lu Xingli. "Qingqing is my legally married wife. You are just an outsider." His voice was calm but carried a biting coldness. Lu Qianze paused after speaking and glanced at Lu Xingli and Li Li. The sarcasm in his eyes almost became real. "As for filial piety, am I not learning from you? Now it's just a case of, like father, like son. After all, when we were at home, you also listened to her words. I guess that's inherited. You rebellious son." Lu Xingli felt his chest tighten with anger. Li Li quickly stepped forward to support Lu Xingli. She pretended to comfort him and said, "Old Lu, don't get so angry. What's the point of arguing with the kids? Qianze, he's just talking out of anger. Blood ties and family love aren't so easy to break. Let's go along with it for now. Later, if something really happens in the family, he won't just ignore you, right?" Her words seemed to be helping Lu Xingli find a way out, but in fact, she was trying to use this chance to completely drive Lu Qianze out of the Lu family. As long as Lu Qianze and Lu Xingli are no longer connected, everything in the Lu family will belong to her son. Sangqing Yuan watched Li Li sneakily and knew that breaking the family ties was almost certain to succeed. Li Li probably thought that because Lu Xingli had some family wealth, she wanted to kick Lu Qianze out. But from the story in the book, the Lu family has been draining Lu Qianze's resources from the start. He is the protagonist, and the good life the Lu family has now is all thanks to Lu Qianze's hero aura. Li Li thought that kicking Lu Qianze out would solve everything. In reality, their unlucky days are still ahead. Driving the god of wealth out of the house. What a great move. Thinking of this, Sangqing Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted to Lu Qianze. She gently squeezed his big hand, her bright eyes filled with a bit of pity as she looked at him. Lu Qianze was momentarily stunned, then quickly wrapped her hand tightly in his palm. The warm, dry touch strangely eased the violent storm in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Xingli pondered for a moment and suddenly felt that Li Li's words made sense. Even if they cut ties, he would still be his father. This thing could never be changed in his lifetime. Perhaps that's what Lu Qiansa was thinking, trying to use retreat to attract his attention. He really hopes to receive his father's love, doesn't he?
Oh.
It's a pity. This time, he truly angered him. Lu Xingli thought this, and sneered coldly. He turned to Lu Qianche and the others.
Fine.
Break it off. You'd better not regret it. Lu Qianche didn't answer Xingli. Instead, he looked at Sangqing, who had been sitting quietly. He felt that his wife wouldn't give up so easily. Sure enough, in the next moment, her red lips curved into a smile as she softly said, "Since you're breaking ties, then return all the money and things that belong to my man, without missing a single cent." She remembered when Lu Qianche first joined the army. He was young then, and his allowance was often taken by Xingli, who used his authority as a father figure to seize it. If Lu Qianche hadn't been transferred far away, he might have suffered Xingli's trouble for a long time. Even if it was just a few years, she couldn't let Xingli get his hands on Lu Qianche's money. Xingli immediately changed his face and refused to admit it. "What are you talking about? Break it off. It's already over. There's nothing left to divide. That money was already ours." Sangqing wasn't angry. She looked at them with cool, beautiful eyes and lightly opened her teeth. Not willing to share, as she spoke, she reached out with her small hand, pulling herself up with Lu Qianche's help, then slowly took a few steps toward Xingli and the others. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Sangqing. She calmly took a handkerchief from her pocket and threw it in front of her. Then, following the strength of Lu Qianche's arm, she sat down slowly on the handkerchief, like a slow-motion scene from a movie. Once she was seated steadily, she released Lu Qianche's hand and pouted cutely. "Oh no! I was pushed down. Someone help. Someone hit me. I'm dizzy. I see stars. I can't go on. Arrest the person and put them in jail." Her exaggerated acting was very effective. This smooth move made her look like a crazy scammer, which made Xingli so angry he stomped his feet. He was practically running in place. Li Li's eyes flickered, and she sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started shouting, "Help! Someone! Shut up!" Sangqing suddenly pointed at her, scolding fiercely. "Stop making noise.
You scared me.
I have a terrible headache now. I tell you, I can't get up today without 2,000 yuan. 2,000? That's just too much." Lu Xingli was furious. He pointed at Sangqing and shouted, "You little brat, today I will teach you a lesson. Let you see how many eyes Lord Ma really has." He was about to rush forward when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Qingqing, is someone bullying you?" "I just heard it from far away." Before Fong Chua finished speaking, she saw Sangqing sitting on the ground in the yard, looking helpless, and the fierce Lu family couple. Poor Qingqing was sitting there so weak and defenseless, clearly bullied badly. Fong Chua instantly exploded. She threw her basket onto the ground with a loud bang, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed over. "How dare you bully my sister when I'm not around? Do you think she has no family? Old fools." Fong Chua said this, then swung her strong arms, slapping Lu Xingli and Li Li with one slap each.
Bang!
Bang! Two crisp, loud slaps echoed, with a slight reverberation, hitting Lu Xingli and Li Li perfectly on their faces. Lu Xingli was slapped so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. He spun around almost a full circle, his old face swelling visibly and rapidly. He didn't expect Fong Chua to be so strong. Seeing her about to attack again, he roared fiercely. "Enough! Enough? Not even close." Fong Chua was still furious and refused to stop. She swung both hands, slapping Lu Xingli and Li Li without mercy, cursing loudly as she fought. "How dare you bully our Qingqing? Do you think I'm dead? Today, I will beat the crap out of you until you're clean. What are you? A heartless, rotten old beast with a troublemaker? I spit on you." Fong Chua became more and more skilled, hitting them so hard they spun like whirling tops.
Sangqing watched happily.
Yesterday, to thank Fong Chua, she specially brewed flower tea for her with spiritual spring water. She didn't expect there would be an extra surprise today. Fong Chua's slap was so powerful it could spin Lu Xingli around, almost twice the strength of a healthy adult man. Lu Xingli and Li Li were beaten so badly by Fong Chua that they had no way to fight back. They had no one to blame but themselves. Lu Xingli couldn't take the beating anymore and cried out, "Stop hitting me. Stop. I give up. I split from my family. I will go back and prepare the money." Sangqing then brushed the dust off her clothes and stood up, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll pay 2,000. My husband will pay 2,000, so you only need to prepare 4,000.
I won't argue about the rest."
She believed the Lu family could come up with that money, especially since recently, Lu Xingli had spent 4,000 trying to help Wu Jianwei solve his problems. She had already planned to get this money first, just to see how Lu Xingli would help his stepson without it. Lu Xingli wanted to bargain, but before he could speak, Fong Chua slapped him hard across the face with a loud smack. He swallowed his remaining words, and his last bit of resistance was completely crushed.
Fine.
"I'll give it. I'll go gather the money right now." Lu Xingli covered his swollen face, completely out of patience. Li Li, standing beside him, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing Fong Chua raise her hand again, Lu Xingli and Li Li hurriedly scrambled and ran away from the small yard that had hurt them both physically and emotionally. Sangqing watched the annoying people leave, then quickly ran over, affectionately hugging Fong Chua's arm, and said sweetly, "Sister Fong, you were so impressive just now. But next time, don't use so much strength. Just slap them a few times for fun. Don't hurt your hand." Fong Chua casually shook her hand, still feeling the satisfying rush from the fight. Since she left the army, she had never felt so good after a fight. Feeling the unusual strength inside her, she couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, my good sister, I feel so energized today." Slapping them was like scratching an itch. It was so easy. I think if 10 or even 20 of them came at me, I could take them all down. She lowered her voice, with a hint of excitement. "Next time someone dares to bother you, just call me. I promise I'll handle them properly." The head of the army had personally instructed her to protect Sangqing, this precious girl, and not let her get hurt. So, she was just carrying out her duty. Taking 2 unruly family members with the troops is definitely for the good of the people and is entirely justified. Fong Chua thought of this, and then remembered the basket she had just brought over. Oh, right. She hurriedly checked the basket on the ground, lifted the blue cloth cover, revealing a few items inside. Golden, crispy fried fish pieces, and several tempting seaweed pancakes. "Here, try this. I made it early this morning using the freshest seafood from our island." Just to change things up, Sangqing's eyes immediately lit up. She happily took Fong Chua's arm and swung it gently. "Thank you, Sister Fong. These look so delicious. Let's go inside and try them." The 2 women chatted and laughed as they turned to walk into the house. Meanwhile, Lu Qianche, standing in the yard, looked past the empty gate toward the direction where Lu Xingli and Li Li had disappeared. His deep eyes were filled with dark, unbreakable shadows. It seemed that this so-called father of his was still too idle, having so much energy to cause trouble for his wife. It was time to give him something to do. At this age, isn't it the perfect time to work hard? Meanwhile, Lu Xingli and Li Li returned to their place looking disheveled and exhausted. As soon as they entered, Lu Xingli's accumulated anger and humiliation erupted like a volcano. He suddenly kicked over a wooden stool in the corner, which crashed loudly. Then he grabbed a porcelain cup from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. The whole room was filled with the sound of breaking porcelain. He looked like a trapped wild animal, eyes red, wildly smashing whatever cheap things he could find to vent his frustration over the helplessness he felt because of Lu Qianche. Li Li shrank back by the door, too scared to make a sound. Just then Wu Jianwei, who had finished treating his facial wounds at the clinic, returned. As soon as he saw the mess and his adoptive father's wild state, he was startled and almost ran away. Fortunately, He spotted Li Li cowering nearby and exchanged a look with her. He immediately stepped forward and held Lu Xingli back. "Dad, please don't do this. You're risking your health. Maybe you and Mom should go back together. I've endured some hardships on the island, but I can handle it. I don't want to see you suffer like this for me." His words, a gentle retreat, directly struck Lu Xingli's heart. Sure enough, when Lu Xingli heard this, his anger eased a little. He grabbed Wu Jianwei's arm and said bitterly, "Jianwei, you're just too kind. That rebellious son is only acting like this because I've been too good to you. He wants to force me to give you up?
Dream on."
I will never let him succeed." Wu Jianwei secretly felt pleased. The deeper the misunderstanding between the father and son, the easier it would be for him to get resources from Lu Xingli. Next to them, Li Li saw that Lu Xingli was calmer and spoke up, "Old Lu. But Qiansa seems determined to cut ties with the family this time." "Determined?
Ha!
Then I'll help him do it." Lu Xingli gritted his teeth, his face twitching with anger. "He wants to cut ties? Fine. I'll cut all ties with him. So he won't think he's the only son I have and I won't dare do anything to him. If they cut ties, what else could he use to threaten him?" Li Li finally relaxed, but when she thought of Sangqing, she couldn't help but add, "Old Lu, that Sangqing is asking for 4,000 yuan. Are we really going to give it? That's a lot of money. Refuse?" Lu Xingli suddenly glared at her fiercely. "Refuse? Do you want our family to be driven out of the island by that little brat? Do you want Jianwei's future to be ruined too?" Wu Jianwei saw Lu Xingli angry and quickly joined in. "Mom, don't worry. Even if Dad gives the money to Brother Qianso, it's still our money in the end." He deliberately used this to hint at Lu Xingli. He didn't want the money to fall into Qianso's hands. He wanted Lu Xingli to understand that the money was only temporarily with Qianso and he would get it back. Thinking this, Wu Jianwei continued, "He's Dad's real son. Once Brother Qianso calms down, he'll definitely return the money. I know him well. He's just angry for now and won't be truly heartless." Lu Xingli also thought this way inside. He believed his son was still his son. Even if he caused trouble now, he would eventually soften. "Humph. He's gone too far this time. I have to teach him a lesson. Let him see that without me he's nothing." He sneered coldly and told Li Li, "Go. Take out the money we brought. Enough for 4,000. I'll go to the political commissar now and cut ties with that rebellious son." Li Li and Wu Jianwei exchanged a glance, their eyes shining with excitement almost spilling out. Lu Xingli knew that Lu Qiansa was only his son. Once they cut ties, he would be completely sidelined. All of the Lu family's assets and future possessions would belong to them, mother and son. Li Li thought quickly and started rummaging through boxes, pretending to be casual while adding more words. "Old Lu, don't be too angry. Qiansa is grown up now. We didn't give him much for his wedding, so this 4,000 yuan can be seen as a wedding gift." She deliberately emphasized the words, wedding gift, trying to appear generous and also to hurt Lu Xingli again. Sure enough, Lu Xingli got even angrier. "Wedding gift? What wedding gift? He married such a troublemaker and I didn't break his legs. That's good enough. And now he wants a gift? Dream on." His dislike for Sangqing had reached its peak. He refused to give money for Lu Qiansa to marry her. Dream on. Wu Jianwei was even happier now. But he still acted like a respectful son, supporting Lu Xingli. "Dad, I'll go with you to see the political officer. This whole thing is because of me." Lu Xingli looked at his thoughtful and considerate stepson, patted his shoulder gently, and softened his tone. "You're the sensible one, Jianwei. You understand what's best for the family." When they arrived at the political officer's office, he wanted Lu Qiansa to see what kind of son deserved to stand by his side. So, the family of 3 from the Lu household, with 4,000 yuan and their own thoughts, left the house. Inside the officer's office, it was very quiet. Lu Xingli's family had been there for a while, but Lu Qiansa and Sangqing hadn't arrived yet. Li Li and Wu Jianwei looked anxiously at the door, while Lu Xingli, who was usually angry, appeared calmer. He knew Lu Qiansa wouldn't cut ties with him. His wife had just been acting up in front of him, and now Lu Qiansa was probably giving her a stern talk at home. He thought, how can a woman be the head of a man?
Ha!
Lu Xingli thought this, and picked up the nearby tea to drink. Just as he was about to finish his tea and leave, the door to the officer's office was pushed open. Seeing Lu Qianza and Sangqing enter, Lu Xingli's face immediately darkened. Lu Qianza. Lu Xingli's eyes showed clear anger. Are you really going to cut ties with me? Just for this woman. You don't even want your father, he spoke with a hint of gritted teeth. But in front of Commissar Wang, he dared not make a move. Lu Qianza didn't even flick his eyebrows. His voice was calm. To let your beloved stepson properly inherit all your family assets, of course, I have to cut ties. He paused here, about to say more, when he suddenly felt a soft little hand quietly hold his. It was Sangqing. Her slender fingers slipped into his palm, gently curling, offering silent comfort. Lu Qianza felt the delicate touch in his palm. The frozen wasteland in his heart seemed to be warmed by a gentle breeze, cracking open a tiny gap. He instinctively looked at Sangqing. Seeing her full of concern, the sarcasm he was about to speak caught in his throat. A strange, unfamiliar feeling surged in his heart. Since his wife saw him as someone needing protection, he didn't mind pretending a little, letting his wife worry about him more. Lu Qianza's eyelids drooped slightly. He said nothing more, only tightened his grip on her small hand. Wu Jianwei had been quietly watching Lu Qianza. Seeing he didn't argue with Lu Xingli, he worried there might be more changes about the family separation, so he quickly stepped forward and started his sweet talk act. Dad, don't get upset. Brother Qianza is probably just angry words. Blood ties are not so easy to cut. Brother Qianza, calm down too. Dad is old and can't handle all this. Let's talk nicely, we're all family. Before he finished, Sangqing felt a surge of anger rising. It was Wu Jianwei, usually stirring trouble in the Lu family, that caused her husband to suffer so much. Since Lu Xingli and Li Li had been dealt with, Wu Jianwei couldn't be left unscathed either. After all, they were a loving family, right? Sangqing raised her hand and patted Lu Qianza, saying, Captain Lu, see? Why can others be so at ease in front of that old man? Because they know how to flatter. Based on his stubborn attitude, if he were in ancient palace, he would be a high-ranking eunuch in charge of the inner court. Her voice was clear and bright, and she spoke without trying to hide anything. Everyone in the office of the political commissar almost heard her. Ha, cough, cough. Commissar Wang couldn't hold back his laughter. He quickly covered his mouth with his fist, pretending to cough. Lu Qianza looked down at the small cat beside him, which was acting fierce to protect him. The dark feelings in his eyes quietly disappeared, replaced by full indulgence. He couldn't help but gently stroke Sangqing's soft hair, feeling warm inside. When he was young at the Lu family, life wasn't very happy, but he didn't have any expectations for them, so he didn't feel much emotion. Their sarcastic words couldn't hurt him. They were like a toad on his foot, annoying but not biting. That's why he went so far away to join the army. Lu Qianza once thought he would be lonely all his life, so besides doing his missions, he was indifferent to everything. Until he met Sangqing, who was like sunlight shining in, letting him see the colors of the world. Now, being protected by his wife, it feels really good. So many people, but his wife only focuses on him. Just thinking about this makes him tremble all over. Sangqing looked at Lu Qianza trembling slightly, feeling even more sad. In the original story, only a few words described Lu Qianza's childhood, being smart early on, not wanting to get close to others. But to Sangqing, these were signs that Lu Qianza had been bullied a lot as a child, making him sensitive and fragile, so he closed himself off. No one must have protected him like this, which is why she stepped forward and made him so touched. Look at how wrong the child has been. Sangqing's protective instinct suddenly exploded, and she was ready to fight. She pointed at Wu Jianwei with her small hand. Hey, now my man is cutting ties with his father, and you're fully responsible. Besides the 4,000, you also have to pay my man 1,000 yuan for emotional damages. Wu Jianwei stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Why? Because of your sarcastic, unmanly, and pretentious attitude, which seriously hurt my fragile little heart, Sangqing said confidently, covering her chest with one hand, looking disgusted. Seeing his beloved stepchild being treated so unfairly, Lu Xingli's forehead veins bulged with anger. He shouted at Sangqing, "You're talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with Jianwei. It's this stubborn kid's own fault. He can't tolerate anyone," Sangqing immediately sneered. She looked at Lu Xingli and said, "Try yelling at him again? Believe it or not, I might just lie down on the ground right now. Then, it won't be just 5,000 yuan to settle this. You're extorting me." Pure extortion. Lu Xingli trembled with anger. He turned to Commander Wang and said, "Commander Wang,
Look.
you saw it. She's just trying to cheat money." Commander Wang picked up his teacup, blew on the foam slowly, and didn't even lift his eyelids. "The sea breeze is strong today. Maybe my eyes are full of sand." His biased words were obvious. Lu Xingli's heart sank. He knew that the commander was determined to side with Lu Qianze and Sangqing. His face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and almost squeezed out a few words. "Fine. 5,000. I agree." Just as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open from outside. General Chen entered and saw the scene inside. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on here?" Lu Xingli thought General Chen was there to support him, so he rushed forward immediately. "General Chen, you've got to help me. This woman is openly extorting me, forcing me to pay 5,000 yuan, or she won't let me stay on the island." General Chen frowned slightly and looked at Sangqing. "Comrade Sang, is this true?" Sangqing pouted her lips. "Yes, I do want 5,000 yuan. But 4,000 of it is from this old man, the old comrade who voluntarily gave me compensation for mental suffering and for Lu Qianze's disownment. The remaining 1,000 is compensation from Wu Jianwei to my husband. He got a good deal, and I think it's too little." She blinked innocently, speaking reasonably and convincingly. Lu Xingli hurried to defend himself. "Captain." She agreed that if I disowned Lu Qianze and paid her, she wouldn't report me. "She's just trying to cheat me." After hearing this, General Chen nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Lu Xingli. "Comrade Lu, I think Comrade Sang's request is quite reasonable." "What?" Lu Xingli simply couldn't believe his ears. Commander Chen spoke calmly again. "Because your previous words and actions hurt Comrade Xiao Sang, the organization is considering repatriating you. Now, Comrade Xiao Sang, as the victim, is willing to accept your financial compensation and use this as one condition not to insist on repatriation. This is fair and reasonable." Crazy. Crazy. This world is crazy. A respected battalion commander. How can he say such inhumane things? Fair and reasonable? Where is it fair? Where is it reasonable? Are all the principles only Xiao Sang's principles? Is that right? Lu Xingli felt his vision go black, almost spitting out old blood. He thought Commander Chen would at least say a few words for him, but even the commander said this. What can he do now? He can only accept it. Lu Xingli took a deep breath and said, "I only have 4,000 yuan now. I can't pay the 1,000 right now. That 1,000 is Wu Jianwei's compensation. I can have the political commissar deduct it from his salary." Before Lu Xingli finished speaking, Sangqing made the decision for them. "But I don't trust you, so I need a written IOU. Lu Xingli, that Lili, that Wu Jianwei. Is this woman a devil? Why does she speak so naturally?" Lu Xingli clenched his teeth angrily and forced himself to say, "Okay, I'll write the IOU." Sangqing looked at Lu Xingli's pained expression and whispered to Lu Qianzu, "Didn't expect your family to be quite rich?" For 1,000 yuan just like that. Since the opening, the Sang family had been doing business for a few years, so having some savings was normal. But Lu Xingli's family didn't seem like they were in business. They actually had so much money? Lu Qianzu slightly leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "My grandfather and grandmother are red capitalists, but they left some savings. However, since my mother passed away, most of it should be in his hands." Sangqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly.
Wow.
Turns out her mother-in-law, whom she never met, left quite a bit of good stuff. That really was all for this old guy? She had planned to wait a few more days before moving out of the Liu family home, but now she realized that delays could cause more problems, so she decided to act today. Sangqing thought for a moment and then gently shook Liu Qian's arm. Brother Liu, I remember you said before that my mother-in-law left a family heirloom for the future daughter-in-law. Should I get it now? She spoke softly, with a knowing look in her eyes, clearly implying her request. Her sweet, coaxing voice was just loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. Liu Qianso was initially surprised, but he quickly understood what this little girl was after. Seeing her acting cute, he really wanted to carry her home and have a good talk with her. Especially when he heard her call him brother so softly, he felt even more reluctant to stay. He tried to control the strong feelings in his eyes and nodded calmly. Yes, my mother did say she has a good pair of jade bangles meant for the daughter-in-law. His gaze shifted to Liu Xingli, who looked pale and miserable. His tone was steady, but carried an invisible pressure. Comrade Liu Xingli, since today is the day of separation, the items my mother left should be returned to me and Qingqing, right? Liu Xingli clenched his teeth loudly when he heard Liu Qian's words, wishing he could swallow this rebellious son whole. Ha! He thought that because Commander Qin was here and someone was backing him up, he could act recklessly. Liu Xingli sneered inwardly, feeling confident that this arrogant boy would be embarrassed when he had to apologize later. He was waiting for him to regret his actions. Thinking this, Liu Xingli's mood improved a lot. He looked at Li Li and signaled her to speak. After all, family matters were usually managed by Li Li, including the belongings of Liu Qian's mother. Li Li's face looked unhappy. In her eyes, Liu Qian's mother had been gone for many years, and those belongings belonged to her now. Especially that beautiful pair of jade bangles, which she liked very much. She usually didn't even wear them, and now this little brat was about to take them away. She clenched her fists in secret, but had to force a faint smile under the watchful eyes of Commander Chen and Commissar Wang. Her voice was dry and strained. The items are all at home. Later, Sister Sangqing can come back with us to pick them up. Liu Qiansa was about to refuse, but Sangqing suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "It's perfect. Sister Fong and I are going to check the results in the West anyway, so I'll stop by to pick up the bracelet." She was thinking about all the money and valuables the Liu family had. How could she let them get away with just giving her 2 bracelets? With Fong Chua along, she wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of. Having a witness meant she wouldn't have to worry about the Liu family causing trouble after she took what she wanted. Liu Qiansa looked at Sangqing's pretty face and could almost guess what she was planning. Forget it as long as she's happy. Even without money or valuables, the Liu family could still live well. After all, Liu Xingli had his pension, and taking care of another man's wife and son was exactly what he wanted, wasn't it? Then he should work hard at it. 60 was still a good age to keep striving. At least before he died, he should take good care of his stepson. Otherwise, how could he live up to his so-called fatherly love? "Oh, right. I came here to tell you something," Commander Chen said suddenly, as if he had just remembered, and began to speak again. Earlier, he had sent an orderly to find political commissar Wang, but when he heard that Sangqing was being troubled by the Liu family, he came over himself. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise he would have missed quite the scene. Commissar Wang looked up at Commander Chen in surprise. What matter could be so important that the commander had to come to his office personally? Then he heard Commander Chen say, "In the next few days, Comrade Kong Chuncheng from the Capital Research Institute will be coming to the island for an investigation. He'll also bring along a new student. Make the arrangements when they arrive." Commander Chen gave Commissar Wang a meaningful look. The reason the Capital Research Institute was sending people was, of course, because of the island's recent progress in wind power generation and desalination through electrodialysis. Only internal staff knew that Sangqing was Professor Zhou Wenyuan's student. Since Kong Chunsheng was sent by Professor Zhou, he naturally knew as well. But to everyone else, this was a secret. Even Kong Chunsheng's student didn't have clearance to know. So, the arrangements for receiving Kong Chunqing and his student had to be handled carefully. Commissar Wang nodded. Understood, Commander. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Yes, Commander Chen nodded. Then he looked at the group present and asked, Do you have any other questions? The Liu family of 3 shook their heads together. Since there is no more trouble, Commander Chen said, then hurry up and pay the money. Write the IOU, and don't cause trouble for Commissar Wang. As soon as Commander Chen finished speaking, Wu Jianwei immediately responded, Okay, Commander Chen, don't worry. We won't cause any trouble for Commissar Wang. He then pulled Lu Xingli and Li Li to give the money to the commissar, wrote the IOU, and hurriedly left. He was worried that Commander Chen and the others might give him a hard time, and he also had something he wanted to ask Lu Xingli about, so he was in a rush to leave with them. Commander Chen watched the group walk away, then turned his gaze to Lu Qianza and said, This time, Comrade Kong Chunqing is Zhou Lao's student, which means... He looked again at Sangqing. Sangqing, realizing late, looked at Lu Qianza beside her and asked, The Zhou Lao they mentioned, isn't it the Zhou Lao I know? Lu Qianza looked at Sangqing with some helplessness, then nodded. Yes, it's the Zhou Lao you know, Zhou Wenyuan, Sangqing. She was silent for 3 seconds, then softly asked, So, this Kong Chunqing who came this time is my grand student. Commander Chen nodded with a bit of schadenfreude. Exactly. This time, your grand student also brought a former grand student to the island. But don't worry, Zhou Lao has instructed that your identity must be kept secret. So if Comrade Kong Chunqing has any questions, I will have Captain Lu personally bring you over. You don't need to pay attention to others. Sangqing never expected that a random old man apprentice she met on the train would turn out to be quite capable. Her nominal teacher was even able to get benefits on the island. She remembered Zhou Wenyuan saying before that the apprenticeship ceremony would be made up later. Maybe that was the reason Kong Chunqing came here? TSK, just for the benefits she managed to get, she decided to help his student solve the problems he brought this time. Wu Jianwei hurriedly pulled Lu Xingli and Li Li out of Commissar Wang's office. As soon as they left the military district, Wu Jianwei immediately asked Lu Xingli, Dad, do you know who this Kong Chunqing is? Surprisingly, Commander Chen personally came to Commissar Wang's office to give instructions. He thought this was not an ordinary matter. If a big shot really showed up, he could use this chance to get closer. He realized that although Lu Qianza was a regiment commander, he was favored by Commissar Wang on the island. Because of this, even the regimental commander supported him. To establish himself on the island, his first goal was to win over Commissar Wang. However, due to the breakup of the Liu family, his impression with Commissar Wang was probably not good. So, he decided to change his approach and improve Wang's opinion of him. Lu Xingli was initially confused about why Wu Jianwei was rushing them so quickly. But when he heard Wu's question, he immediately understood. He sighed and said, This person is the director of the Beijing Research Institute. His teacher is even more impressive. It's the legendary Zhou Laozu, Zhou Wenyuan. Kong Chunqing is Zhou Laozu's most talented student, so Commander Chen values him and brought his students here for research. Wu Jianwei nodded seriously. I see. Li Li was nearby, watching Wu Jianwei deep in thought. She cautiously asked, Jianwei, are you interested in this reception task? When they were at their previous base, Wu Jianwei could usually get help from connections to get assigned tasks. But even then, many tasks never reached Wu Jianwei. Now that they just arrived on the island, and Commissar Wang was supporting that troublemaker and the little rascal, he definitely wouldn't give Wu Jianwei the chance to meet important people. Thinking this, Li Li instinctively tried to flatter Lu Xingli. Old Lu, Qianza, is now at odds with us. He probably won't let Commissar Wang assign the task to Jianwei, right? Sigh. She couldn't help but sigh. If I had known he would resist me as his stepmother, I wouldn't have married into this. It's my fault, boo-hoo. Lu Xingli was already annoyed. When he heard Li Li crying and whining in front of him, he felt a headache coming on. But since they had been married for so many years, he was about to comfort her when he saw her face, swollen like a pig's head, pretending to cry. He immediately lost his appetite. Enough, stop crying. You're outside. What kind of act is that? Lu Xingli's voice was very stern. making Li, who was still crying, suddenly stop. She looked at Lu Xingli with some disbelief, as if she couldn't believe he would treat her that way. Li was about to say something, but was pulled aside by Wu Jianwei. He gently shook his head at her, signaling her not to act rashly. Li felt a bit upset and muttered unhappily, "Why are you so harsh with me? Isn't it always my fault?" Wu Jianwei frowned impatiently and directly glared at Li. Right now, he needed the old man's help. Why was his mother causing trouble at this time? Whether he could quickly establish himself on the island depended on whether the old man could help him get this task. They were able to be transferred to this island mainly because of the old man's friends. If he could help by talking to Uncle Zhang, and since Commander Chen cared about Uncle Zhang's reputation, he probably wouldn't refuse, right? Thinking this, Wu Jianwei spoke again. "Mom, Dad is the backbone of our family. Whatever he says, you should just do it. Besides, Dad is in a bad mood and needs to comfort you. As his son, I naturally have to say something." As he spoke, he helped Lu Xingli up. "Dad, I know you usually care most about Mom, but you can't spoil her too much." Lu Xingli's mood improved significantly after Wu Jianwei gave him an excuse. Li, standing nearby, felt a bit uncomfortable. Previously, her son had been scheming against Lu Xingli in front of her, which she didn't think was a problem. She even thought her son was truly talented. His skills were definitely inherited from her. But now that the scheming target was her, she felt very uncomfortable. Li wanted to say something, but saw Wu Jianwei give her a cold glance. Suddenly, she had nothing to say. Seeing this, Wu Jianwei continued to speak beside Lu Xingli. "Dad, you also heard Commander Chen say that Wang Zhengwei is arranging for someone to meet the people coming from Beijing. I was thinking if I can handle this, maybe I can clear up the misunderstanding with Wang Zhengwei and our family." "Misunderstanding?" Lu Xingli raised his eyebrows sharply.
What do you mean by that?
"Does Wang Zhengwei have a misunderstanding about our family?" Wu Jianwei looked at Lu Xingli with a hesitant expression, as if he had made a big decision, and said, "Dad, think about it. Comrade Wang Zhengwei and our family just met for the first time. Why does he look so strange, like he's not really himself?" Li immediately understood what Wu Jianwei was about to say. She quickly nodded and supported him. "That's right. The only person who gets along well with Comrade Wang is Qian, so maybe he doesn't like us, so he told Wang Zhengwei something." Lu Xingli listened to Wu Jianwei and Li speaking together, and his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Seeing this, Wu Jianwei continued to add fuel to the fire. "No matter what Qian told Wang Zhengwei, I believe that if I perform well, Comrade Wang will change his opinion of us. Dad, do you agree?" When he said this, his eyes looked at Lu Xingli with hope. At this point, if Lu Xingli still didn't understand, he would be very foolish. "I knew it. Why would Comrade Wang be so biased against Sangqing and Lu Qian so for no reason? It turns out that rebellious son of ours secretly accused me." Lu Xingli clenched his teeth and said, "But as for the task of hosting visitors from Jingshi, Comrade Wang probably won't give it to you, since you just arrived on the island." Wu Jianwei knew this too. If it weren't for that, he would have gone to fight for it himself. Now, he could only turn to Lu Xingli for help. "Dad, I think this is the fastest way to clear our family's name. If we miss this chance, I worry I might never have a way out on this island." Wu Jianwei's eyelids drooped slightly. "I don't really mind, but I can't bear to see you and Mom suffer because of me." Wu Jianwei's words were sincere, and Lu Xingli was visibly moved. What he cared about most was that phrase, "never have a way out." Wu Jianwei was someone he personally promoted, yet he was still a deputy battalion commander. Lu Qiansu, on the other hand, didn't ask him for help at all and was already a regimental commander. He didn't want to admit that the son he raised himself was not as good as Lu Qiansu, who was left to grow on his own. It felt like he, as a father, had lost. Lu Xingli refused to admit he had lost. He thought for a moment and finally took a deep breath. "All right, I'll talk to Uncle Zhang about it. We'll see how things go later." "Okay. Thank you, Dad." "Yes." The afternoon sun is a bit too hot. The salty, damp sea breeze blows in, bringing the sound of distant waves. Right after lunch, Fong Chua took Sangqing directly to the temporary residence arranged by the Liu family. Ching, when we get to the door, don't say anything. I'll handle the money, so they don't take advantage of your good nature and bully you. Although Fong Chua has seen Sangqing talk a lot, she thinks her little sister is very clever. That's just her special skill. Sangqing knows this is because Fong Chua is kind, so she quickly nods and obediently replies, I promise I will stay behind Sister Fong and not say a word to them. Fong Chua gives a few more instructions before they arrive at the Liu family's door. She knocks and then shields most of Sangqing's body with hers. Soon the door opens. It's Li. Seeing Fong Chua, she tries to smile, but then quickly notices another look in her eyes. Li's face falls before she can even change her expression. I'm here to help Ching get her money. Where are the things you promised? Fong Chua looks at her tired face and doesn't bother to beat around the bush. Li finally reacts. We've prepared everything, Director Fong. Please come in and sit. Miss Qian, you come in too. She's heard that this woman is the island's women's director and also Wang Jingwei's wife. If she can build a good relationship, her son could have a bright future on the island. Seeing how Fong Chua always protects Sangqing, Li knows she's a step late. But as long as she can avoid making Fong Chua dislike her, she considers it a success. She thinks for a moment and then steps aside to let them in. But Fong Chua stands still, arms crossed, showing clear dislike. Our family's door is high, and we're simple country folks. We don't dare to step inside easily. If later you find a needle or a thread missing and blame us, we can't take it. Just stay here and give Ching what's hers. Sangqing silently gives Fong Chua a thumbs up in her heart. Sister Fong is really clever. She originally planned to empty the Liu family's belongings using her space, but now she wouldn't even enter the door. Later, if the Liu family lost something, no one would suspect her. Li's smile froze on her face. She knew Fong Chua was secretly mocking her for calling her simple last time. She cursed Fong Chua silently in her mind for not giving her face, but she still forced a smile. Director Fong, you're talking nonsense. I wouldn't. Enough. Stop talking. Fong Chua interrupted impatiently. Bring the things quickly. We have other things to do. Li was choked and couldn't speak, so she turned around and went back inside angrily. Soon, she came out holding a small, beautiful box. Director Fong, this is the pair of bracelets I mentioned before. I've kept them very well, knowing they're for Qian's wife in the future. Before she finished speaking, Fong's sister handed the box to Sangqing. Ching, you should take a look. We don't see many good things, so it's hard to tell quality. Take a look. Hearing this, Sangqing opened the box and looked inside. It was a pair of high-quality jade bracelets, smooth to the touch, and worth a lot. Sure enough, her mother-in-law's belongings were extraordinary. She closed the lid happily. Sister Fong, no problem. These bracelets are really good. No wonder they're from my mother-in-law. Li listened to their conversation and tried to get closer to Fong Chua again. She adjusted her expression and spoke again. Director Fong, maybe there was a misunderstanding before. I'm straightforward and sometimes speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Fong Chua rolled her eyes directly. A misunderstanding? Don't be silly. I'm just a simple country girl, very honest. I wouldn't have any misunderstanding with someone from the city like you. If she hadn't seen Li before, she might have had some prejudice against her. Maybe a misunderstanding. But she had already been scolded and pointed at the nose by Li. How could there still be a misunderstanding? Humph. Li also felt a bit embarrassed, but she forced herself to speak. Director Fong, since we've met, I realize I was wrong. No, you didn't realize you were wrong. You just can't beat me, Fong Chua said bluntly, giving her no face and criticizing her harshly. I don't care how you persuaded Captain Liu's father, but let me tell you, I am allergic to scheming and sneaky tricks. From now on, don't come to me with that nonsense. After saying this, she didn't look at Li's red and white face, but warmly linked her arm with Sangqing's. Ching, let's go to the beach. I'll show you the new big windmill. It's so impressive. While we're there, we can explore the shallow waters, see if we can catch some small fish or shrimp, and I'll add some to our dinner tonight." Her voice suddenly softened, like she was soothing a child. Compared to how she just spoke to Li, she was like a different person. Sangqing immediately nodded, smiling happily. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Fong." The two of them ignored Li, whose face was dark with anger, and left arm in arm. Li watched them walk away, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. This darn Sangqing. Darn Director Fong. What are they so proud of? She returned to her room feeling more frustrated and resentful. She grabbed an old teacup from the table and threw it hard onto the ground. Li took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down after a long moment. Since Sangqing and the others didn't appreciate her, she decided not to blame herself anymore. Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei went to the grocery store to make a phone call. When they returned, she planned to say that Sangqing had stolen a few hundred yuan from their house. After all, only they had been there, and she had no proof that she hadn't stolen it. Losing a few hundred yuan was just a few hundred. She could put that money into her secret stash later. The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was a good idea. If Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei went to find Sangqing, she could pretend to be generous and not care about the stolen money. Maybe her generous attitude would earn the captain's approval, easing tensions and giving her son a chance to succeed. That settled. Li made up her mind and immediately got up to go to the room where she kept her money and jewelry. But when she reached the bed and opened the metal box on the bedside table, it was completely empty. Her heart skipped a beat. She searched repeatedly for the box's location, but it was still empty. Unwilling to give up, she looked through it several more times, but found nothing. Her face turned pale. Frantically, she hurried to search the locked wooden chest at the bottom of the wardrobe. She usually kept her keys close to her body, so no one could take them away. But when she opened the wooden box, it was empty again. This box held her ex-husband Lu Xingli's dowry, which included gold bars, antiques, and various valuable jewelry. Lu Xingli always kept a close eye on it and never let her take anything out. Now, everything inside was gone. Even the pair of gold earrings she loved to wear was missing. She kept her jewelry in that box. Darn it! Why is it gone?
Why?
Is everything gone? Just moments ago, when she was taking things for Sangqing, there were still items inside. What she didn't know was that, after she took the bracelet, Sangqing, standing behind Fong Chua, had already searched the entire house using her space ability. Anything that was there was now inside Sangqing's space. They didn't leave her a single penny, not to mention the valuable jewelry and antiques. Li felt her vision go black. If those things were lost, Lu Xingli would definitely tear her apart. She clenched her teeth and said, "It's them. It must be Sangqing and Fong Chua who took those things." Although she didn't see them take anything, the only people who could be blamed now were them. She couldn't bear to take the blame herself. Thinking of this, Li suddenly rushed out of the house like crazy. She completely ignored her image and ran wildly toward the direction where Sangqing and Fong Chua had just left. The newly built wind turbine on the beach slowly turned its blades, looking especially impressive on the sandy shore. Many military families brought their children here to see the wind turbine. By the time Li reached the beach, the sea breeze had already messed up her hair. After scanning the area, she saw Sangqing and shouted loudly, "Sangqing! Stop, you thief! Give me back my things." Li's face was twisted with anger, her hair messy, looking like she had lost her mind. Fong Chua was startled by her sudden rush and, almost instinctively, swung her arm and slapped her. Smack! A loud slap, precise and sharp, landed on Li's cheek with a sound of wind. Her strength was so great that she instantly lifted Li off the ground. Everyone around, both adults and children playing, was attracted by the noise and looked over. Oh my goodness, whose family is that soldier's relative? Why bring a crazy person to the island? Isn't that unsafe? I don't know. Recently, 2 families came with the troops. One is Major Lu's wife, and the other seems to be a company commander transferred from elsewhere. I have no idea whose family they are. It definitely can't be Major Lu's family. That beautiful girl earlier is the real family member. Yes, yes. Major Lu's wife is delicate and sweet, and Director Fong is protecting her like a little chick. Haha. That's the new deputy company commander's family. TSK, their family is crazy to bring someone like that along with the troops. Who knows what they're thinking? The crowd's voices buzzed into Lily's ears, making her so angry she almost vomited blood on the spot. Who's the crazy one? You're the crazy ones. Lily sat on the beach, covering her burning face, and started crying loudly. There's no justice. The political commissar's wife is protecting a thief who stole from us. They stole all our money and jewelry. Come on, everyone, tell me what's right. Seeing everyone around looking her way, her crying grew even louder. Oh heavens! Someone is bullying others, stealing and hitting people. Her pitiful crying suddenly quieted the entire beach. Everyone looked at Lily, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground. Then they secretly looked at Fong Chua and Sangqing. Major Lu's wife is so beautiful. It probably isn't her, right? Who says being pretty means you can't steal? But people close to Director Fong aren't exactly good-hearted. I heard her name is Lily, and she's Major Lu's stepdaughter. Oh, a stepdaughter. Now I understand. The crowd's chatter was endless. Fong Chua was so angry she almost laughed at Li's shameless lies. She had kept her distance from her to prevent her from causing trouble. But now they hadn't gone in, and she was blaming them. Li really thought she was a pushover, that she could do whatever she wanted. Darn your 72 twists and spirals. Are you shameless? We didn't even go into your house, so how could we steal from you? You used to bully others, and now you're just spreading lies? Do you think everyone on our island is stupid, letting you spout nonsense here? When Fong Chua spoke, she immediately stunned Lily into silence. Lily hadn't been very loud in the city before, but since coming to the island, she was almost turning into a shrew. Yet it still didn't help her. Seeing Fong Chua ready to argue, Lily shrank back slightly. But thinking of the huge amount of stolen valuables and Lu Xingli's anger aimed at her, she could only grit her teeth and continue crying and shouting on the beach. It was you who stole it. The box of jewelry, antiques, and 3,000 yuan in cash at my home. They were there before. As soon as you left, they were gone. Who else could it be? Hearing Lily's words, the people around immediately exploded with anger. Oh my god, 3,000 yuan. So much money just sitting at home. And you didn't even save some? Rich people. Didn't you hear they also had a box of jewelry and antiques? I saw just now Director Fong and the wife of Captain Lu came over and took a small box. It didn't look like it was full of jewelry and antiques. Ma'am, are you sure you're remembering correctly? Maybe you should look again so everyone stays friendly. Exactly, Director Fong isn't that kind of person. You can't just accuse her without proof. Most of the islanders knew well about Director Fong Chua. She was honest, fair, and well-liked. Seeing that no one believed her and instead was blaming her, Lily became even more confused and shouted at the crowd. You're all in this together. You're protecting them. You're all accomplices. Ganging up to bully us newcomers. This angered everyone even more. The military personnel, who had been trying to calm her, all looked serious. One sister holding a child immediately retorted, "Hey, who's protecting whom? We're just speaking facts and reasoning. Your things are gone, and now you're blaming others? What's the logic in that? I think you're out of your mind. Coming here to cause trouble." Exactly. This troublemaker should be kicked off the island. She's ruining the harmony between the military and civilians. Everyone was shouting at once, making Li unable to speak or get a word in. Just as she was about to pretend to be confused and slip away, Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei, who had gone out to make a phone call, rushed over after hearing the commotion. They pushed through the crowd and immediately saw the disheveled Lily. Lu Xingli looked at the chaotic scene and felt a surge of anger rising inside him. He looked at Sangqing, who was watching the scene, and sternly asked, "What's going on? Why are you causing trouble now?" Before Sangqing and the others could answer, Li, seeing her savior, immediately rushed forward, grabbing Lu Xingli's arm and crying her eyes out. "Old Lu, you're finally back. Someone broke into our house. All the money, jewelry, and antiques are gone.
It was them.
They came to steal, and then the stuff disappeared.
It must be them. What?
When Lu Xingli heard everything is gone, his vision darkened, and his blood pressure started to rise. He suddenly looked up and glared fiercely at Sangqing. You little brat. How dare you steal? Before he could finish, Fong Chua, like a protective mother lion, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Sangqing, her strong body blocking her. What are you trying to do? I tell you, if you dare to lay a finger on Qingqing, try it. Today, I won't let you leave this beach easily. Lu Xingli was overwhelmed by her fierce attitude and suddenly remembered the painful beating he had received earlier. He even faintly felt a dull pain returning to his cheek. He stopped in his tracks, stiffening his neck, and shouted loudly, "Let's talk. Use reason. Don't just resort to violence." As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Sangqing, who had been silent all this time, and his voice grew even harsher. Sangqing, this is our family matter. Why do you keep letting outsiders say things here? Sangqing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said disdainfully, Old comrade, you might have forgotten that my husband is no longer connected to your family. He's cut ties with you all. So, in this situation, your family is the outsider. Lu Xingli didn't care whether things were right or wrong. He simply used his status to pressure others. Sangqing sneered, I'm afraid the heavens won't strike you down, old man, and that your kind of stepfather will continue to cause trouble for the family. You, what? What did I say wrong? You get a few words from him, and you're so happy you don't know east from west? Do you know your current wife is aware of this? Isn't that just slander? She always speaks harshly and uses dirty words, making everything sound terrible. The crowd around was shocked to hear this. Oh my, so there's such a shocking secret? Turns out Commander Lu's father liked this kind of thing. Exactly. That's too outrageous. No wonder he favors his stepchild. Even if it were his own son, it wouldn't be the same. Yes. Wives are less important than concubines, and concubines less than secret lovers, and even secret lovers are less than those who can't get what they want. Is that really what they say? TSK. Such a strange family. Lu Xingli's face twisted as everyone pointed fingers at him. But he couldn't do anything. If he argued, it would look suspicious. If he didn't argue, it would seem like he agreed. That darn Sangqing was deliberately ruining their family's reputation. Lu Xingli turned his head and asked Li Li in a low, annoyed voice, What's going on? Is the stuff really gone? Look again. Did you forget where you put it? Li Li cried so hard she could barely breathe, repeating, It's gone. Really all gone. A box of jewelry and money. All gone. They disappeared right after they left. Who else could it be but them? Wu Jianwei, who had been silently watching, looked at the chaotic scene and the crowd's obvious bias towards Sangqing and her group. He secretly cursed Li Li for being stupid. He gently grabbed Li Li's arm and whispered very quietly, Mom,
be honest with me.
What's really going on? You're causing a fuss without any proof, and it only makes us look worse. Li Li was speechless. Did she really want to accuse them of stealing, only to find out that the entire family's belongings had mysteriously disappeared? She looked into Wu Jianwei's scrutinizing eyes and could only grit her teeth and continue with her previous story. Jianwei, Mom didn't lie to you. The stuff really is all gone. Li Li said, even that box is empty. While saying this, she kept secretly watching Lu Xingli. Sure enough, after she mentioned the box, Lu Xingli's calm expression suddenly broke apart. This time, they came to the island planning to withdraw money, so they took out all their cash. They also brought along jewelry, gold bars, and antiques left by his late wife, all carried with great caution to the island. Who would have thought that, after just a few days, everything was gone? Lu Xingli also suspected that Sangqing and Lu Qianza were behind this, even thinking it might be a conspiracy between the couple. Otherwise, how would an outsider like Sangqing know what was in their house? Lu Xingli thought about Sangqing tarnishing their family's reputation, so he decided to use this as a distraction. He squinted and deliberately raised his voice, saying, Sangqing, if you want money, just say so. I've already agreed to give you both 5,000 yuan. Do you still need that little amount? Why resort to sneaky tricks and steal everything from us? He intentionally blurred the nature of the 5,000 yuan, portraying himself as a generous father being extorted by Sangqing and her group. The crowd around, who didn't understand the full story, started whispering. Really? 5,000? Is that true? That's a lot of money. If they really paid 5,000, then stealing other things is pretty dishonest. Captain Lu's wife looks gentle, but I didn't expect her to be so greedy. Beautiful wives sure cost a lot. Sangqing listened to these comments, her beautiful face showing no panic. Fong Chua, standing nearby, suddenly exploded. Old woman, do you still have no shame? How dare you lie in front of so many people? She was about to continue, but Sangqing held her back. Fong Chua looked at her angrily, then glared at them and stepped aside. She was determined to watch them. Anyone who dared to attack Sangqing in front of her, she would beat them to death. Sangqing smiled lightly, then slowly looked at Lu Xingli and asked, I have the IOU you wrote here. Your family spread rumors and slander me. To avoid being kicked out of the island, I had to cover my losses and pay my husband's severance. All of this was written in front of the political commissar and the regiment commander. She spoke and then took out the IOU from her pocket. What? You just saw me this morning, and now you refuse to acknowledge it. Lu Xingli looked upset. He didn't expect Sangqing to carry the IOU everywhere and to show no respect at all. What kind of wife did Lu Qianche find? Sangqing ignored Lu Xingli's expression and continued slowly. Since you won't admit it, let's go to the captain again with the IOU and ask him to judge. You. Lu Xingli looked like a rooster being strangled, his face turning a dark purple. Go to the captain to settle this? Isn't that asking for trouble? He didn't dare to do that. He was finally safe from being kicked off the island. If he went again, he might be forced to leave. Wu Jianwei saw this and cursed Lu Xingli silently for losing his temper. He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Big sister-in-law, calm down. We are family. Why make a fuss with the captain? If there's a misunderstanding, we can talk privately and clear it up. Making a scene now isn't good for anyone. Talk privately, Sangqing sneered and cut him off without mercy. Now, in front of so many people, you dare to falsely accuse me of stealing. If no one was watching, who knows what even more outrageous things you might say. We need to clear this up right here. Lily saw that the two men from her family had been defeated and couldn't sit still. She immediately said, Stop causing trouble. Return our things now. Sangqing looked at Lily calmly and asked coolly, You just said you lost jewelry, antiques, and cash, right?
Lily nodded stiffly.
Yes, that's right. Lu Xingli looked at Sangqing's smiling face and felt a strange premonition. How much did you lose? We need to know to see if what you're saying is true, Sangqing continued gently. Lily was eager to find her lost items and didn't think much. As soon as Sangqing said this, she blurted out, We lost 3,000 yuan in cash, plus a box of antiques and jewelry. You. Oh, Lu Xingli wanted to stop her, but was too late. He could only close his eyes silently. They fell for this little troublemaker's tricks. Sure enough, the next second, Sangqing looked at Li with a forced smile and asked, Since your family is so rich, why did you lie in front of the political commissar and the brigade commander, saying you don't have that much money, and even gave me an IOU for 1,000 yuan? Sangqing's words immediately caused the people around to start talking loudly. Yeah, if they had money, why would they need to write an IOU? That's obvious. They probably just don't want to pay back. Why bother writing an IOU if they don't want to pay? Maybe they're just trying to show off their power. Lily was caught off guard by Sangqing's question. Hearing the sarcastic comments from others, she almost instinctively changed her story, saying, That money was brought from my family. It's my dowry. Dowry. Sangqing looked like she heard a big joke. You, a widow who married in with a child, didn't even have a proper job before. Where did you get so much dowry? Lily was stumped and couldn't even come up with a complete sentence. Sangqing continued to press her. Is the source of your property legitimate? Should we ask the organization to investigate how you got this generous dowry? Li clenched her teeth. She had just claimed it was her dowry. If she now said it was left by Lu Qian's mother before, she would definitely be exposed by the people on the island. But if she didn't say anything, Sangqing's aggressive attitude wouldn't let her go. Even if you investigate thoroughly, these things are mine. Don't think you can cover up the truth with this. Li knew she couldn't win against Sangqing, so she changed the subject. But Sangqing was not convinced. Since you insist that these huge amounts of unknown origin are yours, fine. Report to the police. We can't investigate that. Before Li could speak, Lu Xingli blurted out. Most of the jewelry in that box was his ex-wife's dowry. Although he kept it hidden, the origin could be somewhat explained. But some of the cash was from his early days, when he used his position to make extra money. It couldn't withstand investigation. Once it was thoroughly examined, not only would he lose the money, but he might even end up in jail. Compared to the good life he hoped for in the coming decades, he knew clearly which was more important. Lu Xingli didn't care about whether the jewelry was real or fake at this moment. He only knew that if he kept investigating, he would be the one to suffer. But he still felt a little unwilling to let Sangqing get away so easily. So he had to grit his teeth and say, "This matter is our family business. It doesn't matter who took what. As long as it's our own family, it's fine." Li didn't see through Lu Xingli's thoughts at all. She was still going crazy nearby, shouting, "Old Lu, no. You can't just give away the money to that little troublemaker." Ugh. Before she finished her sentence, Lu Xingli covered her mouth. Taking the chance while Li was distracted, he added, "Forget about this matter. Just forget it." Now, the people around looked at Sangqing differently. Although no one spoke, most of them thought, as Lu Xingli predicted, that Sangqing was the one who took the money. Sangqing's smile grew even brighter. "Since you, old comrade, don't want to report to the police then, I'll do it. I believe everyone is so eager that they'll support me to report to the police and help you find the money. Yeah, so much stuff. If we don't report to the police, all of it will be gone for nothing. Who wouldn't feel upset?" "Exactly. I thought the wife of Captain Lu really took it, but she's so honest. It must not be her. Otherwise, would she have reported to the police voluntarily? Right? Since Sister Sangqing is so proactive, it means someone else stole your things. Reporting to the police might even catch them." Sangqing stood nearby, enjoying the chaos, and loudly cheered. "That's right. Report to the police. Report to the police." Suddenly, she looked like a wolf queen leading her pack, calling out loudly, and everyone around responded enthusiastically, shouting, "Report to the police." Even Li tore Wu Jianwei's hand away and shouted, "Report to the police." Lu Xingli was furious and waved his hand fiercely.
No.
"Don't report. What's wrong with you people? Are you all just here to watch the fun and make trouble?" Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, Wu Jianwei understood clearly. He immediately pulled Li, who was still struggling, and said firmly, "Mom, you must be sleepy and confused. Let's go back and rest. A good sleep will fix everything." He almost half-dragged and half-carried Li out of the crowd, forcing her to stop shouting. Lu Xingli finally let out a sigh of relief. He was about to pretend to be worried and follow them. Then he heard Sangqing's soft voice say, "Mr. Lu, you're not going to look for her? I heard there was a box of jewelry and 3,000 yuan. You're not taking them? TSK, what a pity." Hearing her gloating tone, Lu Xingli was almost furious. He felt that even if Sangqing didn't take those things, she was involved somehow. But even if he knew, he couldn't do anything to Sangqing. Darn it! What kind of troublemaker did Lu Qian so bring back? It's so frustrating. He clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Sangqing, then squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Li was talking nonsense because she was drunk. "What are you looking for? Let's forget about this." After saying that, he no longer cared about his face. He pushed through the crowd and chased after Wu Jianwei and Li. Fong Chua frowned, watching them disappear into the distance. She couldn't help but spit out harshly, "Bah. What kind of people are they? They slander others and don't even apologize." As she spoke, She directly linked her arm with Sangqing's, looking disgusted. Qing, I think you should stay away from this family in the future. Sangqing raised her eyebrows in confusion, signaling her to continue. I think, Fong Chua pointed to her temple, they're not quite right. Like crazy dogs, biting anyone they see. Sangqing nodded in agreement. Sister Fong, you're right. I'll listen to you from now on. She tightened her grip on the box containing the jade bracelet, her beautiful face full of a smile. These items originally belonged to Lu Qian's late mother. Lu Xingli taking her money and mistreating her son is simply inexcusable. Now she wanted to see how Lu Xingli would manage without the antiques and money from the original story, and how he would pave the way for Wu Jianwei. The heroine needs the hero to face hardships to highlight her noble character. Sorry, the supporting female character doesn't need to have a noble character. Her existence is the most beautiful virtue in this world.
She, Sangqing,
deserves the temple of heaven. The hero needs a sharpening stone to grow, but he doesn't need her as his man. Who dares to criticize her man? She will make them understand what it means to be a villain with her as the villain. Meanwhile, in the political commissar's office, as soon as Lu Qiansa pushed the door open, Commander Wang pulled him aside and sat him down.
Come, Xiaolu.
I have something to discuss with you. Sit first. While speaking, Commander Wang poured a glass of water for Lu Qiansa, acting unusually eager. Lu Qiansa's eyelids drooped slightly. He didn't speak or drink the water. He just looked steadily at Commander Wang, seeming to wait for more. Commander Wang felt a bit nervous under Lu Qiansa's intense stare. He didn't know where this young man got such strong energy from. Cough, cough. Xiao Lu, I want to talk to you about choosing someone to meet the people from the Beijing Research Institute this time. Seeing Commander Wang hesitating, Lu Qiansa asked calmly, did Lu Xingli find some big shot again, wanting his stepson to meet the people from the Beijing Research Institute? Commander Wang didn't expect Lu Qiansa to be so direct. He was relieved and pushed the teacup toward him. Since you've guessed it, this matter is easier to handle. Lu Qiansa raised his eyebrows slightly. What does Deputy Commander Wang want to do? Commander Wang rolled his eyes and suddenly punched Lu Qiansa. You little guy, you've grown some skills? I just mentioned the reception, and now you call me Deputy Commander Wang instead of Brother Wang? Even a chameleon isn't as changeable as you, Lu Qiansa. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Lu Xingli contacted Commander Zhang, who is friends with Commander Chen, and wanted Wu Jianwei to meet Kong Chunsheng and his student. While speaking, Commander Wang poured himself another cup of tea. Lu Qiansa snorted softly. Old man really cares for Wu Jianwei. With this attitude, I think the bond between the old man and Commander Chen is almost gone. Commander Wang nodded. Not almost gone, it's already gone. When Commander Zhang called Commander Chen, he was scolded harshly. He had no choice but to call me. He said this would be the last time, and he wouldn't interfere in our affairs anymore. He initially refused this matter, but Commander Zhang repeatedly promised he wouldn't interfere with Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei again, so he reluctantly agreed. Lu Qiansa was not surprised by this result. Wu Jianwei was able to be transferred to this island because he asked for help from Commander Zhang. They kept asking him repeatedly, and even the strongest friendship can fade over time. After all, Lu Xingli and Wu Jianwei's family are just people who take without giving back. Commander Wang saw that Lu Qiansa didn't speak, so he patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I thought carefully before agreeing. If you don't want him to come, I can find a reason to keep him. How can an outsider like Wu Jianwei compare to our own brothers? Besides, Lu Qiansa's wife is the island's favorite. Logically and emotionally, he is on Lu Qiansa's side." Lu Qiansa didn't care whether Wu Jianwei would meet Kong Chunsheng. He just didn't want Sangqing's identity to be exposed. As for other things, he didn't want to get involved. He was also too lazy to care. Even if Wu Jianwei didn't meet Kong Chunsheng, Lu Xingli would find another way for him to earn merit. Otherwise, Wu Jianwei's chances of moving up would be just a dream. But Lu Xingli's plan backfired. There aren't many chances to earn merit on the island. Usually the tasks are outside the island. Most of these tasks are dangerous. Wu Jianwei, with his limited skills and relying on Lu Xunli's protection, was just a pawn. He thought for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his face. Then let Wu Jianwei meet Kong Chunqing. But if Kong Chunqing wants to see Qingqing, just arrange for him to meet the student he brought. Commander Wang was stunned for a moment, seeming a bit confused about how quickly Lu Qiansa agreed. He opened his mouth, about to ask something, but Lu Qiansa said, "If Commander Zhang's task is not carried out properly, it will be difficult for you, the political commissar. Since he wants to make merit, let him do it. Whether he has the ability or not is his own business." When Lu Qiansa said this, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had also investigated Kong Chunqing before. He is Zhou Wenyuan's student, but he has a difficult temper and a strange personality. He wants to personally try everything he concludes, so he really dislikes people who talk nonsense without doing anything useful. Wu Jianwei is definitely someone who hits Kong Chunqing's sore spot. I heard that Kong Chunqing is very sharp-tongued, the kind of person who could poison himself just by licking his lips. Lu Qianche really wants to know what happens when Wu Jianwei, who fights hard for tasks, faces constant verbal attacks in his area of expertise. He actually has a bit of hope. Commander Wang looks at the faint smile on Lu Qianche's face and feels a chill all over. Every time this kid smiles like that, someone is bound to get into trouble. But who that person will be now is really hard to guess. Meanwhile, in Qingshui town, Jiang Mengmeng, following Kong Chunqing's previous arrangements, has arrived at the Qingshui Town Research Institute. She didn't expect that shortly after arriving in town, Kong Chunqing would say he wanted to take her to Qingniao Island for research. She was overjoyed. She was worried she wouldn't get a chance to go to the island, but now she had this opportunity. She definitely wanted to stay on the island. Thinking this way, Jiang Mengmeng became even more eager to please Kong Chunqing. She casually tidied up the materials Kong Chunqing had left on the table, thinking about how to persuade him to stay on the island for a few more days. Just then, she heard a stern voice. "Who told you to touch this material?" Jiang Mengmeng was so startled that her hand trembled and the materials in her hand fell to the ground. Kong Chunqing was even more furious. You. He didn't bother to scold Jiang Mengmeng anymore. He squatted down and started picking up the materials from the floor. Jiang Mengmeng was also frightened. She only saw that the materials on the table were messy and wanted to help organize them. In the past few days at the Qingshui Town Research Institute, she had been doing just that. She couldn't understand the research they were doing, let alone participate in it. The researchers had given her some materials before, and she had written some things based on future directions, but she always felt their eyes on her seemed a bit strange. Fortunately, after that, they stopped giving her all kinds of materials, and they even became busier than before. Maybe they were researching using the directions she provided? She knew that her role as a chosen one from a different world was to change this world. Those who opposed her would eventually be eliminated by her protagonist Halo. Jiang Mengmeng quickly explained, "Director Kong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw that the things on this desk were very messy, so I wanted to help organize them." She spoke in a pitiful and innocent way, which made it hard for most people to continue blaming her. But Kong Chunqing was not an ordinary person. He looked at Jiang Mengmeng with a displeased expression and said, "Has no one at the Research Institute told you that no one is allowed to touch what's on my desk? That's my rule, and everyone in the institute knows it." Jiang Mengmeng. Her eyes widened in surprise. Everyone in the institute knew that only she didn't. So, were these people deliberately trying to make things difficult for her? She had thought that only being close to the female lead would cause jealousy, but she didn't expect that even in a small place like Qingshui Town, there would be drama. She wondered which villain was secretly plotting against her. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng immediately looked pitiful again and said, "Sorry, Director Kong, I really didn't know. Maybe they think that as an ordinary girl, I could become your student, so they feel a bit jealous and want to see how I react. I can understand that." Kong Chunqing's eyebrows furrowed clearly. "Didn't they give you the rules of the Research Institute?" Jiang Mengmeng was slightly stunned, then replied, "Yes, they did. But she felt it wasn't necessary to read them, so she hadn't looked at them." Now, faced with Kong Chunqing's question, she told the truth instinctively. but she still felt something was off. Sure enough, in the next second, Kong Chunqing's face looked even more displeased. The rules of the institute clearly state that no one needs to tell you that. Kong Chunqing initially thought Jiang Mengmeng was talented, which is why he made an exception and let her become his student. Especially the document she edited earlier had provided a solid foundation for their experiment. He believed he shouldn't waste such talent, so he allowed her to join the institute. He didn't expect that this young girl was quite scheming. She quickly pretended to be pitiful and said, "Sorry, Director Kong. When I came a few days ago, I didn't bring many clothes. I got a little sick on the train, so I was delayed. I really didn't do it on purpose." Kong Chunqing sighed helplessly as he thought about Jiang Mingming's difficult family situation. He understood that as a young girl, she might have just arrived in a new place and could be feeling uncomfortable at first. Although he was strict with his students in their research, he still cared about their well-being. He waved his hand and said, with some frustration, "All right, memorize the rules of the Research Institute, then go and calculate this data. You don't need to worry about the rest." Kong Chunqing then picked up a piece of paper, the same one he had used in Hongqi Town, and handed it to Jiang Mengmeng. Although Jiang Mengmeng didn't understand everything, she was somewhat capable of doing calculations. Confidently, she took the paper, but her eyes nearly popped out of her head. The paper was filled with numbers, but it was covered with all kinds of strange symbols she couldn't understand. Her mouth twitched involuntarily, and she stood there, unsure of what to say. If she said she couldn't do it, Kong Chunqing would surely doubt whether she was the same person from the library. Thinking about her soon going to the island with Kong Chunqing, she knew she couldn't mess up now. She quickly raised her hand to cover her head, pretending to feel a little unwell, and said, "Director Kong, I still have a headache. I'm worried I might make a mistake when calculating the data. Can I wait until I return from the island to handle this?" Kong Chunqing's face darkened even more, but he didn't have time to argue with Jiang Mengmeng. Old Zhou had specifically instructed him to prepare all the questions they encountered during this trip to the island. His teacher was on the island, and he was told to ask all these questions when they performed the apprenticeship ceremony for their master. He was initially a bit surprised, but after hearing old Zhou praise their master so highly and learning that her identity was classified as a top-secret project, he couldn't help but feel excited. Kong Chunqing wished he had 3 heads and 6 arms, afraid he might forget to ask something. Now, hearing Jiang Mengmeng make excuses, he felt a headache coming on. Forget it. You should go pack the things you need for the island. Also, tidy up the items in the other room. Hearing Kong Chunqing say this, Jiang Mengmeng immediately put down the document she was holding. "Okay, Director Kong, don't worry. I will make sure everything is neat and organized," she spoke, and then went straight to the other room outside. Seeing that Kong Chunqing was no longer angry, she quietly relaxed and started tidying up the room. She had seen Kong Chunqing carrying a lot of bags when he entered earlier, and 2 people had helped him carry things. She thought these were gifts from Kong Chunqing for everyone at the Research Institute, but she didn't realize they were meant for the island. Jiang Mengmeng carefully thought about the content related to the island in the book and wondered what important figures might be on the island at this time. In the original story, she, as the heroine, hadn't married the hero yet, so she wouldn't be on the island. As for whether Kong Chunqing had been to the island before she went there, she didn't know. Since Sangqing and Lu Qianzi didn't follow the original plot, her story had become chaotic. While thinking, she looked at various gifts until her eyes landed on a particularly beautiful red wooden box. She carefully opened it and found that inside was a watch. The watch looked special, and it was a woman's style.
Could it be?
There are other research experts on the island she doesn't know about? Or perhaps some background characters not mentioned in the book. Thinking this, Jiang Mengmeng gently closed the red wooden box. She pondered for a moment, then cleared her throat and asked, "Director Kong, besides the research on the island, is there anything else important? Are these valuable gifts meant for the island leaders? Should they be kept separate?" "No," Kong Chunqing replied directly. "All these items are meant for the same person." The few valuable red wooden boxes over there were prepared by old Zhou. "Be sure not to get them mixed up," Hearing this, Jiang Mingming's eyes lit up. Old Zhou? Zhou Wen Yuan? This person is Kong Chunqing's teacher, definitely a very important figure. Since he is the type of person who prepares all kinds of gifts, his status must be very high and impressive. Jiang Mingming's eyes narrow slightly. If someone like him could become her contact, she could do whatever she wanted on the island. Then she could easily suppress Sangqing whenever she wanted. Would she still lack good luck then? The more Jiang Mingming thought about it, the more excited she became. She asked directly, Director Kong, who is the person we're giving gifts to this time? I wonder if I might have the chance to meet him? Kong Chunqing was about to say that the person was also from Hongqi town, but then remembered Sangqing's identity was a secret, so he swallowed his words. Just focus on your research. It's better not to ask about these things in the future. It won't help you. Jiang Mingming's face stiffened, but luckily she and Kong Chunqing weren't in the same room, so he didn't notice her expression. She could only force herself to reply, Okay, I understand. After saying that, her face fell. It seemed Kong Chunqing was worried she might get involved with that important person, so he deliberately didn't tell her. But it's okay. Once she goes to the island, she will find a way to stay there. They're going to the island for a week. That week is enough for her to think of a plan to stay. If she can win over that important person, she might even be able to recover Sangqing's good luck and make her divorce Lu Qianza. Night fell, and the sea breeze was gentle. Sangqing sat on the bed, placing the things she had taken from the Lu family and the Sang family into a small box. Inside, there was mostly money, along with some jade jewelry and gold accessories. When Lu Qianza entered the room, he saw Sangqing fiddling with the small box. He stood at the door, unsure whether to go in or not. After all, he didn't know about her space ability, so he thought it was better not to ask. But leaving now would seem a bit obvious, so he could only slightly turn sideways, hold a towel over his face pretending to dry his hair, and cough softly. Cough, cough. Wife. When he slowly lowered the towel, Lu Qianza saw that Sangqing not only hadn't put the small box away, but was also staring at him intently. Lu Qianza. Did his wife not realize what she was doing? While Lu Qianche was still hesitating, Sangqing waved at him. Lu Qianche, come over here. She looked at him with a bright smile, with no intention of hiding anything. Lu Qianche secretly let out a breath of relief. He had just been thinking about how to pretend to be more blind, but he didn't expect his wife to mind at all. Lu Qianche followed Sangqing's words and walked over. When he sat on the bed, Sangqing pulled him close and said, Look at this. This is all the territory I fought for you. Her slender arm wrapped around Lu Qianche's neck, and her light fragrance drifted into his nose. His mind was no longer on the box and its contents. He was full of his wife's affectionate closeness. Seeing Lu Qianche staring at her instead of the box, Sangqing's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. She pinched his chin and turned him toward the box. Look here. Lu Qianche reluctantly shifted his gaze and saw various jewelry and accessories inside the box. Some of them looked very familiar. Some were his mother's belongings, and others were his stepmother's gold jewelry. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected his wife to really hide things from him. Could it be that she was talking about the space? While Lu Qianche was confused, Sangqing continued. From now on, this will be my family's wealth. How about it? Joining our Sang family as a son-in-law won't make you suffer, right? Seeing her proud expression, Lu Qianche couldn't help but smile affectionately. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Marrying into your family is the best thing that happened to me in my life. If it weren't for Sangqing, he probably wouldn't have married at all. Marrying Sangqing was definitely the best decision he had ever made. He rested his head on Sangqing's shoulder and slowly said, These gold accessories look a bit like the ones Li Li was wearing before. Sangqing tightened her arm around Lu Qianche's neck. Jewelry, of course, there are many similar styles. That doesn't prove they belong to her, right? Lu Qianche nodded and continued calmly. What I mean is, she's been acting crazy lately, probably looking for reasons to trouble you. These gold accessories might also cause trouble. If you want to use them, find a place to melt them down and change the style. He finished speaking and felt the arm around his neck loosen quite a bit. Lu Qianche smiled a little helplessly. His proud little cat was not defensive towards him and seemed to want to keep some small secrets.
It was really cute. Of course I know about this.
I just wanted you to know that our family isn't short of money. Don't let certain people make you feel wronged, understand? As she spoke, Sangqing closed her treasure box. Some people, even if they're your father, if they don't care about you, aren't worth you feeling sad. A white-eyed wolf is a white-eyed wolf. Just because you give him your blood, it doesn't mean he'll treat you well. Instead of hoping he'll treat you nicely, it's better to treat yourself well. Do you understand, Lu Qianche? He really hadn't thought about it that way because he didn't care who Lu Xingli cared about. Since his mother passed away, no one in the family had truly cared for him. He was used to it and had long seen through Lu Xingli's true face. But Sangqing's cautious, coaxing attitude really softened his heart. His throat moved involuntarily, and he simply leaned his body against Sangqing. His voice was low. "Wife, am I not worth being treated well by others?" "That's nonsense," Sangqing almost snapped. But thinking that Lu Qianche was still leaning on her, she had to calm down and patted his back gently to comfort him. "Do you deserve to know? Lu Qianche, you deserve the best." Sangqing remembered that in the original story, Lu Qianche always seemed cold, whether facing Lu Xingli's scolding or the father and son making peace at the end. He appeared indifferent. She thought he was really a tough guy, but didn't expect him to be so fragile in private. Sangqing couldn't help but sigh, hugging Lu Qianche and scolding him sternly. "Let me tell you, Lu Qianche, a good girl like me liking you. What are you still doubting? From now on, just having me treat you well is enough, understand? Because I am the best." Lu Qianche curled up in Sangqing's arms, trembling slightly, almost laughing out loud. His wife was too adorable. Indeed, this beautiful, proud little appearance was truly her. Sangqing thought Lu Qianze couldn't help but silently cry. His voice softened a little, and he gently patted her. "Don't cry. I'll let you make a condition. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree." She didn't know how to comfort people. Usually, others comfort her. Why does this pretty girl have to comfort others? She took a small step back. That was already very comforting, wasn't it? Seeing that Lu Qianze still hadn't spoken, Sangqing was a bit annoyed. She bit his ear lightly. "Lu Qianze, I warn you, if you go past this point, there's no turning back. You better reply quickly, or I'll take back what I just said." Lu Qianze almost didn't think and hugged Sangqing tightly. His head was buried in her neck, and he mumbled, "Then, can I be a little stronger later, Sangqing?" Wait, how did this suddenly shift to something else? They were talking about something sweet, so why did everything from Lu Qianze's side turn into something inappropriate? Frowning, Sangqing reached through his hair and tugged him back gently, then looked into his eyes. Seeing his slightly reddened eyes, Sangqing, well, she gave in. Forget it. She couldn't handle a tough guy crying. She even pressed his head back down and gently brushed his messy hair. "Ahem. The request you just made isn't impossible, but, you can't be too heavy."
Ah, what is she even saying?
It's all Lu Qianze's fault, making her mind filled with strange thoughts. Hearing Sangqing's words, Lu Qianze suddenly seemed to switch a switch and immediately picked her up. "Sweetheart, let's change places today, Sangqing." Wait, didn't she just agree? And what place is he talking about? There aren't many places in this house, right? Just as Sangqing wanted to ask where they were going, she saw him already carrying her to the windowsill. "Sweetheart, tonight on the island, the stars are very beautiful. You can look at them carefully. Look." The rest of what she wanted to say, Sangqing didn't have time to speak, as Lu Qianze already made her tilt her head to look at the stars. His tense muscles wrapped around her slender waist as he leaned down to gently kiss her beautiful neck. His long fingers, darkened by the island's strong sun, rested on her soft, white skin, creating a sharp contrast. The white skin was almost like soft ointment, almost spilling from between his fingers. Under the moonlight, Lu Qianze looked into Sangqing's eyes, and besides crazy love, only a strong desire to possess remained. The cool night sea breeze carried a faint floral scent, moistening the window sill with mist. On the island at dawn, a light fog covered everything, and the air was filled with a damp smell. Last night, Sangqing was tangled with Lu Qianza until late, and now she still felt very sleepy. She groggily got out of bed, thinking about how Lu Qianza whispered in her ear last night, saying her grandson would visit her today, so she should be prepared. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, changed into a short skirt, and was about to leave the bedroom when she saw her reflection in the mirror on the wall. Sangqing. Oh no! Is Lu Qianza some kind of dog? Can he mark everywhere? Suddenly, she remembered something. She slowly lifted her skirt, and the various spots she saw made her grit her teeth. Lu Qianza. Her legs really can't be looked at anymore. He dares to do anything, anywhere. Sangqing clenched her teeth and thought, next time she would definitely get back at him by leaving marks on him. Although she was very angry, she couldn't wear her short skirt anymore. She rolled her eyes in frustration and finally picked up the neatly folded pants from the bed. After fussing around the room, Sangqing slowly walked to the small courtyard in her little leather shoes. On the stone table was the clean water Lu Qianza had prepared for her early in the morning. She bent down, scooped a handful of water, and splashed it on her face. The cold temperature made her shiver slightly, and her lingering sleepiness was greatly reduced. Indeed, after gaining freedom over the water on the island, she could use a basin for her face, washing water. Thinking this, Sangqing scooped another handful of water and splashed it on her face again. The island's early morning was not hot, but the damp feeling still made her a little uncomfortable. At that moment, the door was roughly pushed open, and a young woman's haughty voice rang out. Hey, are you the wife that Captain Lu Qianche just married? Is her name Sangqing? Sangqing had just woken up, her mind still half asleep. When she heard her full name being called, she instinctively turned her head toward the voice. In the morning light, water droplets rolled down her smooth cheeks, tracing her beautiful jawline and falling onto her slender collarbone. Her sleepy, misty peach blossom eyes still held shimmering water droplets. Her innocent expression added a touch of fragile beauty that made her look even more pitiable. Sangqing stood there, bathed in the morning light, as if she was wearing a soft glow around her, making her look so stunning that it seemed unreal. Standing at the door, Chening, who had prepared a mouthful of sarcastic words, froze the moment she saw Sangqing turn her head. It was as if an invisible arrow had struck her, her eyes widening in shock, and she was completely stunned. She had never imagined that the wife Captain Lu married would look like this. Wasn't she supposed to be arrogant and full of bad intentions? People say that appearance reflects the heart. Why does she look so fierce and intimidating? But this is too beautiful. More beautiful than the most attractive star in the troupe by 100 times. No, 1,000 times. Sangqing looked at the girl in military uniform with 2 braided pigtails standing at the door. She blinked her still watery eyes and couldn't help but tilt her head. Are you looking for me? Is there something you need? Her unconscious, sweetly naive gesture made Chening feel like her heart was pierced. She had liked good-looking people since she was a child. But this woman was no longer just good-looking. She was insanely beautiful. Chening felt her heart pounding wildly. All her planned teasing words flew out of her mind. She looked at Sangqing's clear, slightly confused eyes, stammered, almost speechless. I heard you're good at medicine. She hurriedly placed the old medical books she had been holding onto the stone table in the courtyard with a loud smack, almost as if she was throwing a hot potato. These books. I want you to look at them. I hope your medical skills can improve. I'm leaving now. After saying this, she didn't dare to look at Sangqing again. She turned around quickly and rushed out of the small courtyard in a frantic manner. Just as she reached nearby, Fong Chua, who had heard the noise and come to see what was happening, happened to pass by Chening, who was running out in a hurry. Seeing her panicked look, Fong Chua was even more frightened. She closed her eyes and ran over quickly. When she entered the yard, she saw Sangqing still standing there, with traces of water on her face, looking a bit confused as she stared at the unusual medical books on the stone table. Ching, are you okay? Did that person bully you? Fong Chua looked her over carefully, worried that she might be hurt somewhere. Sangqing came back to her senses and shook her head. She didn't bully me. It's just that person was a bit strange. She ran in, threw down these books, and then ran away. She pointed at the medical books on the stone table, then remembered that the person told her to improve her medical skills, which made her feel a bit confused. Fong Chua heard this and secretly let out a breath of relief. She thought carefully about the appearance of the person she had just seen and suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, that's fine. The person just now is the daughter of the captain's family, named Qining. This girl is lively and impulsive. I don't know what she's thinking all day. At this point, Fong Chua seemed to remember something else and told Sangqing, Ching, that Qining has a good relationship with Shen Yingying from the cultural troupe. That Shen Yingying has been thinking about your family's Captain Lu for a while. She didn't finish her sentence clearly, but she believed Sangqing would understand her meaning. Sangqing raised her beautiful eyebrows high, suddenly realizing why the name Qining sounded familiar when she heard it just now. Because in the original story, Qining was just a minor character like her, a cannon fodder. But she was even more unfortunate. She was the only daughter of the captain, yet she had a ghostly best friend. She was used by Shen Yingying, who admired Lu Qiansa, to deal with the heroine Jiang Mengmeng. However, Jiang Mengmeng set her up, causing her to marry a man who appeared glamorous, but was actually an alcoholic and abusive. She died during childbirth, losing both her life and her baby. Even her father, Commander Chen, was affected, being demoted and transferred away, living a lonely and sad old age. TSK, all just cannon fodder in the story. But looking at Qinying's current state, she doesn't seem as arrogant and unreasonable as described in the original story. Sangqing looked at the few carefully chosen medical books on the stone table, thinking that if Qining hadn't associated with Shen Yingying, she probably wouldn't have ended up so miserable. Also, Commander Chen seems like a good person. At least last time when he tricked the Lu family, he helped out. For both reasons and feelings, she couldn't just watch Chen's family get demoted because of Jiang Mengmeng. After all, they are all just cannon fodder in this story. As for her not having any bad intentions toward her, she wouldn't mind helping her out. But if she continued to follow Shen Yingying and harm her, she wouldn't hold back. Sangqing thought this, casually picked up the top medical book, and flipped through a few pages. The complicated prescriptions, acupoints, and diseases that seemed difficult for ordinary people to understand were clear and familiar to her, almost like reading familiar words, and she could even infer more from them. Soon, she couldn't help but become absorbed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qining ran a long way until her heartbeat slowed down. Then she leaned on her knees and took deep breaths to calm herself. The sea breeze on her hot face made her feel a little more awake.
Wait.
What was I just doing? Qining suddenly realized that she had gone to get the medical books on Shen Yingying's request to test Sangqing. She wanted to see if Sangqing was really pretending to be a master, just like the Lu family said, relying on some medical knowledge. And she also wanted to see what Sangqing looked like, to compare her with Shen Yingying, and see if she was better, if she was worthy of Lu Tuan.
But,
I've been saving those medical books for so long, and I gave them all to her, and stammered while talking to her. Qining angrily hit her own head and scorned herself harshly. She was so useless. How could she turn against someone just because they looked good and betray her at the last moment? But, Qining suddenly remembered Sangqing's beautiful face with water droplets on it. Maybe she isn't the kind of deep-thinking woman who uses tricks to get ahead, as the Lu family said. Someone so pretty probably isn't a bad person, right? Qining was still debating in her mind when she heard a familiar voice. Ing. She snapped back to reality and immediately saw Shen Yingying walking toward her. Shen Yingying was wearing a white floral dress, and she looked much brighter. But compared to the glowing woman just now, Shen Yingying was a bit dull. Almost instinctively, Qining started comparing, and when she realized it, she was shocked by herself. No, I can't think about Sangqing that way anymore. Now she finally understands why Lu Qianche married Sangqing. Not only could he not handle her, but she, as a woman, was also starting to feel overwhelmed. Eyeing, what's wrong? Seeing Qining looking so preoccupied, Sheniying couldn't help but reach out and nudge her. Yesterday, she had put so many tricks in front of Qining, just waiting for her to cause trouble for Lu Qianche's wife today. That way, she could also get close to that woman and see what it means to be different from person to person. What if she married Lu Qianche? So what? Men are driven by feelings. She was the most beautiful woman on the island. She didn't believe that after comparing herself to that woman, Lu Qianche would still want to be with her. She planned to make that woman feel insecure little by little, then have her leave Lu Qianche voluntarily. When that happened, she would still be the wife of the leader. Chuning looked at Shen Yingying with some guilt.
Yingying, I'm Fine.
I just got up too early and feel a bit dizzy. Shen Yingying was slightly stunned, opened her mouth, and almost instinctively asked, "Did you go to see Lu Qianche's wife?" Chuning was also surprised, not expecting Shen Yingying to say that. She didn't think much and just nodded. Yes, I went. Her mind was full of guilt about betraying, and she had no time to think about why Shen Yingying said that. Seeing her downcast, Shen Yingying thought Qining was upset because her parents scolded her for going to see Lu Qianche's wife. She immediately pretended to be kind. I just think Captain Lu married such a woman and feels a bit wronged. You really don't need to trouble that woman for me. If you do, Uncle and Annie won't be angry with you. Although Qining thought the sentence sounded a bit strange, she nodded and said, I understand, Sister Yingying. I won't bother Sangqing anymore. Captain Lu's wife is so beautiful, and it's not good to keep bothering her. If she ends up crying, her small appearance looks so pitiful when she cries. Qining was only thinking about Sangqing and didn't notice that Shen Yingying's mouth twitched involuntarily after she finished speaking. Does she mean that? She really means it. How could Qining be so naive? Shen Yingying forced a stiff smile and said, I mean, if that woman isn't a good match for Captain Lu, we shouldn't let her continue to cause trouble for him, right? She tried to pull her words back as much as possible. Qining was a bit simple-minded, and she worried that if she didn't explain clearly, this fool might misunderstand her again. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shen Yingying finished speaking, Qining immediately shook her head and said, Sister Yingying, I think Sangqing might not be what we think. Shen Yingying's face froze completely. Her tone became serious without her realizing. You can't believe someone is good just because they look plain, you know? Qining instinctively nodded and said, I know. She doesn't look plain at all. She looks,
like an angel.
Such a beautiful person. How could she be a scammer? If anyone was going to deceive, it would be Captain Lu tricking her. Qining didn't finish her sentence, but Shen Yingying cut her off directly. All right, let's not talk about that woman anymore. Just remember, don't keep fighting with her for my sake, okay? I know you're doing it for me. Actually, I really don't mind. Seeing Qining stubbornly refuse to listen, Shen Yingying had to use her old words again. Qining just nodded and didn't say anything more. Shen Yingying secretly let out a sigh of relief. She thought she had tricked Qining again, but what she didn't know was that this time, Qining really listened. She thought Shen Yingying was right. She really shouldn't casually clash with Sangqing. What if she turns out to be a good girl? She needs to be patient and stay close to Sangqing to investigate first, then make a conclusion. That would be fair to Sangqing. Since she already sent over her medical books this time, next time she can bring some tasty snacks to discuss medical topics with her. That shouldn't be a problem. If Sangqing truly doesn't understand medicine, then maybe she can just enjoy some snacks without any issues. Seeing Qining silent, Shen Yingying thought she was planning secretly to deal with Lu Qian's wife. She smirked, feeling much happier. Just wait. She would eventually drive that woman away and get close to Captain Lu. The morning sun was a bit blinding, so Sangqing wore a pretty straw hat when she went out. She and Fong Chua walked side by side, heading to the political commissar's office to meet the so-called apprentice, Kong Chunsheng. As they reached the military headquarters gate, they saw two familiar, yet annoying figures. Jiang Mengmeng and Wu Jianwei were standing at the gate, apparently talking. Sangqing didn't want to bother with them and planned to ignore them and go straight in. But just as she was about to pass, someone stopped her. "Stop right there." Jiang Mengmeng hurried forward and blocked Sangqing. She didn't expect to see Sangqing on her first day on the island. Now she was here as a researcher. It was very easy to try to suppress Sangqing. She wanted to take this chance to gain some luck points from her, so she could exchange for things and stay on the island longer. Jiang Mengmeng lifted her chin slightly and looked at Sangqing's overly beautiful face with a critical eye. "This is a military zone. Unauthorized people are not allowed inside, especially someone with an unclear background like you. Who knows if you'll leak any secrets." Fong Chua, hearing this, got angry and protected Sangqing behind her, loudly saying, "Who are you? Mind your own business. We're here for official matters. None of your concern. Who gave you the right to boss us around?" Jiang Mengmeng was shaken back half a step by Fong Chua's imposing attitude. But she quickly calmed down and raised her voice. "I am Jiang Mengmeng, a researcher from Qingshui Town Research Institute. This time, I was sent here on an important project investigation." She pointed her finger directly at Sangqing with obvious malice. "We're dealing with confidential information. I suspect she has stolen secrets. For the safety of the country, I must be careful." As she spoke, she looked at Sangqing proudly, wanting to see her feel inferior or even be crushed. This way, she could take the opportunity to absorb her luck points. However, Sangqing showed no reaction to her words, even seeming somewhat amused as she watched her perform a one-woman show, as if watching a silly clown. Jiang Mengmeng felt very uncomfortable under her gaze. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and ask, "What are you looking at? Isn't what I said true?" Sangqing slightly curved her lips, with a tone full of obvious sarcasm. "Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm just curious. Changing your identity in Qingshui Town can erase the fact that you were diagnosed as mentally ill at the hospital. You're talking nonsense." Jiang Mengmeng's face instantly changed color. She hadn't expected that the proof she used to avoid trouble, which she got from the hospital director, would turn out to be a hindrance. She hurriedly glanced at Wu Jianwei beside her, afraid that after hearing this, the second male lead from the original story would lose favor for her. Now, because she lost her luck points, her luck was very bad. If she lost the support of the second male lead because of this, it would be a huge loss. Jiang Mengmeng forced herself to hold back her anger and shouted at Sangqing, "Sangqing, besides a military identity gained through a man, what right do you have to talk nonsense here? What qualifications do you have for the military?" Seeing her guilty, yet trying to hold up, Sangqing felt extremely annoyed. She lazily threw out a sentence, "Because I am your father." "You." Jiang Mengmeng trembled with anger, wishing she could tear Sangqing's face apart. But she still needed to maintain her image in front of Wu Jianwei. Even if she wanted to attack, she could only do so secretly. Wu Jianwei, who had been watching silently, saw this and suddenly felt that his chance to act had come. He had finally managed to get in touch with the research institute today. The Jiang Mengmeng in front of him was said to be a student highly valued by Director Kong, and she seemed to have some interest in him. He had to seize this opportunity to gain her favor. Sorry, everyone. I forgot to update yesterday. Deep bow and apologize." Wu Jianwei immediately straightened his chest, stepped in front of Jiang Mengmeng, and looked righteous as he sternly scolded Sangqing.
Sangqing,
"Watch your attitude. Comrade Jiang is an important researcher. You openly insult a researcher and hinder our work. According to military rules, I have the right to take necessary action against you. If you keep being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude." He deliberately took a step forward, trying to intimidate Sangqing with his presence. Since she was a delicate woman, he didn't believe she wouldn't be afraid. Sangqing looked at his smug face and rolled her eyes.
rude?
"Try moving against me and see what happens. Believe it or not, my man will find out and make you regret it, maybe even make you swallow your own words." Her soft voice was full of disdain, and she clearly didn't take Wu Jianwei seriously. Wu Jianwei choked on her vulgar and fierce words, but thought that Lu Qianza was probably not nearby right now. which gave him some confidence. But Lu Qianza has to get here first. Right now, I am in charge here. He took another step forward and reached out as if to push Sangqing. Enough of your nonsense. Fong Chua had long disliked this slick Wu Jianwei. When she saw him daring to reach for Sangqing, her protective and fiery nature suddenly exploded. She cursed loudly and swung her strong arm, slapping Wu Jianwei. Slap, a loud, heavy slap landed squarely on Wu Jianwei's face. The force was so strong it was far beyond normal. Wu Jianwei was knocked back like a torn sack, flying through the air and landing with a thud on the nearby sandy ground. Jiang Mengmeng was so startled by this sudden scene that she screamed. "You!" She looked at Wu Jianwei, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, then quickly ran over to him, starting her act. "How can you hit someone like that?" Comrade Jianwei was just doing his duty. "It's all my fault. I caused this to happen to Comrade Jianwei." Fong Chua watched Jiang Mingming's exaggerated act and immediately frowned. But since she was a researcher at the institute, she didn't want to get involved, so she just rolled her eyes at her. Suddenly, Jiang Mengmeng seemed to lose her mind and jumped up shouting, "Sangqing, I will fight you. I won't let you ruin our research mission or harm the country's interests." She tried to rush towards Sangqing, hoping to make a big scene over Wu Jianwei's injury, so even if Sangqing was innocent, she would be at fault. Harming the country's interests is a serious crime. Jiang Mengmeng was thinking about pinching Sangqing hard after bumping into her to vent her anger. But before she could reach Sangqing, she was slapped hard across the face. She hadn't even seen who hit her, and her other cheek was also struck.
Slap.
Slap. Ah. Jiang Mengmeng cried out in surprise, her eyes spinning from the blow. She wobbled and staggered backward, falling right onto Wu Jianwei, who was barely holding himself up. Her arm was positioned perfectly to support her fall, a precise spot most people couldn't hit so accurately. After all, she was the heroine. This slap could instantly turn the second male lead into the second female lead. Wu Jianwei was hit so hard he almost lost his breath. The two of them tumbled together, and the scene became chaotic. Sangqing didn't bother to hide her amusement, laughing loudly and standing to the side, almost crying from laughter. Jiang Mengmeng no longer cared about maintaining her innocent image. She shouted sharply, "Sangqing, you dare hit me. When my teacher comes, I will tell him. I'll make sure you all get what's coming to you. You'll regret it." Sangqing, initially uninterested, lazily asked upon hearing, "Teacher? Your teacher? Who is that?" So clueless. Jiang Mengmeng glared fiercely at Sangqing. "You dare insult my teacher? I'm telling you, you're doomed. When he comes, he'll kick you off the island." She was determined to make Sangqing regret it after she was taken to see that important person by Kong Chunqing. She wanted Sangqing to suffer. She proudly lifted her chin and said, "My teacher is Director Kong. His teacher is your captain's friend. You actually hit his student. Just wait and see what happens to you." Thinking of bringing up the captain, Jiang Mengmeng believed Sangqing would definitely be scared this time. But to her surprise, not only Sangqing but also the woman standing next to her showed no reaction. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening. While Jiang Mengmeng was feeling doubtful, Sangqing's beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Fong Jia and asked, "Is this Kong Chunqing really Jiang Mingming's teacher?" Fong Chua wasn't sure either. She hadn't heard her husband mention it, only knew that Kong Chunqing brought a student with him. She didn't expect him to bring such an unwise person. He immediately accused their sister Qingqing, which was really foolish. Thinking this, Fong Chua said, "We don't know either. Let's wait until Director Kong and the others arrive." Sangqing pouted and said with clear dislike, "If Director Kong really took Jiang Mengmeng as a student, then he's truly blind." Suddenly, she lost all interest and didn't even feel like meeting that grandchild. Sangqing pulled Fong Chua's arm, her temper flaring up. "Qiuyu, I don't want to go to the military base today. Seeing these two things just makes me feel uncomfortable. Let's go to the beach to collect shells instead of watching flies here." Fong Chua immediately understood that Sangqing was truly angry. It seemed that old Zhou's student really didn't have good eyesight. Just Jiang Mengmeng. She looked just like Wu Jianwei. She didn't understand how he thought of taking her as a disciple. She gently patted Sangqing's hand to comfort her, then gave a look to the soldier standing guard at the door, signaling him to go inside and inform the political commissar quickly. The soldier nodded, then exchanged a glance with another soldier nearby and turned to go directly into the military base. Seeing this, Fong Chua held Sangqing's arm and said softly, like comforting a child, all right, we won't go in. Let's not bother with these dirty things. Come on, sister will take you to the rocky beach. I heard the tide is going out today. Maybe we can find some beautiful seashells. Stop, Jiang Mengmeng shouted loudly at Sangqing and the others as they tried to leave. You hit someone and want to leave? You're dreaming, she then shouted at the soldier at the door. Aren't you going to do anything? Someone is threatening the lives of national research personnel here. The soldier looked at Jiang Mengmeng, then at Sangqing and Fong Chua who were leaving, and remained calm. Sorry, comrade. Your current status does not qualify you to arrest anyone on the island. Moreover, one was the wife of their political commissar, and the other was the wife of their regiment commander. They are crazy to help a stranger bully their own people. Jiang Mengmeng's eyes nearly popped out in shock. She had already been slapped, yet these people still lied blatantly. Jiang Mengmeng clenched her teeth, but dared not make a scene. She could only pretend to be pitiful and help Wu Jianwei up from the ground, saying, Sorry, comrade Jianwei, I didn't expect that I would cause you trouble because of me. Wu Jianwei covered half his face and looked at Jiang Mengmeng, then seemed to remember something. Comrade Jiang, do you know Sangqing? From their recent behavior, it didn't seem like they knew each other. It looked like they were very familiar. He suddenly recalled that Jiang Mengmeng had mentioned she was also from Hongqi town.
You.
Yes, I am Jiang Mengmeng, the one who called Uncle Lu earlier. But because of this, I offended Sangqing, so Jiang Mengmeng didn't say the rest, but it was enough for Wu Jianwei to guess on his own. He remembered that Wu Jianwei had earned many military merits later in the military, as he was the second male lead in the story. Jiang Mengmeng knew that Wu Jianwei had a lot of money in the story. Later, when the female protagonist arrived on the island, he helped her expand her business with both money and effort. Because of the island's resource shortages, they even bought a boat together to transport supplies. Wu Jianwei gained recognition from the island leaders and was promoted, and her business also grew stronger. Jiang Mengmeng thought of Wu Jianwei as one of her key allies on the island, so she couldn't let him go easily. As soon as she arrived on the island, she tried to show him kindness and get closer to him. Because Sangqing, that wicked woman, caused her to lose a lot of money and opportunities to earn, she was determined to make Sangqing pay once she got money from Wu Jianwei. So that's how it is. Wu Jianwei didn't expect that his family and Director Kong's student had such a connection. But for him, this was definitely a good thing. Wu Jianwei immediately pretended to be heartbroken and said, Comrade Jiang Mengmeng, you don't know. Since my parents came to the island, they haven't been easy because of that woman, Jiang Mengmeng. She was slightly stunned. Being mistreated? Wasn't Sangqing reborn? If she wants to please Lu Qianza, she must also please Lu's family, right? Why would she cause trouble for them? Jiang Mengmeng thought this and asked, She, no matter what, is Captain Lu's wife. Isn't it natural for a daughter-in-law to be respectful to her in-laws? How could she let your parents be upset? Wu Jianwei sighed and said, Maybe she thinks my older brother is the captain and can do whatever he wants on the island, so she doesn't take our family seriously. Jiang Mengmeng's eyes widened in surprise. This Sangqing is really quite foolish. Not bothering to please the Lu family now, and even seeking trouble? Sure enough, only she is the chosen heroine. Even after rebirth, Sangqing is still a fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't do such things. But thinking about it, Sangqing's character in the story is that of a cunning but foolish woman. If she is seeking her own downfall, then it's no wonder she is used as a stepping stone. I really didn't expect Sangqing to do this. Since that's the case, when my teacher arrives later, I won't hold back. Of course. Someone like Sangqing should be properly punished by the military. Wu Jianwei added fuel to the fire, eager to have her caught now. Even better if it involves Lu Qianze. That would be perfect. What they didn't know is that while they were criticizing Sangqing, a young soldier had already reported the matter to the political commissar's office. Lu Qianze was temporarily transferred by Commissar Wang to help cover for Sangqing when she was giving a lecture to Kong Chunqing in the office. But unexpectedly, instead of waiting for Sangqing, they received news that she had left directly. What is going on? Kong Chunqing looked grim as he listened to the soldier's report. The only thing old Zhou told him was about this matter, and now the student he brought had caused her to leave before even arriving? Kong Chunqing's hair was almost standing on end in frustration. He was worried that Jiang Mengmeng coming to the island would affect his progress, so he arranged for Wu Jianwei to take her around the island first. But he never expected to meet their teacher at the military gate and to see her driven away in anger. Kong Chunqing stood up directly from his position. This rebellious disciple. I will go find her and talk to her right now. Wait a moment. Commissar Wang quickly stopped him. He gave a quick look to the young soldier and then told him to leave first.
Kong Chunqing frowned anxiously.
My master has already been angered and left. What am I waiting for now? He looked at the questions he had prepared for several nights, now ready to explode with frustration. Then Commissar Wang poured him a cup of tea and said, Don't worry. Sister Tongqing is with my wife. Nothing will happen. On the contrary, if you go now, aren't you afraid your master will be angry with you and ignore even your teacher? I've recently learned a bit about Lu Qianche's wife. She is just a simple child at heart. When she's happy, everything is easy to talk about. When she's upset, she might just want everyone to go away. Her being so angry and leaving must mean there's a problem. If we don't figure it out, it will be hard to get this lady back. So Commissar Wang looked at Lu Qianche and asked, Captain Lu, have you figured out what's going on? What's the situation with your wife? Lu Qianche lowered his eyelids and looked at Kong Chunqing. Director Kong, the person you brought this time. Is she from Hongqi town too? Kong Chunqing nodded. Yes, her name is Jiang Mengmeng. I think she has some talent in physics research, so I took her as a student. Is there a problem with her? Lu Qianche shrugged. Not really sure. I only know she once encouraged my wife's father to scheme against her. Before I even registered my marriage, she slandered her in front of me. As for other issues, you might need to think about it yourself, Director Kong Chunqing. Do I even need to think about it? Isn't this just a rival?